Chapter 1. Go Host. Majestic Host. Fearsome Host. System. This potion is named a brief indulgence, and it can only be unraveled by those who truly revel in pleasure. Shen Yi gazed at the crimson pill nestled in his palm, and, without a moment's hesitation, tossed it into a freshly brewed jug of strong liquor. The system expressed its concern. Host, are you truly intending to drug the demon lord? With an impassive expression, Shen Yi shook the jug of liquor. Do I appear to be jesting? The system shook its fluffy head but felt compelled to speak. Shen Yi interjected. Enough with the useless chatter. 3 years, 3 entire years. Do you have any idea how I've endured this time? The system was aware. Shen Yi was a straightforward man, yet his mission was to win over the delicate yet deranged male antagonist, the demon lord Lou Jin, from a Danmei narrative. For 3 long years, Shen Yi diligently undertook his tasks, striving to please Lou Jin, treating him with more care than his own father. Note: Shen Yi is an orphan. His biological father passed away before his birth. However, in the early parts of the tale, Lou Jin was portrayed as beautiful yet tragic in the midsection. He was consumed by fervent training, and in the latter stages, he transformed into a powerful, lovesick, and obsessive male antagonist. At present, Lou Jin was deeply engrossed in his training, thus devoid of any romantic inclinations. In summary, Shen Yi had done his utmost. The system felt a pang of sympathy. But did you not once claim that you would only sell your artistry, not your body? Indeed, Shen Yi had uttered those words. However, according to the narrative's progression, the male protagonist was about to make his entrance. If Shen Yi failed to capture Lou Jin's heart before that, his chances would diminish further. Moreover, with the deadline approaching, failure to accomplish his mission would result in eternal confinement in this desolate place. Thus, he resolved to take a bold gamble. The system found his reasoning sound. Go Host. Majestic Host. Fearsome Host. Enough with the flattery. Shen Yi gritted his teeth, steeling himself. Let it be as though bitten by a dog. With a countenance bearing the gravitas of a warrior prepared to sever ties, he boldly made his way toward the demon Lord Lou Jin's chambers. Tonight marked the night of the full moon. Shen Yi traversed the winding, shadowy corridor with a jug of liquor in hand, the luminous moonlight filtering through the dense branches, elongating his slender figure like a comet's tail. The entire demon palace lay shrouded in silence, occasionally pierced by the mournful cries of a few crows flitting across the rooftops, casting fleeting shadows. Despite having resided in the demon palace for 3 years, Shen Yi still felt his hair stand on end in the presence of its eerie atmosphere. He quickened his pace, finally reaching the entrance of the demon lord Lou Jin's quarters, the warmth of the liquor spurring him on. Before he could draw close, a soldier clad in dark armor blocked his path, the expressionless visage clearly conveying the message, "Do not approach." Shen Yi promptly articulated his intent. This is osmanthus wine. I prepare myself. Tonight is a full moon, and I wish to present it to the esteemed demon lord for his enjoyment. Might you grant me a moment of leniency? The soldier remained impassive, evidently disinclined to engage with Shen Yi. As Shen Yi sought to continue, a sudden gust stirred the shadows, and a stern figure clad in dark robes appeared at the entrance. The demon lord is currently in seclusion and will not receive anyone for the next few days. Young Master Shen, I must insist you take your leave. Shen Yi recognized the man before him. He was Hanya, a guard in Lou Jin's service. Over the course of 3 years, Shen Yi had employed various tactics to win Lou Jin's favor, including cultivating a cordial relationship with Hanya, one of Lou Jin's trusted subordinates. Hanya, I have heard that the demon lord enjoys fine wines. This osmanthus brew is specially prepared for him, and it is still warm. Might you show a little leniency? To preempt rejection, he added, I will leave once I set it down. I shall not disturb the demon lord's training. Should the demon lord take issue, I will bear the consequences alone and ensure you do not suffer for it. I merely wish for the demon lord to understand my feelings. As he spoke, his brow was furrowed, and his voice carried a note of humble supplication, making it difficult to refuse. Han Ya's dark eyes flickered momentarily, and he hesitated before responding. Perhaps you should wait until the demon lord concludes his seclusion to present it? Once the seclusion ended, Shen Yi would have lost his opportunity. In the original narrative, Lou Jin nearly succumbed to madness during this period of seclusion, prompting the divine realm to seize the opportunity to eliminate him, inflicting grievous injuries. Lou Jin fled to the mortal realm, where he was rescued by the male protagonist, Su Yun. The two spent several months in each other's company, and Su Yun's attentive care ignited feelings in the once-cold, tragic figure of Lou Jin, who had never known warmth. Alas, he was ultimately relegated to the role of the male antagonist. Despite his strength, depth of emotion, and striking beauty, the male protagonist simply did not love him. Poor Lou Jin. Lou Jin possessed a half-demon bloodline. His mother, an ordinary human, perished during childbirth due to the overwhelming power of the demonic fetus. Thus, he bore the title of disaster from the moment of his birth. His father, the previous demon lord, had numerous heirs and did not require a half-demon son, leading to Lou Jin's childhood filled with disdain from his father, harsh treatment from his stepmother, and bullying from his siblings, living a life worse than the lowest servant in the palace. What a tragic existence! To avoid further victimization, he trained relentlessly, striving to grow stronger. For being a lowly half-demon neglected by all, he endured the torment of rigorous training, ultimately trampling those who had once tormented him beneath his feet, ascending to the position of demon lord. From a certain perspective, it was an inspiring tale. From another, it remained equally inspiring. Yet, it was undeniably tragic. How else could he be described as a tragic yet beautiful figure? No one taught him how to love, leading him to adopt a possessive approach toward the male protagonist. Even if all realms stood against him, he was undeterred. In the later stages, he even crafted a gilded cage and a small dark room for the protagonist, allowing him to choose, a gesture indicative of his humanity. Only the forced love and procreation were missing. The male protagonist, in a bid to reclaim the male protagonist, gathered the capable individuals from all realms, but alas, he could not defeat Lou Jin, resulting in widespread devastation. Due to Lou Jin's overwhelming power, he inadvertently caused the collapse of this small world. In the end, the heavenly Tao condensed all divine power to restart the world, falling into slumber, and entrusted the system with finding an NPC to conquer Lou Jin, to prevent the tragedy from recurring. Shen Yi was that NPC. His mission was to win over the demon lord Lou Jin before the male protagonist appeared, thus enabling him to escape the narrative world through death and redeem his resurrection ticket to return to his original world. As for Lou Jin, according to the calculations of the heavenly Tao, once he became the demon lord, he would soon perish for the sake of a white moonlight, and with Lou Jin's character as a lovesick, obsessive figure, he would ultimately be left heartbroken, destined to live in solitude until his demise, or he might become despondent and lose his will to cultivate. It sounded quite tragic, but what did that have to do with Shen Yi? It was as though he had exerted great effort, yet 3 years had passed, and all Lou Jin did was train, train, and train. In short, a training fanatic. Shen Yi had an epiphany. In narratives like this, to win over a pure-hearted man like Lou Jin, one must either experience love at first sight, develop feelings over time, or become his first man. The first and second options had evidently failed, so Shen Yi resolved to make the sacrifice and choose the third. Hanya, this may be my last attempt to entangle the demon lord. Brief synopsis P.S. This is the original synopsis, which could not be uploaded due to claims of being vulgar. Transmigration Yandere telepathy forced love dual purity straight man raising a child pursuit of wife's funeral pyre. Straight man raising a child versus world destroying beautiful, strong, tragic Yandere. Shen Yi, who helped an elderly lady cross the street only to be struck by a car, transmigrated into an NPC of a Danmei narrative. His mission was to conquer the world-destroying, beautiful, strong, tragic Yandere male antagonist. For 3 whole years, he, a straight man posing as a gay man, feigned deep affection for the lovesick male antagonist, becoming widely known as Lou Jin's devoted admirer. With the 3-year deadline approaching, if he failed to complete his mission, he would be eternally trapped within the story. Resolutely, Shen Yi duruj Lou Jin. If successful, he failed. Lou Jin devoured him entirely and expelled him from the demon palace, leaving even the system to abandon him. Shen Yi resigned himself to despair. He left the demon realm and sought a secluded mountain retreat, embracing a leisurely life of raising children and farming. Just as he had gathered enough for a dowry to find a stepmother for his child, his biological father appeared on his wedding day. Lou Jin, I permit you to continue loving me. Shen Yi, but I never loved you at all. Lou Jin. Chapter 2. Keep it up, host. You are amazing, host. Go for it, host. Are you leaving? Hanya was somewhat taken aback. Throughout these 3 years, no matter how unyielding the demon lord was, Shen Yi had consistently expressed his bold affection. Not only did he learn to prepare various dishes for the demon lord, but he also devised countless ways to amuse him. Even when the demon lord was in peril, he would be the first to rush forward, acting as a shield. Had it not been for the peculiarities that set him apart, which piqued the demon lord's curiosity, he would have been killed long ago. Yet, despite all this, young Master Shen did not give up. Now, however, he suddenly declared his intent to surrender. Shen Yi wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, his voice hoarse and sorrowful. I once believed that as long as I persevered, even a stone would eventually warm in time, but I have ultimately overestimated myself. He sighed softly. Human hearts are made of flesh. I too can feel pain, exhaustion, and sorrow, since the demon lord does not harbor feelings for me. Why should I continue to impose upon him? Hanya fell silent. Shen Yi continued. This jug of wine, brewed for the demon lord, can serve as a means to fulfill my final sentiment towards him. May I deliver it for you? Given that Shen Yi had never tampered with his culinary creations over the past 3 years, Hanya did not suspect any foul play in the wine. Huh? You wish to deliver it. The demon lord has forbidden anyone but me from entering during his seclusion. Those who defy this order shall meet death. Shen Yi replied. Then perhaps you should take it instead. After saying this, he did not forget to add, Thank you, brother Hanya. Hanya accepted the osmanthus wine, contemplating for a moment before saying, Young Master Shen, since you have decided to give up, perhaps you should consider others. Shen Yi. Others? Who? He dismissed the notion as a straightforward man. He had no interest in other men, if not for his desire to return to a world of smartphones, computers, fried chicken, and hamburgers. He would not wish to undertake the perilous task of courting the deranged demon lord. After watching Hanya deliver the wine, he turned and left. He certainly had not given up. Rather, he had taken a detour to the soul-severing cliff behind the sleeping quarters. Compared to the heavily guarded entrance of the sleeping quarters, the soul-severing cliff was nearly deserted, save for the occasional patrol by magical soldiers and some protective barriers. This place earned its grim name due to the accumulation of millions of remains. Many bones had long since decayed from weathering over time, and stepping upon them would occasionally produce the sound of cracking bones, akin to the envious gnashing of teeth from the deceased. Occasionally, multi-legged creatures that fed on white bones would emerge from the gaps of skulls, swiftly darting across his feet and even creeping into his pant legs, instilling a chilling sense of being possessed by the dead. What was even more eerie was the clusters of ghostly blue flames drifting about, and the pure white bone flowers that would bloom atop some bones. Swaying gracefully in the desolate night breeze, Shen Yi was willing to risk everything to reach the bed. When he beheld the unfathomable abyss of the cliff before him, the system remarked, Host, you do not intend to jump down from here, do you? Shen Yi retorted, What else would you have me do? Do you think I climbed up here in the middle of the night to catch ghosts? Or perhaps to admire the scenery? Or do you have a better plan? The system proactively offered him a parachute. Keep it up, host. You are incredible. Go for it, host. Shen Yi, based on his understanding of the palace's layout, knew that jumping down from this point would land him in a natural hot spring, which served as Lou Jin's natural bath. Below the cliff, the moonlight, bright as day, permeated the mist above the water, illuminating a protruding rock where a man sat, bare from the waist up. The man wore a half-mask, obscuring his true appearance, but his well-defined jawline suggested he was not unattractive. His bare torso showcased well-defined muscles, with a strong and taut waist leading down to the sinewy lines of a merman. On the shore, a jug of fine wine lay shattered on the ground, with drops of liquid occasionally splashing into the pool from the emptied cup. Lou Jin sat meditating with closed eyes, a thin sheen of sweat forming as the mist clung to him, enhancing his allure. However, the innate cold and ruthless aura surrounding him made it difficult for anyone to approach, as if he were struggling to suppress something. Tonight marked the full moon. Although Lou Jin had undergone a transformation that altered his constitution, he still possessed only half-demon blood, and thus, every full moon night in the 8th month, his powers would diminish, rendering him an ordinary person. This fact was known to no one but him. Therefore, during these days each year, he claimed to be in seclusion, actually to prevent others from discovering his vulnerability. Moreover, due to his half-demon bloodline inherited from the magical dragon, he would enter a heat period during this time. Years ago, the former demon lord had taken advantage of this to seize his mother. Lou Jin had painstakingly sought out a secret technique 3 years ago, which, if successfully cultivated, would free him from the weaknesses of the full moon night. Of course, as with any secret technique, it was not easy to master. It required the abandonment of 7 emotions, the discarding of 6 desires, and the elimination of inner demons. For Lou Jin, the emotions were like fleeting illusions, yet the inner demons were far more challenging to eradicate. Even though he had avenged himself, each time he reached the 9th level of the technique, he would still be ensnared by the demonic barriers that are in the illusory realm. You are a harbinger of misfortune. Your birth claimed your mother's life. Do not ever mention your mother in front of me again. Were it not for your half-blood connection to me, you would not even qualify to step into the demon realm. You were born of a mother who could not raise you, and you have no right to call me your mother. From now on, you shall serve the crown prince as a footman and learn your place. Humph, a lowly hybrid of human and demon like you does not deserve to sit with us. You, neither human nor demon, truly believe yourself to be a master. Bring that beast you hunted. I shall reward you with this meat bun. Letting you test the medicine for me is your fortune that I command you to lie down, and you shall serve my sister as a mount. Are you deaf? Kill him, kill him, kill him. Demon Lord, I adore you. Demon Lord, here is a sweet cake I made for you. Please try it. Demon Lord, I will always be by your side and I will never give up on you. Look, I can protect you too. If you promise to date me, I shall tell you where I come from. How about that? Do you find this flower beautiful? It's for you. Do you know what night it is? It's the night I miss you. Lou Jin found these voices irritating. Yet, they were so bothersome that they momentarily made him forget the pain and humiliation of his past. The moonlight danced, and a sudden gust of wind swept down from above, just as Lou Jin reached a critical moment. He was unexpectedly ambushed. Chapter 3. Keep it up, host. Rise up, host. Take care, host. Shen Yi had expected to plunge into the water, but instead, why do the stones at the bottom of the cliff seem so soft? Moreover, Shen Yi, Lou Jin, suppressing the urge to strike him dead, spoke in a chilling tone. Shen Yi then realized he had landed directly on Lou Jin. Was this not divine intervention? As for the stone in his hand, I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Lou Jin's pupils darkened, his voice laced with barely concealed fury. Let go. Shen Yi refused to relent. He had come to entice Lou Jin. How could he let this golden opportunity slip away? To be honest, Lou Jin's physique was nothing short of perfection, every inch of his form a testament to beauty. Although there were scars adorning his body, they did not detract from his allure. Rather, they added an enticing touch of battle-worn charm. Yet, one could only wonder what visage lay beneath that mask. The external rumors about Lou Jin's appearance painted him as a towering figure with a fearsome visage. Eyes like copper bells, a brutal and merciless demeanor that in reality, he stood 9 feet tall, handsome and striking, with heterochromatic eyes and phoenix-like features. While he couldn't be called a fearsome beast, he certainly exuded an air of aloofness. His ruthlessness, however, was well-deserved, particularly toward those who had wronged him, such as his despicable father and the siblings who had tormented him, all of whom now lay dead. Thus, those who had never witnessed Lou Jin's true appearance mistakenly believed his cruelty stemmed from an unsightly visage. Shen Yi had never seen Lou Jin's true face either, but in the original story, Lou Jin was described as possessing an unparalleled beauty, especially his heterochromatic eyes, which were striking yet harmonious. The villagers regarded these eyes as an omen of misfortune. Shortly after his birth, he was cast into the endless abyss of demons, where he accidentally awakened his bloodline and was subsequently taken to the demon palace. Later, due to his remarkable beauty, his loathsome father attempted to use him to curry favor with his subordinates, nearly turning him into a furnace. Since then, he had donned a mask, and to this day, no one had seen his true face in the original narrative. Only the male lead had glimpsed his true visage. Shen Yi pondered whether, if he were the first to behold Lou Jin's face, It might evoke a unique sentiment in him. After all, wasn't that how it was often written in novels? Shen Yi felt a thrill of excitement. Thus, in a flash, he reached out to remove Lou Jin's mask. Lou Jin reacted swiftly, gripping Shen Yi's wrist tightly. "Are you trying to court death?" Shen Yi shook his head, responding with a question that was not an answer. "I want you." Lou Jin. Shen Yi, having already thrown caution to the wind, decided to be more direct. "What's so fun about training? You might as well, just me." Lou Jin. Shen Yi paid no mind to Lou Jin's willingness or reluctance. Having come this far, he pressed on, wrapping his arm around Lou Jin's neck. Lou Jin's breath quickened. "Get off me, or else." He clearly did not anticipate that Shen Yi would be so audacious. How dare he? Lou Jin was pressed closely against him. His true form was that of a demon dragon, and during this particular season, he would revert to his original appearance. Thus he often secluded himself under the guise of cultivation, when in reality, he was merely enduring the tide of faith. "Shen Yi, you possess such audacity. Do you truly believe that I would hesitate to end your life?" His gaze was icy and sharp. Silence. Lou Jin was wholly focused on his training, determined to grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful could he dominate all. He forcefully pushed Shen Yi away. The warm spring water exacerbated the heat within him, inciting a restless fury. Shen Yi would not retreat. The success or failure rested upon this moment. Gathering his courage once more, he boldly approached, steeling himself before tackling Lou Jin and initiating a kiss. Having been single for 20 years, Shen Yi had never kissed anyone before, and now it was with a man, a great demon lord at that, rendering his kissing skills somewhat inexperienced. Just as he contemplated his next move, he was mercilessly thrown into the water. Coughing, Shen Yi choked on a mouthful of pond water, initially believing Lou Jin to be cruel enough to drown him, only to be rescued in the next instant by a pair of powerful arms. Immediately thereafter, he was forcefully pinned against the bluestone. Shen Yi felt as though his shoulder blades might shatter under the pressure. Facing Lou Jin, an infamously ruthless demon lord, it would be a lie to claim he was unafraid. "System, tell me, will Lou Jin, in his rage, kill me first? Should, perhaps, maybe, sob, the system does not know. The system is afraid. The system shall take a step back, not forgetting to add, host, do your best. Host, rise up. Host, take care," Shen Yi thought. Is Lou Jin truly that terrifying? In truth, he was rather fearsome. In the original narrative, the position of Demon Lord was claimed by the capable, and one could only imagine how the previous Demon Lord fell from grace. It was said that after defeating his scoundrel father, Lou Jin had him mutilated and imprisoned as a human puppet within the endless abyss of demons. Those who had once bullied him, he forced to turn on each other before discarding their remains for the beasts to devour. Even those demon servants who had delighted in his misfortune were not spared. He gouged out their eyes, severed their limbs, and cut out their tongues before casting them out of the demon realm. Lou Jin had never known kindness. Thus, he repaid every grievance with vengeance. Over the past 3 years, Shen Yi had risked his life multiple times to win Lou Jin's trust, shielding him from danger. Had it not been for the system granting him a second chance at life, he would have long since met his demise. This was also the reason Lou Jin had chosen to keep him around. A mere mortal, devoid of spiritual power, somehow managed to survive in a realm saturated with demonic energy, remaining unscathed even after severe injuries. More strangely, Shen Yi was unaffected by any barriers or magical restraints. This was the sole source of Lou Jin's intrigue towards him and the reason for his continued existence. Yet every being has its limits, demons included. Shen Yi intended to force Lou Jin to love him, even going so far as to drug him, fully aware that this might provoke Lou Jin to the point of strangling him to death. However, Lou Jin did not kill him. Instead, he kissed him. "Do not regret it." The cold, sharp voice echoed from above, and Shen Yi felt a lack of air from the kiss, catching a fleeting glimpse of Lou Jin's peculiar eyes transforming into eerie slits. Shen Yi had believed he was prepared, until Lou Jin revealed his true form. No, this cannot be. The moonlight above was obscured by a misty haze, and the once tranquil surface of the water erupted into waves. Shen Yi sought to escape, yet mere steps into his flight, he was dragged beneath the surface. The night was thick, and the flickering light above the water revealed glimpses of a scaly tail. At this moment, Lou Jin had completely lost his sanity. "This is what you brought upon yourself?" Shen Yi's voice trembled. Lou Jin must not. Chapter 4. Expulsion 7 days later. Get out. Should you dare to appear before me again, I shall make you wish for death, Lou Jin declared, turning on his heel without a shred of mercy. The demon soldiers at the door scoffed. A mere mortal dares to covet our demon lord? Truly a fool. It is the greatest mercy that our Lord has spared your life. Now, be gone. Shen Yi, humiliated and driven by the taunts of the demon soldiers, rubbed his sore backside before struggling to rise, only to stumble and fall once more, landing in a most undignified manner. He was in a pitiful state. The demon soldiers erupted in laughter, relying on a modicum of charm. You think you can sway our demon lord? Little do you know, he is solely focused on cultivation and pays you no heed. If you enjoy coupling with men, would you care to try with me? Heh, I have yet to experience what a man is like. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's face drained of color. Previously, these demon soldiers had shown him some respect due to his entanglement with Lou Jin, who had not killed him. But now, after Lou Jin had publicly expelled him from the demon palace, declaring he would make him wish he were dead upon sight, it was clear they harbored nothing but disdain for him, having lost his virtue and gained no favor from the demon lord. How could these lowly demon soldiers continue to show him any respect? Shen Yi trembled slightly and feared. He understood that these demons were bullies who preyed on the weak, so he feigned calmness and stated, I am still a person of our demon lord. Even if expelled from the palace, I am not someone you lowly demons can casually touch. Otherwise, should you provoke our lord, you would not know how many lives you have to spare. The demon soldiers, upon hearing this, indeed became more restrained, for it was common knowledge the demon lord's ruthlessness. Years ago, the demon lord had been betrayed and humiliated by the demon servants within the palace, only to later gouge out their eyes, sever their tongues, break their meridians, and strip them of their powers, casting them out of the demon realm. They did not wish to suffer such a fate for a moment's pleasure. Yet, outwardly, they arrogantly retorted, wretched creature. Today, in light of our Lord's grace, I shall spare your life. Now, be gone. Hearing this, Shen Yi's eyes dimmed. That in truth, they were not wrong. That it was he who shamelessly offered himself to Lou Jin, given Lou Jin's character. It was a great mercy that he had not outright killed him. Now, having caused Lou Jin to falter in his cultivation, the great demon lord likely loathed him to the core. Shen Yi felt that his mission to capture the heart of the demon lord was an impossible task, and thus resolved to give up. The system urged him, Host, there are still a few days left until the male lead appears. Would you like to try again? Shen Yi retorted, Did you not hear what Lou Jin just said? If I appear before him again, he will make me wish I were dead. Besides, I have been trying to win him over for 3 whole years without success. Do you really think 3 days will suffice? The system, that does seem quite reasonable. No. How did it end up being led astray by the host? However, host, if you give up, correct me if I'm wrong. It is not I who wish to give up, but rather I who have been abandoned. The system was momentarily speechless. But if you cannot complete the task, you shall never return. Shen Yi shrugged. If I cannot return, then so be it. The system, do you not desire your computer, phone, fried chicken, or hamburgers? Shen Yi replied, I do, but I desire even more not to become his second father. Once, Lou Jin had defeated his scoundrel father with strength, and then dismembered him, gouged out his eyes, cut off his tongue, and transformed him into a human puppet, imprisoning him in a jar, subjecting him to endless torment beneath the abyss of demons, being devoured daily by myriad demons. A true existence worse than death. Shen Yi had no intention of becoming Lou Jin's second father. P.S. To ensure that some readers do not miss this, a brief warning in the text. The recipient is a straight man, covers backside. The child is quite adorable, and the pursuer is relentless. The author believes it to be sweet and humorous, not at all cruel. If you cannot tolerate even a hint of cruelty towards the pursuer, it is advised to retreat. Retreat, retreat. Finally, welcome to the pit. Chapter 5. Papa, come home soon. 5 years later, on a secluded hillside in the human realm, in the early morning, before the sun had risen, the mist in the forest condensed into tiny, transparent droplets upon the blades of grass. Shen Yi rose before dawn that he was to gather herbs in the mountains today, so after a brief preparation, he instructed his son at home, Shou Yi, take good care of your sister, and do not wander off, understand? Good. After saying this, Shen Yi turned and went into the house to put shoes on his sister. Shen Yi watched his son's retreating figure, pondering why he did not even bother to show concern, thinking, whose character does this child take after? Certainly not mine. Shen Yi slung a herb basket over his shoulder, donned a pair of straw sandals, and was about to head out. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, a little girl with a ponytail chased after him, waving her hand to signal him to bend down. Shen Yi complied. Bao air. What is it? This is for Papa to eat on the way, in case he gets hungry. The little girl, with her sweet voice, stuffed a pancake into his embrace. Upon seeing this, Shen Yi smiled with squinted eyes. He reached out to ruffle the little girl's ponytail. You're such a good girl. Bao air replied. It's the pancake that Gugu made. The essence of the matter is that one must extol the virtues of the elder brother. Bao, frail and ailing since childhood, spoke later than most, and her pronunciation was somewhat imprecise. Moreover, the culinary endeavors of Shen Yi were notoriously unpalatable, making it a miracle that the two children have survived under his care until now. Fortunately, after Shen Yi turned 3, he began to fend for himself in the kitchen, leading to a significant improvement in the family's nourishment. Bao has finally gained some weight. Her formerly sharp chin has rounded out, and she has even developed a charming layer of baby fat, making her look adorably rosy. Particularly captivating are her large, expressive eyes that twinkle with vivacity. However, they are red, as crimson as a demon's. Thankfully, the villagers in their quaint hamlet are kind-hearted. Shen Yi publicly claims that Bao's eyes are a hereditary ailment, and rather than recoiling in fear, the villagers feel a deep sympathy for the little girl. This is chiefly due to Bao's cheerful demeanor and her endearing looks, which make it difficult for anyone to harbor animosity toward her. Shen Yi, on the other hand, has always been a quiet and easygoing child. Robust and healthy, and he now stands half a head taller than his sister. The siblings bear little resemblance to one another. Bao has a round face and enchanting red eyes, while Shen Yi possesses a stern visage, with piercing eyes that resemble phoenixes. Even their temperaments are strikingly different. Shen Yi is aloof, composed, and taciturn, behaving almost like a little adult. For instance, when Shen Yi affectionately calls him Little Yi, he finds it rather juvenile. Shen Yi carefully tucked the oil paper-wrapped pancakes into his bosom and turned back to admonish Shen Yi once more. I shall return before lunchtime. It is too perilous for you to kindle a fire and cook alone in the house. Nor should you take your sister to play by the pond. Do you understand? The little cool-headed boy nodded silently, offering no further words. Shen Yi suspected he might take after someone who was naturally reticent. Now, off you go. Be a good child and play at home with your brother. Do not wander outside. Understood? He reiterated to Bao. She, being lively and energetic, had not yet learned to walk at the age of 1. While her brother had already mastered it on one occasion, when Shen Yi was out working, Bao since to crawl beneath the yard fence and nearly fell into the pond ahead, almost drowning had it not been for the timely intervention of Alan, his fiancée. Since that incident, Shen Yi has made it a point to take the siblings with him whenever he ventures out, if he must ascend the mountain and cannot bring them along. He would meticulously instruct them several times before he feels at ease, even going so far as to reinforce the courtyard wall. Be good, darling. Do not run about. Papa will return home soon. All right? Shen Yi gently caressed Bao's chubby cheek and carried her over to her brother before turning to head toward the back mountain. A few days prior, he had spotted several clusters of spiritual mushrooms at the edge of a cliff. The weather had been gloomy and rainy, making it unwise to venture out for them. So he waited for today's clear skies to retrieve them. He anticipated selling them at the market for a handsome price, which would allow him to buy delicious treats for little Yi and Bao, and also gather enough dowry to propose to Alan. With this thought in mind, his steps grew lighter. After an hour's trek, Shen Yi finally arrived at the cliff, due to the incessant rain over the past few days. The loose stones on the cliff were precarious, and with the mist shrouding the peak, the mushrooms, growing on a tree stump along the cliff face, were difficult to harvest. For safety's sake, Shen Yi had brought along a bundle of hemp rope. He secured one end to a sturdy tree at the cliff's edge and fastened the other around his waist, then began gingerly to lean back over the edge, descending slowly. In truth, Shen Yi harbored a fear of heights, especially when confronted with such an unfathomable abyss, having fallen twice in the past. Yet, lacking any other skills, he had no choice but to conquer his psychological barriers and harvest the mushrooms to provide for his family. Initially, all went well, and he had successfully gathered the mushrooms, but upon noticing several clusters of ironclad dendrobium growing in a nearby crevice, another prized medicinal herb that could fetch quite a few coins, he decided to collect them as well. thinking of the nourishing pork bone soup he could prepare for little Yi and Bauer, who had expressed a desire for meat just yesterday. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the hemp rope tied around his waist had been frayed by sharp stones on the cliff face. With each inch he descended, the rope's integrity diminished. In his concentration on gathering herbs, he failed to notice the rope's deterioration, and the howling winds on the cliff added to the chaos, causing him to sway dangerously without a thought for anything else. It was only after he had filled his basket and prepared to climb back up that he realized the rope was perilously close to snapping. Panic surged through him, cold sweat beading on his brow as he held his breath. Yet the rope continued to fray. He could only cling desperately to a slightly protruding rock, attempting to leverage himself upward. But with his body entirely suspended and buffeted by the gale, how could he possibly ascend unaided? Would today mark the end of his life? No, he could not die. He did not wish to perish. What would become of little Yi and Bauer if he were gone? With this thought, Shen Yi gripped the sharp rock with all his might, enduring the pain as his fingertips were scraped raw, refusing to yield in the slightest. Yet, despite his determination, the hemp rope ultimately severed. The wind howled past his ears, and the mist-shrouded bottom of the cliff lay strewn with jagged stones. Should he fall, there would be no hope of survival, perhaps not even a complete corpse left behind. Chapter 6. He feared for his life. Thud. Shen Yi braced for what he believed to be his imminent demise. Yet, not only did he survive, but he also heard a familiar voice. Shen Yi. He heard. Shen Yi responded, "Wait, is that not the voice of the great demon Lou Jin?" "Great demon?" Lou Jin confirmed. "Indeed, I am a great demon." "Wait, how is it possible that you can hear my thoughts?" "I did not speak," Shen Yi exclaimed incredulously. "Impossible," Shen Yi retorted. 5 years had passed. Lou Jin should be trailing after the male protagonist, Su Yun, like a devoted follower, not appearing here. Lou Jin was perplexed, recognizing Shen Yi's voice, but unsure what a male protagonist or Su Yun referred to. Shen Yi continued to ponder. Could it be that Su Yun was also present? After all, he was a mere mortal too. Tisk, truly a devoted follower, even to the mortal realm. Lou Jin? What does devoted follower mean? It seemed Shen Yi was hurling insults at him. "Why are you not leaving?" Shen Yi demanded. Could it truly be Lou Jin? He cautiously opened one eye. Cursed. It is indeed the great demon. The words of Lou Jin from 5 years ago echoed clearly in Shen Yi's mind. "If you ever appear before me again, I shall make you wish you were never born." Shen Yi wanted to live, not to suffer such a fate. His voice trembled as he said, I did not intend to appear before you." "Do you believe me?" Lou Jin frowned slightly, his unusual eyes deepening, seemingly displeased. Shen Yi, fearing for his life, instinctively covered Lou Jin's eyes with his hand. "Lou Jin, do you wish to force me?" Shen Yi stammered. "And no, all that was just your imagination. Yes, you have never seen me." With that, he turned and fled. Lou Jin. "Very well, I shall spare you this time due to your apparent awareness." Lou Jin was about to rise and depart when suddenly something fell from his arms. He looked down at the oil-stained pancake that had soiled his robes. Its appearance was lacking, and it seemed inferior to the pastries of Yandere in the past. Shen Yi would go to great lengths to impress him, often preparing various delicacies for him. Initially, Lou Jin refused to eat, having long since ceased consuming food, no matter what Shen Yi offered. Yet Shen Yi persisted for 3 whole years, presenting a myriad of dishes. Today, it was sweet rice balls. Tomorrow braised pork, the day after lotus flower pastries, and the following day sweet cakes. At first, Lou Jin ignored him, but one day he inadvertently caught Shen Yi taking away the pastries he had not eaten and secretly consuming them in his room. Moved by Shen Yi's sincerity, he decided to try a bite. It was quite palatable, though to Lou Jin, it was truly delicious. Abandoned by the world since birth and enduring loneliness in the demon palace, Lou Jin, once a half-demon with a cursed lineage, had only ever eaten scraps or spoiled food, even competing with wild dogs for sustenance. His singular purpose was survival, to avenge both his mother and himself. Thus, he swallowed whatever he could, regardless of its taste. Once he cultivated enough to reach the foundation establishment stage and ceased eating, he had not tasted food again, as it held no allure for him. In fact, he had no understanding of what constituted deliciousness. It was Shen Yi's cooking that first introduced him to the concept of flavor. Not only was it delectable, but it was also beautifully presented. Unlike the pancake before him, which was terribly cooked, since Shen Yi's departure, Lou Jin had returned to fasting, for he found the meals prepared by the palace cooks unappetizing, no matter how many chefs were replaced. Eventually, he gave up entirely, fasting once more. Now, as he recalled, he felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia for Shen Yi's culinary delights well, unfortunately, the fasting pills on my person have run out. A little unsightly is of no consequence. As long as it does not affect the flavor. He is not particularly picky, having changed chefs hundreds of times. The flatbread remained somewhat warm, perhaps due to being tucked in his embrace. He took a hearty bite. The exterior was crisp while the interior was soft, quite acceptable. However, it did not resemble Shen Yi's culinary skills. Had he departed, even his craftsmanship had deteriorated. Lou Jin gazed at the flatbread in his hand, torn between discarding it and holding on to it, considering the effort he had put into making it. Thus, he took another generous bite. At that moment, Hanya noticed a shift in the barrier. Immediately, he and several subordinates hastened over, only to find the usually stern demon lord. At that moment, gnawing on a piece of mortal flatbread, Lou Jin was truly at a loss, unable to decide whether to throw it away or eat it. Hanya, typically composed, managed to maintain a semblance of emotional control, while the other subordinates, having never witnessed the demon lord in such a light, wore expressions of bewilderment. Lou Jin, determined to salvage his dignity, instinctively tucked the flatbread into his robe as if nothing had happened. Hanya and the subordinates exchanged puzzled glances, feeling something was amiss, but unable to articulate what it was. Is there something amiss? Lou Jin inquired, sensing their odd expressions, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Hanya responded, we just witnessed the barrier tremble and thought Emosia had appeared. Lou Jin's demeanor shifted back to its usual severity. Alive, one must see the person. Dead, one must see the corpse. Yes, Hanya was about to take his leave when Lou Jin called him back. Wait. Lou Jin recalled Shen Yi's words. Go and find someone for me, named Su Yun. Understood. Hanya turned to depart, but was once again halted. Are you familiar with the term, Tingu? Lick dog? The subordinates wore expressions of confusion, glancing at one another before shaking their heads in unison. One of them ventured a guess based on the literal meaning. Could it be that one dog licks another? Lou Jin replied. It means he is infatuated with that Su. Nonsense. How could he possibly be infatuated? Lou Jin's face twisted in disgust as he gestured for them to leave. Chapter 7. Tomorrow, I shall propose to your family. Shen Yi stumbled and scurried home in a frenzy. Shen Yi was tidying up the house with his sister. Aware of the hardships their father endured to raise them, he took it upon himself to help with chores whenever Shen Yi was absent. Upon returning home, Shen Yi immediately locked the door, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing the children safely inside. The earlier scare had nearly given him a heart attack. He feared that if he hadn't perished from the cliff's fall, Lou Jin would surely have taken his life or subjected him to torment. Thankfully, he had escaped swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been the end for him. Papa is home, Bauer exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace Shen Yi. Shen Yi noticed something was off. What happened to you? Shen Yi, still shaken, attempted to calm himself. That it's nothing at all. Then why are your clothes torn? Shen Yi observed his brother's disheveled state, as if he had encountered a fright. Shen Yi had never mentioned Lou Jin to them. Whenever questioned by others, he would say their mother had died in childbirth. Over the years, he had raised the siblings alone, aided by the villagers' kindness, who often brought them provisions. Shen Yi had always been sensible. Hearing the villagers speak of their mother, he never pressed Shen Yi for details. Occasionally, Bauer would ask out of curiosity, but Shen Yi would simply tell her that their mother had passed away. Shen Yi had never disclosed Lou Jin's existence to them, and he had no intention of doing so now that he merely stated, I encountered a wild beast on the mountain, but thankfully, Papa was clever and ran fast. Lou Jin, lost in meditation, sneezed heavily at that moment. Are you injured, Papa? Bauer will blow on it for you, and it won't hurt anymore, the little girl said, her voice filled with concern, when Shen Yi fell from the cliff. He had landed on Lou Jin, sustaining minimal injuries, but his clothes had been torn by branches, and he had stumbled while fleeing, leaving him in a disheveled state. That I'm fine. Bauer need not worry. In truth, he had twisted his ankle during the fall, but in his panic to escape Lou Jin, he had not paid attention to the pain. Seeing this, Shen Yi went to the yard to fetch some medicinal herbs, then asked his sister to retrieve a strip of cloth from the cupboard and brought back cold water and a towel from the kitchen. It will hurt a bit. Papa, bear with it. Shen Yi, acting like a little adult, squatted in front of him, skillfully applying a cold compress, then placing the crushed herbs on his ankle. Finally binding it with the clothed up Bauer went to the firewood room and found him a smooth stick to prevent him from falling when he stood. Shen Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Although Lou Jin was a cold-hearted demon, the children were incredibly filial, truly deserving of being his offspring, though Shen Yi had provided a simple bandage. He was unsure if there was any bone injury, so he suggested, "I'll go fetch Aunt Lan to take a look." Aunt Lan was Shen Yi's fiancée. And it was worth noting that Shen Yi's survival thus far was largely due to Lan. 5 years ago, after leaving the demon realm in a destitute state, he was deceived by a malevolent practitioner into becoming a furnace vessel. He fled to a forbidden area, where, out of hunger, he picked and consumed 2 wild fruits, only to be struck down into an abyss by a guardian beast. Unexpectedly, he fell from the demon realm into the human realm. He was left with numerous fractures, and it was fortunate he encountered Lan, who was gathering medicinal herbs on the mountain, allowing him to survive. Coincidentally, Lan was also a transmigrator. Like Shen Yi, she had her own mission upon crossing over. Shen Yi's task was to capture the heart of the demon lord Lou Jin. Naturally, he failed that Lan was a fast traveler. Her tasks varied greatly, from simply surviving until the story's conclusion to playing the roles of antagonistic characters, and even serving as an NPC like Shen Yi. This time, her mission was to fulfill the original Lan's dying wish, to find a good man to marry. The reason for her mother's wish stemmed from her abusive father. The original Lan had fallen ill, and her father had refused to provide care, resulting in her untimely death. Shen Yi's 2 little ones were in need of a mother, and Lan's mother, nearing the end of her life, wished only to see her daughter married, leading them to a mutual decision to form a family. The delay in their union was due to Lan's father's exorbitant demands, insisting on 100 taels of silver as a bride price. Do not underestimate this sum. It was enough to sustain a typical family for a lifetime. Shen Yi still needed 10 taels to meet the bride price. He had hoped to gather enough with the few spirit mushrooms he had collected today. But alas, he discovered that the mushrooms were gone. Not only the mushrooms, but even the flatbread Bauer had given him that morning had vanished. Upon reflection, he concluded that they must have been lost when he fell on Lou Jin. No need to trouble Aunt Lan. Just as he finished speaking, Lan arrived, having brought some food for the children. Thinking Shen Yi was not home, upon hearing of Shen Yi's injury, she immediately rushed over to check on him. Being a fast traveler, Lan was skilled in many areas. Had Shen Yi not encountered her, his fate would likely have been far worse than that of Lou Jin's mother. "Aunt Lan, will Papa be all right?" Bauer asked, concerned as she looked at her father's swollen ankle. Lan examined Shen Yi's injury. Fortunately, there is no dislocation. With a few days of herbal treatment, he should recover. However, it would be best if he refrained from going up the mountain for the time being. Shen Yi, still short on silver, inquired, "How is your mother?" Having been frightened by Lou Jin today, he worried that the demon lord might assume he intended to pursue him further, leading to dire consequences. Hence, marrying quickly seemed the best course of action. Once married, Lou Jin would likely believe he would no longer pursue him, thus eliminating any threat to his life. After all, he was merely an ordinary person now. And without a system to prolong his life, he was quite vulnerable. Lan shook her head. Not well. It is likely only a matter of days that Lan had come today to discuss their wedding date. She needed to fulfill the original Lan's dying wish to complete her task. Shen Yi said, "I still need 10 taels. The original's rogue father was only interested in money, and without the bride price, he likely would not release Lan." Understanding his predicament, Lan produced a purse from her belongings. "I have secretly saved this. It is exactly 10 taels." Shen Yi, not wishing to be polite, accepted the silver and declared, "Then I shall go to your house to propose tomorrow." Chapter 8. A reunion after a few days of rest at home. Shen Yi's leg injury had nearly healed. With the silver in hand, he went to propose to Lan's family. Her father kept his promise, agreeing to allow Lan to marry him. However, Lan's mother remained apprehensive, considering Shen Yi was a widower with 2 children. "Lan, it is all my fault for being a burden to you." Elisha lay on her sickbed, her face haggard and her eyes filled with guilt. Lan shook her head. "Mother, I willingly wish to marry Brother Shen." Shen Yi immediately reassured her. "Aunt, although I have 2 children, I promise to treat Lan well and will never let her down in this lifetime." Upon hearing these words, Li felt a modicum of relief. Yet her gaze still bore a hint of regret. With her skeletal fingers tightly clutching Alan's hand, she implored, "You must live well for Alan." A flicker of surprise flashed in Alan's eyes, but she obediently nodded, replying, "All right, please don't worry." At these words, Lee's sense of regret seemed to dissipate. She slowly closed her eyes, her expression serene. After Shen Yi assisted Alan in arranging Lee's funeral, the matter of their marriage was swiftly put on the agenda. Alan's father, having taken his share of silver, showed no interest thereafter, spending his days either drinking or gambling. Although the marriage was intended to fulfill Lee's dying wish, Shen Yi had no intention of compromising Alan's happiness. His leg had healed, and he planned to descend to the cliff's base to search for the spiritual mushrooms and herbs he had previously gathered. He wondered if Lou Jin had left. After much hesitation, Shen Yi resolved to investigate. If Lou Jin was still there, he would hastily descend, foregoing the mushrooms. The following day, before dawn, he set off. The children were still asleep, and Alan would soon arrive to help look after them. Alleviating his worries, the cliff base lay nestled in a valley behind the mountain, a place overrun with thorny brambles and devoid of paths, where wild beasts occasionally roamed. Even herbalists seldom ventured there. He pondered why Lou Jin would be in such a desolate location. Yet, he dismissed the thought. What did it matter to him? Shen Yi found himself perplexed. His impression of Lou Jin was far from favorable. His fear stemmed not only from the possibility of being killed by Lou Jin in a fit of rage, but also from the psychological scars left by their encounter 5 years prior. He fervently hoped never to cross paths with him again. Carrying a basket of herbs, with a machete strapped to his waist for self-defense should he encounter Lou Jin, Shen Yi felt a wave of unnecessary apprehension. Upon reaching the cliff base and scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of Lou Jin, and he sighed heavily in relief. Eager to search for the mushrooms and herbs, his diligence bore fruit, as he discovered them nestled beneath the very rock he had fallen from. There was also an oil paper on the ground, though the baked pancake it once contained had mysteriously vanished. Perhaps a wild animal had consumed it. It was plausible. Shen Yi did not dwell on the matter, for even if he had found it, it would have been inedible after all these days. He hoisted the basket on his back and descended the mountain, planning to sell the herbs at the market in town the following morning, hoping to exchange the proceeds for treats for Shou Yi and Bauer, who had been craving meat for quite some time. Additionally, he aimed to procure some wedding essentials that in the morning. Bauer scurried to Shen Yi's bedside. "Papa, can I go with you?" As Shen Yi prepared to rise, he noticed the little girl barefoot and promptly lifted her onto the bed to fetch her shoes. "You want to go too?" Bauer nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. "Bauer will be good and listen to Papa." Though Shen Yi longed to take Bauer along, the journey from the mountain to the town spanned over 20 miles, requiring at least 2 hours even by ox cart. Furthermore, he had many items to purchase today, making it inconvenient to bring a child. "Papa has many things to buy today. How about we wait for the next time?" Disappointment clouded Bauer's face, as it had been ages since she had accompanied Papa on an outing. Shen Yi felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing her expression. "Next time, I promise to take you, all right?" Although Bauer was eager to join him, she understood Papa's busyness and nodded obediently. "All right, but Papa, you must come home early." Shen Yi affectionately ruffled her hair. "When I return, I'll bring you some meat. What else do you wish for?" Upon hearing of a delicious treat, Bauer's previously forlorn expression brightened instantly. "I also want cakes." Shen Yi could not help but chuckle at his daughter's sweet voice. "All right, Papa will get you cakes." He then turned to Shou Yi. "Shou Yi, what would you like?" Shou Yi cast a disinterested glance at him and headed to the kitchen. Moments later, he returned, stating, "We're out of rice, and there's not enough oil. We need to buy some flour. My sister loves it." Shen Yi remarked, "Does this lad have a misunderstanding about wants and necessities? I was asking if you desired anything else." "No." Shen Yi sighed, recognizing that this was typical of Shou Yi. He knew asking was futile. "Very well. We'll see when the time comes." After hastily completing his morning routine, Alan arrived, aware of Shen Yi's plans to visit the market. She came to assist in watching the 2 children. With a large basket slung over his back, Shen Yi stepped outside and turned to Alan. "I must trouble you again to look after them today." Alan, with her calm demeanor, replied, "In just 2 days, we shall be a family. There is no need for formality." Shen Yi waved goodbye to them and proceeded to the village's edge. On market days, an ox cart would transport villagers and goods to the marketplace. The 20-mile journey cost merely 3 won, and a round trip was only 5 won. The villagers, living in the mountains, toiled from dawn until dusk, only taking the opportunity to sell their accumulated grains, livestock, or herbs during the bi-monthly market days that Shen Yi was not a native and had no land to cultivate. He relied on gathering herbs for sustenance. Upon arrival at the village, he found the ox cart filled to capacity. Understanding the difficulty of making the journey to the market, the villagers willingly made some space for Shen Yi. Upon learning of his impending marriage, they offered their congratulations. "Alan is a fine girl. You are indeed fortunate." Shen Yi planned to host a few tables of food, grandly welcoming Alan into his home, and he intended to invite everyone to their wedding. As the ox cart traversed the countryside path, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and cheer, a rare moment of relaxation for the villagers. Shen Yi cherished this life. Though modest, it brought him contentment. Upon reaching the marketplace, it was already midday, with a long list of purchases to make. He had little time for a meal. He entered a familiar herbal shop, Ji Rin Tang, intending to sell the herbs in his basket first, completely oblivious to the pair of unusual eyes observing him from the elegantly decorated tavern across the street. Chapter 9. Whom will he marry? In the tavern, Lou Jin stood by the window. Witnessing this scene unfold, he fixated on the sign of Ji Rin Tang, his gaze narrowing. Is he unwell? Has the fall from the cliff injured him? Impossible. Though Shen Yi was merely a mortal, he had always recovered swiftly from even the gravest of injuries. 8 years prior, while fleeing from the remnants of the crown prince's forces, Shen Yi had recklessly shielded him from a lethal blow. The force of that strike was tainted. Even cultivators above the spirit transformation stage would have their powers shattered by it. Yet Shen Yi merely fell unconscious for 3 days before awakening. 7 years ago, he had been wounded by the sacred ruins god of the celestial realm, who attempted to summon heavenly lightning to kill him, only for Shen Yi to take the blow. The sword pierced his chest, and he believed he was doomed. Yet the next day, he awoke, the scar on his chest vanished, and 6 years ago, during the full moon night in the mortal realm, he had reverted to his true form, intending to hide for a few days in the ocean. Unfortunately, foolish mortals captured him, intending to turn him into a stew, but Shen Yi had arrived just in time to free him. Bound and submerged, when Lou Jin arrived, he found Shen Yi devoid of breath. Yet as soon as he buried him, Shen Yi crawled out of the coffin. Countless times, whether injured or dead, he would swiftly return to his original state, often without the need for medicine. Why was he visiting the apothecary? As Lou Jin pondered this, Hanya entered. Since consuming that baked pancake a few days prior, Lou Jin had unexpectedly developed an appetite. The food of the demon realm did not suit his palate. Perhaps the fare of the mortal realm, reminiscent of Shen Yi's culinary skills, would be more to his liking. To his surprise, he encountered Shen Yi once more. Why was he here? Did he intend to entangle him further? Master, Hanya inquired. The dishes have been served. Lou Jin did not sit down to eat, but gestured for Hanya to approach. Master, are you watching young Master Shen? At that moment, Shen Yi exited the apothecary after selling his herbs, and Hanya recognized him at once. He has come to the mortal realm, and no wonder I couldn't find him. 5 years ago, after Shen Yi was expelled from the demon palace, Hanya had searched for him, intending to offer him some silver, but he had been unable to locate him. Lou Jin cast a cold glance at him. Are you familiar with him? I misspoke, Master. Inquire as to why he is at the apothecary. Yes. Lou Jin remained at the window, his gaze fixed on Shen Yi's approaching form, musing. He truly seeks to entangle me. Hanya returned promptly. Master, young Master Shen is selling herbs to he is not here to entangle him. Then what is his purpose? Hanya elaborated. The shopkeeper mentioned that young Master Shen sells herbs there every month. He might reside nearby. Lou Jin turned and took a seat at the dining table, suddenly stating, Do not let him discover our presence. The cold crow. He cast a glance downwards, catching sight of Shen Yi entering the very tavern they occupied. The cold crow silently retreated 2 steps, and soon after, the demon lord emerged from the elegantly appointed room. The cold crow pondered. Isn't it easier for Shen Gongzi to see him from the corridor on the 2nd floor overlooking the main hall below? Does the demon lord wish to be seen by Shen Gongzi? This thought he dared not voice. Below, Shen Yi settled into a corner of the main hall, having sold a considerable amount of spiritual mushrooms today. He ordered a roasted fish, a plate of 8 treasure chicken, and a serving of dompa pork, intending to take them home for Bauer and the others to savor the chef's culinary prowess. For himself, he only ordered a vegetable dish, for the rice in the tavern was complimentary. Thus, he relished 2 entire bowls of rice with the vegetable dish, the feeling of satiety bringing him immense joy. Remembering the days when he was expelled from the demon palace and went hungry for many days, the gnawing sensation of hunger remained etched in his memory, instilling within him a profound appreciation for the bliss of a full stomach. After finishing his meal and having the leftover fish and meat wrapped up, he set off with his bounty in hand, blissfully unaware that someone upstairs was observing him. Lou Jin, the cold crow, quietly inquired. "My lord, do you wish to partake in a meal?" Lou Jin, his expression dark, responded evasively. "Go see what he is here for. Do not let him discover you, lest he becomes a nuisance," the cold crow complied. Reporting shortly thereafter, "He has returned." Lou Jin, intending to dine, then heard the cold crow continue. Shen Yi went to the tailor on West Street, seemingly to order wedding garments. He also visited the pastry shop, purchasing peanuts, melon seeds, red dates, sweet cakes, and wedding candies. He then proceeded to the general store to buy dragon and phoenix fire candles. Lou Jin's fingers faltered as he picked up his food. "I merely instructed you to observe whether he was tracking me. Why did you gather so much information?" In the past, every time he ventured out, Shen Yi would inquire about his whereabouts and stealthily follow him. The cold crow admitted, "This subordinate has erred." After a moment of silence, Lou Jin inquired again, "Is he to be wed?" "That seems likely," the cold crow replied. Lou Jin lapsed into silence once more, appearing to wait for the cold crow to say something further. Tentatively, the cold crow ventured. "My lord, shall I investigate whom he is to marry?" "Unnecessary," Lou Jin interjected, adding, "Who he marries is of no concern to me." The cold crow fell silent. Lou Jin then queried, "What progress has been made regarding that matter?" The cold crow replied, "Emosia is adept at disguise, and further investigation will require some time. However, his life talisman resonates with his intentions. I can assure you he must be nearby." Lou Jin's tone grew irritable. "Find him swiftly. Then return to the demon palace." "Yes." Lou Jin took a piece of meat, his brow furrowing slightly. "What troubles you, my lord? Is the food unpalatable? Disgusting?" he exclaimed suddenly, losing his appetite and discarding his chopsticks, departing abruptly. The cold crow, Shen Yi, had purchased an abundance of items today. A single backpack could scarcely contain them. As he passed by the horse market, he noticed a donkey that caught his eye. Chapter 10. It must indeed be Lou Jin. Shen Yi had bought a plethora of goods today, including rice, flour, and oil, as well as a considerable amount of meat. Since he was to host a banquet, it would not do to serve only vegetable dishes. Bones were cheaper than meat, so he procured several pounds of ribs, intending to use them for soup, though he was not skilled in cooking. Making a simple broth was within his capabilities. Having gathered everything, the sky darkened, prompting him to decide it was time to return home. However, upon leaving the market, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance at tea first. Shen Yi thought he was mistaken until he spotted the cold crow. Encountering one person with a similar height and appearance could be coincidental, but meeting 2 individuals who were identical was another matter entirely. Help! It truly seemed to be Lou Jin. The aura, the height, the unusual eyes, and the mask. There was no mistaking it. Shen Yi was startled. His legs trembling, he surmised that perhaps he had ventured out without consulting the calendar. For how could it be that in such a remote corner of the human realm, he would run into the demon lord? This was clearly not a place befitting the illustrious demon lord. Could it be that he had discovered Shou Yi and Bauer and had come specifically to seize them? Shou Yi and Bauer were the fruits of his labor, and he would absolutely not relinquish them to Lou Jin. Moreover, Lou Jin despised him immensely. If he were to learn that Shen Yi had been secretly raising his progeny, he would undoubtedly flay him alive and subject him to unspeakable torment. Shen Yi's fear intensified at this thought. He promptly turned to slip away down the opposite street while Lou Jin conversed with the cold crow. However, in his panic, he accidentally bumped into someone. I'm sorry, it was unintentional," he muttered before attempting to leave. The individual was burly, perhaps sensing Shen Yi's timid demeanor, and seized his collar, coldly stating, "You little brat, you've ruined my attire. You think you can just walk away without compensation?" Before the man could continue, Shen Yi hastily produced the scant few copper coins remaining in his pocket and handed them over. "I'm truly sorry, big brother. I'm in a hurry. Consider these coins compensation." Shen Yi felt that escaping was of utmost priority and had no time to argue. After all, a gentle bump could hardly ruin someone's clothing. The man appeared to be intentionally making things difficult for him. He had thought that offering the coins would settle the matter, but to his surprise, the man, seeing Shen Yi was agreeable, became even more obstinate. "Do you think these few copper coins will suffice?" The man hurled the coins back at him, one of them striking him near the corner of his eye, drawing blood. Under normal circumstances, Shen Yi would not have endured such insults, but he dared not confront Lou Jin. So he turned his back and whispered, "Big brother, this is all the money I have left. Please, spare me." As the man continued to press him, bystanders began to intervene, unable to watch the scene unfold. "That outfit of yours isn't worth much even when new. Besides, it's neither dirty nor damaged. The fact that he is willing to compensate you is already generous. Indeed, you seem to be taking advantage of his kindness. At this rate, why not report him to the authorities? This young man has suffered an injury at your hands. Who knows how the officials would rule on this matter? Yes, extorting someone can lead to punishment." Realizing he was in the wrong, the man noticed the blood trickling from Shen Yi's wound, and, recognizing that if the authorities got involved, he would be the one at a disadvantage, begrudgingly picked up the coins from the ground and departed. Shen Yi nodded in gratitude toward the passers-by, but as he caught sight of Lou Jin's gaze fixed on him, he immediately took flight. Lou Jin instinctively moved as if to pursue. But the cold crow interjected, "Shun Gongzi." Lou Jin furrowed his brow, halting. He feigned indifference, retracting his gaze. "Where is Xia?" The cold crow replied. "He has escaped." Lou Jin recalled the image of Shen Yi fleeing and frowned once more. The cold crow explained, "Xia is exceedingly cunning and skilled in illusion. However, this subordinate injured him last night, so he should not have gone far." Lou Jin's voice grew frigid. "Continue the pursuit. Find him within 3 days. I shall personally execute him." Upon hearing this, the cold crow's expression turned grave. Understood. As the cold crow accepted the order, he inadvertently glanced in the direction Shen Yi had fled. Lou Jin's eyes darkened with displeasure. "Why are you still here? Go." The cold crow hastened away. Lou Jin remained rooted in place for a long while, his mind preoccupied with the fearful gaze Shen Yi had cast upon him. He lifted his eyes to the direction Shen Yi had escaped, feeling a strange pang in his heart. Could it be that his cultivation had backfired? Shen Yi sprinted back home in one breath. Noticing that Lou Jin had not pursued him, he leaned against the doorframe and exhaled heavily. How could he be so unfortunate? He had taken refuge in this remote corner of the human realm, yet still encountered the formidable Lou Jin. Fortunately, perhaps the demon lord, being a busy individual, had forgotten him. Otherwise, even 10 lives would not suffice. Shen Yi recalled how he had been Lou Jin's loyal follower for 3 years, suffering countless injuries for him. Lou Jin had never lifted a finger to save him, often coldly remarking afterward, "I didn't ask you to meddle, such a cold-hearted individual. It was truly a blessing to forget him." "Papa!" Bauer exclaimed, rushing to greet him. "Papa, why did you return so late?" The little girl's eyes brimmed with tears, clearly anxious for his safety. Shen Yi emerged upon hearing the commotion. His gaze immediately fell upon the wound on Shen Yi's face, and he frowned. "What happened here?" At the inquiry, Shen Yi instinctively touched his face. The wound had scabbed over but still throbbed. "It's nothing. I just tripped." Shen Yi downplayed the incident, not wishing to worry the children. He had run all the way back, traversing nearly 20 to 30 li of mountainous terrain while carrying a heavy load, taking almost 2 hours to arrive home. His feet were sore and battered. Yet he was oblivious to the pain and did not tend to the blood on his face, unaware that night had already fallen. "Papa, does it hurt?" Bauer urged, signaling for Shen Yi to kneel. "Let me blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." Shen Yi, upon hearing the words, cooperatively crouched down. Bauer, soft and fluffy, rushed over to blow on his wound, asking, "Does it still hurt, Papa?" Shen Yi smiled and shook his head, replying, "Thank you, my dear. Daddy feels no pain at all now." Meanwhile, Shen Yi went to the kitchen to fetch warm water and returned with a clean cloth, clearly intending to clean the wound, his movements smooth and practiced as if it were a routine affair. Chapter 11. The bride's arrival. As Shen Yi tended to his wound, he furrowed his brows and said, "Be more careful in the future." Shen Yi felt more like a son in his presence. I understand," he responded, taking the initiative to apologize. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Papa." Shen Yi chose not to say more. Bauer chimed in, "Papa, you should come home earlier in the future." Shen Yi nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. Today, I bought some meat and also got you all some pastries." Upon hearing this, Bauer immediately shifted her focus, exclaiming, "Pastries!" Shen Yi unloaded all the items he had purchased in town. Alan, having noticed that he had not returned for quite some time, had not left despite managing 2 children. Earlier, she had been helping in the kitchen, and upon learning of Shen Yi's return, she finished preparing the meal before coming out to assist with unloading. "Why did you buy so many things?" Alan inquired. "That I promised your mother that I would bring you home in style, and this wedding is also part of your responsibilities. That I made a decent profit selling Ganoderma today, so I bought a little extra," Shen Yi explained. Alan noticed his somewhat disheveled appearance and asked, "Are you all right?" Shen Yi merely stated that he had bought too many things and missed the ox cart, and that he had tripped while walking back, which delayed him. Once the unloading was complete, Shen Yi found the pastries he had bought for Bauer and gave them to her. Shou Yi and Alan also received their share. Although one portion had been crushed in the basket, Bauer offered the pastry in her hand to Shen Yi, saying, "Papa, have some pastry." Shen Yi also shared a large portion of his pastry with Shen Yi, declaring, "I don't really like sweets. At this." Shen Yi couldn't help but think of someone who also seemed to dislike sweet treats. How did I end up thinking of that great demon again? Alan also divided her pastry in half and handed it to him, saying, "I don't particularly like pastries either. You have it." Seeing everyone share their food with him, Shen Yi felt a bit embarrassed. "I don't eat sweets much either. In truth, I do enjoy them. You all enjoy it. Besides, there are some crumbs here that can be eaten." Shen Yi then pulled out a peachwood sword he had purchased from a Taoist priest on the street and offered it to Shen Yi for play. Shen Yi asked, "Don't you like it?" Shen Yi believed that boys generally liked to play with swords and sticks when they were young. For instance, he had adored Ultraman, toy guns, and excavators in his childhood. However, those items were unavailable here, so he bought a peachwood sword for Shen Yi to play with, fulfilling the boy's fantasy of being a hero without causing harm. In response, Shou Yi seemed less than enthusiastic, even regarding him with a gaze that suggested, "How childish." Shen Yi hesitated for a long while before finally accepting the peachwood sword, saying, "I like it." Shen Yi replied, "If you hadn't pondered for so long, I might have believed you." Although Shen Yi did not appear particularly fond of it, he still carefully placed the sword Shen Yi had given him on the bedside cabinet. Alan also received a gift. Shen Yi presented her with a plush flower, not particularly valuable, saying, "Once I earn more money, I will buy you something better." Alan accepted it with a smile, responding, "All right." Shen Yi had also bought 2 small hair flowers for Bauer. She was overjoyed, eagerly kissing Shen Yi on the cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you, Papa." After finishing her meal, Alan returned home. She had yet to formally move in, and it would be inappropriate for her to stay with Shen Yi. However, the wedding date had already been set for 3 days later. For those 3 days, Shen Yi went nowhere but remained home to prepare for the grand wedding. He hung 2 red lanterns at the entrance and posted several large red double happiness characters on the door and windows. Shou Yi and Bauer also assisted in tidying up the yard and rooms. Both children were quite fond of Alan, especially Bauer, who affectionately referred to her as mother early on. Shen Yi did not harbor any aversion towards Alan. He simply was not good at expressing himself. As for Shen Yi and Alan, they both understood that their relationship was merely a partnership for living together, devoid of any romantic affection. Alan needed to live out the remainder of her life well on behalf of the original owner. After having children, Shen Yi no longer fretted over matters of orientation. As for happiness, he had never contemplated it. On the day of the wedding, many villagers came down from the mountain to assist with the cooking. Knowing that Shen Yi could not cook and that his culinary skills were rather lacking, the neighbors were quite informal, so those with free time came to lend a hand. In the village, there were bridal sedan chairs available for borrowing whenever a son was to marry, so Shen Yi only needed to hire a few bearers and a suona player. Early in the morning, Shen Yi rose to bathe and dress in his new groom's attire, which he had rented from a tailor's shop. He adorned himself with a large red silk flower on his chest and donned the groom's hat, looking quite elegant and refined, akin to a jade tree in the wind if one were to overlook the donkey he was riding. That is, with his delicate features, donning the red wedding attire only enhanced Shen Yi's graceful demeanor, making him seem far from a widower with 2 children. Rather, he resembled a promising scholar, full of vigor. Bauer, seeing him, sweetly complimented, "Papa looks so handsome today." The little girl was also dressed in a festive red jacket, her hair adorned with 2 crimson tassel flowers, her round face beaming like a sunflower. Shen Yi smiled and said, "Daddy is going to bring your mother home. You must be good and not dirty your clothes." Bauer obediently nodded. Bauer and Gidge will wait for Papa and Mama at home. Shen Yi also donned a new outfit for the occasion, but he naturally resembled someone, with a cold, stern visage and deep-set features that appeared almost sculpted. Even at a young age, he exhibited a celestial presence, with a beauty mark at the corner of his eye resembling Shen Yi's, his being black while Shen Yi's was red, not easily noticeable unless one looked closely. Seeing him in a dark robe, Shen Yi felt he looked even more so. The auspicious time has arrived. We can set off, the matchmaker announced. Shen Yi, upon hearing this, returned to his senses. How had he thought of that great demon again? He hoped that after the wedding today, he would not encounter him again, to avoid any misunderstanding that he was purposely entangled with him. With this thought, Shen Yi cast aside all memories of that person from his mind and, accompanied by the wedding procession, set off towards Alan's village to fetch the bride. Chapter 12. The bride's welcome Lord Demon. We have found him, Hanya reported. Upon hearing this, Lou Jin's tone turned icy as he commanded, "Lead the way." Seeing Lou Jin's displeasure, Hanya immediately complied. Yes, Lou Jin was not merely displeased. He felt an overwhelming urge to kill, especially when recalling Shen Yi's fearful gaze and his retreating figure. As if he were avoiding a venomous snake. Moreover, Hanyu had mentioned that Shen Yi was to be married. Shen Yi was getting married. Although he could not comprehend how Shen Yi's marriage had anything to do with him. The two utilized their magic to teleport to a village, where it appeared a joyous occasion was underway, with decorations adorning every corner. Villagers filled the courtyard. Some were setting off firecrackers, others were distributing sweets. While drums and gongs echoed with laughter and cheer, creating a lively atmosphere at the entrance, a handsome young man dressed in a bright red wedding outfit sat atop a donkey, beaming as he awaited the bride's arrival. Initially, Lou Jin thought he had misseen that it was only when the man, riding the donkey, turned around and led the wedding procession that he confirmed the groom in the wedding attire was indeed Shen Yi. Lou Jin's gaze darkened, his fingers involuntarily clenching tightly. Hanya, upon spotting Shen Yi, also displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes, clearly not anticipating that Shen Yi would be getting married. Which one is Mo Xia? Lou Jin could no longer contain his desire to settle scores. Mo Xia was the grand elder of the demon realm, and the most trusted person for Lou Jin aside from Hanya. Yet, Mo Xia had betrayed him, colluding with the heavenly realm to disclose that he lost his powers on the night of the full moon 5 years ago, after banishing Shen Yi from the demon realm. He had been ambushed by celestial beings and severely injured, almost losing his life. Later, it was discovered that Mo Xia had betrayed him. Mo Xia sought to become the demon lord, but lacked the strength to do so. Hence his alliance with the hypocrites of the heavenly realm. Lou Jin ordered Mo Xia's capture, but Mo Xia was too cunning, adept at puppet techniques, allowing him to escape each time. Lou Jin was always merciless toward traitors. So after emerging from seclusion, he personally came to the human realm to apprehend him. Mo Xia's puppetry had reached an extraordinary level, making it difficult for Hanya to discern. Burning his life talisman would reveal him. But Hanya glanced at the wedding procession and remarked, "If Mo Xia knows you have come personally to capture him, he might harm innocents." Lou Jin responded indifferently, "The lives and deaths of these mortals have nothing to do with this lord." Hanya then produced Mo Xia's life talisman. Lou Jin commanded, "Wait." Hanya questioned, "What?" Lou Jin continued, "Harming mortal lives contradicts the heavenly principles. There will be heavenly retribution in the future. We shall find Mo Xia before taking action." Hanya was taken aback. In the beginning, Pangu separated the realms of gods, demons, and mortals. Mortal lives are fleeting and incapable of cultivation. Thus, the realms of gods and demons are restrained by the heavenly laws, preventing them from wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm or employing magic. Should they defy this decree, they would face the backlash of heavenly power, resulting in divine retribution, marked by the descent of thunderous punishment. The consequences could range from the dispersal of their power to death and the obliteration of their existence. This was also the reason why Mo Xia fled to the mortal realm. Because he could not use sorcery to disrupt the fates of mortals, his pursuers relentlessly hunted him for a full 5 years. However, when has the demon lord ever feared divine punishment? Lou Jin's mother was immortal, and from the moment he was born, the villagers viewed him as a harbinger of misfortune, casting him into the endless abyss of demons. Thus, upon becoming the demon lord, his first decree was to return to the mortal realm and eradicate those who had once tormented him and his mother. The heavenly laws unleashed severe punishment upon him, striking him for a full 49 days. Typically, a demon would find their power dissipated after a single day of such torment. After 2 days, they would face death. And after 3, their souls would scatter. Yet, Lou Jin endured. Nevertheless, the heavenly laws did not relent, and every full moon, he would find his power stripped away, rendering him an ordinary mortal. That it is now said that he fears the tribulations of the future and the punishment that may follow. Setting aside whether divine punishment will indeed descend, with the current prowess of the demon lord, he need not worry about tribulations, for he has transcended the need for them. Yet, since the demon lord has expressed such concerns, Hanya is naturally inclined to wait a little longer to prevent Mosia from seizing the opportunity to escape again. Hanya keeps a vigilant watch over the wedding procession. Lou Jin does the same. Though his gaze is fixated on the bridegroom, to his astonishment, he is marrying someone. Was it not declared that he would love only one person in this life? He had sworn to always be by his side, promising never to abandon him, even declaring a desire to protect him. He had gifted him flowers, professing that he thought of him every night. He was his sunflower scripture, a testament of love. Mortals, indeed, are the greatest deceivers. Aside from his mother, none are worth trusting. In retrospect, he should have never allowed him to leave so easily. He ought to have imprisoned him within the endless abyss of the demon realm, ensuring he could never escape his grasp. At that moment, Shen Yi, beaming with joy as he rides home on a little donkey, suddenly feels a piercing gaze locking onto him from above. Could it be that the infamous Lou Jin has arrived? He cautiously lifts his head to his shock. It truly is Lou Jin. Shen Yi trembles in fright, nearly toppling from the donkey, saved only by a nearby villager who steadies him. The bride hasn't even been brought home yet. The groom shouldn't be so agitated. The villager jests. The others in the procession chuckle in agreement. Shen Yi can only respond with an awkward smile. His distress is far from excitement. He is terrified. Why has this demon lord come? Does he harbor a grudge over the events of 5 years past, intending to bloodily disrupt his wedding day? Lou Jin, realizing that this is how Shen Yi perceives him, reflects on his true feelings. However, Shen Yi is right about one thing. He is indeed in a murderous mood. Uncertain of Lou Jin's intentions, Shen Yi anxiously leads the wedding party onward, contemplating whether to call off the wedding altogether. If Lou Jin truly wishes to take a life, let it be his alone. He must not discover the truth. In the original tale, Lou Jin is depicted as a heartless demon, capable of turning against even his father and siblings without hesitation. Shen Yi vividly recalls the disdain and loathing in Lou Jin's eyes when he was cast out of the demon palace 5 years ago. For Lou Jin, there is no love for anyone but the protagonist. Shen Yi has devoted 3 years to him, treating him with greater care than he would his own father, even risking his life to shield him from danger. Yet Lou Jin remains unmoved. Even if he were to consume Shen Yi entirely, it would only deepen his disdain. Shen Yi cannot gamble with the lives of Shou Yi and Bao Er. They are the most important people in his life and the hope for his survival. He can allow no mistakes. With this thought, Shen Yi halts the wedding procession. Chapter 13. How could you repay kindness with enmity? To be born as a demon, to cross paths with me. Why have we stopped? Alan inquires curiously as Shen Yi approaches her to discuss the cancellation of the wedding. A sudden gust of wind sweeps in, stirring up dust and debris. Shen Yi, fearing Lou Jin intends to strike, quickly warns Alan, "It's dangerous here. You must flee. And from now on, I entrust you with their care." Alan, sensing something amiss in his demeanor and words, immediately questions him. What is wrong? What is happening? Shen Yi has no time to explain. Lou Jin is a demon, a sorcerer. With a mere gesture, he could take a life. The only plan Shen Yi can conceive is to separate from Alan and divert Lou Jin's attention, allowing her to escape with Shou Yi and Bao Er. As long as they are safe, his sacrifice would be worth it. Do not worry about me. Take them and run. Alan, concerned, responds, "Is it their wretched father who has come?" Shen Yi does not answer, insisting, "If we do not leave now, none of us will escape." Alan understands. Although Shen Yi has never revealed the identity of Shou Yi and Bao Er's father, the cruelty it took to hurl Shen Yi off a cliff speaks volumes about the man's heart. Shen Yi has also mentioned that their union was forced. Very well. I will take Shou Yi and Bao Er and leave first. You must return alive. Shen Yi suppresses the tears welling in his eyes that he never imagined he would not have the chance to see Xiao Yi and Bao Er one last time before his demise. The memory of Bao Er's words that morning echoes in his mind. Baby and Pigeon are at home, waiting for Papa and Mama, and Xiao Yi, who had clearly cherished the peachwood sword he gifted her, preserving it carefully by her bedside, had even sneaked it out to practice in the yard yesterday. Alas, he will never see them again. All right, he assures Alon, but in his heart, he knows he will not survive. He is all too familiar with the murderous glint in Lou Jin's eyes. Each time Lou Jin wishes to kill, his gaze sharpens with a chilling intensity, and then the victim meets their end. With a gentle grip, he can snap a neck with his sorcery. Moreover, Lou Jin is a man of his word. 5 years ago, he declared that if Shen Yi ever appeared before him again, he would make him wish for death. The last time, Shen Yi had fled quickly, thus narrowly escaping. But this time, where could he possibly run? Alon declares, I will wait for them at the usual spot, and dashes toward Shen Yi's home. Shen Yi, no longer hesitating, races in the opposite direction. As he runs, he cries out, the demon is coming. Everyone flee. The villagers, initially startled, quickly follow suit when they see the bride has fled. Scattering in panic, upon witnessing this, Hanya immediately conjures Mo Xie's life talisman. Lou Jin, spotting Mo Xie, also sees Shen Yi sprinting toward him. His eyes narrow. Is this fool seeking death? He swiftly pursues Shen Yi. Believing Lou Jin is coming to claim his life, Shen Yi runs as if propelled by the winds of fate, his pace quickening. Mo Xie, still recovering from recent injuries, had disguised himself among the villagers in the wedding procession. Contemplating that if Lou Jin truly sought to eradicate him, he would use the villagers' lives as leveraged. He knows Lou Jin would not care for the fate of these innocents, but should he harm them, it would invoke the heavenly law's backlash against him. He intends to take them all down with him, refusing to allow Lou Jin a moment of peace, when Shen Yi suddenly halted the procession. Mo Xie thought Lou Jin had discovered him and conjured a gale to create chaos for his escape. Yet, Lou Jin still found him. As Lou Jin surged toward him, Mo Xie, believing he was about to be attacked, prepared to grab a villager to use as a shield, only to be knocked off his feet by a collision. Rubbing his sore forehead, Shen Yi hurriedly apologizes. I'm so sorry. He scrambles to his feet and bolts, scarcely glancing back, only to accidentally step on Mo Xie's stomach. Mo Xie is taken aback, and Shen Yi quickly exclaims, sorry, it was unintentional. Quickly run. The demon lord is coming. He kindly helps Mo Xie up before sprinting off, only to turn back moments later. What are you doing standing there? Run. In the original tale, Lou Jin disregards divine punishment to slaughter an entire village. Shen Yi assumes Mo Xie must be stunned into silence, so he seizes Mo Xie's wrist, urging him to flee together. Mo Xie, bewildered, asks, Lou Jin, equally puzzled, watches as Hanya blocks their path. Mo Xie, intending to threaten Shen Yi, finds him standing protectively in front of him. If there must be a reckoning, let it be with me alone. Do not harm him. Mo Xie. Lou Jin. Hanya gently interjects, young Master Shen, he is a traitor to our demon realm. Before Shen Yi can process this, Mo Xie seizes him by the throat. Shen Yi. What the? I was trying to save you, and you repay kindness with malice. Being caught by Lou Jin means death anyway. No, it's a fate worse than death. Rather than suffer the agony of being turned into a living corpse, he would prefer a swift end. Since death is inevitable, what more is there to fear? Shen Yi seized Mo Xie's ear with a sudden twist. Then, with a swift motion, he aimed to pierce his own eyes, though it was Mo Xie's eyes that he intended to blind, regardless of whether one is human, animal, or demon. The eyes remain perpetually vulnerable. Once blinded, it becomes exceedingly easy to strike. Mo Xie, oblivious to the audacity of this seemingly innocent mortal who dared to assault even a demon, was caught completely off guard, allowing Shen Yi to grasp his ear and blind him. Nevertheless, even in his weakened state, a mere mortal was no match for him. Just as he was about to retaliate with sorcery, Shen Yi delivered a precise blow to his vulnerable area, causing him to doubt the very essence of his demonic existence. Writhing in agony on the ground, Shen Yi declared, be it human, animal, or demon, the lower regions are invariably the weakest. He was on the verge of death and cared little for the fate of the demon. Realizing he was about to perish at the hands of a demon, and unable to contend with Lou Jin, he decided to vent his frustration on this demon instead. After all, they were all demons. Let them bear the blame for being demons who repay kindness with malice. With this thought, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Emosia. Let this be a lesson for your treachery. Let it be known that you were born a demon. You dared to cross paths with me. Emosia was left in shock. The esteemed elder of the demon realm found himself at the mercy of a mere mortal, who had torn at his ear, blinded him, and beaten him mercilessly. Was there any justice left in this world? Was there not even a trace of natural order? Help! A mortal is bullying a demon. Emosia exclaimed in dismay. Shun Gongzi is truly terrifying, Lou Jin remarked. For some reason, he suddenly felt pain in his own ears, eyes, and lower body. Chapter 14. The elder's hair Emosia was first knocked down by Shen Yi, his nose bleeding profusely, then struck in the stomach, nearly gasping for breath. He was left with flushed ears and blinded eyes, utterly lacking the ability to retaliate. Shen Yi's assault consisted of eye pokes, strikes to his vulnerable area, and even pulling at his hair. Shen Yi's third technique. Regardless of whether one is human, animal, or demon, hair remains perpetually fragile. Help! My lord, save me! No! Please, just end me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Shen Yi, panting heavily, finally exhausted his strength, closing his eyes and collapsing in a dramatic display of resignation. Come, take my life. Hanyu observed. Shun Gongzi is truly formidable. When enraged, he even wishes for his own demise. Lou Jin admitted, 5 years ago, when Shen Yi forced affection upon me, I did consider ending his life, but now I have no such thoughts. The silence was palpable. Shen Yi waited in vain for death. His anger mounting. If you intend to kill, then do so. If you wish to torture, then proceed. Are you attempting to play mind games with me, forcing me to confront the inevitability of my demise while withholding the act itself? Instilling in me a fear and reluctance towards death. It is said that death is not frightening. What is frightening is the fear of death. So this is what Lou Jin's existence has become, a living hell. How utterly cruel. Shen Yi's ire intensified. If I am to die, why should I fear anything? Believing Emosia had lost all capacity to retaliate, he prepared to strike him down, only to witness Shen Yi suddenly rise. Emosia assumed he had recovered and sought to retaliate, only to be paralyzed with fear, collapsing in a faint. Hanyu remarked, even gravely injured while in pursuit. Emosia was once a revered elder of the demon realm, possessing profound strength that even I might struggle against. Yet, Shun Gongzi, with nothing but bare hands, managed to frighten him into unconsciousness. Lou Jin began to worry for his own hair. However, Shen Yi did not grasp his ear, poke his eyes, or strike his vulnerable area. Instead, he seized his collar, seething with rage. Lou Jin, what sort of man are you if you hesitate? If you possess the courage, then end me. Lou Jin responded, I have no intention of killing you. Shen Yi questioned, do you not? The silence returned, heavy and foreboding. Shen Yi, uncertain, asked again, you do not wish to kill me? Hanyu explained, my lord has come to eliminate the traitor Emosia from the demon realm. Yet it appears that such an act is unnecessary, as he has already been frightened to death by you. Shen Yi exclaimed, curse it. Why did you not say so sooner? You nearly scared me to death. He then remarked, so it was all a misunderstanding. If that is the case, then I am free to leave now, am I not? He turned to glance at the wretched Emosia sprawled on the ground. As for the matter of clearing the premises, there is no need for thanks. I have affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he departed in a blur, moving like the wind, faster than a rabbit. Unfortunately, no matter how swiftly he ran, he could not outpace Lou Jin's teleportation. As Shen Yi rushed home, Lou Jin arrived at the courtyard almost simultaneously. He surveyed the dilapidated straw hut before him, the door adorned with a bright red double happiness character, and found it exceedingly jarring. Upon returning home to find it empty, Shen Yi realized that Alan had already taken Shou Yi and Bao Er away. He sighed heavily, relieved that he must not allow Lou Jin to discover the existence of the two children. Otherwise, even if he did not intend to kill them, they could be taken from him. Shen Yi, disregarding the need to catch his breath, promptly packed his belongings. Preparing to depart, he intended to find a place where Lou Jin could not locate him. However, just as he finished packing and was about to head to the kitchen for provisions, he found Lou Jin standing at the door. Chapter 15. Have you ever loved me? Shen Yi instinctively took 2 steps back, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. You? Did you not just say you would not kill me? As the great demon lord, you ought to be a man of your word, should you not? Lou Jin responded, not addressing the question. Are you afraid of me? Shen Yi retorted, of course. You are the great demon lord. If I do not fear you, whom should I fear? Yet I shall say, I am not afraid. Lou Jin frowned. Shen Yi, believing he was about to be attacked, regarded him warily. Observing this, Lou Jin felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. No matter how intense the backlash, it could not harm his foundation. Why then did his heart ache so? Could it be that he had developed feelings for Shen Yi? Lou Jin found this hard to believe. Having long since severed any emotional ties for the sake of his cultivation, yet he truly did not wish to see Shen Yi wed, even knowing he had been deceived. He had never acted so mercilessly toward anyone else. Had it been anyone else who dared to deceive him, they would have met an untimely demise that I shall not kill you, Ditto. Lou Jin continued, you need not marry. In light of your past fervent affection for me, I am willing to offer you a chance. What? Shen Yi questioned, suspecting he had misheard. This great demon lord not of sound mind. When I pursued him, he treated me like dirt. Now that I have ceased my pursuit, he approaches me willingly. Is it true that what one cannot attain is deemed most desirable? Lou Jin declared, I believe you are worthy. Shen Yi quickly refused. I think not. I am unworthy of you. Lou Jin insisted, if I deem you worthy, then you are worthy. Shen Yi exclaimed, help. What a cliché statement from a domineering figure. Lou Jin pressed, you need not refuse. Shen Yi clarified, what I mean is, you are a demon who can live for thousands of years, while I am merely an ordinary mortal with a lifespan of but a few decades that I cannot bear to have you spend your remaining years in mourning for me. Lou Jin replied, I can share half of my lifespan with you. Shen Yi countered, that is entirely unnecessary. Seeing Lou Jin's displeasure, Shen Yi speculated, is it that you feel embarrassed by being rejected to your face? It was likely so that as a demon lord, countless individuals vied for his attention that in the original tale, aside from the male lead, no one had ever dared to refuse Lou Jin. Now, a mere mortal, once known to be an ardent admirer, had the audacity to reject his offer of opportunity. Surely, he must feel humiliated. With this thought, Shen Yi quickly explained, my lord, you must lead the demon race for countless generations. How could you waste your precious lifespan on an ordinary mortal like me? It is too extravagant that, Live your life as a dog for Su Yun. Then, I have been your devoted servant for 3 years. I shall never again be a dog. Lou Jin heard the name Su Yun for the second time. Yet he did not recognize this individual, let alone the notion of servitude. Lou Jin had no desire to waste time on others, turning his attention back to Shen. I like you. Stop. Shen Yi interrupted, hastily advising him, my lord, you may be mistaken that I pursued you for so long, yet you remained indifferent. If you truly held feelings for me, we would have been together by now. Your recent declaration of affection may stem from the fact that I am about to marry. And because we share a fleeting connection, you feel your possessions are being threatened, leading to your discontent. This is not love. It is possessiveness. Though I am but an ordinary mortal, I possess my own dignity and principles. I cannot simply return to being your dog out of your possessiveness. What does it mean to be a dog? Oh, a dog refers to someone in a relationship who, despite knowing the other person does not harbor feelings for them, continues to cling to them without dignity or boundaries. For instance, it used to be me. Lou Jin vowed, I will never allow you to be a dog again, but my heart has already become as still as water. Lou Jin inquired, then why do you still wish to marry? She is female, and you are male. That makes it different. What I mean is, I am no longer interested in men. Do you understand? Lou Jin's brow furrowed deeply at this revelation. But did you not say that you would love only me in this lifetime? Shen Yi found it incredulous. Do you truly believe the words of a man? Luo Jin. Shen Yi considered Luo Jin's character to be that of a lovesick, obsessive romantic. Thus it was only natural for him to believe so. Therefore, he spoke earnestly. Matters of the heart are the most fragile, unable to withstand the test of time. Moreover, so much time has passed. I have already moved on, and you should too. Luo Jin clenched his fingers tightly, unwilling to concede. Could you grant me another chance? Shen Yi shook his head decisively. Nope. Luo Jin clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Yi was startled. It seemed he had merely spoken the truth. How could his words provoke such a reaction? It was not his concern. He had neither struck nor scolded him. although the great demon looked somewhat pitiful at that moment. Who was there to pity him? When he had been cast out by Lou Jin, he had nearly starved to death or frozen in the cold, especially after the arrival of Shen Yi and Bao Er. Had it not been for Alan's rescue, he would have long since been buried beneath the grass of his grave. Who was truly deserving of pity? As the saying goes, pitying a man leads to a grim fate. With this thought, he steeled himself. The past is like the wind. Let it go. He added, you are so formidable, the demon lord. Surely you can find someone else? As the adage goes, a good horse does not turn back to graze where it has fed. Why must you hang your hopes on me? Thus, he recommended, you should seek someone new to cherish. Puffed. Lou Jin once again clutched his chest and coughed up blood. Shen Yi remarked, surely, as a proud demon lord, you cannot be this fragile. According to the timeline of the original story, Lou Jin should already be invincible at this moment. How can he be so enraged by just a few words? Wait, could he possibly be feigning this for sympathy, using a ruse of self-pity to remain at his side? If so, let him. I shall take my leave first. Lou Jin blocked his path, striving to regain his composure. Once this lord has set his sights on someone, he does not easily waver, Shen Yi thought. What to do? My hands itch to strike him. Alas, I am unable. Chapter 16. The Lovesick Mind. So difficult to kill. As Shen Yi observed the encroaching darkness outside, his heart grew anxious. However, Lou Jin showed no intention of departing. It appears the great demon has succumbed to the throes of love. Should I stabilize him? With this in mind, Shen Yi altered his previous demeanor and said, cough, cough. Seeing your earnestness, I am somewhat moved. However, might you allow me a few days to consider before responding? After all, you heartlessly abandoned me, and I cannot agree without some reservations. Fearing Lou Jin's refusal, he quickly added, 3 days. After 3 days, you may return here, and I shall provide you with an answer. How does that sound? Little deceiver. Had Lou Jin not been able to hear his thoughts, he might have believed the ruse. Yet, this lord was determined to know that he advanced closer. Shen Yi retreated. What to do? A lovesick mind. So difficult to kill. Shen Yi, having entangled yourself with this lord, you should have anticipated this day. Shen Yi had not foreseen it. He had thought that completing his task would allow him to escape this place. Little did he know, Lou Jin, with his unwavering resolve, relished the drama of pursuing his beloved. Shen Yi felt utterly exhausted. What do you want? Marry me and become my demon queen. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Shen Yi rejected firmly. To marry you as your queen would be akin to a fate worse than death. The memories of those 7 days 5 years ago remained vivid in his mind. Lou Jin. To marry him, a fate worse than death? Very well. He had ways to make him yield. This lord offers you another chance. Will you accompany me back? Shen Yi needed no time to think. He was about to refuse when he saw Hanyo approaching, accompanied by Alan and the 2 children. Shen Yi furrowed his brow. Lou Jin, what is the meaning of this? If you are so enamored with the mortal realm and unwilling to return with me, then this lord will have to. Lou Jin gathered a wisp of demonic energy in his palm. His meaning was clear. Should Shen Yi refuse, he would unleash a massacre. Shen Yi had no doubt he would do such a thing, for he had done it before. For instance, his biological father was currently suppressed in the endless abyss of demons, living a fate worse than death, while his siblings had either been turned to dust. Oh, you did not say that as long as I obediently return with you, you would release Shen Yi and Bao Er. I only agreed to your condition of not harming them, but I never stated that I would allow them to remain in the human realm. Shen Yi. So, you wish to engage in a game of semantics, do you? Yet, you appear to be losing. How infuriating. Chapter 18. Physical discomfort. Shen Yi had barely a moment to resist before he found himself arriving at the demon palace. The action of Hanyo was notably efficient. At the entrance of the palace gathered a throng of dark figures, a scene reminiscent of a myriad of demons paying homage. Shen Yi had no desire to become the demon empress. He covered his face, wishing to avoid recognition by the demons. Lou Jin addressed the 2 children in his arms. From now on, this shall be your home. However, upon seeing the grand and ominous palace gate constructed of massive demon bones and skulls, Bao Er was instantly terrified, bursting into tears. Papa, this place is so scary. I'm afraid. Shen Yi immediately dropped his hand from his face. He snatched his daughter from Lou Jin's embrace, comforting her. Do not be afraid, my dear. Daddy is here, and your brother is too. There is nothing to fear. Lou Jin inquired. Is it truly so frightening here? Each bone of the palace gate was a rib extracted from vanquished beasts. And those skulls belonged to his siblings, though, not to mention the limbs of his despicable father and the head of the previous war god from the divine realm. That it could be said that this gate was a testament to his countless victories over the centuries. Others would only see his might and revere him, yet his little princess seemed less than impressed. Does Bao Er not like it here? Lou Jin's expression bore a hint of hurt. Bao Er nestled against Shen Yi, too frightened to meet his gaze, murmuring, I'm scared. There are ghosts, so. It was the demon bones and skulls that frightened her. The initial intention behind using their ribs and skulls to construct the gate was to showcase his dominion over the demon realm, ensuring they would not find peace in death. Since the little princess was afraid, he decided to demolish and reconstruct it. After all, he had no desire to behold these skeletal remains. Thus, Lou Jin reached out and gently squeezed the palace gate, which instantly collapsed into ruins. The skulls, weathered by the elements, crumbled into dust at a mere touch. Now, there are no ghosts, dear. You need not be afraid. Upon hearing this, Bao Er cautiously peeked out from Shen Yi's embrace. And indeed, there were no terrifying ghosts in sight, but her timid nature lingered. It's dark. Lou Jin waved his hand, and the once pitch-black palace was suddenly illuminated by countless lights, dispelling its ominous aura. It is no longer dark. Bao Er looked up at Papa, clearly seeking to discern his decision that if Papa stayed, she would remain. If Papa left, she too would depart. Shen Yi remained silent, evidently listening to his father and sister. Lou Jin also turned to Shen Yi. It was clear that Shen Yi wished to leave the palace. Not to mention, it was devoid of light. He harbored no feelings for Lou Jin. Furthermore, being a heterosexual man, he did not harbor any affection for other men. May I not? Hanya, take the little princess and little prince away first. Hanya complied and led them away. Shen Yi was also escorted back to the palace chambers by Lou Jin. The demons outside gazed enviously at this scene. The guards stationed at the palace gates trembled in fear, for the newly returned demon empress was none other than the mortal they had humiliated publicly 5 years prior. Not only the guards, but many demons had tormented Shen Yi after his departure from the palace. They were too frightened to breathe a word, only hoping the demon empress would not hold past grievances against them and refrain from mentioning those bygone days to the demon lord. Shen Yi was pushed onto a massive bed made of cold jade that a shiver ran through him. Indeed, the bed of a devoted practitioner was crafted from the most frigid jade conducive to training. Lou Jin. Shen Yi, upon noticing Lou Jin approach him, instinctively recoiled. Yet, in the next instant, he was swept up into Lou Jin's embrace, sitting squarely upon his lap. Lou Jin was a towering figure, broad-shouldered and muscular. Despite Shen Yi's height of nearly 6 feet, being cradled in Lou Jin's arms made the disparity in their sizes painfully evident. Lou Jin's arms were well-defined, his palms large. Shen Yi felt like a helpless little rabbit, unable to escape. Lou Jin, please let me go. Shen Yi squirmed, feeling Lou Jin's hand firmly gripping his waist, memories of unpleasant experiences flooding his mind, causing him to tense up. Lou Jin had no intention of releasing him. Will you marry me? From this day forth, you shall be the demon empress of the demon realm. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. The demon empress? Him? Impossible. He flatly refused. I do not want that. Why not? Because I do not love you. Upon hearing this, Lou Jin felt a pang in his heart. That is of no consequence. My love for you is enough. He replied. Shen Yi could not comprehend. Did you not once disdain me, finding my pursuit bothersome? How is it that you suddenly claim to love me now? Do you not find that absurd? Lou Jin did not share that sentiment, he explained. In the past, I was so focused on my cultivation that I failed to recognize my feelings for you. After you left, I could not practice the unfeeling technique. When I saw you again, thoughts of you consumed my mind. Especially when I witnessed you seeking another in marriage. It pierced my heart. He placed Shen Yi's hand over his chest, where it bore a wound. Shen Yi stammered. Is it possible? I mean, could it be that your pain stems not from love for me, but from the wound inflicted by Shou Yi? Lou Jin. He tore open his shirt to reveal his chest. Shen Yi. Lou Jin. Do you truly believe that a mere broken sword could wound me? Taoist. This is a treasured relic passed down from my master's ancestor. Shen Yi understood that Lou Jin was formidable, and his physique was indeed impressive. Ugh, he nearly succumbed to the allure of the scoundrel's beauty. Lou Jin continued, I am acutely aware of the source of my pain. The moment I saw you radiant with joy seeking a bride, I felt an overwhelming urge to bind you, take you away, and keep you hidden, so that you would belong only to me. Wait, Shen Yi interjected, not wishing to hear his suggestive remarks. Is it possible? I mean, is it conceivable that this is merely your possessiveness at play? After all, I had pursued you for 3 whole years. Ugh, am I not sounding like I'm also being suggestive? Ahem, what I mean to say is, after entangling myself with you for so long, should I suddenly decide to abandon you for a marriage? It is only natural that you would feel displeased. That is called possessiveness. Even if I were a mere toy, or rather, a person, the moment someone else tries to take me away, jealousy would ensue. Yet, even upon hearing that you had children with another, I still desire you, wishing to reclaim you. No one shall covet what is mine. Furthermore, the red thread in your hand. I had previously severed my emotional ties while practicing the unfeeling technique. Yet upon seeing you engaged, I discovered it had reappeared. If that is not love, what is? Shen Yi. That seems somewhat reasonable. No, they cannot. Do not inquire why they cannot. The answer is simply physiological discomfort. Chapter 19. Identical. Shen Yi recalled the 7 days from 5 years prior, feeling a chill creep from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Pain. Excruciating pain. It was unbearable. Several times he thought he would not survive, particularly after being expelled from the demon palace. He endured a month of discomfort. Now, recalling it made him tense up, wishing Lou Jin would grant him a swift end rather than torment him slowly. With this thought, he resolutely declared, I will never love you. Lou Jin's eyes flickered with pain. For the sake of his own well-being, Shen Yi steeled himself. I apologize. Everything from before was a lie. Rather than fall into Lou Jin's hands and suffer a fate worse than death, he preferred to perish and be reborn. Shen Yi had nothing to lose. I have never loved you. All I said to you was falsehood, he continued. You have always been curious as to why I am not affected by your magical barriers, have you not? It is because I am from another world. I do not belong to your realm. The place I come from is called modernity. Once, I kindly assisted an elderly lady across the street, only to be struck by a reckless driver and met my demise. Subsequently, I was bound by a system that transported me into this world. The task assigned to me was to win over the heart of the demon lord Lou Jin. That is you. Because you are exceedingly powerful and unrequited, you would eventually bring about the destruction of this world. Thus, my mission was to ensure you would love me wholeheartedly, allowing me to complete my task and exchange it for a resurrection token. Enabling my return. As for you, you would fall into despair and cease your cultivation, preventing the collapse of this world. Therefore, I willingly devoted myself to you, hoping to win your love, so I could return. Yet, you were so consumed with your training that you expelled me from the palace. I was abandoned by the system. Thus stranded in this world, I have been deceiving you from the very beginning. I have never loved you. Shen Yi was incredulous. Having stated this, could Lou Jin still harbor feelings for him? Yet, he recalled Lou Jin's character in the original narrative. Indeed, I neglected to mention that I am a heterosexual man, which means I am solely attracted to the opposite sex and hold no interest in the same sex. Therefore, you must either kill me or let me go, as I will never harbor any affection for you. Upon seeing him remain silent for a while, Shen Yi assumed he had not understood. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Lou Jin replied, I do not. Shen Yi mused to himself. How had he spoken for so long only to receive such a hollow response? Was it that he had failed to articulate his thoughts clearly, or was it Lou Jin's comprehension that was lacking? Truly, he seemed to be infatuated, so he delivered another blow. I already have children with someone else. So why persist in your infatuation? What if you become the subject of ridicule for being an unwitting father? Wouldn't that tarnish your reputation as the demon lord? Who would dare say that I am an unwitting father? Shen Yi pressed on. Lou Jin, they are your and my children. Instinctively, Shen Yi questioned, how do you know that? Immediately after speaking, he covered his mouth in realization. Lou Jin responded, they bear an uncanny resemblance to us. As Shen Yi attempted to deny it, Lou Jin captured his lips in a kiss. With one hand gripping his waist and the other cradling the back of his head, he left Shen Yi with no avenue of escape. Shen Yi struggled desperately, yet his meager strength was no match for Lou Jin's. Having had his fill of the kiss, Lou Jin took him to the natural hot spring in the rear courtyard of the palace. Upon encountering the familiar scene, Shen Yi felt his legs tremble and weaken uncontrollably. He was uncertain of Lou Jin's feelings at that moment, but he was resolute in not wanting to engage in such matters ever again. Absolutely not in this lifetime. Lou Jin, please don't act recklessly. Shen Yi retreated fearfully into the deep waters. If you dare lay a hand on me, do you believe from the moment you entangled yourself with me? You should have anticipated the consequences. Lou Jin advanced step by step, his handsome visage appearing particularly austere amidst the mist rising from the spring. Shen Yi had his own boundaries. Although he often teased Lou Jin, he had never truly acted upon it. Only that one time. Had he known this would occur, he would never have resorted to drugging Lou Jin. Moreover, was Lou Jin not the male supporting character to Su Yun? The protagonist? 5 years had passed. Logically, Su Yun should have appeared long ago, and such a scenario should have unfolded with the protagonist instead. Why was it now happening to him? But none of that mattered now. It was a stroke of good fortune if he could preserve his innocence. Lou Jin, do you not despise being deceived by others? Upon hearing this, Lou Jin's long fingers glided along Shen Yi's smooth jawline, trailing down to his alluring Adam's apple, collarbone, and further still. Indeed. Hence, I have decided that you shall compensate me in another manner. Shen Yi was taken aback. You can't possibly mean I must pay with my flesh. Can you? In that case, you might as well kill me. I would prefer that. Lou Jin's gaze dimmed slightly as he drew closer, forcing Shen Yi to retreat until his back was against a piece of green stone. Do you truly despise me? Shen Yi shook his head. I do not despise you. Before Lou Jin could feel elated, Shen Yi continued. But I do not like you either. Shen Yi, seeing the murderous intent in Lou Jin's expression. Shen Yi chose to close his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. Lou Jin resisted the urge to silence him and ultimately succumbed to his impulses, kissing him forcefully once more. Blame yourself for having slept with me. Shen Yi was perplexed. Who exactly slept with whom? Lou Jin, undeterred, pressed on. I acknowledge that drugging you was my wrongdoing, but I cannot take responsibility, nor will I ever. Shen Yi, Lou Jin's fist slammed down onto the green stone behind Shen Yi in a fit of rage. Why? Why do you not love me yet continue to provoke me? His voice was slightly hoarse. Since the day I was born, everyone has reviled and despised me. They called me a bastard, treated me like refuse, and subjected me to endless scorn. No one has ever protected me, nor has anyone ever uttered the words I love you. It was you who said you would protect me, love me, and remain by my side for eternity. Now that I have, as you wished, fallen in love with you, you claim it was all a lie. He laughed bitterly at himself. What have I done wrong? Why must you treat me this way? Why is it that you refuse to grant me even a single chance? Shen Yi felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. While pursuing Lou Jin, he had indeed never considered his feelings, and thus even after being cast out of the demon palace, he bore no resentment towards Lou Jin. Yet, asking for his love was something he simply could not do, for it was far too painful. Chapter 20. Let us swear brotherhood. I am sorry. Shen Yi could not claim that it was unintentional. You think a mere apology suffices for recompense? Shen Yi felt a twinge of guilt. If he were to make amends, perhaps he could propose. Then shall we swear brotherhood? Lou Jin was unimpressed. Shen Yi continued. This way, I could fulfill my previous promise and continue to protect you in the future. Though, in the future, I may not be able to protect you, as I have already been abandoned by the system and am at great risk of death. However, I could still strive to please you, no, to treat you well. But I must forewarn you that I am utterly inept in the kitchen. Yet, I can certainly accompany you for a lifetime, as long as you do not separate me from Shou Yi and Bao Air. Loving you is not out of the question, provided you can accept the bond of brotherhood. I could love you to death. No, love you until my dying breath. Before Shen Yi could finish his thought, he was captured by another kiss. Lou Jin's fervent kiss painted an image of him, then forcefully pried open his lips. Lou Jin, no. Shen Yi found himself pressed against Lou Jin's chest, his back against the cold, hard stone. With no means of escape, Lou Jin held on to his supple waist, determined to make him understand that he would never escape him in this lifetime. Now, do you believe we can still be brothers? Lou Jin carried him back to the inner chamber. The once cold jade bed in the palace had now been replaced with a spacious, soft wooden bed. Lou Jin pinned him down on the bed, his crimson eyes filled with a fierce possessiveness as Shen Yi attempted to flee. Lou Jin seized his ankle, pulling him back into his embrace. Lou Jin, please calm down. I am perfectly calm. It is you who has sought to escape me. Seeing the madness in Lou Jin's eyes, Shen Yi dared not provoke him further, opting instead to say, if you are unwilling, then we need not be brothers after all. What do you think would be more suitable? Lou Jin offered him one final opportunity to choose. Shen Yi detected the threat in his tone and pondered for a moment before suggesting, what about friends or confidants? The father of my children. Lou Jin found all these options unsatisfactory. I desire nothing less than for you to be my demon empress. Then you might as well kill me. Shen Yi once again rejected the proposition. For the pain was too much to bear. Lou Jin's gaze dimmed. You would rather die than be with me? Indeed. Though if you choose not to kill me, I would be most grateful. Lou Jin chuckled bitterly. Shen Yi, you pursued me for 3 whole years. Even if it were for a task, did you not feel even a fleeting moment of affection for me? Shen Yi thought seriously about it. I did not. Lou Jin. Shen Yi spoke the truth. Had he developed feelings for Lou Jin, he would have been devastated when cast out from the demon realm. Yet, he never had. His mind had been consumed by a singular thought. The mission has failed. How do I survive in this world? After all, who wishes to die when they can live? As for why he would rather die than follow Lou Jin now, it stemmed from his fear of pain. Furthermore, Lou Jin's true form was terrifying. In short, Shen Yi was haunted by shadows from that episode. If he were to marry Lou Jin, would he not endure a fate worse than death daily? The mere thought sent chills down his spine, prompting him to advise, there are countless beautiful flowers in this world. Why be fixated on a single blade of grass? You are the demon lord. What manner of man do you lack? If you so desire, there are countless individuals who would treat you well. Why cling to me? They are attracted only to my looks and status, not to my heart. Shen Yi retorted, neither am I sincere towards you. Lou Jin stood expressionless and declared, in 3 days, we shall be wed. You had best not harbor thoughts of escape, lest you wish to never see Shou Yi and Bao Er again. Shen Yi was taken aback. What? This demon lord is truly using Shou Yi and Bao Er as leverage against me. Lou Jin cast a deep gaze upon him, preparing to turn away when Shen Yi grasped his hand. You must first return them to me. Bao Er is timid. She will worry if she cannot see me. Lou Jin regarded the fingers clutching his hand, pondering, I can allow you to see them. Really? However, you must obediently marry me and become my demon empress. Shen Yi exclaimed. Oh, so this is a threat. You are coercing me. Lou Jin replied. Have you forgotten? You once coerced me in the same manner. You not only took advantage of me, but also secretly hid my child, intending to irresponsibly abandon me. If we are to tally the accounts, it would only be fair for you to repay me. Shen Yi pondered how to counter this argument. Just then, a voice from outside the hall interrupted, seemingly bearing news. Reluctantly, Lou Jin withdrew his hand. If you have made your decision, you may send someone to inform me, and I shall ensure you see them. As Shen Yi opened his mouth to protest, Lou Jin continued, you know well that I am the demon lord and will not engage in reasoning with you. Should you dare to escape, I shall construct for you a gilded cage or a dark chamber, whichever you prefer. Shen Yi, is not the gilded cage and dark chamber prepared for Su Yun by Lou Jin? This marks the 3rd occasion Lou Jin has heard the name Su Yun. Upon his departure, he instructed his subordinates to guard the palace. If the demon empress escapes, you shall present your heads to me. A loud bang echoed as someone kicked the door. To hell with the demon empress. Your entire family is comprised of demon empresses. Lou Jin remained unfazed by the slander directed at his family. Hanya cast a glance at the firmly shut palace doors, hesitating to speak. What do you wish to say? Lou Jin's tone was somewhat grave. Hanya quickly retracted his thoughts. The individuals you ordered me to investigate have news. Lou Jin shot him a cold glance. Keep your eyes in check, or MOCS shall be your fate. Hanya straightened up. I acknowledge my fault. How goes the investigation regarding the one named Su Yun? Lou Jin inquired while making his way toward the demon palace. 5 years prior, a mortal man named Su Yun did indeed inadvertently trespass into the demon palace. However, you were in seclusion at that time. Thus I commanded the demon guards to expel him. Hanya hesitated before asking, do you wish to meet him? Lou Jin recalled Shen Yi's words, that he was some sort of sycophant to Su Yun. A flicker of displeasure evident between his brows. Just kill him. Hanya was about to take his leave. He extended his hand towards the little girl, coaxing gently. However, to his dismay, the child remained fearful and began to wail once more. Woo, I don't want Daddy. Daddy is scared. I want Uncle Hania. As Lou Jin pondered how to comfort her, Hania conjured a string of candied hawthorn and presented it to the child. Being a glutton, the sight of the sweet treats instantly silenced her cries. Is this for me? She inquired. Hania nodded. Overjoyed, she reached out, saying, Thank you, Uncle Hania. Lou Jin shot a cold glare at Hania, contemplating why he hadn't informed him about how to soothe the child. Hania feigned innocence, claiming he had never dealt with children before. As for the candied hawthorn, he had simply purchased it on a whim, having observed that children in the human realm adored it. Noticing the jealousy and envy radiating from the demon lord, Hania remarked, This is a gift from your father, the demon lord. Upon hearing this, the little girl covertly glanced at Lou Jin, realizing he was not as frightening as before, and timidly said, Thank you, Daddy. Lou Jin's heart swelled with joy at her words. Hania, did you hear that? My little princess just called me Daddy. He attempted to present a benevolent smile. Come here, sweetheart. Let Daddy carry you to find Papa. Shall we? Seeing his smile seemed disingenuous, she hesitated for a moment, but her longing to see Papa prevailed, and she obediently approached him. Daddy will take you to find Papa now. With one hand, Lou Jin effortlessly lifted the little princess onto his shoulder. As he was about to head towards the sleeping quarters, he noticed Shen Yi trailing behind and halted, instructing, Call me Daddy. Only by calling me that can you accompany me to see your father. Otherwise, you must stay here. Shen Yi understood the implication of his words. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly called out, Daddy, for the sake of being with his father and sister, planning to seize the opportunity to escape later. Lou Jin observed his defiant yet cunning expression, reminiscent of his own youth. Let us go. He reached out to the cheeky boy, clearly confident in subduing this little demon. Shen Yi recalled his father's advice when faced with a formidable opponent. Do not act recklessly. Preserve your strength, and there will be a chance to overcome the foe. With that thought, he hesitantly extended his hand. Lou Jin, being well aware of his thoughts, simply smiled. After all, he was his child. Inside the sleeping quarters, Shen Yi lay on the bed, having thoroughly cursed Lou Jin's ancestors. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he assumed it was just Lou Jin again and continued to feign sleep. He would absolutely never agree to marry Lou Jin. Papa, Shen Yi. Did he just hear the little girl's voice? Impossible. Lou Jin still needed to use Shou Yi and the little girl to threaten him. How could he bring her to see him? Papa, are you ignoring me? Shen Yi paused. Realizing he had not misheard, he opened his eyes and turned to see the little girl perched on the demon lord's shoulder, holding a string of candied hawthorn. Shen Yi obediently held the demon lord's hand. Bower, Shou Yi. Shen Yi exclaimed in surprise. Sitting up, Lou Jin squatted down to gently place the little girl on the ground. Appearing far less like the cold-hearted demon lord he usually was, and more like a doting father, seeing that Bower and Shou Yi seemed unharmed, Shen Yi felt a sense of relief. Papa, are you all right? Did they frighten you? Shen Yi shook his head. Bower chimed in. Daddy didn't he hurt me. He even bought me sweets. Daddy? Shen Yi was taken aback that the little girl was calling the demon lord Daddy. Surely, they hadn't been so easily won over by him. Lou Jin remarked. So this is what winning over means. Just as Shen Yi was about to teach Bower not to call people indiscriminately, Lou Jin coaxingly asked, Bower, are the sweets delicious? If you like them, Daddy will buy you sweets every day, okay? Are there pastries? Bower inquired. What are pastries? Shen Yi translated, immediately regretting it. How foolish of him. Why did he need to translate for the demon lord? Lou Jin suppressed a chuckle and replied, Yes, not only pastries and sweets, but also delightful drinks and toys that as long as you like them. Even the moon in the sky, Daddy can pluck it down for my little princess. Shen Yi recognized that he was attempting to bribe Bower, so he interjected, You'll spoil the child if you keep this up? Lou Jin disagreed. Bower is the princess of the demon realm and my daughter. She deserves to be cherished and pampered. What's wrong with that? Shen Yi was momentarily speechless, then retorted, Who says she is your daughter? Lou Jin replied, She looks exactly like me. Shen Yi rolled his eyes. She clearly resembles me. Well, she can resemble you. As long as she is our child, I will love her, he stated with utmost seriousness. Shen Yi scoffed. You're hopelessly lovesick, Lou Jin declared. Regardless, since Shen Yi has become mine and given birth to my child, she shall forever be mine. I will never let go, nor will I allow him to marry another. I could refrain from using Bower and the others as leverage, but they are the little princess and prince of the demon clan. and I cannot let them stray into the human realm. Think carefully about whether you wish to marry me." Shen Yi needed no time to consider. His answer remained unchanged. "I will never marry you." Lou Jin's gaze darkened. "Why? If it is due to what happened 5 years ago when I expelled you from the demon palace, I can apologize, or how can I earn your forgiveness?" Shen Yi, feeling somewhat weary, clarified. "It has nothing to do with that." "Then what is it?" Shen Yi could not very well admit in front of the children that it was because he feared pain. Chapter 23. I will never be a sycophant. Haven't I already told you? Marriage requires mutual love that I do not love you. Therefore I cannot marry you. Lou Jin pressed a hand to his aching chest. "So you are in love with that woman named Alan?" Shen Yi found himself unable to say yes or no. Given the current circumstances, he opted to lie. Yes. Lou Jin felt a pang in his heart. His fingers clenching tightly, he understood that Shen Yi would not accept him for now. And thus he chose to step back momentarily. Shen Yi watched Lou Jin's retreating figure, his lips parting slightly, but unsure of what to say. Lou Jin did not leave. Rather, he stood alone and desolate at the threshold of the sleeping quarters. He looked up at the pitch-black ceiling, the moonlight shining brightly yet painfully out of reach. Henya lingered behind him. "Do you think I should let him go?" Henya was uncertain, but replied, "Young Master Shen is quite stubborn. If the demon lord forces him to stay, it may only push him further away. Perhaps it would be better." Lou Jin furrowed his brow, his tone immediately chilling. "You want me to let him go? Allowing him to fly off with another? Not a chance. I will never let him leave. Nor will I allow him to marry and have children. That is not what I meant. What I meant is, given young Master Shen's temperament, he likely responds better to gentleness than force. If the demon lord wishes to win his heart, one should not be too hasty." "What do you mean?" Henya continued. "Since young Master Shen has declared he does not love me, the only way to win him back is to make him fall in love with you again, and then he will willingly become your demon empress." After contemplating for a moment, Lou Jin replied. "Go on." Henya informed him. "I have heard that when a man in the human realm encounters a woman he fancies, he will present gifts to win her favor." Gifts? To curry favor? Lou Jin found this notion somewhat familiar. He recalled how Shen Yi had once used similar tactics to win him over, summarizing it in 2 words, sycophant. What a joke. How could the illustrious demon lord ever be a sycophant? If word got out, it would be a disgrace, leaving him the subject of ridicule. "I refuse to be a sycophant." In their demon realm, one could simply seize the one they liked without any need for such preamble. He had never heard of having to first act as a sycophant to get married. "Henya, what is a sycophant?" He merely suggested that the demon lord pursue young Master Shen. So why would the demon lord want to be a dog? He had never heard of the term equating pursuit with sycophancy. However, since the demon lord asked him to deliver gifts, he would. "You are forbidden to send gifts." Lou Jin suddenly reversed his decision. "Henya, the demon lord's word is always absolute. I have never seen him change his mind so easily." The speed of this reversal was akin to flipping a page. Very well. Lou Jin remained displeased, particularly remembering Shen Yi's unhesitating rejection, even willing to die rather than marry him. Did he really seem that inadequate in Shen Yi's eyes? Regardless, he would always be his. Luo Jin, upon reciting this thought, turned and entered the chamber. Bauer was already in deep slumber. Shen Yi had also settled down to rest on the opposite end of the bed. Shen Yi lay sprawled beside the bed, lost in sleep. The night was chilly. Luo Jin approached and observed that he was sleeping soundly, choosing not to disturb him, but instead bending down to lift him onto the bed. Perhaps due to the morning's wedding festivities, followed by a beating of Emosia and a half-day's run in the mountains, Shen Yi was clearly fatigued, so much so that he remained oblivious even as Luo Jin placed him upon the bed. Despite his evident fear of him, he exhibited no vigilance whatsoever. Luo Jin found himself at a loss as to whether to commend his audacity or to criticize his naivety. Just as he was about to withdraw the arm resting against Shen Yi's neck, he was unexpectedly embraced by Shen Yi, who had turned over to seize his arm. Luo Jin attempted several times to extricate himself, but to no avail, and thus resigned himself to Shen Yi's hold. Taking a seat beside the bed, Shen Yi resembled a small white rabbit, though his sleeping posture left much to be desired. Not only was he clutching Luo Jin's arm, but he also draped one leg over Luo Jin's. Were he not already in slumber, Luo Jin might have suspected that Shen Yi was attempting to entice him as he did 5 years prior. Luo Jin, already unable to sleep, found his rest further hindered. He lowered his gaze upon the sleeping figure beside him. Shen Yi's appearance had not changed significantly, save for a deepening of his complexion. Back in the demon palace, his skin had been quite pale. Lou Jin recalled how he had once remarked, in the demon realm, one cannot bask in sunlight. I am becoming quite the pretty boy. Over these 5 years, it seemed he had indeed seen the sun, transforming his formerly fair skin into a healthy wheat tone. His facial features also appeared less juvenile than before. Lou Jin remembered how Shen Yi had a voracious appetite. Anything he brought would ultimately find its way into Shen Yi's stomach, rendering his cheeks somewhat akin to Bauer's at that time. Now, however, Shen Yi's cheeks were markedly slimmer, accentuating the depth of his features and the clarity of his contours, as if he had shed the innocence of youth and matured significantly. Becoming strikingly handsome, the hand that clutched Lou Jin's arm bore the unmistakable evidence of hard work, a thin callus forming upon his palm. These years, he had been raising 2 children, seemingly enduring a life of hardship. Chapter 24. He would not sell his dignity. Lou Jin gently caressed Shen Yi's gaunt visage, an involuntary pang of guilt blossoming within him. If only he had not acted impulsively to drive him away. In truth, Lou Jin had not anticipated that Shen Yi would genuinely depart that day. After casting Shen Yi out, the demonic energy had yet to stabilize when they were ambushed by the divine realm, and he subsequently entered a period of seclusion. Upon emerging, he had expected to see Shen Yi once more, perhaps even to find him entangled in his life as he had been 5 years prior, only to learn that Shen Yi had not reappeared since leaving the demon palace. Lou Jin heard Shen Yi murmuring his name. Initially, he thought Shen Yi had awakened, only to realize that he was merely mumbling in his sleep. Bastard. Lou Jin closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous feelings. Excellent. Even in dreams, he cursed him, indicating a true disdain. Lou Jin fought against the urge to strangle him, his fingertip brushing against Shen Yi's slightly parted lips, which surprisingly felt soft, as if begging for a kiss. How audacious of him to curse him. Surely a little punishment was not too much to ask. With this thought, Lou Jin found himself unable to resist lowering his head to kiss Shen Yi's lips. Shen Yi frowned slightly, feeling as though his breath had been caught, the sticky sensation prompting an instinctive desire to evade. Lou Jin cradled his face, releasing him only after he felt satisfied with the kiss. Remarkably, Shen Yi did not awaken, but merely turned away, clearly annoyed. Lou Jin, observing his defenseless posture, could not help but chuckle. It was then he noticed Shen Yi had awoken at some point and was now sitting rigidly on the bed, watching him with evident disdain. Father will not like you, Shen Yi remarked. Lou Jin felt compelled to remind him. I am your father. Your opinion is irrelevant. If father does not like you, then you are nothing. Shen Yi replied calmly, his eyes reflecting a detached indifference, showing no fear of the notorious demon lord. Lou Jin furrowed his brow slightly. Had it been anyone else daring to speak to him thus, they would already be in the underworld. Yet, he restrained his temper. Why are you so certain he will not love me? Shen Yi replied. For 5 years, father has never mentioned you. Lou Jin pressed. And Shen Yi continued. I can feel it. Father is very afraid that he struggles daily, living in fear. Lou Jin interjected. That cannot be true. Shen Yi persisted. Over these years, he has worked tirelessly to support me and my sister. Where were you during that time? Lou Jin, at a loss for words, could only listen. Shen Yi concluded. You had no right to take him away. Thus you have no claim to keep him. Father does not love you. He would not be happy with you. Lou Jin fell into a profound silence. He wished to explain, yet it felt utterly futile. Each of Shen Yi's words pierced his heart like a dagger, rendering him incapable of defense. It seemed he had caused much harm to the one he cared for. Lou Jin exited the chamber, standing upon the steps outside, the moon concealed behind thick clouds, leaving him enveloped in a dense shroud of night. Should he let him go? Lou Jin found it challenging to contemplate. Yet he was uncertain how to address Shen. He had declared he did not love him, had never loved him. Hanya stood behind him, inquiring, What is your command, my lord? Do you know how to pursue the one you desire? Hanya replied, I recall an hour ago, you vowed never to be a sycophant. As for courting, I do not know that I have never pursued anyone. Lou Jin commanded, Then go investigate. Yes, Lou Jin contemplated trying once more. Perhaps he might find a way to win Shen Yi's affection. The following day, Shen Yi awoke to the enticing aroma wafting through the air that a magical servant entered early in the morning. bearing a feast that was not only colorful but also fragrant. Having digested the meager rations he had consumed in the cave the previous night, Shen Yi was awakened by the scent of delectable food. Not only he, but Bauer too stirred from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes and turning to Shen Yi. "Papa, it seems I smell meat." Not only had she sensed it, Shen Yi had as well. It had been quite some time since the father and daughter had enjoyed meat. Shen Yi remained unperturbed. He was not particularly indulgent when it came to food and could remain indifferent in the presence of a feast. However, Shen Yi and Bauer found it impossible to resist. Moreover, it was not merely one type of meat. There was fish, beef, lamb, chicken, donkey, shrimp, crab, and even bear paw. Shen Yi had never before encountered such a sumptuous spread. Bauer had not even seen such a feast. She asked Shen Yi, "Papa, is this for us?" Shen Yi hesitated. It should be. His uncertainty stemmed from the fact that there was no such thing as a free breakfast in this world. Who could say whether this was not Lou Jin's ploy to entice him into marriage? With this thought, Shen Yi's appetite for the food before him diminished. He needed to restrain himself. It was not worth selling his dignity for a mere meal. When Lou Jin entered, he found the father and daughter gazing longingly at the table laden with food, their eyes filled with desire yet unwilling to partake. He stifled a chuckle and approached. "Aren't you going to eat?" Shen Yi replied. "I am not hungry." Bauer piped up. "Papa, Bauer is hungry." Shen Yi remained obstinate. Lou Jin, however, did not mock him for his stubbornness. Instead, he picked up a chicken leg and handed it to Bauer. "If you're hungry, eat." All of this was prepared at your father's behest. Bauer was eager to eat. Yet seeing that Papa was not partaking, she too refrained, gazing up at Shen Yi. Shen Yi insisted, "It's not good to eat so much meat in the morning." Lou Jin motioned for the magical servant to continue serving dishes. This time, they brought lighter fare: steamed eggs, tofu soup, steamed fish, seasonal vegetables, and more. "Would you like me to serve you anything, Bauer?" Lou Jin asked, prompting her to look back at Shen Yi, clearly awaiting his approval. Shen Yi, though starving, could not allow Bauer to go hungry, especially given that Lou Jin was indeed their father, and eating his food could hardly be considered taking advantage. With this in mind, he nodded in tacit agreement. Lou Jin diligently served Bauer a little of each dish and offered some to Shen Yi as well, for after all, he was his son. He then turned to Shen Yi. "What would you like to eat? I shall serve you." Shen Yi stubbornly replied, "I am not hungry." No sooner had he spoken than his stomach let out a loud grumble. An instant contradiction. Lou Jin did not mock him for this, but instead proactively placed a piece of braised pork on his plate and peeled a shrimp for him. "Eat." Shen Yi refused, wary of the implications. If he accepted Lou Jin's food, would he not later claim that Shen Yi had eaten his fare and thus compel him to marry him? "I refuse," Shen Yi declared, and both Shen Yi and Bauer echoed his sentiments. Also declining to eat, Lou Jin rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Rest assured, I will not use marriage as leverage against you again." Shen Yi's expression brightened. "Have you come to your senses?" Lou Jin replied. "I have yet to find clarity. However, I have decided to change my approach. Just eat for now." Shen Yi still refused. There must be a reason for such unusual behavior. Who knows what ulterior motives Lou Jin harbors? Given Lou Jin's demeanor, it was evident he had no intentions of giving up. Lou Jin, feeling helpless, explained, "I will no longer force you." "Really?" Shen Yi questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "That I in the original narrative, Lou Jin was notorious for his coercive tactics. When the protagonist's beloved did not reciprocate his feelings, he would simply construct a gilded cage and confine them within, denying them even the basic freedoms of eating and relieving themselves. Such blatant cruelty was beyond comprehension. How has it changed nowadays?" Lou Jin. Chapter 25, Why Give Him a Rabbit? Lou Jin. Is he perverted? However, he indeed contemplated creating a golden silk cage and a small dark room for Shen Yi to prevent him from sneaking away. As for the so-called protagonist's favor, he held no interest. Strangely enough, while he remained indifferent, Shen Yi was quite intrigued, especially upon learning that Lou Jin was no longer forcing him but intended to win him over with gentle persuasion. Was he the kind of person who would eagerly accept such bait? Indeed, he was. Yet every time he thought about trading his backside for it, he concluded that his backside held greater significance. Shen Yi resolved to alter his strategy, such as locating the protagonist's favored one. According to the storyline, Lou Jin's series of infatuated behaviors should have been directed towards the protagonist's favored one. Therefore, if he could find the protagonist's favored one, would Lou Jin fall head over heels for them and cease his entanglement with him? Shen Yi found this method quite amusing. However, where could he find the protagonist's favored one? If his memory served him right, the protagonist's favored one, Su Yun, should have appeared 5 years prior. Regardless, he needed to ascertain Su Yun's whereabouts first, but who to inquire with? Shen Yi had few acquaintances in the demon realm. The one he was most familiar with being Hanya. Today, Lou Jin was absent, and he had tasked Hanya with protecting Shen Yi and the 2 children. What protection, but mere surveillance? After all, the entire demon palace belonged to Lou Jin. His orders forbade any harm to Shen Yi and the children, so who would dare to trouble them? Hanya leaped down from the rooftop and respectfully addressed Shen Yi. Does young Master Shen have any instructions? There was indeed a minor matter, but he hesitated to call it an instruction. Please feel free to speak, young Master Shen. Just as Shen Yi was about to respond, a voice filled with jealousy interjected from behind. Better to instruct me than him. Shen Yi. Where did he spring from? Lou Jin. Seeing his displeasure, Shen Yi quickly amended. What brings you here? Lou Jin came to see him, so he did not require a reason. What is troubling you? Shen Yi noticed the sulky expression on his face. Lou Jin seemed somewhat upset. After a moment of silence, he pulled out a small rabbit from his pocket and handed it to Shen Yi, then turned and left without uttering a word. Shen Yi? He gazed at the rabbit in his arms, utterly perplexed. Why gift him a rabbit? Was it meant for him to eat? But such a small rabbit hardly had any meat. He pondered why Lou Jin didn't just get a larger one, which could serve as a sumptuous stir-fried rabbit dish or perhaps spicy rabbit heads. Not far off, Lou Jin had visited the human realm today and inquired about Shen Yi from a woman named Alan. On his way back, he happened upon a vendor selling rabbits that he thought the rabbit bore a resemblance to someone, and since Shen Yi's name contained the character for rabbit, he decided to purchase it, intending to gift it to Shen Yi as a playful pet. Yet, all Shen Yi could think about was consuming it. As for the other gifts Lou Jin had given Shen Yi, he showed little interest. They either lay at the bottom of a box gathering dust or were placed on the table to collect grime. For instance, just the other day, he had gifted him a dragon horn, which Shen Yi used as a coral ornament on the table. The day before, he had carved a heart-protecting scale from his own chest for Shen Yi, only for Shen Yi to turn it into a shell wind chime hanging by the window. Today, he returned from the human realm with a rabbit for Shen Yi to keep, and Shen Yi intended to turn it into a dish as for the soul-collecting lamp he had taken from the heavenly realm. Shen Yi treated it as a nightlight, burning it day and night. It should be noted that the oil for that lamp was made from the resin of a divine tree over 10,000 years old, which was exceedingly rare. The water-repelling pearl he gifted Shen Yi from the East Sea allowed one to remain dry underwater and even breathe beneath the surface. Yet Shen Yi treated it as an ordinary bead for his child to roll around on the ground. He had given him 3 top-tier elixirs, each taking thousands of years to refine, capable of resurrecting the dead, only for Shen Yi to mistake them for candy and swallow them whole, and the demon-slaying blade, capable of slaying myriad demons with a single strike, was handed to Shen Yi for vegetable chopping. Lou Jin felt that the path of gift-giving seemed rather futile. Chapter 26 The Demon Lord's Extraordinary Talent. He asked Hanya, "Is there any other method?" After a moment of contemplation, Hanya replied, "Perhaps the Demon Lord should inquire directly what young Master Shen enjoys, so as to cater to his preferences." Lou Jin considered this and found it reasonable. Thus he approached Shen Yi to ask him directly, "What do you like, Shen Yi?" Now he understood. Lou Jin was attempting to curry favor. No wonder he had been showering him with all sorts of random gifts lately. As the saying goes, flattery without cause is either deceitful or dubious. He refused to fall for it. "I prefer your absence from my presence, Lou Jin." Shen Yi perceived that Lou Jin's expression darkened, as if he were about to lash out. Therefore, he quickly added, "I was merely jesting. In truth, I enjoy eating. Does that count?" Lou Jin, given that Shen Yi seemed to have a penchant for food, he could only comply. Hanya remarked, "There's a saying in the human realm, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach, and sincerity is shown through cooking." Having grown up, Lou Jin had never cooked as a child. He either consumed leftovers, spoiled food, or fought stray dogs for scraps. As he matured, he either fasted or relied on Shen Yi to provide him with food. Hence the concept of cooking was foreign to him. Lou Jin specifically instructed Hanya to invite several renowned chefs from the demon realm. Hanya complied, and soon returned with 3 chefs. One excelled in aesthetics. To master culinary skills, one must first gain the approval of the diners through presentation. The second specialized in aroma. The quality of food can be discerned by its fragrance. The third focused on flavor. The essence of food lies in its taste. Otherwise, even the finest ingredients are wasted. Lou Jin found their assertions reasonable and thus retained all three. Hanya recalled that just days ago, the demon lord had declared he would never be a sycophant at tea first. The three chefs assumed the demon lord merely wished to indulge in food, and they had even devised a menu in their minds. Deep-fried demon beast inner elixir, braised demon bear trotters, steamed demon cod, top-tier demon ham, and shredded demon pheasant. However, they were taken aback when they witnessed the demon lord roll up his sleeves. What signature dishes do you all possess? If you teach me, I shall reward you handsomely. The three chefs. They had only heard of the demon lord's passion for cultivation, never of his love for cooking, seeing them frozen in place. Lou Jin prompted, "Why do you stand there? Are you all merely for show?" The three chefs stepped forward immediately. "We dare not, but if the demon lord desires a dish, we are at your service." Why so much idle chatter? The three chefs fell silent, dutifully preparing all the ingredients. As the demon lord sought to learn their specialties, they decided that one would teach him slicing, another seasoning, and the last cooking. The first chef demonstrated, showcasing his extraordinary knife skills, slicing a top-tier demon ham so thin it resembled gossamer, even sculpting it into floral shapes with a magical melon for plating. It indeed appeared appetizing. Lou Jin thought the dish seemed simple and good, so he summoned his innate sword, the demon soul, and after a flurry of sharp cuts, the top-tier demon ham was reduced to mere shreds. "Chef, your swordsmanship is impressive, but it seems ill-suited for culinary tasks." The second chef instructed him on seasoning, demonstrating first. He expertly prepared the demon bear trotters, sequentially adding salt, sugar, wine, then coating it in starch and ginger juice to mask the gamey taste. Finishing with oyster sauce for color. Lou Jin thought it looked easy enough. Thus, he sliced the demon bear trotters, tossing in all the seasonings haphazardly, resulting in a concoction that resembled a lump of paste. "Chef, I feel like something is amiss, yet I cannot quite place it." The third chef, responsible for cooking, meticulously guided him to first add oil, then toss in the ingredients for a stir-fry, followed by salt for flavor, a touch of sugar to enhance, and a suitable amount of oyster sauce for coloring, finishing with the side ingredients and simmering on low heat. Lou Jin followed suit, but due to the heat being too high and the oil too old, a fire erupted as soon as he added the ingredients. He dumped in a heaping spoon of salt, a few granules of sugar, and a bit too much oyster sauce, resulting in a charred mess. "Chef, I suspect the demon lord may not be suited for cooking, yet I dare not say so." Lou Jin glanced at the chef's creation and then at his own. "What do you think?" The three chefs exchanged glances. The demon lord is rumored to be ferocious and ruthless. Will speaking the truth not cost us our heads? For a first attempt at cooking, to achieve such results is nothing short of extraordinary talent. Indeed, extraordinary talent. Surely, with a few more attempts, he would become even more proficient. "What other dishes do you wish to prepare, my lord? We are eager to impart our knowledge." Lou Jin, initially lacking confidence, felt bolstered by their words. This was his first culinary endeavor. Would Shen Yi be moved by it? With this thought in mind, Lou Jin carried the dish he had prepared himself to the sleeping quarters. The three chefs exchanged wary glances. Surely the demon lord is not intending to poison someone. Shen Yi regarded Lou Jin's dish with similar suspicion. "Are you certain this is edible?" Shen Yi scrutinized the blackened lump of meat on the plate, his expression deep in contemplation. Lou Jin observed the dish in his hands. While it lacked visual appeal, he recalled the chef's words. They claimed his cooking talent was extraordinary. Shen Yi interpreted it as unattractive, yet delicious. "Shall we give it a try? After all, it would be a pity not to sample such a large chunk of meat." Someone accustomed to poverty truly understands the value of meat dishes. Bauer, however, exhibited some reluctance, as it appeared somewhat unappetizing. Shen Yi harbored doubts, questioning whether his father had been poisoned through the food, amidst the gazes of the others. Shen Yi bravely took a bite. To his dismay, he immediately spat it out. Lou Jin exclaimed, "Quick, fetch me some water." Shen Yi could no longer tolerate it, feeling as if he had ingested an excessively salty lump. Lou Jin, quick on his feet, promptly poured him a cup of tea. Shen Yi rinsed his mouth thoroughly with an entire pot of tea before managing to rid himself of the cloyingly salty taste. Lou Jin inquired, "Is it truly that bad?" Shen Yi, utterly exhausted, collapsed into a chair. "Not bad at all, really. Quite tasty. You should try it." Lou Jin responded, "Perhaps it's best if I refrained." He then explained, "The magical chef said I had a decent talent for cooking. So I assumed. Be quiet, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom." With that, he clutched his abdomen and hurried away. Bauer expressed some relief. "Thank goodness I didn't eat," Lou Jin remarked, when he cooked. "The flavors merely intensified," Shen Yi declared. "From now on, I shall prepare the meals." He then ventured into the kitchen, seeking the counsel of the three magical chefs, and effortlessly replicated their signature dishes to perfection. The three chefs immediately lauded him, exclaiming that such talent should not go to waste without formal training, thus intending to take Shen Yi as their 88th disciple. However, upon discovering that Shen Yi was a young prince, they felt it was rather presumptuous. "What would His Highness like to eat? I shall prepare it for you." With such remarkable talent, they felt unworthy to address him as master, and pleaded for him to accept them as disciples. Truly, the young prince was exceptional, possessing unparalleled gifts. Chapter 27. A burning heart. Since consuming Lou Jin's braised pork, Shen Yi vowed never to eat his cooking again, no matter the circumstances. Lou Jin then asked, "Aside from food, do you have any other preferences?" Shen Yi reclined in a grand chair, appearing devoid of desire. "None. That if there were, I'd prefer you to let me go." Lou Jin fell silent for a moment before replying, "Very well." "Oh, huh? Very well?" Shen Yi sat up abruptly, incredulous. "Did you just say very well?" Lou Jin regarded the uncontainable joy on his face, his gaze slightly dimmed. "Yes. Are you truly willing to let me go?" Shen Yi asked again, still skeptical that Lou Jin would so easily grant his freedom. "Yes. What about Shou Yi and Bauer? Can they accompany me?" Shen Yi suppressed his inner elation and inquired once more. "If they wish to, they may." Shen Yi did not need to ask. Shou Yi and Bauer would surely choose to follow him. He immediately rose to inquire. Bauer affirmed, "Wherever Papa goes, Bauer shall follow." So did Shen Yi. "Can we leave now?" Shen Yi, concerned that Lou Jin might suddenly change his mind, neglected to pack any belongings. Seeing Shen Yi's lack of attachment, Lou Jin felt a pang in his chest. Realizing that Shen Yi harbored no real feelings for him, he embraced Shen Yi, his broad palm encircling the slender waist of the other. "You." Shen Yi's words were interrupted as he was instantaneously transported to a thatched cottage in the human realm alongside Lou Jin. Shou Yi and Bauer returned as well. Shen Yi was taken aback that Lou Jin had genuinely brought them back. Lou Jin released him, presenting him with a single heart-protecting scale. "This is the only heart-protecting scale from our dragon clan. It will safeguard you in times of danger." Shen Yi wished to refuse, but upon seeing Lou Jin's resolute expression, he could not bring himself to do so. "Since it's the only heart-protecting scale, it must be of great significance to you that I am quite safe here. I do not require such a thing." This was only part of his reasoning. Primarily, he did not wish to maintain any connection with Lou Jin. Lou Jin, perceptive to his thoughts, stated, "If you refuse to accept it, then accompany me back to the Demon Palace." Shen Yi promptly accepted the heart-protecting scale from Lou Jin's hand. "Then I shall not be polite." Lou Jin suspected he would merely stow it away, so he directly draped the heart-protecting scale around Shen Yi's neck. Shen Yi thought it felt akin to being fitted with a collar. Lou Jin then knelt down to bid farewell to Bauer. "If you wish to have meat, you can use this to call for your father." He gifted Bauer a beautiful seashell, which she could also wear around her neck to communicate with Lou Jin at any time. Bauer appeared somewhat reluctant, her eyes reddening. "If Bauer wishes to see Papa, can she use this to tell him?" "Of course," Lou Jin reassured her, "as long as you wish to see your father, he shall come to you." Shen Yi mused. Girls are indeed easier to deceive. During their time in the Demon Palace, Lou Jin catered to Bauer's every whim, providing her with sumptuous feasts, and even took her along to the Demon Hall for administrative duties. In just a few short days, the entire demon realm was aware that a little princess had emerged, and the Demon Lord was indeed a doting father. As for Shen Yi, he was not swayed by such gestures. Lou Jin lowered his status to offer him magical artifacts, which he declined. He refused to learn any techniques, his resolve even stronger than Shen Yi's. Despite this, before Lou Jin departed, he gifted Shen Yi something. "This is my true essence sword, Burning Heart," he stated, adding, "far superior to that shabby sword of yours." Lousy. This is a treasure passed down from my master's master. Lou Jin opened his palm to reveal a sword of deep crimson, its blade thick and exuding a chilling radiance, its unsheathing resonating with a sharp clang, indeed incomparable to the seemingly ragged peachwood sword. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shen Yi's eyes, but he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. He was merely an ordinary person, unworthy of wielding such a formidable sword. Lou Jin seemed to perceive his thoughts. The son of my true form deserves the best this world has to offer. Besides, there is no rule stating that mortals cannot cultivate that I am also of half-demon blood. Yet here I stand as the feared demon lord. If you desire it, anything is possible. Shen Yi's gaze widened slightly, as if recognizing another facet of Lou Jin, that he looked at the burning heart sword being offered to him, his fingers tightening slightly. This sword is merely on loan. Once you acquire your own true essence sword, burning heart must be returned to me. Shen Yi parted his lips, unsure of what to say. Lou Jin refrained from further commentary, allowing him to decide for himself. Shen Yi understood he was just an ordinary person, yet he wished to protect his sister and father. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand to accept Lou Jin's burning heart sword. Lou Jin then turned his gaze to Shen Yi. Shen Yi felt inexplicably guilty and averted his eyes. For the sake of his own interests, he would not show any weakness. Furthermore, he was a person who harbored grudges. After all, Lou Jin had unceremoniously expelled him from the demon palace, disregarding their bond of 3 years. Had he not been fortunate, he would have either frozen to death or starved, or worse, been devoured by a magical beast, and he had nearly been captured by dark forces to serve as a furnace. Especially during the time spent with Shou Yi and Bauer, he had hidden away in the mountains, afraid to venture out lest he be regarded as a monster, surrounded by beasts lurking in the shadows. Living in constant fear. Over these 5 years, he had become accustomed to raising the children alone. Even though following Lou Jin would ensure a life free from want, granting him the utmost privileges, he was afraid of pain. That he held no hatred toward Lou Jin, yet he felt no particular interest in him either. Even if he were handsome and well-built, Shen Yi felt he was unworthy of such affections and chose to ignore Lou Jin's overtures. Seeing this, Lou Jin's expression turned wistful as he turned to leave the courtyard. Wait, Shen Yi called out as he chased after him. Lou Jin initially thought he had changed his mind for the sake of Shou Yi and Bauer. But instead, he heard Shen Yi ask, since you left in such a hurry, could you give me that rabbit you sent me last time? Although Lou Jin felt a twinge of disappointment, he still conjured the rabbit and handed it to him. Shen Yi then remarked, it's a bit small, but at least it's meat. Once it's grown, I can use it to supplement Bauer and the others' meals. Lou Jin, Chapter 28, finally saved his own skin. Lou Jin. Shen Yi had even devised a method for cooking the rabbit. Lou Jin realized he should not harbor any expectations of him. Yet he could not help but ask, do you have nothing to say to me? Shen Yi replied, none. Observing Lou Jin's displeased countenance, he pondered whether he might take offense and subsequently retract his offer of freedom. Lou Jin responded. Shen Yi immediately changed his tune. Safe travels. No need to see you off. Lou Jin. To prevent myself from succumbing to the impulse of dragging him back to the demon realm, I shall take my leave first. Upon witnessing Lou Jin truly depart, Shen Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, he had preserved his own skin. He turned, cradling the rabbit in his arms as he returned indoors. However, Lou Jin had not gone far. He stood outside the courtyard, gazing at Shen Yi's indifferent back, lost in thought. Hanya, standing behind him, inquired, Demon Lord, are you truly willing to give up on young Master Shen? What? You wish to make a move on him? Lou Jin clenched his fists. Hanya immediately knelt. I would not dare. Lou Jin scoffed, confident that Hanya would not dare to do so. He then cast his gaze toward the 3 individuals inside, a fervent determination glimmering in his unusual eyes. This is what I call retreating to advance. Hanya, he wished to convey. This tactic seems effective only for those who are in love with each other. It is unlikely to work on the indifferent young Master Shen. However, he dared not voice this thought, fearing he might be cast away by the Demon Lord. Thus, he inquired, Demon Lord, from where did you acquire this knowledge? Lou Jin suddenly produced a book from his bosom, inscribed with 3 prominent characters. Wife Pursuit Strategy. Hanya remarked, Lou Jin has returned. The book indicated that one should first employ a gentle approach, providing the other with the most considerate care, such as presenting gifts or cooking, to convey one's heartfelt intentions and sincerity. If the other remains unresponsive, one must then retreat to advanced, as the saying goes. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. The other party, having grown accustomed to the comforts of the demon palace, would inevitably struggle to adjust back to a life of hardship. Thus, recalling his kindness, Lou Jin surmised, at most 3 days, perhaps by tomorrow, Bauer will send him a message expressing her desire to see her father and to eat meat. Lou Jin also perceived that although Shen Yi was quite hard-hearted towards him, he could not bear to see the 2 children suffer, and he himself also enjoyed good food. Confidently, he awaited in the demon palace, even instructing the demon chef to prepare a feast of sumptuous delicacies at all times. Yet, the first day passed without a word from his little princess. The second day also came and went without any message. The third day dawned, and still, no communication from his little princess. By the fourth, fifth, and sixth days, Lou Jin could no longer endure the wait. Early one morning, he secretly took Hanya back to the human realm. In the crisp dawn, wisps of smoke rose from a dilapidated thatched cottage. Inside the kitchen, Shen Yi rolled up his sleeves, standing on a stool to stir a pot of rice porridge, while Bauer stood on her tiptoes, wiping the table. As for Shen Yi, he was nowhere to be seen. A flicker of heartache crossed Lou Jin's uniquely colored pupils. His little princess ought to have been raised in utmost pampering. Though Shen Yi needed to be trained, he was still too small. Unable to reach the stove, Lou Jin, having endured immense suffering in his youth, yearned to provide his children with the finest the world had to offer upon discovering he had a pair of offspring. Now, witnessing them struggle at such a tender age, the heart of this father felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, an even more unsettling scene unfolded. Shen Yi returned, carrying a medicinal basket, evidently having gone to gather herbs early that morning. Accompanied by his betrothed, Alan, the two descended the mountain, chatting and laughing. Lou Jin found this sight particularly jarring that he felt an overwhelming urge to cast the woman named Alan out of the human realm. But was stopped by Hanya. Lou Jin furrowed his brow once more. "Dare you obstruct me?" Hanya replied, "I do not dare." "Then get out of my way." His gaze turned cold and fierce, exuding an aura of impending violence. Hanya did not budge. "My lord, this is the human realm. Oh, you think I fear heavenly retribution?" Lou Jin retorted. Hanya did not believe so. "While you may not fear heavenly retribution, should you kill the woman named Alan, Shen Yi will surely call you the Demon Queen." Hanya continued, reorganizing his words. "Given the temperament of the Demon Queen, she is likely to despise you even more." Lou Jin frowned again. "You claim she despises me?" Hanya replied. "Is that the crux of the matter?" He rephrased. "What I mean is, the Demon Queen possesses a kind heart. If she were to witness you senselessly killing the innocent, she would likely not forgive you easily." Lou Jin fell silent for a moment, contemplating Hanya's reasoning. "Then shall I secretly kill her?" Hanya countered. "Is there a difference? Why does it seem that since you developed feelings for the Demon Queen, your intellect has diminished to zero?" He clarified. "You cannot kill Miss Allen. Otherwise, the Demon Queen will undoubtedly suspect you." Lou Jin felt a surge of displeasure at this remark. In the past, he had killed whomever he wished without hesitation. Why should he now feel so restrained? Yet, he considered that Shen Yi might come to resent him for it. Very well. Even with this woman named Alan, he could still reclaim Shen Yi's heart. He remained confidently resolute until he learned that Shen Yi intended to marry Alan. After finishing the breakfast prepared by his son, Shen Yi planned to ride his little donkey to the market to sell the herbs he had gathered over the past few days and use the proceeds to arrange a wedding banquet anew. The previous banquet had been disrupted by Lou Jin, and by the time he returned from the demon realm, many of the dishes had gone uneaten. He still owed Alan a wedding, and thus intended to procure more supplies at the market today. If all went smoothly, the wedding would be set for 3 days hence. Shen Yi prepared his things and was ready to depart. Alan stayed behind to look after the 2 children at home. Shen Yi instructed Shou Yi and Bauer. "You must behave and listen to your mother, Alan, while I'm gone. Understand?" Shen Yi nodded. Bauer sweetly chimed in. "Understood, Papa. You must come home early and be careful on the road." "All right," Shen Yi replied, ruffling the little girl's hair, then turning to Alan. "If I return late, you all can eat without waiting for me." "Understood," Alan said as she stood at the door with the children, waving goodbye to Shen Yi. Upon witnessing this scene, Lou Jin felt a renewed urge to kill that he sensed that his position was being usurped. Hanya hesitated, contemplating whether to advise him to remain calm. When the Lord declared, "It seems I must resort to the third strategy." "Hanya?" He silently inquired. "What is the third strategy?" "Heroic rescue of the beauty," Hanya thought to himself. If he recalled correctly, the Demon Lord had already rescued the Demon Queen several times before, yet it seemed to have little effect. He pondered whether to advise the Demon Lord to refrain from reading so many human realm novels, only to see the Lord already pursuing the Demon Queen that he had no choice but to follow. Chapter 29. Put me down, I have a little donkey that I never ride. One day, I whimsically decided to ride it to the market. With a little whip in hand, I felt quite pleased. Suddenly, however, as I passed through the dense forest, a gust of wind blew, causing my stubborn donkey to stop and rear up like a horse, almost throwing me to the ground. Thankfully, I managed to cling to its neck just in time to avoid rolling in the mud. "Stupid donkey, are you trying to kill me? Move." "Hey, why aren't you moving? Have you gone stubborn again? Is there a monster here?" Shen Yi glanced at the cliff ahead and recalled the recent strange wind. His heart began to race. Should he turn back or take a detour? The market in town only convened every 2 weeks, and considering his impending wedding with Alan, as well as the possibility of Lou Jin suddenly changing his mind and pursuing him again, Shen Yi ultimately decided to take a detour. However, this obstinate donkey seemed frozen in place, refusing to budge no matter how much he pulled and tugged. "Come on, buddy, can you not fall apart at such a crucial moment? I spent 2 taels of silver on you." "2 taels? Do you have any idea how hard it is to earn that much?" He sighed. "Forget it. You wouldn't understand us, so are you going to move or not? If you don't, I swear I'll whip you." "Donkey brother, let us not be stubborn right now, all right? If there really is a monster, your little frame wouldn't even be enough for it to snack on." Yet, no matter what Shen Yi said, the donkey merely twisted its nose, refusing to budge an inch. With no other options left, Shen Yi raised his little whip, intending to give it a smack on teeth. Luo Jin explained. "You are in danger. My heart-protecting scales can sense it, and so can I." He was not deceiving Shen Yi. His heart-protecting scales were a part of him, and having given them to Shen Yi, they could naturally perceive the other's peril. Though Shen Yi felt an inexplicable unease. Did he intend to monitor me by gifting me his heart-protecting scales? Luo Jin continued. The texts say that gifts should not be given perfunctorily. It is best to offer something of utmost importance, as this demonstrates sincerity. Thus, he removed his own heart-protecting scales and presented them to Shen Yi. For the Dragon Clan, these scales were akin to one's lifeblood. He had given his very essence to Shen Yi, yet Shen Yi seemed oblivious. Shouldn't he feel moved? After all, Luo Jin had bestowed such a significant gift upon him and had just saved his life. Luo Jin suppressed the urge to pry open Shen Yi's head to see what was inside and declared, "In the future, if you are in danger, I will protect you." "That is unnecessary," Shen Yi replied. "Why? I am to be married and must adhere to the virtues of a man. If I were to become entangled with you again, it would be a betrayal to my future wife. Therefore, I shall return this to you." That he attempted to remove the heart-protecting scales, but they would not budge. Luo Jin's gaze darkened, and even his voice turned cold. "Are you truly intent on marrying that woman?" "Of course, I am. You are mine." He grasped Shen Yi's shoulders and forcefully pulled him into an embrace. Shen Yi was bewildered by his sudden madness. "Did you not promise to stop pursuing me?" Luo Jin retorted. "I only agreed to let you go. I never promised anything else." Shen Yi was taken aback. He felt a dreadful premonition. "What do you mean by that?" "If you insist on marrying another, I would not hesitate to kill that woman." He added, "You know, I am a great demon capable of anything." After all, he had even killed his own father. Shen Yi fully believed he was capable of such deeds and immediately protested. "You cannot kill Alan. I can kill anyone I wish, and I will do so if it pleases me." Shen Yi was convinced of his capabilities, yet he insisted, "That cannot be." "Why not? She saved my life when I was at my lowest. Without her, I would not be here today." "And what of it?" Luo Jin's desire to kill was indifferent to any debt of gratitude. Shen Yi interjected, "If you truly wish to kill Alan, you must first step over my dead body." Luo Jin felt a pang in his heart at his resolute tone. "Do you truly love her?" Chapter 30. That was a lie. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Did he misunderstand my feelings for Alan? "Is that not the case?" Luo Jin asked. Shen Yi, eager to rid himself of Luo Jin, nodded. "Yes, that I love her, and only her that if you wish to harm her, you must first harm me. Brother, my only strength lies in my stubborn words. You should not take them to heart. Lou Jin, however, believed there was more than mere stubbornness in Shen Yi's words. Do you truly love her? Lou Jin inquired again, this time with intent to test him. As Shen Yi was about to nod, he felt Lou Jin's grip on his chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. I want you to look into my eyes and say that. Looking into his eyes made Shen Yi feel a twinge of guilt. Would this great demon attempt to kiss me again? Just as he thought to cover his mouth, Lou Jin swiftly restrained his arm. That if you lie, I shall kiss you, Lou Jin threatened. How utterly malicious. Shen Yi gulped nervously, contemplating how to respond. Given Lou Jin's cunning nature, he knew he could not deceive him. Regardless, I am determined to marry Alan, he asserted firmly. Lou Jin seemed puzzled. Why? Shen Yi decided to be forthright. Because I am a man of my word, Lou Jin questioned. So, what of your promise to love me and protect me for life? Shen Yi felt a twinge of guilt. That was all a lie. You are saying that you do not love me. Lou Jin pressed that I do not love you. So why persist? As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, but it can quench thirst. What if it is a bitter melon? Then it can cool the fire. Shen Yi suspected that Lou Jin was making light of the situation, but he had no evidence. He redirected the topic. Regardless, I am determined to marry Alan. Is it merely because you promised her mother? Lou Jin asked. Shen Yi replied with conviction. Indeed, I am a man of my word. Then what about your promise to love only me? Lou Jin pressed further. Shen Yi, feeling somewhat guilty, stammered. That was all a ruse. Lou Jin attempted to persuade him again. Look, I do not love you. I am merely a con man in matters of the heart. Why waste your affection on someone like me? You speak the truth. Lou Jin acknowledged. Shen Yi thought he had finally come to his senses, but Lou Jin followed with, Yet I am willing that a love-struck fool, hopelessly lost. Shen Yi mused that he reiterated. Regardless, I am determined to marry Alan. Is it merely because you promised her mother? Lou Jin questioned once more. Shen Yi asserted. Indeed, I am a man of my word. What if her mother no longer desires you to keep your promise? Lou Jin queried. Her mother has passed away, Shen Yi replied. Lou Jin believed there must be another way. You are not permitted to leave the house today. Await my news, he commanded, before lifting Shen Yi into his arms and preparing to fly back. My donkey, I purchased it for 2 taels of silver, Shen Yi exclaimed. Lou Jin, with a sigh, recited a spell to bring the foolish donkey along. Before Shen Yi could comprehend what was happening, he and the donkey had returned to the courtyard. Lou Jin said no more, directly setting up a barrier around the yard and returning Alan to her own home before turning to leave. Is Alan unharmed? Shen Yi inquired, wishing to check, but he found himself unable to exit the courtyard. Without the system, he would still be subject to the magical barriers of this world. Had he known, he would have refrained from revealing his true identity and the details of the system to Lou Jin. What on earth did that person intend to do? Meanwhile, Bauer, hearing the commotion in the courtyard, rushed out exclaiming, Papa has really come back early. Shen Yi, unable to leave, resigned himself to staying at home. Meanwhile, Lou Jin commanded the Raven to investigate the whereabouts of Alan's mother in the underworld. Forget it, I shall go myself, Lou Jin declared, lacking patience, except when it came to Shen Yi. The Tianxian continent is divided into 5 realms: human, divine, demon, monster, and nether. The monster realm is split into 2 factions, one allied with the divine realm and the other with the demon realm. The nether realm is hardly worth mentioning, merely a place to collect the souls of the living. The arrival of the demon lord frightened the king of hell, who personally came to greet him. Before the king of hell could offer compliments, the raven directly requested his assistance in locating a person. Naturally, the king of hell dared not refuse and immediately commanded the judge to investigate. The judge quickly found the whereabouts of Li Mu's mother. Lord King of Hell, or rather, Demon Lord, we have found her, the judge exclaimed, pointing to the list on the ledger. Here, from the Wutong village of Chiang County in the Tianqi Kingdom. Born in the year of the horse, on the day of the water snake, at the hour of the pig, she died at, do not dwell on useless details. Where is her soul now? Lou Jin interjected impatiently. The judge hesitated, returning to the Demon Lord. Li Mu lived a virtuous life, so after death, she did not descend into the underworld to suffer. After her soul was retrieved by the black and white impermanents, it was registered and sent for reincarnation. Lou Jin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. You mean to say? Li Mu has been reincarnated? The judge silently nodded. Luo Jin pressed further. Can she remember her past life? The judge shook his head. No, the king of hell explained. All souls destined for reincarnation must cross the Niha bridge and drink Ming Po's soup to forget their past memories before they can be reborn. Luo Jin, undeterred, insisted, take me to see her. The king of hell thought to remind him that neither gods nor demons could interfere with the fates of mortals, lest they incur the wrath of heaven. Yet he realized that this demon lord had committed patricide and fratricide, slaughtering mortals without a care. Clearly, he had survived numerous lightning strikes and would not concern himself with disrupting a mortal's fate. Do you not understand what I am saying? Luo Jin's gaze sharpened suddenly. The king of hell was instantly struck with fear, trembling uncontrollably, and had no choice but to personally escort Luo Jin to the realm of reincarnation of the Li clan. In the kingdom of Tianqi, they arrived in Tianqi and soon located the Li clan. However, the current Li clan was merely a newborn infant. The king of hell, unaware of how this Li clan had committed wrongs against the infamous demon lord despite a life of virtue and good deeds, could only watch helplessly as Luo Jin lifted the fragile infant from the cradle. Luo Jin fixed his gaze on the vulnerable baby and turned to ask the king, can she speak? The king replied, she should, probably, maybe, be able to. Chapter 31. You should pursue Alan and make her marry you alone. Luo Jin. He once again directed his attention to the infant before him. The king of hell, filled with trepidation, was about to say something when suddenly, the door swung open. A young wet nurse entered the room. As Luo Jin and the king of hell were cloaked in invisibility, she could only see the month-old girl floating in midair. The wet nurse was so startled that her legs went weak, and she attempted to flee. Observing this, Luo Jin reached out and used his magic to immobilize her. The king of hell, with a mournful expression, mistakenly thought Luo Jin intended to unleash a massacre, only to see him merely render the woman unconscious and wipe her memory of the incident. Regardless, it was best to take the infant back first. With this in mind, Luo Jin disregarded the king's earnest counsel and directly carried the infant back to Shen Yi's home. Shen Yi was in the yard, playing games with Bauer, as he could do nothing else being confined to the courtyard. He believed that his impending marriage to Alan was the reason for Luo Jin's wrath and his subsequent confinement. Unexpectedly, Luo Jin returned shortly. Not only did he return, but he also held an infant in his arms. Bauer, intrigued by this rarity, rushed forward to take a look. She was no longer afraid of Luo Jin. Daddy, is this the sister you gave to Bauer? She curiously inquired. Luo Jin. Shen Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Luo Jin. Due to the sharpness in someone's gaze, Shen Yi had to stifle his laughter. Concerned that Luo Jin might inadvertently harm the tiny child, he stepped forward and said, such a small baby should be held with both hands. Carrying her like that might hurt her. Shen Yi took the infant from Luo Jin, cradling her in his arms while ensuring she was supported to prevent her from falling. He demonstrated to Luo Jin. See, the child should be held this way to avoid injuring her spine. Upon witnessing this, Luo Jin couldn't help but imagine how he once held Shou Yi and Bauer during their infancy. Sadly, he had missed those 5 years. Are you listening to me? Shen Yi asked, noticing Luo Jin lost in thought. I heard you. Luo Jin replied, unceremoniously tossing the child into Hanya's arms. Hanya. Shen Yi. Luo Jin then used his magic to conjure Alan. Seeing that Alan appeared unharmed, Shen Yi felt relieved. Just as he was about to speak to Alan, Luo Jin stood between them like an insurmountable wall. Shen Yi, Alan, both pondered. The formidable demon lord is surprisingly petty. Luo Jin. Indeed, he was petty, unwilling to witness Shen Yi converse with anyone other than himself. Bauer, unperturbed, having seen a baby smaller than herself, rushed to the kitchen to call her brother to join her in admiring the little one. She's so small and adorable, Bauer exclaimed, looking up at Hanya. Can I touch her face? Hanya. You should. You may. Bauer gently reached out to touch the infant. What exactly do you intend to do? Shen Yi could no longer contain his curiosity. Luo Jin pointed at the infant in Hanya's arms. She is her mother. Alan. Shen Yi. Hanya explained. The demon lord went to the underworld. And Alan's mother has now reincarnated as this child. Alan. Shen Yi. Luo Jin, unwilling to waste time, addressed Shen Yi. Since your marriage is a matter of keeping a promise, if she no longer wishes for you to marry Alan, would that not mean you are not breaking your promise? Alan. Shen Yi. This maneuver was indeed audacious. However, since the mother had already reincarnated, she should not be considered Li's mother anymore. Moreover, how could they ascertain the authenticity of this child? Even if she were genuine, would such a small infant be capable of speech? Lou Jin discerned their doubts and cast a spell on the infant. Now, she could speak. Alan and Shen Yi were deeply impressed. Directing their gaze towards the infant, the baby opened her mouth and babbled for a moment, indeed forming words. Nanny, nanny, I want nanny. Lou Jin, Shen Yi, Alan. Unyielding, Lou Jin patiently encouraged the infant, tell them to annul the marriage. Infant, wah, I want nanny. Lou Jin, Shen Yi, Alan. Rubbing his temples, Lou Jin continued to coax, say annul the marriage, and I shall give you a snack. Infant, hungry, hungry, I want snack. Lou Jin, Shen Yi, Alan. Hanya quietly interjected. My lord, she has already reincarnated and forgotten her past life memories, so even if she can speak, she will only express what is in her heart. Realizing this, Lou Jin understood that this method was evidently ineffective unless they waited for the infant to grow up. At least to Bauer's age, to reason with her. However, 5 years was too long a wait, and neither Lou Jin nor Shen Yi could afford to wait. Give up! Shen Yi exclaimed, I promised your mother to treat Alan well and never let her down in this life. Lou Jin chose not to respond, instead asserting, I shall never allow you to marry her. Shen Yi was left speechless. If he could not marry Alan, he could not repay the gratitude owed. Alan would also be unable to fulfill her mission. If a quick traveler failed to complete their task within the stipulated time, they would face annihilation by the system. Alan had only 3 months remaining. In truth, it was not necessary for him to marry Alan to fulfill the task, as Li's mother's wish was for her daughter to marry a good man who would cherish her for a lifetime. Now that Lou Jin was preventing him from marrying Alan, and with only 3 months left, where could Alan find a sincere man to marry? Lou Jin. Quick traveler, tasks, system. Could it be that this Alan also had some sort of system task? Lou Jin, recalling Shen Yi's subsequent words, wondered if there was someone willing to marry Alan and treat her well for a lifetime, thus dissolving their engagement, regardless of whether it was true or not. Lou Jin thought this might be a suitable plan. If Alan failed her task, would she be erased by the system? He was indifferent to that. However, if Alan fell in love with another man, would she still wish to marry Shen Yi? Contemplating this, Lou Jin devised a plan that he returned the infant, transformed Alan back into her home, and then addressed Hanya beside him. I have an important task to assign to you. Hanya, upon hearing this, straightened up. Your command, my lord. His life had been saved by the demon lord, and thus, whatever the demon lord commanded, even at the cost of his life, he would fulfill. Lou Jin did not require him to sacrifice his life. You will pursue Alan and make her fall in love with you, ideally to the point where she cannot marry anyone but you. Hanya. Chapter 33. I am pursuing you. Shen Yi instructed Bauer to use a gong to relay a message to Lou Jin, stating that he wished to see him. Lou Jin was languidly reclined on the demon lord's throne, listening to his subordinates report recent movements in the divine realm, when he suddenly heard his daughter's sweet voice saying, Papa wants to see you. He immediately straightened up, scarcely bothering to convey anything before rising to leave them. My lord, the old geezers in the divine realm have secretly assembled 100,000 divine generals. It seems they will soon. Where is my lord? Song Ming, halfway through his report, suddenly realized the demon lord was missing. Another elder nearby remarked, the demon lord just left. Left? Could it be he went to provoke the divine realm? That's 100,000 divine generals. No, I must go take a look, Song Ming expressed with concern. Another elder immediately blocked his path. The demon lord does not seem to be going to the divine realm to fight alone. It appears he is headed towards the human realm. Song Ming. The human realm? Oh, I understand now. As expected of the demon lord, the divine realm wishes to use numbers to bully the few. But let us see if they dare to act aggressively now that the demon lord is in the human realm. Regardless of whether gods or demons, harming mortals will invoke the wrath of heavenly punishment. Another elder mused, given the demon lord's character, he doesn't seem like one to retreat. Song Ming. Then what does the demon lord intend to do in the human realm? Elder A. I heard that the demon lord's old flame resides in the human realm. Elder B. I also heard that the demon lord has recently been pursuing that old flame. Elder C. I have heard it too. The demon lord has been trying all sorts of ways. But alas, she seems entirely uninterested. Elder D. That's me. I would also be uninterested. After all, when she pursued the demon lord, she was rejected so many times that she must have been heartbroken long ago. Now, where is the demon lord? Elder E. Tsk. Tisk. No wonder they say, heavenly law reincarnates. Retribution is inevitable. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from above. I have merely left the demon realm, not gone deaf or dead. The elders, upon hearing this, immediately scattered in fright. In the human realm, within a thatched cottage, Shen Yi was correcting Bauer. It should be to see him, not to miss him. The baby blinked her sparkling eyes, a hint of confusion evident as she asked, "Is it not different?" Shen Yi pressed his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course it is." He was about to properly elucidate the matter to the child when Lou Jin arrived. The child inquired, "Do you miss me?" Shen Yi chuckled, "Ha ha." Just like a father and daughter, he corrected her with utmost seriousness. "What I meant was miss and not want to see you." Lou Jin refrained from engaging in an argument, simply responding, "If you wish to see me." "What must you say?" Shen Yi genuinely wanted to convey something to Lou Jin. "When do you plan to release me?" Lou Jin replied, "I can let you go, but you must not marry anyone else." This was a demand Shen Yi could not fulfill. Alan had saved him and the child, and he felt indebted. The only way he could repay that debt was by assisting Alan in completing her task in this small world. "Since you cannot do it, neither can I," Lou Jin asserted firmly regarding the matter. Shen Yi pressed on, "You wouldn't intend to keep me imprisoned here for eternity, would you?" To which Lou Jin replied, "If you agree to return to the demon realm with me." Shen Yi interjected, "I will not agree. Give up on that." Shen Yi added, "Dad, you don't need to plead with him." He then produced the life-bound sword, Burning Heart, which Lou Jin had given him, and with a gentle wave towards the barrier outside, he effortlessly shattered it. Lou Jin remarked, "This barrier is as impenetrable as iron for other demons or gods. Yet it is easily cleaved by his own life-bound sword." Shen Yi recognized the prowess of Lou Jin's sword, Burning Heart, but he had not anticipated its true strength, nor that Shen Yi could wield it. He seemed to forget that although Shen Yi was immortal, he possessed Lou Jin's bloodline, making it natural for him to use his father's sword. Furthermore, since Lou Jin had bestowed the sword upon Shen Yi, it indicated that Burning Heart had acknowledged him as its master. Generally speaking, as long as the master did not perish, the life-bound sword would not choose another master. However, Lou Jin's commands were not to be defied, even by the sword, given that he was once a notorious demon who had committed fratricide and slaughtered villages. Unafraid even of the most severe heavenly punishments, the disobedient sword would not hesitate to destroy itself. Even at a cost of 8,000, Shen Yi gazed at his son with admiration. "Little Yi, you are truly remarkable." The child clapped her hands in delight. "Gidge, so impressive." Lou Jin intended to set up another barrier, but was interrupted by Shen Yi's words. "If you continue to restrict my freedom, do not expect little Yi and Bauer to call you father in the future." Shen Yi, without any doubt, sided with his father, stating, "I listened to Dad. Bauer, engaging in a playful duel with a bug using her fingers, chimed in, then I will listen to Papa too." Lou Jin realized he could only urge Hanya to act swiftly. Hanya, following Alan, sneezed heavily. Alan halted, turning back. "Did the demon lord send you to spy on me?" Hanya shook his head. Alan frowned slightly. "Then why are you following me?" Hanya replied, "To pursue you." Alan, accepting the invitation, said, "I am not interested in demons." Her disinterest extended beyond Hanya. She held no fascination for anyone in the task world. Initially, she had rescued Shen Yi solely for the sake of the task. The debt of saving a life could be repaid through her own sacrifice. Fair and square. Shen Yi was also willing to assist her in completing her task. Hanya clarified, "I am a spirit, not a demon." Upon finishing his explanation, he transformed into his true form, revealing himself as a cold crow. Alan responded, expressing, "I am not interested in spirits either." Hanya continued, "That is why I am pursuing you." Alan, pondering for a moment, considered, "No wonder you have followed me for a day. Is following me considered pursuing me? Something feels amiss, yet it also feels right. Do you like me?" she inquired. Hanya shook his head, "I do not." Alan, feeling a sudden urge to strike, pondered, "What if I want to hit someone, but they are neither demon nor spirit? Then why pursue me?" Hanya responded, "It is a significant task from my master." Alan was at a loss for words. contemplating whether to criticize his mental state or commend his honesty. Your task has no bearing on me. I will never develop feelings for a spirit, so please take your leave. She turned and locked the courtyard door behind her, only to witness Hanya effortlessly flying over the courtyard wall. Alan contemplated whether her golden finger store had anything to counter spirits. After Shen Yi regained his freedom, he had intended to check on Alan, but considering that someone might become jealous, he decided against it. Of course, he was not concerned about Lou Jin's jealousy. Rather, he worried that Lou Jin might act against Alan in a fit of jealousy, so he sent Little Yi and Bauer to investigate. Upon their return, Bauer reported, Mother Alan and Uncle Hanya got into a fight. Shen Yi, initially believing that Lou Jin had secretly sent Hanya to assassinate Alan, rushed down the mountain. When he kicked open the courtyard door of Alan's home, he was met with an unexpected sight. In chapter 33, he lamented, "It's all due to my youthful ignorance, thinking I could simply grit my teeth and endure." Hanya found himself imprisoned in a beautiful metallic cage. Much like a bird, Shen Yi was taken aback. He was aware of Alan's golden finger, but had not realized her capabilities were so formidable, as her golden finger was tailored for different dimensions. In this realm, even with her golden finger, she could not misuse it to save the ailing motherly, confront her scoundrel father, or act contrary to her assigned persona. To be precise, she was required to embody the original character's role according to the respective dimension and refrain from interfering in the lives of ordinary people. Otherwise, she would face the consequences of a character collapse, or worse, punishment. "Are you all right, Alan?" he asked. Alan shook her head. Not being able to interfere in the lives of ordinary people did not preclude her from intervening in the pursuits of spirits. Seeing that she was unharmed, Shen Yi felt relieved and further inquired, "Did Lou Jin send Brother Hanya to kill you?" Alan shook her head, explaining, "Lou Jin sent him to pursue me, hoping to proactively dissolve our engagement." Shen Yi was left speechless, then asked, "How long do you plan to keep him locked up?" In the past, during their time in the Demon Palace, Hanya had treated him fairly well. Now, seeing him pitifully confined in a cage, Shen Yi felt a pang of sympathy. Alan maintained an expressionless demeanor. "I will release him once he abandons his pursuit of me." Shen Yi questioned, "Is this cage sturdy?" Alan replied, "It is a system product specifically designed to deal with spirits. Its quality is beyond reproach, or else he wouldn't be trapped inside." Shen Yi asked, "Do you have any other demon cages or binding ropes?" Alan checked her system store. Yes. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's eyes lit up. "Can you exchange one for me?" Alan generously redeemed a binding rope for him, stating, "This is said to work on both gods and demons. In other words, it could bind not only demons, but also deities." Shen Yi, delighted, tucked it away like a precious treasure. Hanya silently lit a candle for the demon lord, as this cage was indeed specialized for spirits. He found himself unable to communicate with the demon lord. After securing the binding rope, Shen Yi, recalling their past camaraderie in the Demon Palace, kindly advised Hanya, "Brother Hanya, you heard Alan say that if you cease to pursue her, she will be willing to release you." Hanya remained unmoved. His life had been saved by the Demon Lord, and he would only heed the Demon Lord's commands. After futilely attempting to persuade him for quite some time, Shen Yi noted that night was approaching and decided to return home. If Lou Jin dared to come again tonight, he tightened his grip on the binding rope, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He had already begun to imagine Lou Jin bound and helpless before him. Following Alan's lead, he thought, if Lou Jin remained stubborn, he would bind him until after his marriage, at which point the rice would be cooked, or rather, there would be no need to cook at all. In any case, once he married Alan, her task would be complete, and he would have repaid his debt. As for Lou Jin, he could simply tie him up and send him back to the demon realm. After all, he was the father of Little Yi and Bauer. He could not kill him, nor could he, as a mere mortal, slay a demon. Besides, if he completely provoked Lou Jin, how would he handle Lou Jin's forced affections? The thought of forced love sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him feeling physically pained. With that in mind, he resolutely vowed never to engage with Lou Jin in that manner. Furthermore, such entanglements would lead to offspring. Shen Yi was then besieged by nightmarish thoughts. He shuddered, musing, if Lou Jin dared to come, he would make him pay dearly. He was not seeking this. It was Lou Jin who was coercing him. As for himself, he regretted his youthful naivety, thinking that merely gritting his teeth would suffice. The reality proved to be starkly different. leaving him with an indelible psychological scar that would last a lifetime. Whether labeled irresponsible or a scoundrel, could anything be more important than one's own well-being? Absolutely not. With that thought, Shen Yi lovingly concealed the binding rope, eagerly awaiting Lou Jin to walk into his trap. That night, after successfully lulling the children to sleep, he waited for Lou Jin to arrive. He knew Lou Jin would secretly visit him each night to check on Little Yi and Bauer. However, for some inexplicable reason, Lou Jin did not appear that evening. Was it possible that he preferred to watch from the shadows? Shen Yi believed it was entirely possible, for the demons and monsters within the tales often preferred to lurk in the shadows. With this thought in mind, he resolved to lie down on the bed and feign sleep, intending to catch Lou Jin off guard upon his arrival. However, he summoned what little energy he had and waited until the midnight hour. Yet there was no sign of Lou Jin. Could it be that the great demon lord would not come tonight? Shen Yi yawned, and unable to hold on any longer, he succumbed to slumber. Just as he drifted into sleep, Lou Jin arrived. Recently, the celestial realm had been in a state of unrest, seemingly preparing to launch an attack on the demon realm, while Shen Yi was unprepared. Thus, Lou Jin had gone to make some arrangements. If those foolish celestial beings dared to invade, he would ensure they would not return. Lou Jin had been busy all day and only found the opportunity to come now. As he stepped into the room, Fan Xian sensed his aura and emitted a faint, delicate clang of swordplay. Lou Jin cast a cold glance in Fan Xian's direction, causing it to fall silent. After all, it was his life-bound sword. Even though it had been transferred to another, it dared not defy its master's will, so it complied obediently. Lou Jin remarked coldly, "The purpose of sending you away was to protect the young master, not to aid him in defying me. Unless you wish to become a broken blade," Fan Xian retorted. "This is the first time I've heard that something sent away still belongs to the original owner in terms of explanation. Were it not for the fact that this sword shared a life bond with him, allowing him to sense danger and protect his son, Lou Jin would have long since shattered Fan Xian for its earlier insolence." Given his notoriously fiery temper, although damaging his life-bound sword would affect him as well, Lou Jin had never cared for such self-destructive strategies. That it was precisely this reckless ferocity that elevated him from a mere illegitimate, half-demon offspring to the supreme ruler of the demon race. Those who opposed him would be met with force, until they submitted. Seeing Fan Xian capitulate, he finally fixed his gaze on Shen Yi, who lay nearby. The thatched cottage was small, consisting of merely a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen. Although there was only one bedroom, it contained 2 earthen beds built from yellow clay. On the right bed lay Shou Yi and Bauer, while Shen Yi slept alone on the left. The room, though compact, was tidily arranged, rendering it less cramped. The mountain night was somewhat chilly, but Bauer's embrace of her brother provided warmth, while Shen Yi, he lay sprawled across the bed, with most of the blanket having slipped off, leaving half pinned beneath him. Moonlight streamed through a crack in the roof, casting a silver sheen upon the corner of Shen Yi's eye, revealing a tiny red mole. The paper windows also bore several holes. Despite being covered with wooden boards, the cool mountain breeze still seeped through the gaps as the wind rushed in. Shen Yi, whose earthen bed was adjacent to the window, instinctively shrank back from the chill, reaching out to pull the blanket over himself. However, as the blanket was pinned beneath him, he struggled for some time to no avail, ultimately curling his slender frame and falling back into a deep sleep. Lou Jin observed this, and a flicker of concern flashed through his uniquely colored eyes. This place offered no shelter from wind and rain. It was hardly suitable for habitation. Yet, Shen Yi had endured living here with 2 children for 5 years. Previously, while in the Demon Palace, he had heard Bauer mention that they could manage only 2 meals of meat a month at most. Had he not acted in a fit of anger and driven Shen Yi away, he would not have had to endure such hardships alone with the children. This thought deepened Lou Jin's sense of guilt that at the time, he had been wholly focused on his cultivation and to master the emotionless technique. He had first to renounce all feelings and attachments. Yet, Shen Yi had dared to secretly drug him. After years of cultivation, only to have it all ruined in an instant, he had been consumed with rage. His decision not to kill Shen Yi outright had been an act of mercy. Thus, after that incident, to prevent Shen Yi from entangling him further, he had chosen to enter seclusion. He had believed that without Shen Yi's interference, he could return to his emotionless cultivation. Once his demonic powers reached their zenith, even the entire celestial realm would be no match for him. However, without Shen Yi, he had still failed to cultivate successfully. In hindsight, it seemed he had been drawn to Shen Yi long before he had realized it. Lou Jin approached and gently pulled the blanket that Shen Yi had pinned beneath him. Covering him properly, Shen Yi felt a sense of comfort and promptly rolled over, pressing the blanket down once more. Lou Jin adjusted it again that he rolled over again, and Lou Jin covered him yet again. This back and forth continued. Lou Jin then used his magic to seal the gaps in the window. Now, Shen Yi was no longer cold and returned to his sprawled position, one foot dangling over the edge of the bed and swaying gently. Perhaps it was true that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, for Lou Jin found this sight somewhat endearing and felt an urge to kiss him. With this thought, he leaned in. But before he could make contact, Shen Yi nearly kicked him away with a swift motion. Shen Yi, having accidentally kicked Lou Jin, awoke with a start, initially disoriented and thinking he had merely cramped his leg in his sleep until he saw Lou Jin, which instantly cleared his mind. What do you want? He saw Lou Jin's tense fingers, believing him to have sinister intentions. Lou Jin's expression darkened. Even if he had intentions, they were now thwarted. He even began to wonder if Shen Yi was somehow rabbit-like. Given the strength of his kick, that moment, Shen Yi also noticed Lou Jin's unusual demeanor, which seemed to hold back something. Connecting it with his previous kick, his gaze dropped to, oh no, had he accidentally kicked him in a sensitive area? Lou Jin. Shen Yi. With such a grim expression, it must have happened. Lou Jin. Shen Yi. Oh no, I hope I haven't rendered him incapable. Lou Jin. He rubbed his temples in frustration. He was quick enough to avoid such a fate. If he had any doubts, he wouldn't mind confirming them. Shen Yi. It wasn't intentional. Besides, who told him to climb into my bed at such an hour? He brought this upon himself. Lou Jin. Shen Yi. If he really is incapacitated, then it serves him right for being so love-struck. Lou Jin. Shen Yi. Even if he isn't incapacitated, this is a perfect opportunity. While he's in pain, I can bind him with the demon-tying rope. Ha ha ha. Lou Jin. What is this demon-tying rope you speak of? Regardless, he can easily tie me back up. And with his cultivation level, does he think a mere rope can restrain him? Seizing the moment while Lou Jin was distracted, Shen Yi recited the incantation, and an ominous red rope shot forth, binding Lou Jin's hands and feet. Shen Yi was taken aback by how effective the demon-tying rope was. That it was indeed worthy of the system's craftsmanship, able to restrain even a world-destroying demon lord like Lou Jin with ease. Shen Yi felt a surge of joy. Straightening his back in triumph, he stepped forward, ready to negotiate terms with Lou Jin, when suddenly a fierce wind swept through the window, shattering Lou Jin's magic. Lou Jin hesitated in his effort to break free from the demon-tying rope, his expression turning grave. The celestial beings had indeed found them. Almost immediately, a voice echoed in his mind. Demon Lord, come out and face your demise. If you do not emerge, do not blame me for taking action. Master, there appear to be two mortals and an innocent demon child inside, one of the young disciples reported. The leader, the celestial Lord Shou, scoffed at this and declared, in the pursuit of righteousness, some sacrifices are inevitable. With that, he prepared to obliterate the house with his magic. Think that such indiscriminate slaughter could be justified so eloquently by the celestial realm's hypocrites. Lou Jin summoned his mental energy to instruct Fen Xian to create a barrier to protect the three of them before shooting out of the house. Shen Yi, witnessing this, immediately followed. Lou Jin was unaware of where Shen Yi had procured such a sturdy rope, but he knew it could not restrain him. Shen Yi gazed at the multitude of celestial beings surrounding his home and despaired, thinking, this is it. The celestial and demon realms are irreconcilable foes. With so many of them, and Lou Jin bound, I might very well lose my life today. Though Shen Yi found Lou Jin's persistent attention bothersome, he had never wished for his death. Moreover, had it not been for Lou Jin, he and Shen Yi, along with Bao Er, would have already been obliterated by those self-proclaimed righteous celestial beings. What should I do? Alan only taught me how to bind the spell, but not how to untie it. Lou Jin initially intended to break free from the demon-tying rope, but upon seeing Shen Yi's anxious expression, he suddenly changed his mind. The third tactic from the tales of pursuing one's beloved, the bitter meat strategy. The celestial beings, seeing him bound, were astonished. However, this was fortuitous, for otherwise, they would truly not stand a chance against Lou Jin. The leading celestial lord Shou was overjoyed. If he could capture this demon lord today, it would surely be a grand achievement. With this thought, he commanded his disciples, "Form ranks. Today, we must slay this demon lord here to prevent future calamities across the three realms." 30,000 years ago, a prophecy foretold by the heavenly Tao proclaimed that the newly born demon lord of the demon realm would bring calamity upon the three realms, wreaking havoc upon the lives of all beings 3 centuries hence. Thus, the divine realm made repeated attempts to eliminate Lou Jin. 3 centuries prior. Upon ascending to the position of demon lord, Lou Jin committed fratricide, patricide, and the slaughter of entire villages, ultimately enduring the punishment of heavenly thunder for 49 days. Remarkably, he not only survived but emerged even more powerful. 2 centuries ago, the divine realm dispatched the Holy Ruins divine lord to eradicate the demon, only to be vanquished by Lou Jin, resulting in the immediate obliteration of his divine essence. 5 years ago, the divine realm colluded with Moxia, employing treacherous tactics to ambush Lou Jin. However, Lou Jin proved overwhelmingly formidable, causing significant casualties among the divine realm, and although he was grievously injured, they failed to claim his life. The Holy Ruins divine lord was a close disciple of his master, having grown up alongside him, fostering a deep bond. Today, he arrived with the intent of avenging his fallen brother, indifferent to the collateral damage. Moreover, with the prophecy's deadline approaching, if Lou Jin were not swiftly eradicated, his potential to bring about the destruction of the heavens would threaten not only these 2 mortals and a young demon, but the very existence of all 3 realms. Contemplating this, the Holy Ruins divine lord's gaze became resolute, determined to slay Lou Jin here and now. "Lou Jin, do you still remember the Holy Ruins divine lord from 2 centuries ago?" Lou Jin replied nonchalantly. "I have countless defeated foes beneath my command. If I were to remember each one, I would be utterly overwhelmed." The Holy Ruins divine lord's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. "You have slain my master, and yet you dare to insult him so. Today, I shall make you pay with your life. That depends on whether you possess the capability," Lou Jin retorted arrogantly. "Very well. Today, I shall act in accordance with the heavens and slay you." The demon, Lou Jin, growing impatient, remarked, "You speak far too much." The Holy Ruins divine lord promptly activated the formation. Shen Yi and the 2 children were protected by the barrier, relieving Lou Jin of concern. However, Shen Yi felt a twinge of worry, for Lou Jin's hands and feet were bound. How could he fight? He evidently forgot just how formidable Lou Jin's powers were. Once the formation was initiated, hundreds of disciples simultaneously raised their long swords into the air. Then, with fingers extended and others bent, manipulated their blades through gestures and intent. The scattered swords coalesced, forming an imposing aura directed at Lou Jin. "Attack!" commanded the disciples, and the suspended swords surged forth in an orderly assault upon Lou Jin. Calmly, Lou Jin observed as the blades advanced, and just as Shen Yi was about to cry out a warning, he executed an instantaneous teleportation, reappearing behind the disciples. The spiritual swords, which tracked his demonic aura, turned upon their wielders, leading some disciples to be pierced through the heart by their own weapons, while others sustained lighter injuries. Out of hundreds, nearly half were either dead or wounded. Among them, a young disciple narrowly escaped a fatal blow, the sword halting just a finger's breadth from his brow. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, only to see Lou Jin's peculiar gaze retract. Had this demon spared him? Impossible. His master had warned him that demons only bring harm. His senior disciple had perished at Lou Jin's hands, as had those fellow disciples. Furthermore, he did not know Lou Jin. Yet, the sword, as Lou Jin withdrew his gaze, the sword that had hung ominously above the disciple's brow fell. The young disciple was baffled. Why had Lou Jin chosen to spare him? Was it perhaps due to his earlier plea on behalf of the 2 mortals and the young demon? Lou Jin scoffed. "With such meager abilities, you seek to slay me. What difference is there between that and courting death?" Chapter 36. You have made my little princess weep. You truly deserve to die. Lou Jin remained oblivious to whether this group of inept individuals underestimated him or overestimated themselves. The Holy Ruins divine lord's face flushed crimson, clearly humiliated by Lou Jin's words. "Demon, do not grow too arrogant," he retorted, personally setting the formation. With a flourish of his whisk, he inscribed a 5-element 8 trigrams formation, as the incantation flowed from his lips. The formation expanded around Lou Jin, encompassing the thatched hut and the 3 of them within. Once the formation stabilized, an invisible golden wave enveloped those inside, while 9 golden lightning bolts crackled ominously from the formation's apex, ready to strike down upon them. The 9 Thunder Heavenly Formation, a disciple exclaimed in alarm. Its power rivals that of tribulation lightning, and it grows stronger with the cultivation level of those trapped within. The higher Lou Jin's cultivation, the more potent the golden lightning will become. The formation's sturdiness will increase accordingly. Escaping is nearly impossible. If trapped for 49 days, the formation will dissipate, unleashing indiscriminate destruction upon those inside until their physical forms are utterly annihilated, along with their souls. Could it be that this demon was doomed? Perhaps not. That I have heard that Lou Jin once endured the heavenly thunder's punishment for 49 days, having lost his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Yet he not only survived, but grew even stronger. In a wonder, the heavenly Tao prophesied that this demon would possess the power to destroy the heavens in 3 centuries. Lou Jin maintained a calm facade, seemingly unperturbed by the formation. However, the ominous thunder rumbled overhead, awakening the slumbering Bower. The powerful thunder within the formation stirred a tempest, further shattering the already damaged windows and enlarging the holes in the roof. Each clap of thunder sounding as if it sought to split the thatched hut in two. Master, while this demon deserves to die, the 3 within are innocent. Should they perish within this formation, you too may face the wrath of the heavenly thunder, whispered the disciple who had been spared by Lou Jin. The holy ruins divine lord coldly snorted, unmoved. Do you believe it better to spare this demon, allowing him to wreak havoc upon the lives of beings in the 3 realms, or to sacrifice these 3 innocents? His expression turned severe and unyielding. I am right to eradicate demons and uphold justice. Should the heavenly thunder seek my life, I would have no regrets. Reflecting on his master's death, his eyes turned icy. He had been without parents since childhood, taken in by his master, though his master deemed him of mediocre talent and was reluctant to accept him as a disciple. His brother had personally taught him the arts of cultivation and provided him with sustenance. For 3,000 years, they had trained together, faced tribulations together, and shared every moment, achieving divinity side by side. His brother, gifted and valiant, had been honored as the god of war in the divine realm, and all seemed well. However, 300 years ago, the prophecy foretold that the new demon lord would bring destruction in 3 centuries. His brother, always taking it upon himself to protect the world, volunteered to slay Lou Jin, yet he never returned. Even more infuriating was the fact that Lou Jin had shattered the last remnant of his brother's divine essence, signifying that his brother was utterly lost, with no chance of reincarnation to owe him. His brother had always been the most important person in his life, and he had harbored unspoken feelings for him for many years. He had planned to confess his love and be united with him upon his return from vanquishing the demon. Yet his brother left without uttering a single word. For 300 years, he had diligently cultivated the 9 Thunder Heavenly Formation in hopes of avenging his brother. He aimed to fulfill his brother's wish of safeguarding the beings of the 3 realms, if he could eliminate this demon today. Even at the cost of innocent lives or facing heavenly retribution, he would harbor no regrets. With this resolve, he reinforced the formation, knowing well that Lou Jin was no easy foe. 300 years prior, his brother's carelessness had led to his downfall against Lou Jin. "Wah, Papa, I'm scared." Inside the hut, Bower cried out in terror at the flashes of lightning and roaring thunder outside. Shen Yi held his sister close, while the burning heart sword conjured a barrier to protect them. Hearing Bower's cries, Shen Yi turned back to the trembling hut, the roof creaking ominously under the relentless storm. Should he take the children outside? Yet, they were trapped within the formation, and any contact with its energy would bring harm. This meant that unless the Divine Lord outside rescinded the formation, or Lou Jin shattered it, they had no means of escape and could only await their fate. If Shen Yi had known that Lou Jin's enemies would come knocking today, he would never have bound him with the demon binding rope. Regrettably, he forgot to ask Alan how to undo it. Now, they were in dire straits. Lou Jin, being a powerful demon, might withstand the formation's wrath, but it did not guarantee the safety of the 3 of them. Shen Yi was merely a task NPC who had crossed into this realm. His demise would not alter the world. Contemplating this, a chill of despair washed over him, and he could only soothe Bower, saying, "Do not fear, my dear. Father will protect you." Bower, timid by nature, trembled in fear. The thunder outside rumbled more fiercely with each passing moment. threatening to strike down upon them. Shen Yi, however, maintained his composure, gripping the burning heart sword tightly. As long as the barrier held, they were temporarily safe. Shen Yi cradled Bauer, gently assuring her, "It's all right, my dear. Do not be afraid." In the embrace of Papa, Bauer nestled, her eyes red and puffy, softly sobbing. "Baby, do not be afraid. Gidge, do not be afraid. Papa, also do not be afraid." Outside, Lou Jin heard Bauer's cries, and his eyes, which bore an unusual hue, instantly darkened with a menacing glare. Losing all patience with the trifles of the divine realm, the Nine Thunder Heaven formation, indeed formidable, possessed the ability to rebound the techniques of those ensnared within it. Yet, he had not spent years in vain honing his skills. Although his cultivation of the heartless technique had met with failure, it did not imply that he would be subdued by a swarm of insignificant insects. "You have made my little princess weep. You shall pay dearly." Lou Jin's gaze sharpened, his voice cold and cutting as if echoing the grim tones of Yama himself, emanating an immense demonic aura as he advanced toward the core of the formation. His unwavering presence was palpable, instilling dread even in the hearts of celestial beings. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the divine realm instinctively recoiled. Only Qing Su, resolute in his mission to purge evil and uphold justice, continued to channel a steady flow of spiritual energy into fortifying the formation. Inside the dwelling, Shen Yi cast a worried glance toward the entrance, not fearing for Lou Jin's life, but rather concerned that if Lou Jin were to perish, they would share the same fate within the formation. Bauer remained huddled in his arms, while Shen Yi peered through the roof, torn asunder by the tempest, at the figure ascending toward the heart of the thunderous array. His fingers unconsciously tightening, the burning heart, sensing its young master's anxiety, emitted a faint, sharp sound akin to a sword's cry. Simultaneously, the demonic energy radiating from the burning heart further solidified the barrier. Lou Jin's tall and imposing figure hovered at the center of the formation, his dark robe billowing in the wind generated by the formation. If one overlooked his hands bound behind him, his presence would have been even more formidable. How noisy! Lou Jin's eyes glinted with cold fury as he charged directly toward the eye of the thunder formation. The assembled disciples of the divine realm stood in stunned silence, clearly unprepared for Lou Jin's brazen approach to breaking the formation. This was the Nine Thunder Heaven formation, an ancient array reputed to be nearly forgotten due to its arduous practice. Those ensnared within its grasp, be they human or demon, even celestial beings, found escape nearly impossible. It was said that the formation drew upon the power of the celestial laws. Thus, the weightier the transgressions of the trapped, the more potent the thunderous force unleashed. To forcibly breach the eye of the formation would entail enduring the simultaneous assault of 9 bolts of divine thunder. Not even the most nefarious of demons could withstand such a trial, let alone a deity with even the slightest of karmic debts. While there existed means to dismantle the array, it would require methodically cleaving through each bolt of thunder, a process that would be time-consuming and fraught with peril, risking grievous injury or death from incessant strikes. All present gazed upwards in shock. They believed Lou Jin had lost his senses or perhaps had grown overly arrogant, though he had previously endured numerous divine thunder punishments. This time he faced the simultaneous onslaught of 9 bolts, each augmented by his own strength. Furthermore, his hands were bound, rendering him incapable of using his demonic energy for protection. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Shen Yi, witnessing this spectacle, too questioned whether Lou Jin was inviting his own demise, though he recognized Lou Jin's formidable strength would likely prevent such an outcome. Qing Su, however, bore a satisfied smile. This ancient formation, a testament to his diligent training over 3 centuries, was finally set to claim Lou Jin's life. He would have his revenge for his fallen brother. Yet, in the next moment, Qing Su's triumphant expression froze as he beheld the formation's radiant waves fracture with a sharp crack, shattering like glass into lethal shards. Qing Su and the other divine disciples scarcely had time to conjure a protective barrier before the ruptured formation sent them all hurtling backward. The first to be thrown was Qing Su, his body pierced by the reinforced fragments of the barrier, leaving numerous wounds that bled profusely. Ultimately, the tempest unleashed by the formation slammed him against the rocks, rendering him weak and forcing him to kneel. Coughing up blood, his meticulously arranged hair tumbled down his shoulders, the mingling of black and white strands adding a touch of desolation to his current plight. He had failed. His master had been right. His aptitude was lacking, and even with relentless effort, he could barely keep pace with his brother. He understood that, given his brother's extraordinary talent, a few centuries would have sufficed for ascension. Yet, his brother had waited 3 millennia in the realm of cultivation, refusing to abandon him. However, after 300 years, he still could not avenge him. He was useless. Ha! Brother! Shou knelt in despair, pounding the rough stones with bloodied fists, as if driven mad. The other disciples of the divine realm fared no better, suffering grievous injuries from the erased shards, and indeed, none escaped unscathed. In fact, all perished, save for one. Among the fallen disciples, the one who had earlier urged Shou to embrace kindness shakily stood, clutching his chest. Witnessing his master in a state of self-destruction, he rushed forward, imploring, "Master, please, do not act this way. If uncle were still alive, he would not wish to see you like this." Yet, Shou was beyond hearing such pleas. Understanding that should they fail to overcome this array, he would never have the opportunity to avenge his brother. Moreover, the shards of the formation had pierced his heart's meridian, rendering any hope of future cultivation nearly impossible. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Shen Yi, who had emerged from the thatched hut holding the child. Lou Jin had referred to the child as his little princess. This demon had robbed him of his beloved, and thus he would make Lou Jin experience the anguish of losing a cherished one. Shou, consumed by vengeance, shoved aside his pleading disciple and gathered all his spiritual energy into his palm, directing it toward Shen Yi. "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? You have a grudge against Lou Jin. Why are you coming after me?" After the array's collapse, an eerie silence enveloped the outside, leading Shen Yi to believe they had all perished in a mutual destruction. Thus, he stepped out to investigate, only to find himself in imminent danger. The opposing force moved with alarming speed, nearly in the blink of an eye. Shen Yi had no time to evade. He shielded Bauer tightly in his arms, bracing for his own demise, when Lou Jin suddenly interposed himself, absorbing Shou's final strike. With a cough, Lou Jin spat blood yet remained steadfastly in front of Shen Yi, retaliating with a powerful blow that sent Shou flying. Witnessing Lou Jin's pale and precarious state, Shen Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to offer assistance. But before he could act, Lou Jin collapsed. Shen Yi instinctively reached out to catch him, but failed. For Lou Jin was too heavy, and he still held Bauer in his other arm. Concerned for Lou Jin, Bauer wriggled free from Shen Yi's embrace and knelt before him, calling out with worry, "Daddy, please wake up. Don't die." Lou Jin weakly opened his eyes, his hand brushing against his beloved daughter's soft hair as he reassured, "Daddy is fine. Do not worry." With that, he succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Shen Yi harbored serious doubts about the authenticity of Lou Jin's condition, but he lacked evidence that it was not unfounded skepticism. After all, Lou Jin was a formidable demon. If the 9 Thunder Heaven formation had failed to vanquish him, how could a mere strike from Shou do the trick? Unaware of the adult's feigned theatrics, Bauer clutched Shen Yi's garment, pleading, "Papa, you must save Daddy. He's dead again." Shen Yi pondered whether it might be time to send Bauer to a private tutor. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was far more pressing. When Hanya broke through the demon locking cage, the demon lord had already been dragged onto the bed with tremendous effort by the demon queen and the young prince. Chapter 38. Hanya, like a dog, was locked at the door. Upon witnessing this, Hanya immediately approached and inquired, "Master, what has happened to him?" Shen Yi first summarized Lou Jin's predicament before suddenly realizing. Turning back in surprise, "Hanya, brother? You still call him brother?" Lou Jin, reviving once more, sat upright, his unusual gaze focusing intently on Hanya. Hanya replied, "Should we have him leave?" Shen Yi found this notion overly domineering. "I can call whoever I wish brother. It is none of your concern." Lou Jin, having awakened so swiftly, was clearly feigning his condition. He coughed up blood again, collapsing once more. "Shen Yi?" His lips twitched, overcome with the desire to cast this green tea demon out. Bauer, her face etched with worry, asked, "Is Daddy dead again?" Shen Yi believed that was unlikely, as Lou Jin had appeared quite spirited moments ago. Hanya added, "The demon lord possesses profound power. He will not easily." Before he could finish, he sensed an aura of menace and quickly reformulated his words, "Though he won't easily perish." The Nine Thunder Heaven formation is an ancient array, and its potency escalates with the strength of the one attempting to breach it. Even so, the Demon Lord is still flesh and blood. Moreover, he took a blow meant for young Master Shun and the little princess. The Qingsu deity was the apprentice of the former war god of the divine realm, having devoted years to intense training, making his final strike formidable. Were it any ordinary demon, they would have long since met their demise. Hanya found himself at a loss for words. Bauer, curious, asked, "Will Daddy die?" Hanya pondered momentarily. It is possible, but unlikely. However, the esteemed master has sustained grave injuries and requires ample time for recuperation. Otherwise, Hanya cast a glance at the motionless demon lord lying on the couch. Otherwise, is it possible that he may succumb to his grievous wounds? Bauer believed this, her expression resolute as she declared, "I will take good care of father." Shen Yi, however, harbored some skepticism. Is that true? To ascertain the veracity of this claim was quite straightforward. Hanya, brother. Hanya, bearing the formidable pressure emanating from Lou Jin, responded. Indeed, he then added, as a subordinate of humble status, it would be best for young Master Shen to refrain from addressing me as brother in the future. He feared that if Shen Yi continued to call him that, he might find himself in dire straits. Shen Yi did not press Hanya further, but remained unconvinced by his earlier statement. Thus he urged, then quickly take him back to the demon realm for proper recovery. Hanya replied, the demon lord is currently gravely injured. Moving him is not advisable. Shen Yi, harboring serious doubts, suspected that Lou Jin was merely using this as an excuse to linger in his presence. So he instructed Shou Yi to fetch Alan at dawn. While he had a limited knowledge of herbs, Alan had traversed countless small worlds and was truly skilled in the art of healing. Upon hearing the name Alan, Hanya's expression subtly shifted. The demon locking cage was indeed quite formidable. Alan arrived before dawn. She had been roused from sleep by the battle between gods and demons the previous night. Her heart filled with worry, preventing her from resting. So she had ascended the mountain with a torch before daybreak. Fortunately, Hanya had promptly dealt with the corpses of the celestial disciples. Otherwise, Alan would have undoubtedly encountered a gruesome sight. Shen Yi, doubting Lou Jin's grave condition, asked Alan to take his pulse. How is it? He inquired. Alan's expression turned grave. Shen Yi, witnessing her demeanor, thought, could it truly be so severe? It shouldn't be. Wasn't Lou Jin the invincible champion of this world? Even the heavenly punishments could not vanquish him, and ultimately, due to his unrequited love, he had caused this small world to fall into slumber, necessitating the system to seek him out as an NPC to prevent a similar tragedy. He must be feigning it. Alan assessed the injuries and pulse, stating, there are multiple fractures, with damage to both the heart and meridians. If he does not recuperate properly, his life may be in jeopardy. Shen Yi was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting it to be this grave. However, when Lou Jin had shattered the formation, his limbs were restrained, preventing him from channeling demonic energy for a powerful assault. Thus he had to charge through with sheer force, which indeed appeared quite terrifying. Moreover, both the celestial disciples and Hanya had mentioned that the formation would recoil against the cultivators within it. This meant that Lou Jin was simultaneously subject to the backlash of his own ninefold power, so merely surviving was already a miracle. Not to mention, he had shielded both Shen Yi and Bauer from the lethal strike of the celestial sovereign Qingsu. It turned out he was indeed gravely injured, and he had just harbored doubts about him. Shen Yi felt a pang of guilt and promptly amended his words, then let him stay and recuperate before leaving. Hanya let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Shen Yi, however, expressed further concern. Those from the celestial realm are already aware of our presence here. If he remains, will they not continue to send people to hunt him down? Lou Jin interjected, I knew it. He still loves me. Shen Yi thought to himself, if this great demon perished, then so be it. But what if another madcap celestial sovereign appeared, endangering both me and Shou Yi, along with Bauer? What then? Lou Jin continued. Hanya reassured him. After that battle, the celestial disciples were nearly exterminated, and that Qingsu has now been rendered a madman. The sole survivor has been captured and taken to the demon realm for confinement. That I believe the celestial realm will not dare to act recklessly in the near future. Moreover, I have instructed several elder guardians to set up a barrier here, preventing those from the celestial realm from spying on this place. Thus they remain oblivious to the fact that the esteemed master is recuperating here. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi felt somewhat reassured if that were the case. Then let Lou Jin rest here for a few days, as a form of gratitude for saving his and Baoer's lives the previous night. As for everything else, he would not yield. Shen Yi could never forget the pain from the last encounter, so no matter what Lou Jin did, he would not show him any leniency. When Alan departed, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Han Yi standing nearby. He had managed to escape so swiftly that it should be noted that the demon locking cage had previously been used to confine a demon king. Ultimately, after the demon king had submitted to her, he was finally able to escape from the cage, and subsequently, every time he encountered her, he would respectfully address her as Auntie. Alan scrutinized him for a moment, as if wishing to say something, yet said nothing. This demon had not been included in her tasks, and it was only upon returning home that she realized Han Yi had followed her. Did he wish to be confined once more? Her tone was icy, evidently displeased with Han Yi's persistence. Han Yi responded, "That cage cannot hold me if you wish to try the demon binding chain. The demon suppressing tower or the demon binding ropes?" Han Yi then inquired, "What do you like about young Master Shen?" "Alan," Han Yi continued, "whatever young Master Shen can do, I can do as well, provided you are willing to marry me." Thereafter, he found himself bound at the door by a demon binding chain, akin to a pet. Chapter 39. I am not picky with food. When Lou Jin awoke, he initially thought the house was on fire. In reality, Shen Yi was in the kitchen preparing a nourishing soup. Baoer found the smell unpleasant and thus pinched her little nose to play outside. Shen Yi also found it odious, suspecting that his father had once again burnt the soup. Regardless, Shen Yi's concoction had indeed been completed. He entered the room just as Lou Jin was awakening and presented the bowl. Saying here, Lou Jin gazed at the bowl, which contained a thick, dark liquid that emanated a burnt odor. He silently inquired, "What is this?" "A nourishing soup," Shen Yi replied. "Nourishing soup?" Lou Jin questioned, somewhat incredulous. Observing his skepticism, Shen Yi explained, "I included white peony, cooked remania, roasted astragalus, cinnamon, roasted licorice, poria, fried white atractylodes, cotinopsis, angelica, chuanxiong. When combined, these have the effect of warming and tonifying qi and blood, and can also alleviate symptoms such as shortness of breath, palpitations, pallor, fatigue, cold extremities, dizziness, and spontaneous sweating caused by qi and blood deficiency. That I noticed you lost quite a bit of blood, so I prepared the whole batch for you. Hurry and drink it." Lou Jin asked, "You care about me?" Shen Yi thought, "What a love-struck fool. How terrifying." Lou Jin pressed further, "Are you truly concerned for me?" Shen Yi explained, "Don't overthink it. I merely wish for you to recover swiftly and depart." This was the truth. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to prepare this fine herbal concoction for you. Lou Jin remarked, "You made this?" Shen Yi nodded. "Yes, that I've been simmering it all morning." Lou Jin scrutinized the bowl of foul-smelling liquid. Shen Yi pressed, "Are you dissatisfied with my cooking?" In truth, Shen Yi was quite self-aware and recognized his lack of culinary skill. Hence his earlier statement was, "If you don't drink it, I'll pour it out." As a result, upon learning it was made by him, Lou Jin bravely declared, "I will drink it." He then added, "Could you feed me?" Shen Yi was initially reluctant, but upon seeing Lou Jin clutching his chest and coughing again, he genuinely feared he might vomit blood once more. Furthermore, Alan had mentioned that he had sustained injuries to his heart and multiple fractures. He set down the medicinal soup and propped a pillow under Lou Jin's head, then assisted him in sitting up by supporting his arm. Lou Jin wrapped his arm around Shen Yi's waist for support. Shen Yi furrowed his brow slightly, suspecting he was taking advantage of him. Yet he could not voice his concerns. After all, Lou Jin was indeed injured and found it difficult to rise. Lou Jin remarked, "You seem less soft than before." Perhaps it was due to frequently gathering herbs and engaging in labor, which had firmed up his muscles somewhat. As Lou Jin contemplated this, he recalled his previous inquiry to Alan regarding Shen Yi's circumstances over the past 5 years. Alan had mentioned that she found Shen Yi at the cliff between the realms of gods, humans, and demons. That time, he had numerous fractures and was severely malnourished, appearing little more than a skeleton. Normally, men would not. He had hidden in a cave beneath the cliff, fearing he would be seen as a monster, relying on his own efforts and Alan's assistance to survive for nearly a year. Thinking of this, Lou Jin's long fingers moved from Shen Yi's waist. Though separated by coarse fabric, he could still distinctly feel a scar there. "What are you doing?" Shen Yi instinctively recoiled, his tone displeased as he took a few steps back. Have you become addicted to taking advantage of me? Were it not for your grievous injuries, I would truly want to punch you. Although his punches might not inflict any harm on Lou Jin, they could very well hurt his own hand. Lou Jin struggled to suppress the urge to untie Shen Yi's clothing and examine him. His unusual colored gaze lowered, a surge of pain coursing through his heart, rendering his voice slightly hoarse as he uttered, "You." He wished to ask if Shen Yi harbored deep resentment towards him, yet he lacked the courage to do so. Indeed, he was afraid that Shen Yi would respond with hatred. "What is wrong with you?" Shen Yi observed that Lou Jin's mood was amiss. Lou Jin replied, "I'm sorry, Shen Yi. What was this guy's problem now?" Lou Jin continued, "Will you still drink it?" Shen Yi exhibited little patience. The celestial battle last night had nearly torn the roof from his abode. Shortly, he intended to venture into the mountains to procure a couple of timber beams to support the roof ridge, and, taking advantage of the fair weather in the next few days, swiftly repair the roof. Otherwise, with such a gaping hole, it would be a wonder if the house did not flood at the first rain. Leaving him and the children without a place to rest, Luo Jin, having heard that he had been simmering something all morning, nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us drink." Shen Yi promptly ladled out a generous spoonful and offered it to him. Just as Luo Jin was about to take a sip, Shen Yi hesitated, retracting the spoon that if he tastes my cooking, I shall be immediately exposed. The meals I prepared for him while pursuing him in the demon palace were mere facades. What if he, in a fit of rage, sought to harm me? A chuckle escaped him that I believe I may have overcooked it. "Perhaps you could ask Hanya to fetch something for you," Luo Jin replied. "It matters not. I am not picky." Shen Yi found this hard to believe. Initially, he did not know Luo Jin's preferences, and neither did anyone else, which compelled him to bring back a variety of dishes each day. Yet, Luo Jin hardly glanced at them, leaving Shen Yi to consume the leftovers himself. Nevertheless, Luo Jin's words lingered in his mind. Moreover, he had used genuine ingredients. It would be a waste not to partake. With this thought, he filled another spoonful and offered it anew. Luo Jin, displaying remarkable courage, consumed it. Seeing him actually swallow the repast, Shen Yi's heart clung to a flicker of hope. "How is it?" Luo Jin clenched his fingers at his side, desperately suppressing the urge to retch as he forced it down. "It is passable, quite unpalatable. In fact, worse than the spoiled rice of my youth, the buns discarded on the ground, or the bones scavenged by wild dogs. That so? Then do not waste it. Drink it all." Shen Yi promptly ladled another generous serving of broth. Luo Jin pondered, "Am I still able to retract my previous statement?" It was evidently too late, especially upon witnessing the delight in Shen Yi's expression, which suggested he believed his culinary skills had finally improved. Luo Jin could not bring himself to refuse. He had originally intended to use magic to dull his sense of taste. Yet considering the hardship Shen Yi had endured over the past 5 years, he reasoned that this small discomfort was inconsequential, even if the broth was more bitter than bitter melon. Bauer, perched at the doorframe, gazed admiringly at her brother and exclaimed, "Gidge, father is truly remarkable. He can consume such a foul and unpalatable substance." Shen Yi cast a fleeting glance, inwardly feeling a twinge of admiration as well. Chapter 40. Suddenly feeling uncharacteristically mortal ever since Luo Jin partook of the nourishing soup, someone regained confidence in their culinary prowess. At noon, he personally took to the kitchen to prepare a medley of wild vegetables. The dish included mushrooms, bamboo shoots, fern leaves, wild onions, wood ear mushrooms, shepherd's purse, dandelions, and more. He even retrieved a couple of eggs from the chicken coop, and after a moment's contemplation, decided to fetch another. The preparation was simple. The wild vegetable medley could either be served cold or as a hot pot. Aside from this, Shen Yi's culinary repertoire was rather limited. It was only after he had little Yi and Bauer that he was compelled to learn how to cook. Albeit his dishes left much to be desired. Bauer, eyeing the medley with trepidation, turned to her brother and asked, "Gidge, will the mushrooms poison me?" Shen Yi shared her concern. Their apprehension was not unfounded, given that Shen Yi had once suffered from mushroom poisoning. Were it not for Alan's timely arrival, he might have met his end in the modern world. Shen Yi reassured Bauer, "I am familiar with these mushrooms. They are absolutely safe. If you are frightened, feel free to eat something else." He also boiled 3 eggs, one for Bauer, one for little Yi, and the last he handed to Luo Jin. "Do not misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish for you to recover swiftly, lest you linger in my home indefinitely." Shen Yi fretted, fearing Luo Jin might misconstrue his motives. Luo Jin thought to himself, "Indeed, I would like nothing more than to remain in my wife's household. Shen Yi urged, hasten to eat. He had chopped down a few trees in the morning, and in the afternoon, he needed to find a way to haul them back that as he departed, he had overheard an elder in the village, skilled in meteorology, proclaimed that thunderstorms were imminent, necessitating the urgent repair of the roof. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to sleep once the rains came. Moreover, he would need to prepare a makeshift bed that night. The lone bedroom in his home could barely accommodate small Yi and Bauer on their bed. While his own was currently monopolized by Lou Jin, he had no desire to share a bed with Lou Jin. Though he was gravely injured now, he remained a formidable demon lord. What if he were to suddenly unleash his primal instincts upon him? The thought sent shivers down Shen Yi's spine, leaving him with a sense of dread. With this in mind, he shoved the egg into Lou Jin's hands and proceeded to eat his own meal. Lou Jin observed the pot filled with a watery concoction of vegetables, the only semblance of meat being the boiled egg Shen he had just thrust into his grasp. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him, and he suddenly felt distinctly less demonic. Is this what you typically consume? What else would there be? Shen Yi retorted. He possessed no particular skills, and even if he did, they would be of little use in this world. Besides, he was responsible for 2 children. Being an outsider without land, he had to allocate the meager earnings from selling medicinal herbs to cover basic necessities. Along with the bridal price promised to Alan's father, he had been diligent and frugal. Moreover, little Yi and Bauer were no longer children. In the future, he would need to save some silver for their education. Consequently, he could only afford to visit the market twice a month to procure a bit of meat for little Yi and Bauer or, with a stroke of luck, catch a mountain chicken or bamboo rat for a rare treat. Lou Jin, having survived on alms in his youth, and later rising to become the supreme ruler of the demon realm, could hardly fathom the struggles of subsisting without skills or land while caring for 2 children. He wished to compensate Shen Yi and the children, yet Shen Yi was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. Shen Yi had contemplated this matter. He could endure hardship himself, but he did not wish for his children to suffer alongside him. Thus, prior to leaving the demon palace, he had discussed this with them. Should they choose to remain in the palace, he would not force them to stay, for he could not provide little Yi and Bauer with a life of abundance. As for Lou Jin, he had never considered being with him, as he did not love him, nor could he accept the brutality that accompanied Lou Jin's nature, both psychologically and physically. Therefore, he would rather endure hardship in the mortal realm than entertain the notion of being with him. Little Yi and Bauer were raised solely by him, and without question, they chose to remain with him, even if it meant subsisting on wild vegetables. Shen Yi could not bear to part with his children. Thus he found a certain contentment in their current circumstances that he addressed Lou Jin. This is all I have. Whether you choose to eat it or not is entirely up to you. He added. If you find the fare too inadequate, I can arrange for someone to fetch you back to the demon palace for your recovery. Lou Jin lowered his gaze. I do not harbor any disdain. Shen Yi replied, perhaps you should. It is already a challenge for me to support myself and 2 children. Now I must also care for a patient. Lou Jin, employing a secret method, communicated with Hanya, instructing him to immediately retrieve a box of gold, a box of silver, and a box of jewels from the treasury of the demon palace. However, Hanya received the message but found himself unable to break the demon-binding chain around his neck. Alan entered, carrying a bundle of firewood, only to see him attempting to use his powers to break the chain. She set down the firewood and exchanged a miniature demon-suppressing tower from the system's store to confine Hanya within the tower. She cast a cold glance at the tower and kindly warned, if you still contemplate escape, I would not object to letting you experience the bindings of the demon rope once more. Hanya pondered. Chapter 41. Will we meet our demise? Hanya was bewildered. How could Alan, an ordinary mortal, possess such an array of peculiar magical artifacts? Alan offered him another option. As long as you promise to cease your pursuit of me, I could release you at this very moment. Hanya replied, I serve only the demon lord. Alan retorted, engaging in conversation with someone so obstinate is a futile endeavor. She ceased her dialogue, intent on carrying the firewood into the storage shed. When the courtyard door was suddenly flung open, Alan's father, more accurately, the original owner's disreputable father, stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, and began cursing as he entered. Why is the door shut in broad daylight? One might think you were hiding a man in here. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he spotted Hanya squatting by the door. Ordinary mortals could not perceive the demon-capturing artifact Alan had summoned from her system, but Shen Yi, being from another world, could see it. Alan's father and Hanya locked eyes for a prolonged moment. Finally, the inebriated elder asked, "Who is he?" and then directed his ire at Alan. "How dare you, you ungrateful daughter, bring a man into our home?" Fearing that this matter might reach Shen Yi and that he would demand the return of the 100 taels of bridal price, the elder immediately ordered Alan, "Get rid of him at once. If word of this gets out, I will beat you to death." Alan appeared unfazed, continuing to carry firewood inside. The elder, incensed by her indifference, approached and grabbed her shoulder. Growling, "I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Do not think for a moment that your tuberculosis-ridden MO." Upon hearing the words, Alan's gaze sharpened. At that moment, she realized she could not immediately snap the old man's neck. However, the system in her mind issued an OOC character warning that if she were to act against the old man, she would also face the system's punishment. The original soul she had inhabited was that of an exceedingly ordinary peasant girl, raised under the oppressive shadow of an abusive father, which had rendered her timid, cowardly, and unwilling to speak up, let alone resist. When Alan first crossed over, she could hardly suppress her urge to retaliate, only to be met with an electric punishment from the system for violating her character, followed by a brutal beating from the old man that nearly left her bedridden. Reflecting on this, her eyes dimmed slightly. It was he who refused to leave. She pointed at the cold raven, bound by magical chains and imprisoned in the tower. The old man frowned at her words. He turned to glare at the raven, intending to scold it to leave, but the raven's hawk-like gaze sent a chill down his spine. The old man was a quintessential abuser, submissive to outsiders yet tyrannical within his home. He felt at ease bullying his wife and daughter, but to confront the robust raven, towering at 9 feet, was clearly an act of folly. Moreover, the raven's icy gaze, fixed upon him as if he were merely an ant ready to be crushed, made it evident that he was not regarded with any respect. The old man stammered for a while before feigning bravery to say, "I tell you, my daughter has already been promised to someone else, with a bride price of 100 taels. Do you have that? If not, then be gone. If you dare to pester my daughter again, don't blame me for being unkind." The raven remained silent for a moment before asking, "So, I can marry her?" The old man was taken aback by the question. Alan also furrowed her brow slightly. If it were merely for 100 taels, she could easily earn that amount herself and find someone to marry her, merely to put on a show for Motherly. However, Motherly's wish was for her daughter to find a genuinely good man who would treat her well, so marrying just anyone would not fulfill her mission. The raven, too, was only focused on completing the task assigned to him by the demon lord. Marrying her did not imply he would treat her kindly. Thus, she firmly rejected, "I will not marry you." Yet the old man's eyes brightened as he stood in front of Alan, saying, "Do you truly possess 100 taels?" He scrutinized the raven's attire, which was entirely black and appeared rather stiff, not suggesting a wealthy appearance. "Yes," the raven replied. The old man, upon hearing this, became even more elated. The 100 taels given to him by Shen Yi had been nearly squandered, and if he could extract more from this man, it would be splendid. As for whom his daughter married, or whether she would be happy, he had never considered that. The old man extended 2 fingers towards the raven, saying, "If you can provide 200 taels as a bride price, I shall give Alan to you, but not a single coin less, for I need 100 taels to return to that Shen." He certainly did not intend to repay. Once he received the money, he would vanish. With 200 taels, he could indulge himself in the city without a care. The raven had not calculated how much silver he possessed, but based on the demon lord's monthly stipend of 10,000 magic stones, it could roughly be converted to 100,000 taels in the human realm, more than enough to marry Alan. That he agreed. "I will give you 10,000 taels, and from now on, you must not bully her." The old man was once again stunned. 10,000 taels? That was more than Alan was worth. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Good, good. A hand for silver and a hand for the bride, as long as you bring the silver. I will arrange your wedding immediately." Alan frowned deeply. The old man was nothing but a scoundrel, utterly indifferent to her well-being. The raven glanced at Alan, evidently seeking her opinion. The old man sneered, "Do not mind her. Since ancient times, parents have dictated marriages. She must marry whomever I choose. Besides, you are wealthy and not unhandsome. Marrying you is better than marrying that old widower in the mountains with 2 burdens." In the mountains, the old widower suddenly sneezed, feeling dizzy, weak, and nauseated. Bauer, familiar with the situation, remarked, "Gidge, Papa seems to have been poisoned by the umbrella mushroom." Shen Yi, noticing the same, said, "I will fetch Aunt Allen." However, Lou Jin interjected. "No need." He then gently patted Shen Yi's chest, causing all the toxic mushrooms he had consumed to be expelled, along with Bauer, relieved, patted her chest. "Good thing we didn't eat the umbrella mushroom." Shen Yi replied, "We had the soup." Bauer asked, "Will we die?" Shen Yi reassured her, "We should be fine." Bauer, confused, inquired, "Why?" Shen Yi explained, "Last time, only Papa was poisoned. To be precise, the toxicity was negligible for them, as they bore half the bloodline of a great demon." Chapter 42. The fraudster. Now that Shen Yi had lost the system's protection, he was no different from the mortals here, thus experiencing the effects of the poisonous mushrooms. He had been poisoned before. But fortunately, Allen had arrived in time with an antidote, saving his life. This time, he was saved by Lou Jin. After expelling the poison and bile, Shen Yi finally regained his senses and vowed never to consume mushrooms recklessly again. Lou Jin suggested he rest on the bed, but Shen Yi shook his head. He still needed to hurry to the mountain to retrieve the cut trees and gather some thatch for roofing. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to shelter from the rain. With a firewood knife in hand, Shen Yi stepped outside, not disclosing his destination, merely instructing Shou Yi and Bauer to stay at home and not wander off. Likely due to Lou Jin's presence in the house. Although he was injured, at least someone was watching the children. Shen Yi felt reassured, knowing they wouldn't accidentally get hurt or fall into a pond. This allowed him to work with a lighter heart. Lou Jin, recalling how drenched in sweat Shen Yi had been upon returning from the mountain, was curious about his activities that morning, so he decided to follow Shen Yi using his spiritual essence. This was quite dangerous, for without the raven to protect him, and with the celestial realm already aware of his presence here, leaving his physical body behind could result in severe consequences. The spiritual essence could not stray too far from the physical body. It could last from 3 days to 7 if the physical body were destroyed, unless he could find a suitable vessel to possess within that short time frame. He would become a true wandering spirit. Moreover, his powerful essence could not be accommodated by just any body, especially not in the human realm. His actions were akin to courting disaster. If the celestial realm destroyed his body and cornered him, he would struggle to rise again. Even if he survived, it would take thousands of years to reconstruct his physical form. By then, the celestial realm would have conquered the demon realm, rendering his existence as the demon lord meaningless. However, Lou Jin clearly did not fear these risks. That he trailed behind Shen Yi like a wandering spirit. Shen Yi seemed to sense his presence, but turned to see nothing. The mountain was filled only with the sounds of birds and insects. The gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze, and the gurgling of water flowing beneath the stone bridge. Was he imagining things? Having heard that iron could repel evil spirits, Shen Yi drew his firewood knife and gripped it tightly. Then ventured deeper into the woods. Lou Jin followed suit, but this time he maintained a greater distance, not out of fear of iron, but to avoid startling Shen Yi. Shen Yi, accustomed to foraging for herbs in the mountains, swiftly arrived at the spot where he had chopped down trees earlier that day. He had felled 7 or 8 large cedar trees, each as thick as a thigh. Thus he could only carry them back one at a time. The mountain path was steep, and he skillfully used his knife to slice through the thorny bark, peeling it away with force. Without gloves, the thorns inevitably pricked his fingers, and though he had calluses, they offered little protection. Seeing this, Lou Jin felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Using his magic, he enveloped Shen Yi's hands, preventing further injury from the thorns, and assisted him in peeling the bark. This was perhaps the most laborious task Lou Jin had ever undertaken. Aside from training, he had never done such work. Shen Yi, puzzled, wondered why the bark had suddenly become so easy to peel, and the thorns felt soft against his skin, causing him no pain. Even when he accidentally slipped and fell, the ground felt oddly soft. Curious, he got up and stomped his feet in place. Lou Jin observed as Shen Yi stomped. Realizing his feet did not hurt, it truly was soft ground. Could it be that a passing deity was aiding him? Lou Jin mused. Could he not consider that it might be me? Shen Yi scarcely had time to ponder, for he had to hurry and carry these logs home before darkness fell. Normally, even logs half this size would prove a considerable challenge for him to shoulder, especially given the treacherous mountain paths. Yet today, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found the fur logs, as thick as his thighs, surprisingly effortless to bear upon his shoulders. Shen Yi suspected he was either losing his mind or truly witnessing something extraordinary. Initially, he felt a twinge of fear, but the ease with which he lifted the wood dispelled much of his apprehension. Thus, he carried 2 logs down the mountain in one go. Lou Jin mused. If the elders of the demon realm were to see their demon lord toiling with logs, they would surely be at a loss that in truth, some demons had already caught sight of this peculiar sight. Hanya, concerned about potential trouble from the divine realm, had dispatched several guardians to safeguard this mountain peak. Guardian 1, utterly perplexed, queried, "What on earth is the demon lord doing?" Guardian 2, stroking his chin in contemplation, suggested, "Could it be that he is training?" Guardian 3 scoffed, "Have you ever seen anyone trained by carrying logs?" Guardian 4 chimed in, "It's true. I've seen monks from the human realm frequently ascend the mountains to carry logs as a form of training that I've heard it strengthens the body and fortifies the spirit." Guardian 5 asserted confidently, "That must be it. After all, the demon lord is known for his dedication to training." Guardian 6 proposed, "Should we not also carry some logs to train alongside him?" Guardian 7 encouraged, "Indeed, our esteemed demon lord is so formidable, we cannot afford to lag behind and bring him shame." The other guardians found this reasoning sound, and thus they hurried to assist Shen Yi, helping him carry the remaining logs home. Guardian 7, lacking a log of his own to carry, deftly split a piece of wood with his hands to join in the effort. Had Shen Yi not been well versed in the extraordinary, he might have been thoroughly unnerved by this scene that he began to suspect that Lou Jin was behind this strange occurrence. For divine beings should not be so alarming, he thought. If Lou Jin can assist me in carrying logs, it indicates that his health is not severely compromised, allowing me to finally send him on his way. Otherwise, he would devour all the eggs in my household. Lou Jin, aware that Shen Yi's humble abode was nearly bare, recognized that eggs were the only nourishment available to restore his health. Thus, he had prepared one for him in the morning, another at noon, and planned to serve yet another in the evening. However, at this rate, it would inevitably lead to his downfall. With this in mind, he hurried into the room, only to find Lou Jin calmly reclining upon the bed, recuperating. Shen Yi pondered, "Is it truly him? Could it be a passing divine being?" Lou Jin. Shen Yi was uncertain whether it was indeed him, as Lou Jin himself denied having ventured out. Bao also insisted, "Father has been behaving obediently, sleeping at home." Shen Yi cast a knowing glance at Lou Jin, his eyes clearly conveying a single word, "Liar." P.S. Small skit. Author, I shall resolutely commit to a daily double update from now on. Confidently, Shen Yi, I believe you. Chapter 43. How infuriating. Lou Jin paid no heed to the piercing gaze of Shou Yi, reflecting instead on how much he preferred Bao, who was so soft and adorable. Of course, he did not harbor any particular disdain for Shou Yi. He simply found the boy rather astute, not easily fooled. Shen Yi, meanwhile, was weary of ruminating on this matter. He had initially intended to spend the entire afternoon hauling the logs from the mountain, planning to commence repairs the following day. Now that the wood had returned on its own, he could begin repairing the roof that very afternoon. The previous night's battle between gods and demons had nearly torn his roof asunder. 2 of the ridge beams had snapped, and the columns beneath the eaves had loosened that he needed to replace the timber, lest the weight of winter's snow collapse the ridge. With a sense of determination, Shen Yi set out to borrow tools from Lou the carpenter in the village below, including a plane, chisel, and chalk line. The wood needed marking with the chalk line first, then the chisel would carve out the mortise and tenon joints, and finally, the plane would smooth the surfaces. Once a university student who had been inept at manual labor, Shen Yi had gradually learned these skills since settling here. He could manage a bit of everything now, except cooking. This was something Lou Jin also could not do. Yet he could use magic to ease Shen Yi's labors. What once took Shen Yi a day and a half to accomplish, he now finished effortlessly in a single afternoon that he wondered if perhaps the system had returned. However, when he called out mentally, he received no response. So be it. He had no intention of undertaking any further quest tasks. As for returning to the modern world, it was not on his mind at present. After all, living anywhere was still living. Yet, if an opportunity arose to return, and he could take Shou Yi and Bao with him, he would gladly do so, for that world lacked Lou Jin. His feelings toward Lou Jin were not rooted in hatred. Rather, it was perplexing how Luo Jun had transformed from the main character's devoted admirer into his own. Shen Yi feared that Luo Jun's patience might eventually wear thin, leading him to behave like the madly obsessive second male lead in the original tale, forcibly dragging him back to the demon realm for a twisted romance. This had already happened once, though for reasons unknown, Luo Jun had suddenly spared him this time, refraining from the madness depicted in the original story. Yet, one could never be certain when he might lose control again. Shen Yi, a straightforward man, could not accept Luo Jun's affections. Initially, he had willingly approached Luo Jun in hopes of returning to his original world, but he had paid a price for that choice. Ultimately, if escape were possible, he would certainly choose to distance himself from Luo Jun for his own peace of mind. After sawing the logs, Shen Yi faced the greatest challenge: how to hoist them onto the roof. However, it was already quite late, and the remaining work would have to wait until tomorrow. That evening, Shen Yi prepared the meal. The dish, though simple, consisted of a pot of dumpling soup and a plate of pickled vegetables, accompanied by a dish of chili powder. The dumpling soup, though seemingly straightforward, required the dough to be kneaded and shaped into small balls before being boiled. Had Shen Yi been the one cooking, they would either be undercooked or excessively hard, perhaps even lumpy. However, the dumplings prepared by Shen Yi were delightful little morsels, soft and glutinous, enhanced by the addition of vibrant wild greens, making the dish quite appetizing. Shen Yi's culinary skills surpassed Shen Yi's by far. While he might not be a master chef, at least his cooking would not leave Shen Yi poisoned. Luo Jun, who had initially been fasting, found himself drawn in by the appetizing sight of the three of them enjoying their meal, which seemed far more palatable than the midday fare, yet he could not bring himself to admit it. Ultimately, Bao Er took the initiative, lifting her bowl and offering some dumplings to him with a wooden spoon. "Father, please try these. Dove's dumplings are delicious, even better than Papa's." Shen Yi felt a sense of discontent. Why did his little darling seem to favor Luo Jun so much? Luo Jun, however, was warmed by the gesture and took a bite. Finding the taste surprisingly agreeable, Bao Er sweetly inquired, "Father, is it delicious?" Luo Jun nodded, his tone softer than ever. "This is the best food Father has ever tasted." "Shen Yi, I feel utterly undermined." Hearing this, Bao Er looked up, her crimson pupils sparkling with innocence. "If Father enjoys it, then eat more. All of Dove's dumplings are for you." Shen Yi observed as Luo Jun's smile widened to a near ear-to-ear grin. The last time he had seen Luo Jun so joyous was back in the cave. Shen Yi did not dwell on how Luo Jun knew, attributing it to Shou Yi's resemblance to him. For Bao Er's eyes mirrored his own, those crimson, flower-like orbs. How infuriating! Why did they all resemble Luo Jun? It was one thing to share his appearance. It was another entirely for Bao Er to dote on him so. This fatherhood felt alarmingly effortless, as if it were simply handed to him. Shen Yi begrudgingly consumed 2 large bowls of dumpling soup. Later that night, he found himself troubled over sleeping arrangements. The bed was too small for both Shou Yi and Bao Er, and sharing a bed with Luo Jun was out of the question. He could never share a bed with him, not in this lifetime. Unless the sun rose in the west, rivers flowed backward, and pigs learned to climb trees. After much contemplation, he resolved to sleep on the floor. After all, Luo Jun was the patient. It would be unconscionable to let him sleep on the ground. What if he used the pretext of his injuries to linger indefinitely in Shen Yi's home? Shen Yi could only endure. Once he had lulled Shou Yi and Bao Er to sleep, he ventured to the base of the courtyard wall to retrieve several discarded bricks, then fetched some wooden planks from the wood shed to lay across the ground. Finally wiping them clean with a cloth and rummaging through a box to find a tattered piece of fabric to serve as a mat for blankets. There were none to spare in the house. Fortunately, the weather was not particularly cold, and he retrieved a thick winter coat, intending to use it to cover his midsection to avoid catching a chill. Luo Jun, observing this, understood that Shen Yi had no intention of accepting his offer to share the bed, and his uniquely colored eyes dimmed slightly. "You should sleep on the bed. I will manage. There's no need. You're the patient. You should rest on the bed." Luo Jun's previously dim gaze brightened slightly, sensing a glimmer of hope. Yet, he overheard Shen Yi's inner thoughts. What if he caught a chill, worsening his condition and forcing him to stay at my home indefinitely? As Luo Jun contemplated his next words, Shen Yi had already swiftly lain down, slipping into a deep slumber. Luo Jun, Shen Yi was genuinely exhausted. In this world devoid of phones or computers, there was little to occupy oneself with after dark. And thus he had cultivated the habit of rising early and sleeping early for the sake of his health. Moreover, he had been busy throughout the day, even though the work had been light. He had spent the morning chopping trees, the afternoon sawing them, and making several trips back and forth through the mountains. He was weary, despite the ease of the tasks at hand, primarily worried that Lou Jin might call him to sleep alongside him. Chapter 44. Whom does the little rascal resemble? Shen Yi believed that he was safe simply because he had fallen asleep. Little did he know that no sooner had he succumbed to slumber than Lou Jin had embraced him and carried him to the bed. Shen Yi was in such a deep sleep that he was barely aware of anything, save for the times before his children turned one, when he hardly dared to sleep at all. However, as the children grew older, his worries began to dissipate. His reluctance to sleep while the child was still an infant stemmed from the necessity of waking in the night to feed and change diapers. Particularly with Bauer, who had been frail and sickly since birth, there were times when discomfort from wetting himself would lead to heart-wrenching cries. Fortunately, during those early days, Alan had been there to assist him, teaching him how to change diapers and bathe the child. Even the milk that Bauer consumed was provided by Alan through the redemption of system points for formula. Thus it was hardly surprising that Bauer called Alan mother. It was only after moving to this new place that he began to sleep separately from the children. This was primarily due to his poor sleeping posture and Bauer's tendency to crawl about in her sleep. On one occasion, she crawled to the foot of the bed to sleep, and when Shen Yi kicked off the covers in the night, he inadvertently covered her head. Had it not been for Shen Yi waking and crying incessantly, he might have suffocated her. From that night on, he decided to keep a distance during sleep to prevent any similar mishaps. Today, Shen Yi was genuinely exhausted, so much so that he remained oblivious even as Lou Jin held him close in slumber. In fact, he found the sudden presence of an additional pillow rather comforting, instinctively burying his head in Lou Jin's embrace. Shen Yi's long, thickly curled eyelashes lent a youthful innocence to his visage, while his slightly upturned lips, rich in color and fullness, appeared inviting. Lou Jin, with a desire to kiss him, seized the opportunity, knowing well that in this lifetime, Shen Yi could only belong to him, regardless of Shen Yi's affections. He was resolutely his. With this thought, Lou Jin's Adam's apple bobbed as his initially gentle kisses deepened. Shen Yi found himself gasping for air, and in a moment of irritation, turned his head away. But Lou Jin would not allow him to refuse. His broad palm firmly cradled the back of Shen Yi's head, yet his touch transformed from a forceful invasion to a tender caress. Soothing Guardian 3. I comprehend. The Demon Lord is carrying the reeds. Guardian 4. Are you 3 truly foolish? Can you not see this? The Demon Lord is assisting his wife with her tasks. Guardian 5. Is the Demon Lord blooming like an iron tree? Guardian 6. But has he not been diligently cultivating the heartless technique? Guardian 7. It seems his cultivation has met with failure. Lou Jin. As if carrying reeds by himself were not enough, he has also enlisted the 7 guardians, who are merely spectators, to join him in this task. All guardians, she is not our wife. Why should we bear this burden? Lou Jin cast a cold glare over. All guardians. Carrying reeds is still carrying reeds. It can serve as a means to strengthen our bodies. Shen Yi observed the reeds trailing behind him. Such trivialities. He has witnessed far stranger occurrences. For instance, the reeds that flew back to him and subsequently wove themselves into a mat, albeit rather haphazardly. The guardians, noticing Shen Yi's disdainful gaze, glanced at their own battered fingers. Guardian 1. These are my hands for alchemy. Guardian 2. These are my hands for wielding a sword. Guardian 3. These are my hands for drawing talismans. Guardian 4. These are my hands for divination. Guardian 5. These are my hands for cultivating qi. Guardian 6. These are my hands for martial arts. Guardian 7. These are my hands. Lou Jin, uninterested in their incessant chatter, tossed several pills from his private stash to them. These were all magic pills of at least 7th grade, rare healing elixirs specifically designed to mend the injuries sustained from their various practices. Not to mention, they would suffice to revive them even from the brink of death. Guardian 1. Demon Lord. Is there any further task you require us to undertake? Guardian 2. I have always relished hard work. Please do not hesitate to command me. Guardian 3. It is a great honor for me to assist the Demon Lord. Guardian 4. I thrive on labor. Without it, I feel an unbearable itch. Guardian 5. I would willingly sacrifice my life for the Demon Lord. Guardian 6. I would gladly give my all until my last breath. Guardian 7. So would I. Lou Jin. Begone, all guardians. Very well. Should the Demon Lord have any further commands, do not hesitate to convey them. Lou Jin observed their gleeful expressions as they clutched the pills. Pathetic. What a disgrace to him. All guardians. You are accomplished, yet you cannot even win over a wife. Of course, they would never dare voice such thoughts. Shen Yi's dwelling was completed in merely 2 days. And he had also repaired the windows with wooden boards. In the afternoon, Alan paid him a visit. She initially intended to see if there were any places where she might lend assistance, and, secondly, to persuade Lou Jin to retract the order regarding Hanya. However, Lou Jin denied having ever commanded Hanya to pursue Alan. Alan was taken aback by this facet of the Demon Lord. Shen Yi was equally astonished. Alan eventually exclaimed in frustration, "You should give up. I will not marry Hanya." Shen Yi echoed, "You should give up. I will not marry you." Lou Jin remained indifferent. For as long as he existed, Shen Yi would never marry another. That night, the wind howled and rain cascaded outside. The ground grew damp. Shen Yi stubbornly insisted on sleeping on the wooden boards. To prevent himself from climbing into Lou Jin's bed in the middle of the night, he even tied his foot to a nearby stool with a rope. Lou Jin, truly endearingly foolish. Does he think a mere rope can thwart me? Lou Jin employed his magic to erect a barrier within the room. Then, once Shen Yi succumbed to slumber, he carried him to the bed. The mountains were inherently cold at night, compounded by the rain. Shen Yi curled up in his embrace, appearing particularly obedient. Lou Jin leaned down to kiss his lips, then recalled something and opened Shen Yi's palm. Shen Yi's fingers were long and slender, with well-defined knuckles. His fingertips were rounded and a delicate pink, quite pleasing to the eye. A scratch marred the pad of his left hand, inflicted by the reeds. Though it had ceased bleeding, it revealed the raw flesh beneath. Lou Jin gently traced the wound with his knuckles, as well as the calloused palm, a wave of guilt and sorrow washing over him. He then lowered his head and placed a tender kiss upon the injured area. Chapter 46. Unable to resist, he vowed never to allow him to suffer harm again. Lou Jin's kiss upon the wounded fingertip miraculously restored it to its original state. This time, Shen Yi did not berate him in his dreams. Instead, he found himself being held too tightly, making it difficult to breathe. Thus he tossed and turned restlessly. Perhaps it was simply that the bed felt cramped with an additional person, leading to him inadvertently kicking Lou Jin off the bed in the middle of the night. Lou Jin, as for his own wife, he would endure to prevent being kicked off again. He embraced Shen Yi entirely, his legs pinning down Shen Yi's. Shen Yi dreamt he was abducted by a black demon dragon. That dragon was none other than Lou Jin. Upon waking in the morning, he opened his eyes and found himself indeed held captive in Lou Jin's embrace. This time, he could not believe he had climbed up there by himself unless he was sleepwalking. Lou Jin remarked that he feared Shen Yi might freeze at night. Shen Yi felt that he had indeed slept rather warmly the previous night. "You did not do anything to me, did you?" Shen Yi recalled their position upon waking in the morning and instinctively checked his backside, in no pain. It seemed nothing had occurred. Lou Jin observed the several reddish marks on Shen Yi's neck, his unusual eyes darkening. "If you want me to do, I do not want." Shen Yi, concerned he might spiral into wild thoughts and speak nonsense, immediately cut him off, seizing the opportunity while the children were still asleep. He hastily arranged his loose clothing. In fact, Shen Yi had already woken up. He informed Shen Yi, "He bullied you last night." Shen Yi turned to Lou Jin. Lou Jin, he had not intended to admit it. Just then, Bauer awoke. Bauer gazed at the marks on Papa's neck, her curiosity piqued. "Papa, were you bitten by bugs?" With no mirror at home, Shen Yi rushed to the well to check. He returned to the room and pointed at the strawberry mark on his neck, questioning Lou Jin. "Was this your doing?" Lou Jin could no longer deny it. "Yes, it was I. Shen Yi. You admit it quite readily, leaving me at a loss for words, especially with the children watching." Shen Yi continued to assert that he was not. He would not say he was. However, he still needed to express it. Yet, it was inappropriate to do so in front of the children. Thus, he asked Xiao Yi to take his sister out to play for a while. Bauer protested, "Papa, but it is raining outside." Shen Yi, "Then go play in the hall. I need to have a word with your father." Bauer inquired. "Can I listen?" Shen Yi nodded. "This is a secret between me and your father." Disappointed, Bauer accepted. remembering that Papa had told her everyone has their own secrets, and one can know only if someone chooses to share. Very well. Once Shen Yi led Bauer outside, Shen Yi instantly shifted from his previous gentle demeanor. Hands on his hips, accusing Lou Jin. Who gave you permission to act so? I gave myself permission. Does that count? Shen Yi. He suddenly recalled waking up yesterday morning with a sensation akin to his lips being swollen and numb. Likely due to this fellow's late-night kiss, he suppressed his anger and informed Lou Jin. Such matters require my consent. Lou Jin. 5 years ago, you drugged me and compelled me into love without my consent. Shen Yi. His fault lay in the events of 5 years ago. However, who exactly forced whom into love back then? It was true he administered the drug, but he was the one who was overwhelmed. Shen Yi did not wish to reminisce, as the memories were all painful that I ensured. I admit my mistakes. I apologize. I have reflected, and I shall amend my ways. Is that acceptable? Lou Jin nodded. That is permissible. Shen Yi's heart soared with hope. So you forgive me? Yes. Then you will. Lou Jin, unable to resist. Shen Yi. What should I do if I want to strangle the demon? He certainly could not kill a demon. Thus he reiterated his stance. Brother, I have told you countless times I am a straight man and cannot harbor feelings for you. What must I do for you to relinquish your pursuit? Relinquishing is impossible, unless, Shen Yi immediately asked. Unless what? I die. Shen Yi. Then it is settled. Shen Yi, undeterred, sought to negotiate further. How about this? Aside from marrying you, propose another request, and I will help you fulfill it. And you shall let me go. Upon hearing this, Lou Jin's peculiar eyes narrowed slightly, as if in contemplation. Any request? Yes. Shen Yi even thought, at worst, he could sell his body once more, provided it would lead to the other party finally giving up. After all, while he could afford to wait, Alan could not that I will marry you if that is what it takes. Shen Yi. Then it is utterly hopeless. This demon is a hopeless romantic. Otherwise, how could a dignified demon lord utter such words to marry a mere mortal? Shen Yi finally realized that communication with him was utterly futile. However, he certainly could not allow Lou Jin to continue residing in his home. Otherwise, after kissing him on the lips the night before, and on the neck the previous night, tonight he might very well end up kissing his chest. But alas, Shen Yi could not communicate, so he ceased all attempts that I see you are well enough now. My humble abode cannot accommodate such a grand demon as yourself. You should return to your own demon palace. Before he could finish his words, Lou Jin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Shen Yi chuckled. Ha! This amount of blood is astonishing. After much contemplation, Shen Yi concluded that he had to marry. Only through marriage could Lou Jin possibly relent. However, this matter must remain concealed from Lou Jin, for he would undoubtedly wreak havoc otherwise. But how could he deceive him? Shen Yi had yet to devise a plan when nightfall arrived. Tonight, he resolutely refused to sleep on the wooden board. Who could tell if that madman Lou Jin would secretly carry him off to bed again, only to engage in unspeakable acts? He decided to squeeze in with Shen Yi and Bauer. To his surprise, Bauer asked, Papa, will you kick Bao Bao and go off the bed in the middle of the night? Shen Yi replied, that is indeed a possibility. After contemplating, he chose not to sleep at all. Thus, after lulling Shen Yi and Bauer to sleep, he retreated to the main room. Lou Jin sighed helplessly, come sleep. Shen Yi declined. No, he was not foolish enough to run back to Lou Jin's side. Akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den 5 years prior, Lou Jin stated, unless you agree, I will not touch you. Shen Yi perked up at this, yet remained hesitant. Are you serious? Lou Jin affirmed. Yes. Shen Yi pressed. Swear it. Lou Jin replied, I swear. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi ultimately decided to sleep, for he was utterly exhausted, and the main room was damp and cold. Chapter 47. Wishing for great wealth, Shen Yi contemplated further. Still feeling uneasy, he drew a line in the middle of the bed with his hand, marking the boundary. You must not cross this line. Lou Jin nodded again, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation and indulgence. All right. Shen Yi felt inexplicably like a puffed-up rabbit, while Lou Jin resembled a fierce dragon, currently extending a claw to stroke his head, first smoothing down his fur. Why was the demon lord suddenly so agreeable? Could he be plotting something sinister again? Should he trust him? Lou Jin endeavored to appear earnest. Do you have any other requests? Shen Yi recalled his earlier proclamation. Let me sleep with Lou Jin. Unless the sun rises in the west, rivers flow backward, and sows climb trees. Lou Jin mused. Those 3 requests are not too difficult. Lou Jin's spirit was detached. He could shift the sun and moon. Just as Shen Yi was still hesitating, daylight suddenly broke outside. Had an entire night passed without him realizing? Shen Yi, incredulous, stepped outside, only to witness the sun rising not from the east, as it should, but from the west. Even more astonishingly, the river below began to flow upstream. He then heard the villagers exclaiming, "Hey, everyone come look, my old sow can climb trees." Shen Yi was left speechless. Could his words have truly manifested? He gazed at the sun setting in the east. Clearly, his words had indeed come to pass. He returned to the house, intending to inquire if Lou Jin was behind the recent occurrences. But how could Lou Jin know his thoughts? Was it possible that divine intervention had occurred? Would his wish for great wealth succeed? Regardless of the outcome, it wouldn't cost him anything to try. Silently, he wished for immense fortune this year. This way, he and the children would no longer have to worry about food and drink as for sleeping arrangements. Since Lou Jin had conceded to all his conditions, Shen Yi felt it unnecessary to impose further demands. However, he did clarify, "I tend to kick off the blankets at night. If I happen to kick you, I bear no responsibility." Shen Yi wore an expression that seemed to say, "You can't pin this on me." Lou Jin had already witnessed this behavior the previous night that he nodded in agreement. Only then did Shen Yi say, "Let's sleep." Lou Jin obediently closed his eyes. However, whether due to the earlier spectacle or the presence of Lou Jin beside him, Shen Yi found himself unable to fall asleep, tossing and turning until his gaze landed upon Lou Jin's face. Although the room was somewhat dim, it was still possible to discern Lou Jin's sharply defined, cold features. Lou Jin had a notoriously volatile temperament, even exhibiting a fierce, ruthless nature. When Shen Yi first traversed here, he had witnessed Lou Jin dealing with the prince who had tormented him years prior. That unfortunate prince, initially protected by esteemed elders, had attempted a return to reclaim his position, only to be consumed by his own ambitions and ultimately perish from overreaching. Despite this, Lou Jin had not spared him, even reconstructing his physical form only to allow those who had previously shielded him to flay him alive, pulling out his tendons and boiling his flesh, with the remnants fed to beasts, while his skull was mounted at the entrance of the demon palace. Shen Yi vividly recalled the gruesome sight of the prince's flayed and muscle-twitching body, the skin curling grotesquely, and the bloodied skull with bulging eyes. Furthermore, Lou Jin had also captured the princess' soul, throwing it into a cauldron to be refined, subjected to flames for 49 days until obliterated. Shen Yi had once been terrified of him, feeling he was more fearsome than a living hell. Yet, in order to survive and return home, he had to steel himself. Indeed, after 3 arduous years of courting Lou Jin, no strategy had swayed him. Even when Shen Yi shielded him from harm, Lou Jin had merely retorted, "Mind your own business." Particularly during those 7 days, Shen Yi had witnessed Lou Jin's true savagery. He had once believed Lou Jin sought his demise. Ultimately, he was terrified of him, so much so that upon seeing Lou Jin again after 5 years, he nearly lost his composure, twisting his ankle without a thought to the pain. The once fierce, ruthless demon lord now seemed as docile as a large dog. Shen Yi felt no sense of accomplishment. Instead, he sensed that his life was irrevocably altered, accompanied by a strange lingering thought. He could not quite articulate it, but he felt less afraid of Lou Jin than before, as Shen Yi pondered. Fatigue washed over him. Before dawn, the rain began to fall outside. The mountains were damp and chilly, and the bed contained only a thin blanket, prompting Shen Yi to instinctively seek the warmth beside him. Lou Jin opened his eyes, his heterochromatic gaze deep and enchanting that he lifted Shen Yi's chin with one hand, his thumb gently tracing the soft contours of his lips, a seductive smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Silly rabbit," believing the words of a demon lord, he remarked before leaning in to kiss him. The following day, Shen Yi awoke once more in Lou Jin's embrace. Instinctively, he attempted to wriggle free, but found himself tightly ensnared. Concerned about waking Shou Yi and Bao Er, he dared not raise his voice to rouse Lou Jin, resorting instead to discreetly pinching the waist of the person beside him. Alas, he pinched the wrong person. Just as Shen Yi was about to retract his hand, Lou Jin stirred awake, their gazes locked. Shen Yi found himself in a predicament where withdrawing his hand was awkward, yet keeping it there was equally so. "I messed up, it was an accident, you believe me?" Lou Jin replied, "I do. But why were you touching me?" Shen Yi protested, "I didn't tea." Don't say such things. Lou Jin shifted slightly. Then what is this? Shen Yi's face flushed, instinctively seeking to retract his finger, but his arm was pinned in Lou Jin's embrace, leaving no room to escape. Are you trying to be mischievous? Lou Jin raised an eyebrow. A playful glint in his eyes. That line seems more suited for me to say, Shen Yi felt the veins in his palm throb, and his ears began to burn. Lou Jin, you're doing this on purpose. Lou Jin reminded him. You initiated the pinch, and even woke me up. Shen Yi felt guilty, yet he was not intentional, and it was clear that Lou Jin was teasing him. Will you let me go? If you don't, I might just pinch you again. Chapter 48. I am too. Lou Jin recalled the scene when Shen Yi had struck Emosia. Quietly, he relinquished his hold. Shen Yi felt as if his hands had been sullied. Though he had not been pure for 5 years, this incident only strengthened his resolve to distance himself from Lou Jin. Otherwise, he would inevitably be consumed entirely. But how could he drive Lou Jin away? After much contemplation, he devised a rather flimsy excuse that I'm poor and cannot afford to support you. You should return to the demon realm for rest. Shen Yi offered Lou Jin the last boiled egg he had prepared that morning. Lou Jin inquired, how much silver do I need for you to support me? Shen Yi held up 5 fingers, then reconsidered, adding another 5 for good measure. At least this much. 100,000 liang of gold. Shen Yi knew that Lou Jin, as the demon lord, should not be impoverished, but to demand 100,000 liang was still a staggering sum. I've toiled from dawn till dusk for 5 years and have barely earned 100 liang of silver. 100,000 liang of gold. No way. Be more alert. Do not allow yourself to be swayed by a mere handful of gold. Wealth is but a transient possession, one that cannot be brought into life nor taken from it. As Lu Sun once remarked, one should regard riches as mere refuse. I harbor no interest in gold. I, Shen Yi, am merely hypnotizing myself. Lou Jin. So, you do have an affinity for gold. He utilized a secret method to communicate with Hanya, instructing him to transport all 10 of his treasure vaults. However, at that moment, Hanya found himself tightly bound by Alan's demon-binding rope. Lou Jin himself carried no silver, nor gold. He inquired of the Guardians whether they had 100,000 taels of gold. Guardian 1, I only possess elixirs. Would that suffice? Guardian 2, I have but a sword. Is that acceptable? Guardian 3, I only have talismans. Will that do? Guardian 4, I possess magical artifacts. Can I offer those? Guardian 5, I only have. Before they could finish, Lou Jin interjected, Get lost. Shen Yi, where is the gold? If you cannot produce it, you may leave. That he then presented a piece of exquisite jade to Shen Yi. Shen Yi, unfamiliar with its worth, questioned, Is this truly worth 100,000 taels of gold? Lou Jin, it should suffice. Guardian 1, that jade is a symbol of the demon lord's position, akin to the imperial seal of the human realm. Do not jest, for it is not merely worth 100,000 taels of gold, but even the 10 cities of the demon realm would not suffice for its exchange. Guardian 2, incredible. You would forsake the position of demon lord merely to pursue a wife? Guardian 3, I bear no envy or resentment whatsoever. Guardian 4, may I purchase it? Guardian 5, if you seek death, then by all means. Guardian 6, I can only express envy. Beyond that, I am at a loss for words. Guardian 7, so am I. Shen Yi regarded this with skepticism, yet the jade's quality did seem quite remarkable. However, his intention was not wealth, but to drive Lou Jin away. This fellow hardly appeared to be a severely injured individual. It was all a ruse. Shen Yi needed to devise another plan, but what could it be? Just as he pondered, an opportunity presented itself. News arrived from the demon realm, stating that the divine realm had reorganized and was preparing to attack. The pretext for this assault was Lou Jin's previous annihilation of hundreds of their disciples, even rendering the newly appointed war god, Qing Su, into a state of madness. With Lou Jin absent and the demon realm lacking a leader, they sought his return to combat the divine realm. Shen Yi, excellent. I shall finally depart. Lou Jin informed Shen Yi. I shall return swiftly. You remain here and behave. Shen Yi, should I make a hasty escape? Lou Jin, it matters not. No matter where you flee, I shall find you. With that, Lou Jin crouched down to address Bauer. Be a good child and listen to Papa at home. Understand? Bauer, somewhat worried, asked, Will Papa be in danger? Lou Jin tenderly stroked the ends of the little princess's hair. Papa will not lose. Upon hearing this, Bauer was reassured and encouraged. Papa, do your best. Lou Jin affectionately pinched the little princess's cheek. As for Shen Yi, he had but one request: to protect their father and sister. For once, Shen Yi refrained from arguing and simply nodded in silence. Lou Jin then turned his gaze to Shen Yi. Shen Yi felt inexplicably guilty, as if his thoughts were easily perceived by Lou Jin. Lou Jin said nothing further, merely planted a kiss on his lips and then soared into the sky. Shen Yi, so now you are being quite unreserved? No, I must escape quickly, or I shall inevitably fall prey to Lou Jin. He promptly returned to his room to gather his belongings, only for Hanya to arrive. He did not appear particularly distressed, yet it seemed he was searching for Lou Jin. Shen Yi informed him. He has already returned to the demon realm. Hanya clasped his hands in thanks, then paused to remind the packing individual. Young Master Shen, you are bound by the demon lord's emotional tether. No matter where you go, he will be able to locate you. After saying this, Hanya turned and flew away. Shen Yi recalled Lou Jin's previous mention of an emotional tether. Alas, there was no escaping now, unless the system returned to transport him back to his rightful world. Which was nearly impossible. Shen Yi had but one option remaining: to marry. Only through marriage could Lou Jin possibly relinquish his affections entirely. With this thought, he lost interest in further packing, instructed Shou Yi to look after Bauer, and immediately descended the mountain to find Alan. He resolved to marry Alan before Lou Jin's return, thereby ensuring Lou Jin's complete detachment. However, upon arriving at Alan's home, her father unexpectedly reneged on their agreement. Alan cannot marry you. Why not? Do not forget, I have already provided a betrothal gift. If you refuse to allow Alan to wed me, I expect my betrothal gift returned. Shen Yi surmised that Alan's father must have squandered the betrothal gift. Hence his sudden change of heart. To his surprise, Alan's father promptly retrieved 100 taels of silver and tossed them to him. Here is your silver back. Now be gone. Shen Yi inquired. From whence do you possess such silver? That is none of your concern. The silver is returned, and you may take your leave. Shen Yi sensed something amiss. Alan was nowhere to be seen. Where is Alan? Where have you hidden her? Ha! Alan is my daughter. I will hide her wherever I please, and you have no say in the matter. If you are wise, you will depart quickly, or do not blame me for resorting to violence. At this, Shen Yi furrowed his brow and directly seized the pole from behind the door. P.S. Little Theater, Lou Jin. Why do you call him Brother Hanya? Shen Yi. To curry favor. Previously, when pursuing you in the demon realm, you paid me no heed, so I had to establish a good relationship with Hanya to gain access to you. Lou Jin. Now you need not befriend him to approach me. So henceforth, do not call him brother. Shen Yi's lips twitched. He felt a strong urge to slap him twice. Chapter 49. Shen Yi is an old bachelor. Shen Yi found no merit in engaging in idle conversation with the scoundrel before him. He directly seized a pole from behind the courtyard gate, pointing it at the old man Zhang. Release Alan, or I shall take my leave after teaching you a lesson. Choose wisely. Old man Zhang. Is there truly a difference? Of course, whether there was a difference at present was inconsequential. What mattered was that the pole in Shen Yi's hand was not merely for show. Old man Zhang swallowed hard. He was accustomed to being domineering at home. Yet if he conceded now, how could he continue to act tough in the future? Thus, he stiffened his neck and feigned ferocity. You dare strike me, Shen Yi? You are not my father. Striking you will not invoke divine retribution. Why should I fear? Shen Yi was well aware of the nature of scoundrels like old man Zhang. Without administering a lesson, he would never comply. With this thought, he swung the pole towards old man Zhang. Though Zhang dodged swiftly, he was still struck on the arm. Ouch, he yelped, surprised that Shen Yi was genuinely attacking him, since Shen Yi had never hit him before. He was unaware that Shen Yi truly had the courage to do so. Before he could recover from his shock, Shen Yi raised the pole again. Good heavens, he is serious. Old man Zhang frantically covered his arm, leaping around the courtyard to evade Shen Yi. Are you insane? How dare you strike me? Shen Yi had long harbored disdain for him. Previously, he refrained from striking him out of concern for Li Mu's well-being. Should he have acted, old man Zhang would undoubtedly have retaliated against her, and Alan's character did not permit her to resist her father's tyranny, compelling him to endure, now that Li Mu had passed. If Alan were to marry him, she would no longer need to endure old man Zhang's malice. So why should he hold back? I shall strike you. And am I to consult the calendar for the occasion? Old man Zhang was surprisingly nimble. Each time Shen Yi swung the pole, he narrowly evaded capture. After several attempts, seeing Old Man Zhang attempting to flee the courtyard, Shen Yi extended the pole to jab at Old Man Zhang's rear. The old man stumbled and fell at the entrance, even breaking 2 of his front teeth in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yi rushed forward to deliver a series of blows with the pole. "Help! Someone save me! This madman is trying to kill me!" Old Man Zhang cried out in agony. The commotion at Zhang's house drew attention, as it was nearly lunchtime, and villagers returning from the fields gathered to witness the spectacle. "Help! This boy has gone mad. He is trying to kill me." Old Man Zhang, bloodied and rolling on the ground, looked utterly pathetic. The villagers worried whether Shen Yi would unintentionally kill him. Are these people truly blind? How could they neglect their own villagers and instead assist an outsider? As Shen Yi observed the enthusiastic cooperation of those around him, a devilish smile crept across his face. He cracked his knuckles ominously and lowered his voice dangerously. "Have you thought this through? Will you indeed marry Alan to me?" Elder Zhang, pinned beneath him and unable to move, saw that no one was willing to aid him and weakly offered, "How about I give you 200 taels of silver? Just release the engagement, and I will hand it over immediately." Shen Yi remained unmoved. Although he was quite fond of wealth, he had his principles that "I do not want money, I want a person." Elder Zhang suspected he might be foolish. 200 taels is enough to marry 20 wives in the countryside. Shen Yi promptly delivered a sharp blow to his head. "Are you deaf to human language? I will only marry Alan." Elder Zhang, at a loss, rolled his eyes and relented. "Fine, you step aside first." Shen Yi, thinking he had finally subdued him, stepped back, only for Elder Zhang to scramble to his feet and flee. "Your 100 taels are worthless. Someone is willing to offer me 10,000 in betrothal gifts. I will not marry Alan to an old widower like you." Shen Yi, what on earth is an old widower? Seeing Elder Zhang sprint away, he lost interest in pondering further and immediately pursued him with a shoulder pole. The villagers, perched outside their homes, watched Shen Yi chase after Elder Zhang. Had Shen Yi not frequently hiked up and down the mountains, he would have struggled to keep pace with Elder Zhang, whose legs had been honed by years of debauchery, chased by creditors. Were it not for the earlier beating from Shen Yi, he was confident the latter would never catch him. Thus, the two raced from one end of the village to the other, until Elder Zhang, utterly exhausted, clambered up a large willow tree by the riverbank to hang precariously. Shen Yi jabbed at him repeatedly with the pole, yet Elder Zhang stubbornly refused to descend, climbing higher into the tree's canopy. "You old fool, if you have the ability, come down," Shen Yi panted, hands on his hips, exhausted. Elder Zhang clung tightly to the branches, swaying precariously, but for the sake of 10,000 taels, he defiantly retorted, "You little brat. If you can, come up here." Shen Yi, infuriated, shouted, "Come down, and see if I don't beat you to death." Elder Zhang, undeterred, replied, "Come up, and see if I don't thrash you." As he spoke, he freed one hand and struck at Shen Yi with a willow branch from a distance. Shen Yi, he had encountered shamelessness before, but never had he seen anyone as brazen as Elder Zhang. "Very well, I shall remain here today and see how long you can withstand me." With that, he seated himself on a stone pedestal beneath the willow tree. Elder Zhang, dangling in the tree, was certainly less comfortable than Shen Yi on the ground. "Alan is my daughter. I shall marry her to whomever I choose. And you have no say in the matter. If you continue this way, I will report you to the authorities." Shen Yi replied, "You accepted my betrothal gifts. Alan is my fiancé, and even if you report me to the government, it will be of no use." Elder Zhang was momentarily speechless, unable to best Shen Yi in argument, yet unwilling to relinquish the 10,000 taels. He simply lay in the tree, biding his time. Shen Yi, with children at home, knew he would have to return before nightfall. Chapter 50. Can you not respect your opponent? Meanwhile, Lou Jin was embroiled in a battle. When Hanya arrived, he saw Lou Jin single-handedly facing a multitude. Hanya wanted to assist, but Lou Jin queried, "Have you married Alan yet?" Hanya shook his head. "Alan refuses to marry me." Lou Jin frowned. "If she refuses, won't you pursue her?" Hanya replied, "She possesses many formidable magical artifacts. I cannot approach her." Lou Jin finally asked, "If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, what use are you to me?" Hanya responded, "I acknowledge my wrongdoing." The beings of the divine realm were left bewildered. Is this a battle or a casual conversation? Can we not respect our opponent? Is profound power truly impressive? Demon, prepare to meet your demise. The divine beings united their strength, reinforcing the barrier that ensnared Lou Jin while attempting to open the entrance to the endless abyss of demons. Aiming to banish Lou Jin into its depths and seal him there for eternity, do not ask why they did not simply kill him. The answer is they could not. Unable to kill him, they could only suppress and seal him at that moment. Lou Jin paid no heed to the throng of minor characters. He was uninterested in apologies. He desired only results, and he could not help but envision Shen Yi's expression of eagerness for him to leave. "Hurry back," he commanded. Hanya, initially perplexed, soon grasped the implication and promptly departed. As for the demon lord, Lou Jin declared, "Even if I cannot cultivate the ruthless technique, I remain unrivaled in this world. I do not require your concern." Hanya had no choice but to proceed to the human realm. Lou Jin needed but a moment to breach the trivial barrier they had erected against him. Yet, he harbored a lingering worry, not for himself, but for Shen Yi, fearing that Shen Yi might take advantage of his absence and marry Alan immediately. With this thought in mind, he activated a light screen through the sensing ability of his protective heart scales. Through the screen, he beheld Shen Yi's actions. To his astonishment, Shen Yi was poking an old man in a tree with a long bamboo pole. The beings of the divine realm were once again baffled. Is this a battle or a performance? Can we not respect our opponent? Is profound power truly impressive? Indeed, it seemed rather impressive. They felt their spiritual energy dwindling. Yet this demon remained untouched. After Hanya returned to the human realm, he found Alan bound to a chair by ropes in a locked room. It was undoubtedly the work of her despicable father. Elder Zhang had insisted she marry Hanya, but she refused. When Hanya suddenly vanished, Elder Zhang, fearing Alan might escape and reclaim the betrothal gifts, decided to bind her and lock her away, even silencing her to prevent her from calling for help. Hanya frowned slightly at the sight. He wished to untie Alan, but feared she might turn the tables and bind him instead. With this in mind, he said, "If you promise not to lock me up or bind me, I will release you." After considering, Alan nodded in agreement. Hanya then freed her, only to find himself ensnared once more by her binding rope. Locked inside a demon cage, and ultimately confined within the demon suppression tower. "Hanya, have you read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber?" Alan inquired. Hanya shook his head, but the mention of slaying dragons sounded promising. Alan asked, "Am I beautiful?" Hanya nodded. Despite her simple attire, she possessed a striking visage. Alan informed him, the protagonist is named Zhang Wuji, and his mother warned him that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she may be. Hanya seemed to comprehend, yet remained uncertain. Alan left him in the room and departed. During midday, she heard commotion outside but could not discern who had won or lost. As darkness descended, Shen Yi, mindful of the children at home, was attempting to dislodge Elder Zhang from the tree with the generous contribution of a long bamboo pole from the villagers. Truth be told, he admired Elder Zhang's tenacity. After sitting beneath the tree for an entire afternoon, his rear was sore, yet Elder Zhang, despite his age, had managed to remain perched in the tree for hours. Shen Yi felt somewhat ashamed of his own youthful vigor. Elder Zhang, on the other hand, was sustained solely by the prospect of 10,000 taels that he stubbornly refused to relent, but he was nearing his limit. "You little brat, it's dark now. Don't you need to go home to care for the children?" He attempted to persuade Shen Yi to give up. Just then, Alan arrived with the children. Shen Yi prodded Elder Zhang's backside with the bamboo pole again. It was not that Shen Yi was perverse. It was simply that Elder Zhang, clinging to the tree like a monkey, presented an ample target below. "Shen Yi, are you out of your mind?" Elder Zhang protested, his tone tinged with desperation. "You can think what you like. But if you have the ability, then keep clinging up there. I'm going home to marry Alan." He tossed aside the pole and strode towards Alan and the children. Lou Jin, through the light screen, naturally overheard Shen Yi's words that he had no inclination to continue engaging with the inept beings of the divine realm. The divine commander exclaimed, "Not good. The demon intends to escape. Everyone, exert yourselves. The entrance to the endless abyss is about to open." Before he could finish speaking, Lou Jin had already shattered their bolstered barrier and fled at Ha. "So, they have sealed nothing but emptiness." The leading divine commander urged, "Do not be disheartened, everyone. Let us pursue. The 300-year deadline foretold by the heavenly Tao approaches. For the sake of all living beings, we of the divine realm must lead the charge, even unto death, the disciples of the realm of gods. invigorated by a newfound motivation, promptly regrouped and pursued the direction in which Lou Jin had departed. When Shen Yi returned home with the children, the sky had already darkened considerably. Alan had accompanied them as well, for her original father's obsession with wealth was notorious, now that they had managed to capture Alan and coerced her into marrying Hanya. One could only speculate what further mischief he might undertake that as for the marriage itself, it was already quite late, and to prevent any unforeseen complications, a simple ceremony would suffice. Shen Yi was primarily concerned that Lou Jin might unexpectedly return. With this thought in mind, he began to prepare the necessary items that a sense of ritual was essential in this world. Lacking parents, and with Alan's mother deceased and her father unworthy, he decided to simply place some offerings on the table and light candles to pay homage to heaven and earth as a testament. Alan had no objections to this. Her deadline was fast approaching, and she was eager to escape Hanya's incessant entanglement. The preparations were swiftly completed. However, Bauer inquired, "Papa, aren't we waiting for Daddy to return?" Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain his situation with Lou Jin. After all, he had never intended to be with Lou Jin. Just as he was about to nod in response, a familiar and chilling voice echoed through the air. Chapter 51. Are you not inviting me to the wedding? Lou Jin's presence was felt before he even arrived. Upon hearing his voice, Shen Yi instinctively trembled. Before he could formulate any excuses, Lou Jin stood before him, his demeanor icy, his gaze even colder. You intend to marry without my knowledge. Shen Yi instinctively took a step back, while Lou Jin advanced with relentless determination. His heterochromatic eyes narrowed slightly, radiating an ominous and oppressive aura. Shen Yi found himself cornered, and with a surge of defiance, declared, "I will marry whom I choose, and your opinion is of no consequence." "Is that so?" Lou Jin retorted with a cold laugh, the mirth devoid of warmth, sending chills coursing through Shen Yi's body that a sense of inexplicable guilt washed over Shen Yi, although he could not quite articulate the reason for it. "After all, we are not married. I can marry whomever I wish, and you cannot dictate my choices." This thought he dared only to entertain privately. Little did he know, Lou Jin was acutely aware of his inner musings. "Not married, you say? Very well. Let us wed first and love afterwards." Sensing Lou Jin's unsettling demeanor, Shen Yi felt an ominous premonition, as if the system itself were on the verge of descending into darkness. He intended to counsel Lou Jin to remain calm, particularly with the children watching. However, before he could voice his concerns, Lou Jin had already enveloped him in a tight embrace, evidently planning to whisk him away to the demon realm for their wedding. Shen Yi was about to resist when a formation descended from above, casting its shadow over them. The soldiers of the divine realm had arrived, determined to eradicate the demon and imprison Lou Jin in the endless abyss. Even the prince of the divine realm had come. Shen Yi thought to himself, what a predicament. Isn't this the main antagonist? Why did he feel an unsettling sense of déjà vu in this moment? It felt as if he had encountered such a scene before. "Demon, surrender now and you may yet escape," the leading divine officer declared. The prince of the divine realm was a once-in-a-century prodigy, having reached the transcendent realm at a young age. Although his cultivation was slightly inferior to that of Lou Jin, with so many disciples from the divine realm at his side, defeating Lou Jin and sealing him away was not an insurmountable task. "Indeed, this demon has slain 2 of our realm's war gods and hundreds of disciples. This debt must be repaid," the divine officer continued, "if you willingly forfeit your powers and submit to being sealed within the endless abyss. We may yet spare your life." Lou Jin, however, was in no mood to entertain their incessant prattle, especially as he noticed Shen Yi's lingering gaze upon the prince of the divine realm. His heart surged with fury. What is there to admire in a mere boy who has yet to grow a single hair? I will take his life. Yet before he could act, Shen Yi boldly interjected to the assembly of divine hypocrites. "How can you call yourselves divine beings when you cannot even reckon your own accounts?" The leading divine officer frowned, perplexed by Shen Yi's statement. "Are you aware that the demon you stand beside is ruthless in his actions? 300 years ago, he mutilated his own father, leaving him in a state worse than death, suppressed beneath the endless abyss. His siblings suffered similar fates, skinned alive and stripped of their souls. He even slaughtered an entire village of mortals. His brutality knows no bounds. Such a demon deserves to be exterminated. Yet, to my knowledge," Shen Yi countered, "his actions were merely acts of vengeance for his mother. His father wrongfully claimed her, and he was viewed as a curse from birth. He was even cast into the abyss as an infant, to be devoured by demons. Upon his return to the demon realm, his contemptible father rejected him, allowing others to torment him, including his very own servants. His so-called siblings subjected him to verbal and physical abuse while you were honing your skills in the high-end arena he was diligently cultivating. The achievements he has garnered today are a testament to his relentless efforts. And he has never sought to provoke your divine realm. Instead, it is your divine realm that has repeatedly attempted to bring him to ruin. He has no desire for death, yet you deem his act of self-defense to be a heinous crime. What then can be said of your relentless pursuit of him without cause? Is this not tantamount to courting death? The general who was scorned by him was left utterly speechless after much contemplation. The prince of the divine realm conceded to Shen Yi's reasoning, thus uttering, "Stand down, return to the divine realm. Your Highness, have you forgotten the prophecy of the heavenly Tao from 3 centuries past? How could the heavenly Tao's prophecy be erroneous? If we do not eliminate this scourge on our expedition, we may well face calamity in the future, and it will be too late for regrets." The general implored. The prince of the divine realm hovered in the air, allowing a moment of silence to pass before responding. "I believe that gentleman speaks the truth," the general exclaimed. "He has been brainwashed." Shen Yi mused. Truly, he is the protagonist, possessing a commendable worldview, and he is quite handsome as well. It is no wonder that the protagonist remains oblivious to his infatuation with Lou Jin. Were I in his position, I would also be enamored. Of course, my admiration for the protagonist is not of a romantic nature between men, but rather a profound appreciation for one who upholds reason and virtue. Lou Jin, having been momentarily enlightened by Shen Yi's words, found his gaze darkening once more upon realizing that he harbored affection for that pretty boy from the divine realm. The thought was intolerable. Shen Yi belonged to him, and he could only love him. If he were to love another, then he would kill. With this thought, a chilling light flickered in his heterochromatic eyes that he cast a protective spell around Shen Yi, and then struck out at the divine prince as he attempted to depart. Shen Yi was taken aback. "What on earth is happening, my friend? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. I have spoken so many words on your behalf, and now you suddenly lose your mind. While madness may also be madness, it ought not to be a mindless frenzy." Instinctively, he called out, "Be careful." Regrettably, the moment he uttered those words, he realized it was a mistake, as the demonic energy in Lou Jin's palm intensified. Drawing upon all of his strength, Shen Yi could only fret, for as a mere mortal, he could not ascend to intervene. The divine beings were equally caught off guard by Lou Jin's sudden aggression. And it was fortunate that the mortal had warned the prince in time, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. Otherwise, that strike could have shattered his very soul, even when they had previously besieged Lou Jin. He had never displayed such ferocity. What could have prompted this? Furthermore, what was the nature of that mortal? One moment he spoke in favor of the demon lord, the next he supported their divine prince. Could it be a love triangle? Impossible. Such a notion was too absurd, and thus the divine beings momentarily dismissed the thought. Shen Yi, in disbelief, recalled that his instinctive warning to the protagonist stemmed from the system's insistence that the protagonist characters could not perish in this world. Should one of them meet their end, the small world would collapse as depicted in the original narrative. A mere mortal within this small world. Should it crumble, all would perish. Unbeknownst to them, rain began to fall from the sky. Shen Yi, unwilling to face death, and even less inclined to see Shou Yi or Bao Er come to harm, could only shout from the sidelines, "Stop! Do not continue the fight! Wait! This scene, these lines, this rainy day, why does it feel so eerily familiar?" Shen Yi felt as though he had encountered this before, and no matter. The most pressing matter was to halt their battle. For the immense magical shockwave generated by their fierce confrontation threatened to tear apart the roof he had painstakingly repaired. "Stop! Everyone! Cease at once! Do not strike!" The divine beings murmured in recognition. "It is strikingly similar. This is akin to the tales of 2 men vying for one." Shen Yi was utterly at a loss. When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Fortunately, he was shielded by Lou Jin's protective barrier, thus escaping the brunt of the assault. Shou Yi, quick on her feet, wielded the heartburn sword to conjure a barrier to safeguard herself and her sister, seeing the tide of battle turn. The divine beings collectively summoned an immense protective barrier to shield all within, preventing collateral damage. However, Their protective barrier faltered under the onslaught of the two relentless cultivators, teetering on the brink of collapse. Should they be struck by the fierce winds of their power, even survival would be questionable. The barrier soon exhibited cracks as a powerful gale surged in, distorting the faces of all within. One disciple, unable to withstand the pressure, turned to the leading divine general for assistance. "What shall we do? If this continues, we shall all perish." One of the divine beings gasped, struggling against the rising tide of blood in his throat. The general, equally at a loss for a solution, felt the urgency of their plight. At that moment, a voice filled with admiration rang out. "Daddy is so amazing." The general's gaze swiftly landed on Bao Er. "Daddy? She dares to call that demon Lord Daddy, and she is also a child of the demon." In an instant, the general found a solution. Chapter 53, His Highness the Prince appears. The leading general, known as Kuan Su, was the junior disciple of Qing Su. Like Qing Su, he had been regarded as lacking talent in his youth, thus unable to secure a master. However, through relentless effort, Qing Su cultivated for 3 millennia, achieving godhood and being hailed as a prodigy by the sect, which subsequently relaxed its recruitment criteria. Kuan Su, the second such talent to rise through sheer diligence, was nurtured by the sect due to his hard work. Yet he understood that his current standing was due to Qing Su, whom he revered as a role model. Moreover, like Qing Su, he harbored a secret admiration for his senior brother, though it was not for Sheng Su. But for Qing Su, regrettably, Qing Su's heart remained steadfastly with Sheng Su, and even after Sheng Su's demise, he remained blind to others. Recently, Qing Su, in seeking vengeance for Sheng Su, had been driven to madness by Lou Jin. Kuan Su could not accept this outcome. Thus he volunteered to challenge Lou Jin today. That he knew he was no match for Lou Jin, but with the divine prince at his side, perhaps they could prevail. Yet now, it appeared battle was unnecessary. Lou Jin had already gained the upper hand. With a single strike, he injured the divine prince, forcing him back several dozen yards. The prince's sword scraped against the ground, producing sparks as he struggled to remain standing. Clutching his chest in agony, he could not suppress the tide of sweet, coppery blood rising in his throat, ultimately allowing a trickle to escape his lips. Lou Jin loomed above, resembling a deity or demon, surveying his opponent with disdain. Was this truly the prodigious talent the divine realm had spoken of? Too weak, he was no match at all. Admittedly, the prince's cultivation was commendable compared to others in the divine realm, which explained their prolonged struggle. Perhaps, with several hundred, or even 1,000 more years of cultivation, he might stand a chance. Yet alas, were it not for Shen Yi's declaration of affection, a life of demonic existence would be long and tedious, and he might have spared the prince until he improved. But now, a fierce killing intent glimmered in his heterochromatic eyes. Shen Yi belonged to him, and him alone. No one else could lay claim to him, nor could they harbor any affection for him. The prince immediately erected a protective barrier, yet he understood he was no match for Lou Jin. Confounded, he could not grasp why the demon, who had previously exuded no malice, now sought to strike him down. Instinctively, he glanced at Shen Yi, who had just been advising caution, only for Lou Jin's assault to intensify. Could it be? You have no right to gaze upon him. Lou Jin's voice darkened as the swirling demonic energy in his palm thickened like ink. The prince, already wounded, could not match Lou Jin's speed. That if that blow landed, it would likely lead to his demise or severe injury. The divine warriors felt their hearts lurch, thinking, the prince is finished, for Lou Jin's swiftness was unparalleled, and they could scarcely react in time to intervene. The prince himself resigned to his fate, even preparing for self-detonation, hoping to inflict some damage on Lou Jin, if only to delay the inevitable. Should Lou Jin suffer grievous wounds, recovery would not be swift, and perhaps the prophecy of the heavenly Tao from 3 centuries past would be broken. Yet at this critical juncture, Kuan Su had already breached the heartburn's protective barrier, seizing Bao Er in his grasp. Demon Lord, if you dare harm our divine prince, I shall ensure this little demoness accompanies him to the grave. Bao Bao. Shen Yi yearned to rush forth to rescue her, yet he was confined by Lou Jin's barrier, forced to watch helplessly as Bao Er was taken hostage. Papa, I'm scared, she whimpered, struggling in vain against her captor's grip, her small limbs proving no match for his hold. Hearing her cries, Lou Jin, with barely a finger's breadth between himself and the prince, reigned in his power. Nevertheless, the prince was still hurt by the force of the wind from Lou Jin's strike. staggering back several steps before collapsing to one knee, blood spilling from his mouth. "Your Highness," the valiant warriors of the divine realm immediately soared forth, positioning themselves before Prince Junlin and collectively conjuring a protective barrier. Yet, for Lou Jin, it was as insubstantial as air. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Junlin, propped up by his longsword, managed to rise as he shook his head, indicating that he was largely unscathed. Lou Jin, however, once more gathered a potent surge of dark magic within his palm. His cold, fierce gaze fixed upon Kung-Su. "Release Bao or otherwise, I shall ensure that your entire divine realm accompanies you to the grave." The deities exchanged glances, acutely aware that given Lou Jin's notorious temperament, his words were not mere bluster. Kung-Su, recognizing Lou Jin's profound concern for the little demoness in his grasp, understood that his gamble had paid off. With the upper hand, he naturally would not relinquish her easily. Otherwise, given Lou Jin's ruthless nature, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Releasing her is not out of the question, but the demon lord must agree to one condition. At these words, Lou Jin clenched his fist, the dark energy that had danced at his fingertips instantly dissipating. Since ascending to the position of demon lord, no one had ever dared to threaten him. The chilling intensity in Lou Jin's gaze deepened. He would remember this individual. Kung-Su, enduring Lou Jin's piercing scrutiny, articulated his terms. "If the demon lord willingly severs his own meridians and abandons his powers to be suppressed in the endless abyss of demons, I shall release this little demoness. What say you?" Lou Jin's expression remained stoic, clearly having anticipated the other's demand. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi could not help but furrow his brow, while he yearned to extricate himself from Lou Jin's entanglements. The thought of him willingly severing his own meridians and relinquishing his powers to be confined in the endless abyss stirred an inexplicable turmoil within him. Chapter 54. Lou Jin's life. More bitter than bitter melon pained? No one comprehends better than Shen Yi the tribulations Lou Jin has endured throughout his life. The endless abyss of demons looms as a shadow over Lou Jin's existence. For it is a prison for the most heinous of malevolence. From the moment he was born, the villagers deemed Lou Jin an evil spirit, casting him into the abyss, where the demons, deprived of sustenance, resorted to cannibalism. When Lou Jin was cast into that void, he was akin to a delectable morsel. He was devoured by countless demons, yet due to his mixed bloodline of demon and divine, even as his flesh and soul were consumed, he would regenerate, reminiscent of the phoenix rising from its ashes, perpetually enduring the agony of being devoured. It was a true existence worse than death. Indeed, Lou Jin's formidable prowess stems from his dual heritage of demon and divine blood. His mother was no ordinary mortal, but a reincarnated phoenix goddess undergoing tribulation. Upon her death and successful transcendence, she intended to reclaim Lou Jin, but she was the last of her kind, bound by a betrothal to the divine realm's sovereign even before his birth. The sovereign, aware of her bearing a son with mixed blood, sought to preserve the dignity of the divine realm and ensure the purity of its lineage, thus erasing the phoenix goddess's memories, leading to the birth of Prince Junlin. 3 centuries ago, the phoenix goddess unexpectedly regained her memories due to a prophecy. Wishing to search for Lou Jin, which the divine realm would not permit, fearing the disgrace of such revelations, in a tragic turn of events, she could not withstand the might of the entire divine realm. Compounding the melodrama, the sovereign of the divine realm and the former demon lord were twin brothers, one a white divine dragon and the other a black demon dragon. This means that Lou Jin and Prince Junlin are not only half-brothers, but also cousins. Currently, only the sovereign and Shen Yi, the transmigrator, are privy to this truth. In the original narrative, the male protagonist Junlin, inheriting the bloodline of the phoenix goddess and the true dragon sovereign, possessed exceptional innate talent, commencing his journey with 500 years of cultivation. Unfortunately, he was born after Lou Jin. Despite his diligent training, his progress was hindered by the ease of his circumstances. Lou Jin, on the other hand, continuously resurrected amid the flames of the endless abyss due to his phoenix blood, which led to his father's cruel experimentation and attempts to strip him of his soul to seize his bloodline of rebirth. Naturally, those endeavors met with failure. Lou Jin endured torment at the hands of his father and so-called siblings, suffering physical abuse such as whipping, confinement, and starvation, alongside psychological humiliations, including being forced to crawl through dog holes. bark like a dog, scavenge food with wild dogs, and even severing the offerings he had secretly made to honor his mother. Even the most lowly demon servants would spit on him and trample him underfoot. From a young age, he faced numerous adversities alone and recognized that to exact revenge, he must grow stronger. Thus, he bore the torment while diligently cultivating his power, rapidly advancing amidst hardship. Consequently, when he ascended to the position of Demon Lord through sheer determination, the divine realm was finally alerted to this formidable adversary. His life was already fraught with suffering, yet greater trials lay ahead. That in the original story, the male protagonist's love interest was the only one who did not care about Lou Jin's heterochromia. He was the only one who treated him sincerely. Thus, Lou Jin desperately sought to cling to that glimmer of hope. However, the male protagonist, Su Yun, was enamored with his own younger brother, Prince Junlin. Upon discovering the full truth, Lou Jin descended into madness, imprisoning Su Yun, slaying the male protagonist, and seizing control of the divine realm, trampling the sovereign underfoot, plunging the three realms into chaos, and ultimately leading to the collapse of this small world. His existence could be described as more bitter than bitter melon. After transmigrating, Shen Yi found himself 3 years prior to Lou Jin's encounter with Su Yun. He initially believed that by following the path of Su Yun, he could allow Lou Jin to experience warmth and love, thus completing his mission and departing. Little did he know, Lou Jin was entrenched in a period of relentless cultivation, even severing his emotional ties to focus solely on his training. For 3 years, Shen Yi pursued his beloved in vain, failing his mission and becoming trapped in this small world. However, had he succeeded, Lou Jin's eventual fate would undoubtedly have mirrored the bitter existence depicted in the original narrative. As Shen Yi pondered this, he felt a pang of sympathy, particularly upon hearing Lou Jin's unwavering agreement. "I can comply with your request, but you must think carefully." Lou Jin's gaze was sharp. It was evident that if he ever emerged alive from the abyss, Kungsu would wish he had never been born. "I and my 2 senior brothers have taken upon ourselves the duty of exterminating evil." Lou Jin refrained from further dialogue. "But how can I trust that you will honor your word?" "What do you propose?" Kungsu inquired. "That I demand an oath upon the heavens that should you ever trouble them again, may you be struck down by divine retribution, your soul scattered, and meet a miserable end." Upon hearing this, Kungsu hesitated, but in his resolve to eliminate this demon lord, he acquiesced. As long as this demon lord was rendered powerless in the endless abyss, his demise was all but assured. Even if he were to survive, the combined might of the gods would seal him within the abyss, ensuring he could not escape for millennia. Should he perish within, it would be for the best. Perhaps his brother Qingshu would cease his madness upon hearing the news. Perhaps with this demon's death, Qingshu could finally let go of his feelings for Qingshu. Thus, Kungsu swore an oath to the heavens without hesitation. If Lou Jin complied with his demands, he would no longer trouble the little demoness or the other mortals. The other divine warriors promptly took their oaths as well, for they had no desire to trouble Shen Yi and others. "Is that satisfactory now?" Kungsu, anxious that Lou Jin might waver, pressed for a response. Lou Jin opened his palm, channeling all the dark energy within him into his hand. "Wait," Shen Yi interjected, unable to restrain himself. "Isn't the divine realm traditionally known for its righteousness and integrity? What kind of divine intervention is it to leverage a child as a bargaining chip?" Kungsu scoffed, dismissing the remark. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. Besides, what reason is there to speak of morality when dealing with a demon? "I see you are merely seeking personal vengeance." Kungsu's expression shifted slightly at this accusation. What did this mortal mean? Did he know something? Yet, he had never disclosed his affection for his senior brother to anyone. How could this mortal be aware? With a slight sense of relief, he thought, "You wish to save him. He is a demon. And so what? At least he does not threaten the innocent. Unlike you self-proclaimed paragons of justice who, unable to contend with him, resort to using an innocent child as leverage. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the 3 realms?" Kungsu remained unmoved. "Say what you will. As long as we can eliminate this demon lord and spare the lives of countless beings, I am prepared to bear any scorn from the 3 realms." His words were imbued with a sense of righteousness, giving the impression of sincerity. Shen Yi turned to Prince Junlin, aware that apart from the sovereign, the prince held the most influence in the divine realm. "Your Highness, do you also believe that the ends justify the means?" Junlin regarded him with a faint gaze before turning to Kungsu. "Release that child." Kung Su refused. He proclaimed, "Your Highness, I shall bear all the blame. For the sake of the three realms, I must regretfully decline your command." Junlin. Shen Yi was left speechless. He had not intended to reveal any secrets. But seeing this elder still caught up in romantic folly, he decided to share what he knew. In short, he divulged that Kung Su loved his second senior brother, who in turn loved his first senior brother. His second senior brother has gone mad seeking vengeance for their elder brother, and now he wishes to avenge his second senior brother. Thus, it is evident that his motives are not for the sake of the world's populace, but rather for selfish interests, the Celestial Army. Chapter 55. You might as well prepare to live your life as a lonely widower. Kung Su. He is cracking up. How does Shen Yi know the secrets between the three of them? You do not speak nonsense. Shen Yi. If I were speaking nonsense, why do you seem so agitated? Kung Su. His complexion turned a shade of red, whether from anger or something else, and upon seeing the disdainful and gossipy glances from the celestial warriors directed at him, his heart swelled with indignation, and he retorted, "Why does a mere mortal speak on behalf of a demon? Are you perhaps infatuated with this demon, the Celestial Army?" How amusing! Today's gossip is abundant, though it remains uncertain whether it is ripe or not. However, it seems to be quite ripe. Otherwise, why would they both appear so flustered? Shen Yi. Nonsense. He merely finds Lou Jin somewhat pitiable. You do not speak recklessly. Kung Su. If I were speaking recklessly, why do you seem so anxious? Shen Yi. Kung Su displayed an expression that seemed to say, "Come on, let us harm each other." Lou Jin also turned to look at Shen Yi. Shen Yi decided to change the subject. Aren't you celestial beings dedicated to saving the world? Yet now you threaten a child as a bargaining chip. How does that differ from the wickedness of demons? Kung Su snorted coldly. She was born of demons. Even if I were to kill her, it would merely be ridding the world of a scourge. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi immediately cursed. You must be kidding. Though she is a demon, she has never harmed anyone, unlike you, who, while claiming to be a champion of justice, engages in demonic deeds. Kung Su was momentarily at a loss for words, then countered. Is there any act of ridding the world of demons that does not require sacrifice? Moreover, I have sworn an oath to the heavenly principle that as long as this demon is willing to be suppressed in the endless abyss, I shall not harm this little demoness. I see you are afraid of harming the innocent and being obliterated by the heavenly principle, fearing you may never have the chance to rekindle a relationship with your second senior brother. Kung Su. His complexion flushed, then he retorted with their own words. Why are you so concerned about this little demoness? Could it be that she is your offspring? Shen Yi. When it comes to verbal sparring, no one can outdo him. Shen Yi placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, what does it matter whether she is our offspring? Even if she were, it is none of your business. In any case, your actions are comparable to those of demons, and you are truly unworthy of being a deity. Kung Su would not be outdone. As for my relationship with my second senior brother, it is hardly for you to critique. What I do is to act in accordance with the will of heaven, sacrificing my own interests for the greater good. Shen Yi, you just admitted that you are seeking personal revenge, correct? And yet you speak of acting in accordance with heaven. I see you are simply love-struck and beyond redemption. Kung Su. Then you also admit that this child is yours, right? No wonder a mere mortal would speak on behalf of a demon. It seems you have been bewitched by the demon's charm. Shen Yi, your second senior brother does not like you at all. Kung Su. A mortal and a demon can never have a good outcome. Shen Yi. If you have the capability, then release Bauer. Kung Su. Do I look like a fool to you? Shen Yi. You deserve to be unrequited in love. Kung Su. Just wait and see. You'll be a lonely widower for life. Shen Yi. Kung Su. The two of them exchanged barbs from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until dawn again. Their insults were quite vulgar. The Celestial Army, eating melon. Watching the show, Lou Jin quietly began to channel demonic energy in his palm. Just as he intended to seize Bauer, an inattentive spectator suddenly warned. Be careful. Kung Su reacted swiftly, immediately tightening his grip around Bauer's neck as a threat. Does the demon lord wish to test whose hand is faster? Upon seeing this, Lou Jin could only clench his fists tightly. He could not gamble with Bauer's life. Kung Su, seeing this, revealed a smug expression. Shen Yi wanted to scold him further, but Kung Su coldly stated, I have no time to waste on you. He addressed Lou Jin. I will count to 3. If the demon lord does not comply with my demands, then this little demoness will only. He implied as he tightened his grip, that Bao's face turned pale. Her voice weak. "Papa, do not harm her. You can threaten me instead." Shen Yi was filled with anxiety that Bao, having been malnourished in the womb, had been frail since birth. With just a slight exertion, Kung Su could easily snap her neck. Shen Yi was genuinely afraid he might harm Bao. Shen Yi felt guilt as well, blaming himself for not protecting his sister earlier. Thus, he stepped out of the burning heart barrier and declared, "I am his son. If you wish to threaten someone, then threaten me." This was the first time Shen Yi actively acknowledged himself as Lou Jin's child. Kung Su was not swayed by their ploys, for he knew of Lou Jin's formidable power and dared not let his guard down. 1, 2. Before he could reach 3, Lou Jin commanded the burning heart to sever Kung Su's tendons and veins, and blood erupted forth like a fountain from his limbs. Lou Jin, Shen Yi's heart sank, wanting to intervene. But he was obstructed by the protective barrier. "Father, please do not harm Bao." Crimson tears fell from her ink-black eyes. Kung Su, witnessing this, became triumphant. "Second senior brother, did you see? This demon has finally reaped what he has sown. Hurry and awaken." The already mad Qingshu god was currently trapped within the spirit-locking pouch hanging at his waist. "Hurry, my patience is wearing thin." Kung Su urged once more. He was eager to know if his second senior brother would accept him upon awakening. Shen Yi also watched the scene nervously, his fingers instinctively tightening. Although he despised Lou Jin for being a scoundrel, he did not wish to see him in such a state. That it was not that he lacked compassion. Rather, he believed his father was too soft-hearted. He did not want his father to compromise his true intentions due to a moment of weakness. Furthermore, he had promised the scoundrel to protect his sister. With this thought, his originally dark pupils transformed into a light, bright blue. Release my sister. Chapter 56. He does not believe he likes Lou Jin, the celestial army. This eye color, this bloodline, is it of the divine race? Only the divine race possesses naturally blue eyes, such as their esteemed prince, Junlin. How intriguing. Could there be an even bigger scoop? The celestial army recalled Shen Yi's earlier beseeching gaze towards Prince Junlin, as well as the prince's defense of that mortal, commanding Kung Su to release the little demoness. Thus, could this child possibly be the prince's? Upon closer inspection, the child bore a striking resemblance to the prince. It appears this gossip is indeed ripe. Prince Junlin was also somewhat perplexed. Closing his eyes, he placed 2 fingers on his brow, and when he opened them once more, he looked at Shen Yi's pupils in astonishment. It truly is a divine bloodline, but how strange. This child possesses half mortal blood and half divine blood, yet his undeveloped form is that of a divine dragon. However, within the divine lineage, apart from the Emperor Father, there was no one else with such pure blood that he could be certain that his father would not be drawn to a mere mortal, and he had never encountered Shen Yi before. So why then this child? Speaking of which, the child's appearance bore some resemblance to him. Lou Jin's murderous intent flared anew. "What are you thinking? He is my son." Junlin chose to ignore him and looked again at Kung Su, who held the little demoness, half mortal blood and half demon blood, yet her undeveloped form is that of an ancient phoenix goddess. The Phoenix clan has always possessed divine blood. When did a demon bloodline emerge? The bloodlines of these 2 children utterly challenged his understanding of the divine, demon, and mortal races. Moreover, it is said that among the 3 realms of mortals, gods, and demons, men cannot bear children, that a mortal body cannot endure the burden of divine or demon blood. This is akin to Lou Jin's mortal mother, who perished from the strain of bearing the bloodline of a demon child, thus dying upon Lou Jin's birth. Junlin glanced at Shen Yi once more. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary mortal. Lou Jin's murderous intent surged once again. "Do you dare to look at him?" He was about to channel demonic energy once more, but Kung Su immediately tightened his grip on Bao's throat. Junlin retracted his gaze and turned to Lou Jin, his azure eyes momentarily stunned again. Half demon blood and half divine blood. Wasn't he his mother immortal? More absurdly, his true form is a demon dragon, while the other half is a sealed true form of a divine phoenix. Junlin seemed to finally understand why Lou Jin's rate of cultivation was so extraordinary, that it is equivalent to others having 1 heart. While he possesses 2, in a wonder these 2 children inherit both divine and demon blood, alongside mortal blood. However, the Phoenix divine lineage has only his mother left, and she perished 300 years ago. Where did Lou Jin inherit his half-Phoenix goddess bloodline? Kung Su and the celestial army were equally astonished. Although they could not discern the undeveloped bloodlines of the 2 children, Shen Yi's blue pupils were clearly of divine lineage. Shen Yi yearned to save his sister. He was unsure how he was capable of rising as Lou Jin did. He wanted to reclaim his sister, yet he was still too young, even with the assistance of Burning Heart. He had never practiced any techniques and could not fully control Burning Heart, making him no match for Kung-Su. Going would only mean delivering himself to death, though Kung-Su did not know why Shen Yi was of divine lineage. He only possessed half divine blood. Moreover, for the sake of his second senior brother, he was willing to betray the divine race at any cost. Kung-Su employed 2 children as leverage. I have lost all patience. He was about to count to 3 when Lou Jin, without a moment's hesitation, discarded all his cultivation. With a cough, blood gushed from Lou Jin's mouth, his dark robe billowing in the wind, warm blood dripping down like a rain of crimson. Unable to maintain his hold, he plummeted from the air, the demonic aura that had surrounded him gradually dissipating as his cultivation vanished. His once inky hair began to turn silver. Seeing this, Shen Yi felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively reached out to catch him. Lou Jin was indeed heavy, though not overweight. His body was entirely composed of muscle. Standing at 9 feet tall, he towered over Shen Yi by a full head. Shen Yi exerted all his strength to support him. Are you all right? A redundant question. Indeed, Lou Jin's current state was far from fine. With broken meridians, lost cultivation, hair turned white, and drenched in blood, his pallor suggested he was on the brink of death. Lou Jin's arms wrapped tightly around Shen Yi's waist. Barely steadying his stance, he lowered his head onto Shen Yi's shoulder, appearing as weak as an injured pup, making Shen Yi waver between the urge to push him away and a reluctant compassion. Are you concerned for me? He inquired. Shen Yi replied, Brother, can we set aside the romantic notions for now? If it weren't for the evident severity of Lou Jin's injuries, Shen Yi might have suspected the hands at his waist upon hearing the words. Hundreds of celestial warriors immediately activated the formation to seal Bauer's awakening bloodline. Lou Jin did not intervene out of course. Even if he had the will to stop them, he lacked the strength at this moment. Nevertheless, his inaction stemmed from the understanding that Bauer was still too young. Awakening her true form at this juncture would be detrimental to her. Thus sealing it was, in fact, a blessing. Furthermore, she was currently living in the mortal realm. If she could not control her true form, she might be treated as a monster, just as he had been in the past. Shen Yi, however, was deeply concerned about Bauer. As Lou Jin's power waned, the protective barrier around him vanished. Yet Kung-Su had bound the child in midair, rendering any attempts to intervene futile. For the first time, Shen Yi loathed his own weakness. Without the support of the system, he was no different from an ordinary mortal, utterly incapable of defending himself against these divine beings, let alone saving anyone else. What kind of gods are you? You seem more wicked than demons. If there truly is a heavenly Tao, all of you should be struck down by its divine retribution. No sooner had Shen Yi spoken than a blinding white lightning bolt and a blood-red lightning bolt descended from the clear sky, followed by 2 deafening thunderclaps that resonated through the ears of the crowd. Those disciples of the celestial realm, who had been poised to strike Lou Jin again, were so frightened that they dropped their swords. Similarly, the disciples currently sealing Bauer's true form hesitated and withdrew their hands. Bauer's true form had been thoroughly sealed. Unless by chance or great fortune, it would remain dormant, and she would live her life as an ordinary person. Seeing that the heavenly Tao seemed to be aiding him, Shen Yi urged, release Shou Yi and Bauer at once, or beware that the next calamity will strike you down with heavenly lightning. The celestial warriors exchanged glances, realizing that such words should have been directed at Kung-Su. The latter remained unmoved. As long as he could avenge his elder brother, he would accept any consequences, even divine retribution. 3. I shall go. Lou Jin gritted his teeth, supporting his battered body as he staggered toward the now closed portal of the formation. Chapter 58. Shen Yi's heartache. By the time Hanyu arrived, the portal to the endless demon abyss had already closed. Shen Yi attempted to intervene, but was repelled by the malevolent aura emanating from the entrance, ultimately grasping only a piece of Lou Jin's tattered garment. With the closure of the portal, Lou Jin's figure vanished completely. The celestial warriors let out a heavy sigh of relief. The great demon had finally been sealed. And having severed his own meridians and crippled his powers, he was now nothing more than a useless demon, destined to be devoured by the insatiable depths of the endless demon abyss, where he would soon meet his end. The celestial realm was aware of Lou Jin's ability to resurrect, as it had been revealed by Mo Xie in the past. However, now that he was devoid of power, he was no different from a mere mortal. That it was unlikely he would be resurrected. Indeed, his soul might be entirely consumed by the demons lurking below. Kuan Su, witnessing this, couldn't help but laugh. He turned to Qing Su, who was hidden in the soul-sealing pouch, and said, "Second brother, look, I have avenged our elder brother as for the 2 children he held. Release them." Junlin commanded. He had yet to fully comprehend the matter of their bloodlines and intended to investigate further. Although the celestial realm had emerged victorious today, it was a hollow victory. 300 years prior, the heavenly Tao had indeed prophesied that Lou Jin would one day wreak havoc upon the 3 realms. Thus, he refrained from intervening. But these 2 children were undeniably innocent. Kuan Su wished to voice his concern that the offspring of a demon might become a future threat, especially since they had witnessed the celestial realm force their father to his demise. However, before he could utter a word, he was silenced by the imposing gaze of Junlin, which left him feeling nauseated. Junlin raised his hand and returned the 2 children to Shen Yi. "This matter is settled. I assure you, we will not trouble you again in the future." Shen Yi remained silent, staring blankly at the piece of dark garment he had torn away, seemingly still in shock from the events that had transpired. Lou Jin was so formidable, a villain far more powerful than the protagonist in the story, possessing the bloodlines of both the Phoenix Celestial clan and the Demon Dragon. He surely would not perish so easily. He could not have died. From the moment of his birth, he had been exceptional. Having endured the gnawing of countless demons upon his flesh and soul, he had always returned, and in the original narrative, he was the ultimate villain who survived to the end. That he couldn't possibly be dead. He was simply weakened, and perhaps in a few hundred years, he would resurrect in full glory. It was plausible. After all, he was Lou Jin. In the original tale, even the heavenly Tao had been rendered powerless by him. He absolutely would not die. Yet, despite his reasoning, an inexplicable anxiety gnawed at his heart. "Woo-woo, baby wants daddy," Bauer cried, striking Junlin with all her might. "You bad man, give me back my daddy." Woo-woo. Junlin, aware of the celestial realm's wrongdoing towards the 3 of them, gestured for his subordinates to silence themselves before raising 2 fingers towards Bauer's forehead. Instantly calming her cries, he extracted a drop of demon phoenix bloodline from her. "What are you doing?" Shen Yi reacted quickly, shielding the now limp Bauer in his embrace. Shen Yi positioned himself protectively in front of his father and sister, determined to uphold his promise to safeguard them. His dark pupils transformed into a light, vibrant blue once more. Although Junlin had been grievously wounded by Lou Jin, Shen Yi, with his still awakening semi-divine bloodline, was no match for him. Junlin similarly extracted a drop of divine dragon bloodline from Shen Yi's forehead, sealing his true form in the process. Revealing their true forms would only bring harm to the 2 children. Without waiting for Shen Yi to protest, Junlin assured him, "They are fine. Their semi-divine and semi-demon bloodlines have merely been sealed." He further added, "It will not harm their bodies." As for the 2 drops of blood he had acquired, he chose not to mention them. Hearing this, Shen Yi felt a measure of relief. Junlin was the protagonist of this world, a figure of integrity and virtue. Shen Yi reluctantly placed some faith in his words. Although the celestial realm had won this time, it was a victory marred by disgrace. The crown prince decreed that they were not to intrude upon the mortal realm again. Moreover, they had previously sworn to the heavenly Tao not to harm the 3 of them. So despite their apparent triumph, they returned home in shame. The ominous clouds above finally dispersed, as the celestial beings engaged in their battle and established the barrier. Ordinary mortals merely sensed that the weather had grown peculiar over the past 2 days. With sudden thunder and lightning, dark clouds looming ominously, yet no rain falling. However, by midnight, rain indeed began to pour. The sound of raindrops pattering against the thatched roof mingled with the howling mountain winds, carrying a faint scent of blood. As the rain intensified, the thin trace of blood in the air gradually dissipated, leaving only the chilling sound of wind and rain against the windows. Fortunately, the windows and roof had been repaired, allowing them to withstand any storm that may come. Bauer had awakened, but had cried herself to sleep once more, her brow furrowed and eyes swollen from tears. Even in her dreams, she called out, "Daddy." Shen Yi gently caressed Bauer's face, soothing her with tender words until she gradually quieted down. Shen Yi remained in a deep slumber, his breathing steady and complexion normal, indicating he would be all right. Shen Yi sat beside their bed for a while. Though it was already late at night, and he once would have been unfazed by thunder, he now found himself wide awake, his mind consumed with the image of Lou Jin. Bloodied and battered, he couldn't help but wonder how Lou Jin was faring now. Was he being devoured by the demons sealed beneath the endless demon abyss? Though Lou Jin was a demon, he had a corporeal form and could feel pain. Moreover, stripped of his powers, falling into that abyss was akin to being offered as a delectable morsel. Furthermore, the majority of the demons imprisoned within were those that Lou Jin had personally cast into the depths, including the wretched father whom he had mutilated and turned into a human puppet. Lou Jin had once made him endure the torment of being devoured by countless demons as a child. Now he was destined to relive the painful shadows of his past. The more Shen Yi thought about it, the more restless he became. That he rose and approached the door. Hanyo appeared immediately at the doorway, clad in black and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, standing steadfast as rainwater cascaded from the eaves, soaking his robes and inky hair. Shen Yi knew he was there. Is there any way to rescue him? Although Shen Yi feared being entangled by Lou Jin, the thought of Lou Jin enduring the torment of being devoured by countless demons filled his heart with an inexplicable ache. Unless the celestial realm is willing to gather the powers of the gods to reopen the barrier's entrance. Hanyo replied. Shen Yi believed that there was essentially no hope left. The divine realm had expended tremendous effort to seal Lou Jin, so how could they possibly wish to release him? In the depths of the endless abyss, Chapter 59, the endless abyss, that a white-haired man clad in a dark robe lay bloodied atop a heap of desiccated bones. The murky atmosphere of the abyss was thick with noxious miasma and waves of repugnant, bloody stench. Within the cavern, the miasma and odor intensified, resembling the very source of corruption. The bleached bones, long decayed, were intermittently showered with fresh remains, the sanguine residue suggesting a recent demise, though the flesh had been consumed by some insatiable entity, leaving only a skeletal frame marred by bloodstains. Yet, despite the grotesque surroundings, signs of life persisted. A gust of wind swirled through, and several gaunt, shadowy figures encircled the fresh skeleton, eagerly dismantling it to feast. Licking the warm blood and gnawing at the remaining sinews, this was their sole sustenance. The mere trickle of blood and sinew could hardly satiate their hunger. Thus the shadows turned their gaze toward the white-haired man sprawled upon the bones, who still possessed flesh and blood, albeit seemingly lifeless. In this grim place, any bone that could be crushed would be devoured without exception. Otherwise, the fate would be to become the next morsel. Not only the deceased, but even putrefied flesh, despite its unpalatable nature, would be consumed, for sustenance was alarmingly scarce, so scarce that they could not even satisfy their hunger by feasting on their weaker kin, let alone a freshly dead creature. To them, it was akin to a windfall. However, the shadows hesitated to approach, as the white-haired man appeared somewhat familiar. They were indeed ravenous. Regardless of familiarity, the urge to feed prevailed. Resolving this inner conflict, the shadows surged forward. The bloodied figure, despite lacking any demonic aura that could enhance their power upon consumption, exhibited firm musculature that promised a delectable meal. The shadows glinted with avarice, already calculating how to divide the spoils. I want this leg. Then I shall take this arm. That I have a penchant for innards. That I enjoy slurping up brains. That I relish gnawing on bones. Once their roles were delineated, they prepared to make their move, only to be halted by a chilling shout. Who gave you the audacity to feast upon my chosen prey? The speaker was the overlord of the abyss, his stature indicating dominance, while other demons appeared emaciated. He was robust, towering above the rest. The shadows, realizing their predicament, retreated in trepidation, loath to relinquish the tempting delicacy but knowing they were no match for the overlord. Boss, you first. We are not hungry. A mere taste of blood will suffice. One of the shadows offered, with the others following suit in their groveling. The overlord, pleased by their deference, feigned generosity, declaring, "Wait a moment, and I shall reward each of you with a morsel of meat." The shadows, upon hearing this, became even more sycophantic, aware that the morsel might merely be a meager scrap. Yet any morsel was better than none. The overlord approached the white-haired man, finding him oddly familiar, though he could not place where he had seen him before. Regardless of prior encounters, he was now the overlord's meal. Where to begin? The overlord had peculiar tastes. Just as he was about to indulge, A ferocious roar erupted from within the depths of the abyss. Alas, the soul devourer has awakened. One shadow exclaimed in terror, hastily retreating from the cavern. The others followed suit, fearing they might become the creature's next meal. The overlord's expression darkened. He was no match for the soul devourer. And after a brief struggle, he too was compelled to abandon his intended feast. The soul devourer, true to its name, was a beast that feasted upon the souls of demons. Its appearance was grotesque. With a massive body, a single head, 2 mouths, 3 eyes for legs, and a colossal tail covered in scales, resembling a giant mutated lizard lurking underground. Its elongated tongue could easily ensnare prey from the outside, drawing it back to its lair to consume its soul. That it would also consume flesh when hungry, swallowing even bones without hesitation. The shadows outside lamented their decision. Had they acted sooner, they might have secured a meal. Yet now, with the soul devourer alerted, they feared they would be left with nothing to gnaw upon. Most of the time, the soul devourer remained dormant, rarely emerging from its lair due to its immense size and lack of agility, making it susceptible to more formidable beasts or overlords. Thus, it relied on hapless creatures wandering into its domain for sustenance. The bones piled outside were merely bait. Weaker demons, unable to find food, might take the risk and venture into gnaw on the nutritionally void remains, only to meet their demise as the beast's sticky tongue ensnared them. That moment, the colossal beast within the cavern stirred awake. It detected the tantalizing scent of fresh blood and potent souls, sending it into a frenzy, its roars growing louder, accompanied by a foul stench emanating from its maw, signaling its imminent emergence. The small demons, witnessing this, fled in terror. The soul devourer was emerging, though not entirely. Its massive form became lodged at the entrance, revealing only its head, dual mouths, 3 eyes, and a long, glistening tongue. The white-haired man atop the bones had yet to completely expire, but his soul was significantly weakened, making him an ideal target. Otherwise, he would soon lose his freshness. Drool dripped from the corners of the beast's mouths as it opened its gaping maw, exuding a putrid odor, its long, moist tongue reaching out, intent on consuming the man whole. Just as the tongue was about to make contact, a flash of chilling sword light erupted. The foul blood sprayed everywhere as a crimson tongue fell, twitching upon the bleached bones. The soul devourer emitted a feral wail, its immense body writhing in agony, causing the entire abyss to tremble as if it might collapse. Debris rained down from the ceiling and walls, threatening to bury the remnants within. The white-haired man remained motionless until a massive stone plummeted, poised to crush him. In that instant, a dark figure darted in like lightning, whisking him away from the abyss. Chapter 60. Surely, he cannot have developed feelings for Lou Jin? Shen Yi had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for several days now. During the day, he worked with a lack of enthusiasm. To be precise, he had no inclination to work. It was not fatigue that plagued him. Rather, his mind was consumed with images of Lou Jin, bloodied as he stepped into the endless abyss. He even dreamt of Lou Jin being devoured by countless demons, his flesh and soul being feasted upon. He was perplexed by his own state. He had previously dreaded Lou Jin's entanglements, yet now he found himself devoid of that concern. He should be relieved, yet he felt nothing but disquiet. Wait, could it be that I have developed feelings for Lou Jin? He mused in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I possibly have feelings for Lou Jin? Firstly, I am straight. Secondly, I am straight. Lastly, I am straight. Furthermore, my pursuit of Lou Jin was merely for the sake of a mission. Besides, Lou Jin had unceremoniously cast me out of the demon palace, nearly starving me, and had never once sought to locate me over the past 5 years. I am not a masochist. Why should I accept him just because he has returned? Even though Lou Jin is now besotted and treats Bauer well, I am afraid of pain. In conclusion, a relationship between Lou Jin and me is utterly impossible. For now, this arrangement suits me just fine. Lou Jin will no longer pursue me, and I need not worry about his unwanted affection. Despite this rationalization, a persistent unease lingered in his heart, as though something vital was missing. Could it be that I truly have turned? Shen Yi spiraled through his thoughts once more. Papa, will Daddy return? Bauer tugged at his sleeve, her eyes glistening with tears. Shen Yi was uncertain, yet gazing into Bauer's sorrowful, walnut-like eyes, he could only offer a comforting reply. Your father is a formidable demon lord. He will be just fine. This statement felt like a self-soothing mantra. Bauer accepted his words, her tone brightening slightly. When will Daddy come back? Bauer misses him. She was unaware of the true nature of a demon lord. All she knew was that her father treated her well and was incredibly powerful. Shen Yi found himself at a loss for how to respond, as he too did not know when Lou Jin might emerge, or if he ever would. Lou Jin was indeed formidable, having inherited a portion of the Phoenix God clan's bloodline, capable of perpetual rebirth through the process of nirvana. However, having severed his meridians and relinquished his cultivation, how could he undergo nirvana? Moreover, he was currently trapped in a perilous abyss. Seeing Shen Yi's silence, Bauer's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Is Daddy never coming back? Shen Yi gently wiped away the tear stains from her eyes, murmuring, "Do not weep, my dear. Your father shall return. Is that true?" Bauer, with tear-filled eyes, clearly expressed her skepticism towards Papa's words. Shen Yi was aware of Lou Jin's formidable prowess. However, this time he harbored no certainty regarding the other's survival. Thus he could only comfortingly pat Bauer's back. "He will come back." His words lacked conviction. Overwhelmed with grief, Bauer suddenly threw herself into his embrace and wept. "Father is in pain." On that fateful day, Lou Jin sustained grave injuries, his meridians severed, his cultivation obliterated, and his body drenched in blood, appearing as if he could not possibly survive, especially being sealed beneath the endless abyss of demonic depths. Shen Yi gazed at the burning heart resting on the bedside table. The burning heart was Lou Jin's life sword, yet now it resembled nothing more than a piece of scrap iron, indicating that its master was in dire straits. Beneath the endless abyss of demons, a man clad in dark robes, with white hair and bloodied attire, slowly awakened. Lou Jin had expected to find himself being devoured by myriad demons upon awakening. Instead, he beheld Emosia. "You have yet to perish," Lou Jin remarked with a hint of surprise, for when he had cast Emosia into this place, Shen Yi had already reduced him to a state unrecognizable as a demon. Emosia sneered, offering no reply, merely stating, "I never anticipated that the esteemed demon lord would find himself in such a predicament." It was then that Lou Jin realized his hands and feet had been bound by Emosia with dark iron within a formation. Due to the severed meridians, he felt nothing but pain. "What do you intend to do?" Lou Jin's eyes narrowed, and despite being a captive, his inherent fierceness still instilled fear. Emosia instinctively took a step back, but soon recollected that Lou Jin had lost all his cultivation and was trapped within this soul-severing formation, rendering him no match. Encouraged by this thought, Emosia advanced 2 steps closer. Just as he was about to speak, Lou Jin impatiently interjected, "Do not waste words with me." Emosia's words lodged in his throat, leaving him in a state of discomfort, causing his expression to darken at this juncture. "You still dare to be arrogant?" He kicked Lou Jin fiercely, attempting to force him to kneel. Logically, Lou Jin, with his meridians shattered, should have been unable to stand, yet he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. "Simply absurd." Emosia scoffed. "You kicked me so lightly. Are you perhaps starving?" No one in this world could compel him to grovel. Lou Jin knew that falling into Emosia's hands would lead to a fate far worse than being devoured by demons. Yet he exhibited no fear, just a lowly insect. If he did not perish, it would be they who met their end. Emosia, witnessing Lou Jin's defiance, felt his features contort in rage. Originally, he had intended to grant a swift death. But since the demon lord showed no gratitude, he would ensure Lou Jin endured some suffering first. He turned away, then paused to say, "In 49 days, when the formation is complete, you shall find your liberation." He kindly elaborated on the formation's function. It is called the soul-severing formation. As the name suggests, it can separate your soul from your body. You likely remain unaware of why you could continuously reincarnate and manifest new bodies in the past. Correct? Initially, I too was oblivious, including your predecessor, the former demon lord. Years ago, the former demon lord rescued you from the endless abyss of demons not out of paternal affection, but rather coveting the bloodline of the Phoenix divine clan within you. Regrettably, he had never realized that the woman he had forcibly taken in the mortal realm was, in fact, the reincarnation of the Phoenix goddess. This revelation came to me inadvertently when I betrayed you to ally with the divine realm. Your mortal mother was no ordinary woman. She was the final imperial princess of the Phoenix divine clan, and you inherited half of the Phoenix goddess's bloodline, thus enabling your continual rebirth within the abyss of demons. Emosia declared his intentions. Though your meridians are severed and your cultivation lost, that bloodline is your most valuable asset. This formation can completely strip your soul, allowing me to seize your body. At this point, Remorseful could not help but laugh heartily. I must thank you for casting me here. Otherwise, even if I trained for 1,000 years, I would never have had the chance to defeat you. Lou Jin retorted, Are you done speaking? If so, be gone. Your incessant chatter is tiresome. Remorseful, his face ashen, growled, I hope the esteemed demon lord can survive these 49 days. Chapter 61. All blame on Lou Jin. Meanwhile, Shen Yi inquired, Is there truly no other way? Hanya shook his head in resignation. Shen Yi pressed on, If gathering the power of the gods can open the entrance to the endless abyss of demons, what about gathering the powers of the demon clan? Hanya continued to shake his head. Why not? Shen Yi asked. Hanya explained, Gathering the powers of the demons requires an immense expenditure of demonic energy to activate the formation. Moreover, after becoming the demon lord, he purged all the elder demons who harbored dissent against him. Currently, there are few strong elder protectors within the demon clan. They may not be able to sustain the formation. Furthermore, during the time the demon lord ruled, he offended numerous demon clan vassal kings, who would relish in his downfall and would never willingly come to assist. Shen Yi reflected, with Lou Jin's decisive nature. He never hesitated to offend others. It seems he is now reaping what he has sown. There truly no other recourse. Hanya shook his head once more. It appears we can only leave our fate to chance. Days passed. The rain had ceased. Yet Shen Yi felt a persistent dampness in his heart. He had been feeling quite troubled lately, all due to Lou Jin. Were it not for Lou Jin's sudden entanglement, the divine realm's inhabitants would not have descended to the mortal realm to confront him. Had they not sought him out, they would not have kidnapped Shou Yi and Bauer. If they had not abducted Shou Yi and Bauer, he would not have found himself in his current predicament. Had he not encountered this predicament, Shen Yi would not have lost his peaceful sleep, nor would he find even the simplest of meals unappetizing. In summary, all blame lies with Lou Jin. After venting his frustration, Shen Yi remained unsatisfied, pondering if there was a way to rescue Lou Jin. Yet, to be honest, he was not particularly inclined to save Lou Jin. The reason was simple. He feared that if Lou Jin were freed, he would once again pursue him relentlessly. Shen Yi believed he had not yet swayed. Were he truly swayed, he would go to great lengths to rescue Lou Jin. His desire to save Lou Jin stemmed from his innate kindness, not wanting to owe the other any favors, especially since Lou Jin had already endured enough hardship. In a nutshell, Shen Yi was in a state of inner turmoil. Beyond his dilemma regarding Lou Jin, he was also preoccupied with the matter of Alan. Alan had but half a month remaining. If he did not marry her soon, she would be deemed a failure by the system and consequently erased. Should he marry her, he would have to forego saving Lou Jin, for Lou Jin's obsessive and unrequited nature might lead to catastrophic consequences, akin to the original storyline, causing this small world to collapse. Yet, he could not neglect marrying Alan, and he lacked the capability to rescue Lou Jin, leaving him with no choice but to abandon one. He could only blame his role as the antagonist. What say you, rabbit? Shen Yi plucked a few blades of grass from beside the fence and offered them to the rabbit that Lou Jin had gifted him in just over a month. The rabbit had transformed into a plump creature, its white fur resembling a fluffy little ball, a testament to Shen Yi's excellent care. Primarily, he wished to fatten it up quickly for spicy rabbit pieces and spicy rabbit heads. The plump rabbit, catching the scent of the fresh grass, immediately began to munch away as for its master's troubles. They did not hinder its appetite in the slightest. You only know how to eat. Your former master is on the brink of death. Do you not realize? He lifted the half-eaten grass from the rabbit's mouth, suddenly losing the desire to let it continue feasting. The rabbit, reluctant to relinquish its treat, sniffed the air and stood up to nibble on the remaining grass in Shen Yi's hand. Shen Yi felt displeased. Unable to enjoy his own meal, he could not bear to see the rabbit enjoying itself. Thus he raised the grass higher. However, the gluttonous rabbit, even when suspended in the air, clung tightly to the grass in his hand. Shen Yi was momentarily speechless, but considering the gift from someone special, he ultimately allowed the rabbit to eat the grass. The rabbit, undeterred, continued to feast. Nearby, a foolish donkey tethered in the yard brayed, revealing its long donkey lips and 2 rows of protruding teeth, as if it too wished to partake of the grass in Shen Yi's hand. Shen Yi, in a foul mood, ignored it. The donkey, Undeterred, continued braying in protest. Shen Yi warned, "Keep braying, and when I marry Alan, I shall use you for a donkey hot pot." The donkey fell silent, yet pouted in a manner that suggested it felt wronged. Turning its head away in anger and presenting its rear to Shen Yi. Shen Yi, still in a bad mood, paid it no mind. He then plucked a few more blades of grass to continue feeding the rabbit, cradling it in his arms, thus truly exemplifying favoritism. The donkey mused, "I should never have been bought back. If you do not wish to marry me, then do not." Alan, witnessing Shen Yi's distracted demeanor as he fed the rabbit, approached without his notice. Realizing this, Shen Yi promptly set the rabbit down and declared, "I intend to marry you. Today is market day. I plan to ride the donkey to the town to procure some items. And I have already promised your mother that I shall ceremoniously take you as my bride. Last time, there was an unexpected incident, but this time it shall surely be different. Yet you seem unwilling to marry me." Alan observed coldly, directly piercing through his thoughts. Shen Yi, taken aback by her words, quickly clarified, "I do not wish to." "Do you not remember my task?" Alan interrupted with a question. Shen Yi nodded and replied, "You must fulfill your aunt's expectations for her daughter and marry a man who sincerely wishes to cherish you for a lifetime. You no longer genuinely wish to marry me," Alan reiterated. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. He wanted to explain, yet it felt akin to justifying himself. So he remained silent for a moment before stating, "Alan, regardless of the circumstances, I have already promised your aunt that I would marry you. And I shall certainly do so. Moreover, your task must be accomplished." Indeed, Alan's task had to be fulfilled. Hence, she refrained from saying more and suddenly asked, "Have you developed feelings for the demon lord?" Shen Yi was once again momentarily stunned. Had he truly fallen for Lou Jin? It couldn't be, setting aside other considerations. Physically, they were incompatible. With this thought in mind, he ceased pondering further, entrusted Alan to look after the child, and then rode his donkey to the town to procure supplies. After much contemplation, Shen Yi ultimately resolved to marry Alan. She had saved both his and the child's lives. He could not bear to witness her failure in her task and be erased by the system. Although Lou Jin had also saved him and the child, he was currently sealed beneath the endless abyss of demons. Shen Yi, an ordinary mortal, was powerless to rescue him. He had also inquired with Hanya. And unless the divine realm gathered the power of the gods to reopen the portal to the endless abyss, there was simply no other way. Distracted, Shen Yi wandered through the marketplace on his return. He brought Bauer her favorite crispy candy. Little Yi was not one to indulge in gluttony, yet he had recently taken to practicing swordplay in the courtyard with the heart-burning sword gifted by Lou Jin. Claiming he needed to grow stronger to protect his father and sister to by chance, he encountered the same Taoist from before, selling martial arts manuals left behind by his master. Thus, he spent 5 coins to randomly select a manual to take home. Chapter 62 Lou Jin. Beneath the endless abyss of demons, Lou Jin was shackled in a dark, damp cave by dark iron chains. His body was marred by lash marks and bite wounds, and the sword wound that had pierced his abdomen had rotted into a gaping hole. His right leg was nearly devoured, leaving only stark white bones. And one of his arms was entirely missing. Apart from the lashes and bites, his skin was scorched by branding irons, and his eyes had been devoured by some creature, leaving only 2 streaks of murky blood. The blood on his body had long since dried, while the fresh blood from his severed arm dripped into the 5-element 8-trigram array beneath him. At that moment, he resembled a withered corpse. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of life visible in his torn chest, no one would believe he could still be alive in such a state. Mosia had once claimed he would let him suffer a bit. The stone door of the cave creaked open, and Mosia, clad in black robes, strode in. He no longer felt any fear of Lou Jin and walked right up to him before stopping. "What remarkable luck! You're still alive." Mosia was somewhat displeased, but more so exhilarated, truly worthy of the phoenix divine lineage. Even with shattered meridians and ruined cultivation, he still clung to life. Mosia's dark pupils glimmered with greed. He laughed heartily. "This bloodline will soon be mine." Today marked the 46th day, with only 3 days remaining until his grand scheme would come to fruition. Mosia could hardly contain his impatience. The array was already emitting a faint red hue, once filled with Lou Jin's blood, and with the forthcoming solar eclipse, the realms of gods, demons, and mortals would be plunged into darkness, obscured by the malevolent aura of the eclipse. At that time, once the array was complete, he could seize Lou Jin's bloodline and attain immortality. The more he pondered, the more triumphant he felt. He even wished to poke a few more holes in Lou Jin to expedite the filling of the array with his blood. However, this matter could not be rushed. It was imperative to wait for the eclipse, as that would not only allow him to plunder Lou Jin's divine and demonic bloodline, but also using the life force of all beings in the endless abyss as a sacrifice. Breach the barrier of the abyss for a fleeting moment, granting him a chance to escape this cursed place. With this thought, he burst into laughter once more. Lou Jin, in his current weakened state, was rendered speechless. Otherwise, he would have surely found the noise unbearable. Xie reveled alone for some time, but upon seeing Lou Jin unresponsive, his irritation resurfaced. He then conceived another method to torment Lou Jin. Xie commanded his subordinates to bring something in. He declared he had a gift for Lou Jin. Unfortunately, your eyes have been devoured by a demon. Otherwise, you could have witnessed the present I prepared for you. The gift Xie spoke of was Lou Jin's father, Yu Ming, whom he had personally transformed into a human puppet and cast into the abyss 300 years ago. Yu Ming had yet to perish because Lou Jin had wished for him to endure a fate worse than death. Thus, though he had become a human puppet, he still clung to life. Didn't he expect it? Did you? You two actually have a chance to reunite. Oh, but wait, you both have lost your eyes, so you cannot see each other. Xie feigned regret, then stepped onto the container holding Yu Ming. The two of them. He offered, here, as a choice. Whoever kills the other, I shall spare them. Though the person in the container had already lost his ears, he could still hear, albeit not clearly. Unfortunately, his tongue had been removed, rendering him incapable of speech, only able to emit pitiful whimpers. Xie sneered maliciously, his face contorting into a grotesque expression. What is the matter? Can T wait any longer? Understandable. Were it not for your good son, you would still be the exalted demon lord. Wouldn't T you have ended up in such a predicament? Xie felt the same. Although Lou Jin had never harmed him, he had harmed his son. 10 years ago, Xie was the grand elder of the demon clan. He had only one son, whom he had spoiled a bit too much. On one occasion, his son had forcefully taken a demon maid in the demon palace, only to be caught by Lou Jin. Lou Jin had ordered his men to throw his son into the endless abyss without a care for his pleas or dignity. He had but one son, despite his many years of loyalty to Lou Jin, helping him ascend to the position of demon lord. Lou Jin had shown no mercy for a mere lowly maid. Xie was haunted nightly by visions of his son being torn apart by demons. He had knelt before Lou Jin, begging him to open the abyss and spare his son, but Lou Jin had declared he deserved his fate. From that day forth, Xie harbored a deep-seated grudge against Lou Jin that he understood that with his own cultivation, he could never compete with Lou Jin. Thus he secretly colluded with the divine realm. He revealed to the gods that Lou Jin would transform into a mortal on the nights of the full moon, hoping the divine realm would eliminate Lou Jin on his behalf and avenge his son. Unfortunately, the gods proved incompetent, merely wounding Lou Jin and exposing him. Fortunately, he had wisely fled beforehand. Even so, Lou Jin still did not intend to let him go. He had pursued him relentlessly for a full 5 years. 5 years. No one knew how he had survived. He had lived in hiding, scavenging for food, enduring hardships worse than a street beggar, only to ultimately fall into Lou Jin's hands. Then, he too had been cast into the endless abyss. In the abyss, he had searched for news of his son, finally finding his son's jade pendant among a pile of decaying bones. Xie's hope was utterly extinguished. Initially, he had considered taking his own life, believing he could never avenge himself, when he fortuitously witnessed a rift in the sky above the abyss torn open by the divine realm. Then, he saw Lou Jin fall in, drenched in blood. During his 3 months in the endless abyss, Xie unexpectedly discovered an ancient array manual that detailed how to seize another's bloodline through possession. He had tested it, and the array was indeed genuine. Otherwise, he could not have survived in the endless abyss. He also stumbled upon secrets of the divine clan. When he saw Lou Jin, he understood that his opportunity had arrived. Not only would he avenge his son, but he would also seize Lou Jin's bloodline. In the future, he would be the most formidable demon in the world. Xie offered Lou Jin's severed arm to Yu Ming. If you kill your son, I will grant you your freedom. What do you say? Xie knew that Lou Jin, possessing half of the Phoenix divine lineage, could not die just yet. He merely wished to witness the spectacle of father and son turning against each other. Go on. Were it not for your good son, you would not have found yourself in this situation, Mo Xie goaded him. Yu Ming, wielding the severed arm as a sword, hesitated momentarily before directing it toward Lou Jin. Just as Mo Xie was about to incite him further, the sword suddenly pivoted and plunged straight into his own chest. Chapter 63. Father likes Papa. Shen Yi worked late into the night without rest. Tomorrow marked the day of his wedding to Alan, necessitating a rearrangement of the household. For instance, he needed to prepare a proper bed. Their marriage was merely a matter of mutual benefit, thus he had no intention of sharing a bed as true spouses. However, once Alan moved in, they would be living together for a lifetime, unlike Lou Jin, who had previously lingered in his home and could leave at any moment. Therefore, Shen Yi had merely set up a makeshift bed for the time being. With Lou Jin's obstruction no longer present, the wedding should proceed smoothly. Yet, thoughts of Lou Jin filled Shen Yi with an inexplicable pang of bitterness. It seemed men were prone to self-sabotage, when Lou Jin had been constantly by his side. He had found it bothersome that in this present moment, Lou Jin is imprisoned beneath the endless abyss of demonic realms, and he finds himself unable to escape thoughts of the other, particularly when he recalls Lou Jin's tragic existence and the hellish scenes of the abyss. His heart aches for the great demon lord. Shen Yi must reluctantly admit that he seems to have deviated from his path. Yet, such deviation serves no purpose. Lou Jin has likely. Furthermore, he has promised to marry Alan and assist her in fulfilling her system tasks. With this in mind, he refrains from dwelling on it further, tidies up, and intends to extinguish the lamp and retire for the night. However, at this moment, Bauer awakens. She has been plagued by nightmares, afraid to sleep again. Her father is bleeding profusely. Ever since Lou Jin was sealed within the endless abyss, Bauer has frequently dreamt of him covered in blood, claiming to see many monsters gnawing at him. Father is covered in blood. He is so pitiful. Bauer says, her eyes glistening with tears. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi feels an inexplicable pang in his heart. He is uncertain whether what Bauer sees is real, but indeed, the endless abyss is filled with man-eating monsters. In his youth, Lou Jin endured the torment of being devoured by countless demons on a daily basis. Those monsters, ultimately, they would consume everything. Currently, Lou Jin's meridians are shattered, his cultivation lost, resembling a forsaken demon. And he is likely suffering greatly. Do not cry, my dear. Your father is quite formidable. He will be all right, Shen Yi says, his voice slightly hoarse, gently patting Bauer's back to comfort her. Yet he finds himself unable to assuage his own turmoil. In the original narrative, after enduring a tragic first half of his life, Lou Jin had suffered from the pains of love, but had not tasted any other forms of suffering. He had never been sealed in the endless abyss of demons. In fact, in later chapters, he becomes so powerful that even the heavenly Tao has no power over him, leading him to madness due to unrequited love, ultimately causing the world within the story to collapse. What Lou Jin is experiencing now cannot be said to stem from his own actions, yet it is undoubtedly related to him. In the original work, he suffered due to the male protagonist's love troubles. Now he suffers due to his own tribulations. Truly tragic. Shen Yi finds himself inexplicably starting to feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Will father return? Bauer asks once more. She often poses this question. Shen Yi believes that as long as Lou Jin remains alive, he should eventually return, though he cannot ascertain when that will be. He carries the bloodline of the Phoenix God clan, so he should not perish easily. However, with his meridians shattered and cultivation lost, even if he survives, it will likely be a challenge. To break free from the seal of the endless abyss may take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Shen Yi, being merely a mortal with a lifespan of only a few decades, knows he will not be able to wait for Lou Jin's return. However, since both Bauer and Shou Yi inherit half of Lou Jin's bloodline, their lifespans should be significantly extended. Perhaps one day they will be able to await their father's return. With this thought, he comforts Bauer. He will come back. Really? Indeed. When has Papa ever lied to you? Upon hearing this, Bauer feels somewhat reassured. Shen Yi pulls the blanket over her, preparing to lull her to sleep when he hears Bauer ask again, Papa, are you really going to marry Mother Alan? Shen Yi is momentarily taken aback, then nods. What's wrong? Were you not fond of Mother Alan and eager for her to come marry us sooner? Bauer lowers her eyelids and replies, Bauer likes Mother Alan. But Bauer also likes father. This places Shen Yi in a dilemma. He cannot marry two people. Can he? Then he hears Bauer ask, Papa, can you marry both Mother Allen and father? Shen Yi thinks to himself that he is fortunate he did not drink any water. Otherwise, Bauer's words would have surely choked him. Not to mention, even if he were willing, both of them would undoubtedly refuse. Moreover, Lou Jin's fate remains uncertain. My dear, can we discuss this matter later? Bauer inquires. Is it to wait for father to return before marrying? Shen Yi decides that it is best to calm Bauer down first. That he nods. Yes, when your father returns, if he is willing. Father will definitely be willing, Bauer interjects. Shen Yi, puzzled, asks, how do you know he will be willing? Bauer replies, father likes Papa. Shen Yi is momentarily stunned. Bauer continues, besides, didn't father say before that he could marry you? Shen Yi is once again taken aback. He recalls that Lou Jin indeed seemed to have said such a thing. But at that time, he had urged Bauer and the others to leave. Bauer clarifies, Papa and father spoke very loudly. I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. Shen Yi concedes. All right, it's getting late. We must sleep. Papa will stay with you. Shen Yi gently pinches the little girl's cheek. Did Papa agree? Bauer asks again. Agree to what? To marry father when he returns home. Shen Yi thinks to himself that he must explain to Bauer that he can only marry one wife. To be honest, the thought of Lou Jin being his wife is something he cannot even dare to imagine. Additionally, by the time Lou Jin emerges from the endless abyss, it is likely that everything will have changed beyond recognition, and he may have long since passed. With this thought, he nods. All right. Can you now sleep obediently? Bauer nods, and, true to form, closes her eyes and drifts off to sleep. This time, she does not continue to have nightmares. The following day, Shen Yi rises early. This wedding banquet is not as grand as the last, for his funds are already quite scarce, and the previous wedding feast has depleted what little he had left. Thus this time it is merely a formality. He instructs Shou Yi and Bauer to behave and wait for him at home before setting off on a donkey to fetch his bride. Chapter 64. The son-in-law. The weather today is splendid, with not a cloud in sight. Ever since the last time when Shen Yi dealt Zhang Laotu a severe thrashing, the old man has finally settled down. This time, upon seeing Shen Yi come to fetch the bride, he does not obstruct him but instead locks himself inside the house. Shen Yi knocks on the door, but he refuses to open it. Zhang Laotu has truly learned his lesson and is afraid Shen Yi will beat him again, so he insists he will not open the door. If you want to take her away, go ahead, but I refuse to open the door? Shen Yi shrugs. Fine, I don't wish to bow to you anyway. Thus, Shen Yi directly bows a few times before the ancestral tablet of Limu, then takes Allen with him. Without Lou Jin causing chaos, everything proceeds smoothly. This marks Shen Yi and Allen's third marriage. With only 3 days remaining for Allen to complete her task, this wedding must take place today. Yet, Shen Yi feels somewhat distracted for reasons unknown. Allen says, if you no longer wish to marry me, we can call off the wedding. Shen Yi immediately explains, I do not wish to cancel. You have developed feelings for Lou Jin. Haven't you? Allen calls him out again. This time, Shen Yi does not argue. Perhaps I have. I am not entirely certain. My system detects that you no longer wish to marry. So this engagement need not continue, Allen states decisively. Shen Yi grows anxious. But what about your task? Allen replies, if it is not voluntary, even if we marry, my task will still fail. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi becomes worried. But there are only 3 days left. Where will you find someone willing to marry you and promise to treat you well for a lifetime? Just as he finishes speaking, Hanya arrives. I am willing. Shen Yi is taken aback. He knows Hanya has been sent by Lou Jin to pursue Allen. But can this truly count? Allen remains silent, seemingly contemplating. Hanya tells Allen, I have purified myself and am no longer a demon. Your specialized tools for binding demons are of no use to me. Shen Yi is bewildered. So during this time, Hanya has been busy freeing himself from demonic ties. Allen, intrigued, asks, then what are you now? Hanya replies, a demon. Allen adds, I forgot to mention, I possess not only tools for binding demons, but also those for binding dark entities. Previously, the binding ropes used on your master were lent to AI by me. Shen Yi nods in agreement. Hanya contemplates whether he can endure the pain of purification once more. Yet Allen suddenly asks, do you truly wish to marry me? Hanya nods. Allen then inquires, is it your desire? Or is it your master's command? Hanya replies, it is my master's command. Shen Yi notes that Alan seems unsurprised. She considers and asks, "Can you guarantee to treat me well for a lifetime?" Then she adds, "When I say a lifetime, I mean my lifetime, which for you is merely a fleeting few decades." Hanya unhesitatingly nods again. Alan responds, "Very well, I will marry you." Hanya appears momentarily taken aback, likely not expecting Alan to change her mind so swiftly. Shen Yi, however, feels a sense of concern, not because he doubts Hanya's promise to treat Alan well for a lifetime, but because he is acting under orders to marry her. Will that pass the system's scrutiny? "Do you wish to reconsider?" he asks. Alan, resolute, replies, "There is no time for reconsideration. As you said, only 3 days remain. Aside from you and him, I have no other options. Moreover, should the great demon lord unexpectedly return early, given his volatile and jealous disposition, if he learns I have married you, I would likely be the first to perish." Shen Yi cannot refute this and finally asks her, "Then where will you live after marrying him?" "Accompanying him to the demon realm." Hanya, "I shall not return to the demon realm." Shen Yi, "Why not?" Hanya, "To protect you and the child." Shen Yi, "What difference does that make?" He believes that Alan should reconsider. Alan states, "You can reside at my home and publicly declare yourself as my husband. Would you be amenable to that?" Hanya remains indifferent, as long as Alan does not marry the demon queen but instead weds him. He will have fulfilled the task assigned by his master. Alan has another stipulation. "I do not wish for us to be true spouses." Hanya still has no objections. He is merely intent on completing his master's assignment. Alan inquires, "Do you have parents, a wife, or children?" Hanya shakes his head. Alan, "In that case, let us proceed with the wedding ceremony here. Alternatively, we may go to my home." Hanya ponders for a moment. Since he will be living in Alan's residence and claiming to be a husband, he decides, "Let us go to your home." Alan nods in agreement. Very well. The two quickly come to a consensus. Shen Yi, "Is this not a bit hasty?" Alan does not think so, nor does Hanya. Thus, Hanya carries Alan back, for Shen Yi mentions that according to the customs of the human realm, a bride must not touch the ground from her family home until she reaches her husband's abode, lest it bring ill fortune. However, is Hanya not to be a husband in name only? Even if it is a false title. Furthermore, Alan certainly cannot bear the tall and slender Hanya. It is Hanya who finds it effortless to carry her down the mountain. Along the way, Alan asks him, "Why not use teleportation today?" Hanya replies honestly, "I have just undergone a cleansing ritual. My demonic energy is still unstable, and it might startle the mortals." Alan is astonished. "You demons are concerned about frightening mortals?" Hanya, "Not particularly. However, as you dwell in the village, others would perceive you as a monster." Alan refrains from further comment. She rests her head on Hanya's broad shoulder, his strong arm supporting her with ease. And even traversing the rugged mountain path, she feels no jolting or danger. The sunlight above shines down. Today seems particularly scorching. Last night, Shen Yi was left in solitude. Today, he must tidy up, returning the items in the house to their original positions. Previously, he had to move out less important belongings to accommodate an additional bed, for the space was simply too cramped. Now that Alan has chosen not to marry him, and with Lou Jin likely not returning, it appears he has returned to his former tranquil life. Yet, his heart cannot find peace, whether foraging for herbs in the mountains, tilling the soil for crops, or visiting the market in town. His thoughts are inevitably drawn to Lou Jin and the dream described by Bao Er. In truth, he too has dreamt of Lou Jin, drenched in blood. Upon waking, he finds himself unable to sleep again. If not for the need to rescue Bao Er and Shou Yi, Lou Jin would not be imprisoned in the endless abyss of demons. Though rescuing them is his responsibility, Shen Yi's heart is continually troubled by this matter, leaving him unable to savor food or find rest at night. Shen Yi wonders if Lou Jin has inadvertently infected him with a romantic infatuation. Life must go on. Shen Yi does not believe he possesses the ability to save Lou Jin until the male lead, Su Yun, comes to his door. Chapter 65. Lou Jin's White Moonlight, the vermilion birthmark when Shen Yi sees Su Yun. His expression betrays a hint of surprise, further compounded by Su Yun's subsequent words that "I can help you rescue Lou Jin." Shen Yi. To be honest, the first word that comes to mind upon seeing Su Yun is rival in love. Oh. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Su Yun. The youth winks at him. He need not introduce himself. Shen Yi already knows he is Su Yun, for the features of the male lead are quite distinctive. With finely proportioned features, fair skin, dark, lustrous eyes, and stylishly tousled hair, his voice is melodious, resonating with a youthful clarity. Most striking is the vibrant vermilion birthmark nestled in the middle of his forehead. While such a mark might seem peculiar on another, it perfectly complements Su Yun's smooth, fair complexion, accentuating his already remarkable features and drawing attention. Though Shen Yi is not unattractive, after all, the system chose him to pursue the aloof Lou Jin. He has spent the past 5 years focused on raising children, providing for his family, and laboring. Each day, he rises early and returns late, either foraging for herbs or working the fields. His skin is not as fair as Su Yun's, nor is his physique as slender and supple. In fact, he has developed lean muscle on his abdomen and thighs. Once fair-skinned, he now possesses an ordinary, sun-kissed tone, and his palms bear slightly roughened calluses, unlike Su Yun's long, delicate fingers that he too has a vermilion birthmark on his face. But it is a small one near his eye, requiring a closer look to notice the by comparison. He appears to fall short in every aspect against Su Yun. Wait, why is he comparing his looks to Su Yun's? He is not the one being pursued. What need has he for beauty? With this thought, Shen Yi adjusts his mindset slightly. He cannot simply say that he knows Su Yun, nor mention that Su Yun is the father of the child in the original tale. The unattainable white moonlight that as he contemplates this, a wave of inexplicable bitterness washes over him. The scoundrel, clearly possessing a white moonlight, still claims to have feelings for him. Lou Jin, beneath the endless abyss of demons, rest assured. I am not here to compete with you for Lou Jin, Su Yun assures. Shen Yi feels a pang of embarrassment at being so easily exposed. He retorts defiantly, I do not like Lou Jin. Seeing Shen Yi's denial, Su Yun does not mock him, but rather asks, May I come in to sit and talk? Shen Yi's home is situated on the mountainside to Su Yun, with his delicate arms and legs, has made quite an effort to climb up early in the morning. Although in the original narrative Su Yun is merely an ordinary mortal, the male lead possesses an innate beauty, his skin appearing softer than a woman's. Observing that Su Yun does not seem to be looking for trouble, Shen Yi invites him in. He opens the gate wide and leads Su Yun inside as Su Yun glances around the courtyard, complimenting, Your place looks quite nice. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. Shen Yi primarily sustains himself by foraging for herbs, so within the compound, aside from some vegetables, there are herbs laid out to dry. To the right is a chicken coop housing a few laying hens. Nearby is a rabbit hutch made of bamboo, which has been gnawed into a large hole by the rabbits. Beside the thatched cottage stands a large pomegranate tree. And at this time of year, one can already see some red blossoms. Underneath the tree is a donkey, munching on grass and braying, appearing rather dim-witted. At the foot of the mountain before the house lies a village, while towering mountains loom behind, and a deep valley stretches to the left. In front is a small pond, where lotus pods are planted. This time, the flowers and leaves are lush and vibrant. When the gentle breeze blows, a faint fragrance of lotus drifts into the courtyard. Dewdrops from the morning glisten on the leaves, quivering slightly before falling into the clear pond, where occasionally a carp leaps from the water to seize a flower petal before diving back in. Shen Yi is uncertain of Su Yun's intentions, but it seems he has come to assist him, more accurately, to assist Lou Jin. Shen Yi feels another wave of bitterness rising in his heart. At that moment, Bao Er emerges from the inner room. She curiously examines Su Yun before turning to Shen Yi, asking, Papa, who is this handsome uncle? Shen Yi thinks. Even Bao Er finds Su Yun good-looking. Surely Lou Jin would also find him appealing? Perhaps he might even fall in love at first sight. After all, in the original tale, Su Yun is the white moonlight that Lou Jin adored yet could not attain. What am I then? For 3 years, I have been pursuing Lou Jin, shielding him from danger, yet he has shown no reaction whatsoever. Unlike Su Yun, who has only saved him once and cared for him for less than 3 months. Yet he loves him to the point of devastation. That Su Yun speaks in a friendly tone. My name is Su Yun. Young lady, you are. Su Yun suddenly turns to Shen Yi, slowly asking, You are not already married with children, are you? Beneath the endless abyss of demons, the figure in the cauldron resembles little more than a heap of flesh. Osia awkwardly withdraws the long sword that pierced through his chest. A strange smile curling at the corners of his lips, he discards the extracted sword onto the ground, then lowers his gaze to examine his body, as if he is becoming reacquainted with himself. An odd sensation. Though he may be somewhat unappealing, It will have to suffice for now, Remorseful mutters to himself. Then his gaze falls upon the silver-haired man before him, who is nearly consumed by demonic creatures. His body covered in wounds. Is this all you are capable of now? Remorseful's voice deepens, his gaze towards Lou Jin softening, even tinged with a hint of affection. Lou Jin remains unresponsive, his body battered, nearly devoid of blood, and the rhythm of his heartbeat is faint. Remorseful continues. Had I known earlier that your mother was not a mere mortal but a divine being, Fengling, you would surely have been my favored son. Lou Jin's left arms finger the remnants of Lou Jin remained eerily silent. The 3-day deadline had arrived, and at the moment of the solar eclipse, the formation would be activated at that time. Yuming could seize the opportunity to claim his Phoenix divine clan bloodline. Much like Remorseful, Lou Jin was destined to perish. His meridians were severed, his cultivation utterly obliterated, and he had been stripped of the divine lineage necessary for rebirth, rendering him completely incapacitated. The injuries he bore were beyond recovery. His blood had been drained, leaving him with no choice but to succumb to death. Yuming feigned a look of sorrow, saying, "Originally, we father and son need not have come to this. Do you have any final wishes you would like to share with me?" This sentiment clearly indicated that he had once again abandoned Lou Jin. Chapter 66. Save your own man. Were Lou Jin able to move, he would undoubtedly snap Yuming's neck without hesitation. What was he, to dare to abandon him? Lou Jin cursed himself for not having killed him outright, like he did with those foolish sons of his, crushing their souls and mounting their heads upon the gates of the demon palace. Sensing the intense murderous intent emanating from Lou Jin, Yuming instinctively took a step back, then feigned calmness as he said, "You wish to kill me. I fear that desire of yours will be in vain. The solar eclipse is imminent. I am in the human realm." Within a thatched cottage, Shen Yi was perplexed. Solar eclipse? What does that have to do with saving Lou Jin? Indeed, at precisely noon today, a solar eclipse would occur, marking the optimal moment to open the entrance to the endless demon abyss when the forces of darkness would outweigh the light. However, time was of the essence. He must find Lou Jin and bring him out before the eclipse concluded, lest the barrier of the endless demon abyss seal once more, trapping him within. Su Yun then questioned him. "Do you dare to go?" To be honest, Shen Yi did not have the courage. That was a place teeming with countless malevolent spirits. Merely falling in would be enough to suffocate an ordinary person with the miasma, let alone attempting a rescue. Do you possess any sort of system or golden finger that could ensure my survival? Although Shen Yi had a slight inclination to rescue Lou Jin, he could not ignore his own life. After all, what would become of Shou Yi and Bao Er if something happened to him? They were still too young to survive on their own in the human realm, thus he could not disregard everything for Lou Jin. Su Yun shook his head. "No, I have nothing. That if I had a golden finger, would I need to seek you out to find the male protagonist?" Shen Yi retorted, "But you won't even meet the male protagonist by seeking me out. While I did encounter him before, he has since returned to the divine realm and assured Lou Jin that he would not trouble us again." That Su Yun clarified, "I do not need him to trouble you. I only need Lou Jin to trouble him." Shen Yi remained confused. "What do you mean?" Su Yun patiently explained, "Hasn't Junlin returned to the divine realm? As an ordinary mortal, I cannot fly to the divine realm. So the only way to meet him and have him pursue me is to make him descend to the mortal realm." Shen Yi seemed to grasp the concept. "So, you mean to help me rescue Lou Jin? And with Lou Jin's vengeful nature, he will surely seek out the male protagonist. Since the male protagonist cannot withstand him, he will undoubtedly be injured and fall to the mortal realm, at which point you can rescue and care for him, thereby achieving your goal." Su Yun extended a thumb in approval. "Clever." Shen Yi suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the male protagonist and the second male lead. He only discovered after meeting Su Yun that he too was a task-oriented character in this world. In the previous life, in the original narrative, he had successfully pursued the male protagonist and was on the verge of a blissful union, only for Lou Jin to go mad on the day of his wedding to Junlin, wreaking havoc and collapsing the small world. Thus, his task had failed. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao sacrificed itself to restart this small world. This time, Su Yun resolved not to provoke that madman Lou Jin. However, he soon realized that avoiding Lou Jin would hinder the plot's progression. The male protagonist remained in the divine realm, while he, as a mere mortal, was utterly disconnected from him. 5 years had passed, and despite his best efforts, he was still unable to meet Junlin. With no other options left, He had to take the risk of venturing into the demon realm to find Lou Jin before the task line concluded, which was prophesied by the heavenly Tao to occur 300 years later. Little did he know that after enduring countless hardships to reach the demon realm, upon announcing his name, he was unceremoniously tossed out by a bird before he even laid eyes on Lou Jin. After enduring numerous trials, Shu Yun finally gathered some information about Shen Yi. He heard that Shen Yi had become Lou Jin's favorite. He also learned that Lou Jin was sealed within the endless demon abyss. Shu Yun felt both exasperated and weary, yet in order to pursue the male protagonist Jun Lin, he had no choice but to rescue Lou Jin first, leveraging Lou Jin to bring Jun Lin down from the divine realm, thus allowing him to complete his task. Why did Shen Yi consider them both unfortunate? Because, like Shu Yun, he was simply seeking to pursue Lou Jin. While they had completed their tasks, the two foolish men had become infatuated with love. The more he pondered, the more he felt that the male protagonist and the second male lead were truly wronged. Do you not feel any guilt in doing this? Shen Yi previously did not. But now, it seemed he felt a flicker of guilt. Shu Yun questioned, why should I feel guilty? To a certain extent, this could be considered deceiving someone's feelings, right? Shu Yun still did not understand. But haven't you already fallen for Lou Jin? So it doesn't count as deception, does it? Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words. And you? Shu Yun replied, I love Jun as well. Otherwise, why would I pursue him? Shen Yi countered. You love him, yet you allow Lou Jin to injure him. Do you not feel pained? Shu Yun was perplexed. Feeling pain for him and loving him are not mutually exclusive, are they? Shen Yi mused. It seems not. Shu Yun continued. Besides, he is the male protagonist and cannot be killed, and enduring some beatings will only make him stronger. Moreover, he lost his mother at a young age, and his father is indifferent and selfish, never caring for him. Only I feel sorry for him when he is hurt. Shen Yi pondered. That does seem reasonable, but Shu Yun pressed. So, will you save Lou Jin or not? Shen Yi hesitated. He genuinely wished to save him. But he feared for his own life that he also dreaded that once Lou Jin emerged, he would continue to pursue him relentlessly. He acknowledged that he might harbor a slight affection for Lou Jin. But that did not imply he desired a relationship. Being together would lead to marriage, and marriage would lead to intimacy, which he wished to avoid at all costs. Lou Jin was a demon dragon, and dragons were inherently lustful. If he agreed to be with him, Lou Jin would certainly not refrain from pursuing him. Shen Yi was deeply conflicted, wanting to rescue Lou Jin while simultaneously fearing his obsessive love. Unaware of the underlying reasons, Shu Yun attempted to sway him. In reality, Lou Jin is quite admirable. Not only is he handsome and well-built, but he is also powerful and deeply affectionate, a quintessential male protagonist. If I didn't already have my own match, I would undoubtedly choose him. Shen Yi remained silent, yet felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy rising within him. In the original story, Lou Jin had wreaked havoc in the three realms due to his unrequited love for Shu Yun. Fearing that Shen Yi might misunderstand, Shu Yun quickly distanced himself, saying, Rest assured, I have no interest in the mad, cruel, and twisted demon lord. I prefer my gentle and refined Jun Lin. Starry-eyed, Shen Yi hesitated. Lou Jin is indeed impressive, but I am straight. Shu Yun's lips twitched. You've already been so intimate with him, and you still consider yourself straight? Wait, could it be that he is inadequate? Shen Yi countered. On the contrary, it is precisely because Lou Jin is so exceptional that I find it hard to accept. Shu Yun, having said this, began to doubt himself. That shouldn't be possible. Right? A male secondary character, whose abilities are on par with the male protagonist, or even surpass him in prowess, should presumably excel in all aspects, including that particular domain, correct? Shen Yi. In response, he expressed a reluctance to engage in conversation. However, he could not help but inquire. Are you unaware of his capabilities? Shu Yun, perplexed, replied. Why would I know? In the original narrative, did he not attempt to impose forced affection upon you, crafting a gilded cage and a small dark room specifically for you? It seems he even imprisoned you for nearly a month, forbidding anyone but himself to approach you. Surely, he must have done something to you. Shu Yun shook his head and clarified. Do not speak nonsense. I am pure and untainted, both in body and soul, devoted to my dear prince brother, Shen Yi. Upon hearing Shu Yun alternate between calling him Jun, Lin, and prince brother, felt that Shu Yun truly harbored deep affections. Shu Yun continued to elucidate. In the original story, he indeed harbored unrequited love for me and held me captive in the demon realm for a month. Initially, I believed him to be some sort of deviant intent on enforcing love upon me. But it turned out he merely wished to confine me so that I might care for him as I had when I saved him, which was rather innocent. Shen Yi remarked, from what I observed during those 7 days. It was indeed quite innocent. Lou Jin indicated that he felt quite exasperated at that time and elaborated. I surmised he was simply starved for affection. Thus, when I declared my unwillingness to comply, he merely requested that I tend to him, claiming he wished to return to the time when I saved him, the only period in his life when he had been sincerely cared for. Shen Yi recalled how Lou Jin had once been injured and had also requested his care for several days. Was this not a mere imitation of the original tale? Shen Yi shivered at the thought. If Lou Jin were released and refused to reconcile, would he not unleash chaos upon this small world? Su Yun, noticing his hesitation, continued to persuade him. Lou Jin had a truly tragic and pitiable childhood. You may not be able to empathize with him through mere words, but he is currently ensnared in an abyss of torment, being consumed by countless demons. Presently, he lies on the brink of death. His meridians severed and cultivation completely obliterated. If you continue to hesitate, he may indeed perish. Moreover, should you miss this opportunity, you will have no chance to save him again. I understand you were once a staunch heterosexual, and it may be exceedingly challenging for you to accept him, especially given his prior indifference towards you, even cruelly expelling you from the demon realm, leaving you to suffer alone. It is only natural that you harbor resentment towards him. But have you considered that his indifference stemmed from his dedication to cultivation? Furthermore, it was you who initially drugged him. His anger at the time was entirely justifiable. Regardless of the reasons, mistreating his beloved is undeniably his fault. Now, he is in the throes of pursuing his wife. Why not forgive him just this once? Shen Yi queried. Are you attempting to manipulate me? Su Yun, feeling a twinge of guilt, touched his nose and cleared his throat. Ahem. I admit to harboring a modicum of selfish intent, but I genuinely believe Lou Jin is worth it. Furthermore, your initial approach to him was under the guise of a mission, which can be construed as a deception of his affections, thus balancing the scales, would it not? Moreover, you have developed feelings for him. Why persist in this internal struggle? If you still resent him for expelling you from the demon palace, you could always torment him more in the future. He added, he is love-stricken and will not resist. Shen Yi acknowledged he recognized Lou Jin's infatuation, yet he found it difficult to articulate to Su Yun that his inability to accept Lou Jin primarily stemmed from a physiological incompatibility. This topic was somewhat uncomfortable for Shen Yi to broach. Nevertheless, Su Yun did present valid points. If the present moment was squandered, Lou Jin might never have another chance to emerge. After all, he had willingly descended into the endless abyss to protect him and save the 2 children. Future matters could be addressed later. The priority was to rescue Lou Jin. Resolving this in his mind, he resolved, very well, what do you wish for me to do? Chapter 68. The sacrifice of 10,000 demons beneath the endless abyss of demons. The sunlight filtering through the dome was gradually swallowed by darkness. The myriad demons began to emerge from the cavern, growing increasingly agitated. On the day of the solar eclipse, the Yin prevailed over Yang, akin to a divine blessing for the demons. Within the shadowy, damp cavern, the formation was filled to the brim with the final drop of blood. Lou Jin's dark robes were already saturated with blood, and his silver hair was matted with crusted blood. The cavern permeated with a pungent scent of blood, exciting the countless demons that caught a whiff. This moment, he appeared emaciated, the heartbeat in his chest growing weaker. Nearly on the verge of ceasing altogether, a flicker of regret flashed in his blood-red pupils. But upon recalling that the formation would activate once the solar eclipse was complete, allowing his son's immortal bloodline to be transferred to himself, he felt a tinge of relief. That we are father and son. Your death signifies my survival. Once I escape, I shall ensure you receive a proper burial, allowing the myriad demons to accompany you in death. He believed he had been quite benevolent towards Lou Jin. It should be noted that Lou Jin was the one who had personally transformed him into a living corpse and cast him into this abyss, subjecting him to the relentless gnawing of demons for 300 years. Strangely enough, he felt gratitude towards him. Had he not spared Lou Jin's life, he would not have enjoyed the fortune he possessed today. What a fool! Were he in Lou Jin's position, he would have eradicated the source of the problem. Within the endless abyss, Sunlight could only be glimpsed at noon. Presently, the solar eclipse was swiftly obscuring the sun above. Without hesitation, he activated the formation, and a surge of red light erupted, forming a wave of energy, while the blood within the formation stirred as if animated. Simultaneously, the demons bathing in the eclipse became utterly frenzied. They seemed to sense the sweetest taste of blood. Converging towards the cavern, he had erected a barrier at the cave entrance, preventing the demons from breaching it, leaving them frantically colliding against the barrier in a desperate bid for a taste. Yet, the barrier he had established would not hold for long. Cracks soon began to appear, and tendrils of blood essence seeped forth, driving the demons into an even greater frenzy. This was the blood of the Phoenix divine clan. How could he allow those inferior demons to benefit? He was unconcerned about the barrier being breached, for he had already set a sacrificial formation outside the cave. The reason he lured these demons was to seize Lou Jin's bloodline, and subsequently use the bodies of the myriad demons to sacrifice to the heavenly path, thereby tearing open a rift in the impenetrable barrier of the demon abyss. Thus, he could seize the opportunity to escape the endless abyss. The moment for this was approaching swiftly. He gazed at the roiling blood formation, which surged towards his chest, revealing a twisted expression of pained greed upon his aged visage. Concurrently, the sacrificial formation began to activate. The once volatile demons suddenly found themselves engulfed in excruciating agony. Some demons, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee. Yet once the formation was activated, any demon that stepped within its bounds could not escape. They found themselves trapped, their faces contorted in suffering. While some of the weaker demons could not withstand the torment of the formation and willingly sacrificed their souls. Above the endless abyss of demons, Prince Junlin led a contingent of 100,000 divine generals, diligently reinforcing the barriers of the demon abyss. The possession and sacrificial formations below had simultaneously activated, and the solar eclipse had amplified the power of the formations. Should they succeed, they could effortlessly breach the barriers of the demon abyss. Should the myriad demons escape, they would wreak havoc across the three realms. The divine realm had believed that by compelling Lou Jin to sever his meridians and render himself powerless, then sealing him within the endless abyss, they would be free from worry. Little did they know. Merely a month had passed, and not only had Lou Jin not perished, but he appeared poised to break free from his seal. Prince Junlin, having sustained injuries from a battle with Lou Jin a month prior, had yet to fully recover. Upon hearing the news, he promptly summoned the divine generals to his side. The only viable course of action was to unite the divine powers to continuously reinforce the seal of the demon abyss. As long as they could endure the duration of the solar eclipse, the demons below would remain trapped. However, should they fail, Prince Junlin furrowed his brow. As the prince of the divine realm, he bore the responsibility of protecting the lives of the three realms. Thus he disregarded his own injuries and continued to channel spiritual energy into reinforcing the seal. Some among them were already struggling to hold on. What manner of formation was this? How could it possess such formidable power? Furthermore, why did divine bloodlines appear within the demon abyss? Could it be a fallen god? Now was not the time for speculation. Lou Jin, that demon, must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, given his vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly annihilate our divine realm. How peculiar. Why were there so many demon souls? The crowd beheld the top of the barrier at the entrance to the demon abyss, where an immense number of demon souls had gathered, and more continued to rise, numbering in the thousands. The sunlight filtering through the dome was entirely obscured by the solar eclipse, and within the murky depths of the demon abyss, demonic energy surged forth, rendering even the denizens of the divine realm incapable of discerning the events transpiring below. It was the sacrificial formation, Prince Junlin remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, the gods momentarily paused, before quickly comprehending the gravity of the situation. That demon intended to employ such ruthless measures to shatter the seal. The endless abyss housed only his kin and ferocious beasts. He would resort to sacrificing the souls of myriad demons to break free from confinement. An act of unparalleled selfishness and cruelty. This demon must not be allowed to escape. Everyone, hold on. Upon hearing the words, the deities immediately summoned all their spiritual power to reinforce the barrier, for they understood that once Lou Jin emerged, it would inevitably unfold as the heavenly Tao had foretold. With the stakes involving life and death, none dared to let their guard down. Yet, Their efforts were mere drops in the bucket against the sacrificial formation of the myriad demons. As the ceaseless collision of malevolent souls against the seal rendered their attempts futile, Shen Yi and Su Yun witnessed this scene unfold. Chapter 69. Grasped by the ears, the two stood atop the precipice of the endless abyss of demons. All eyes were fixated on the depths of the abyss, leaving them unnoticed. "What should we do?" Shen Yi asked, urgency lacing his voice to Su Yun. However, maintained a calm demeanor. "Let us observe for now." Shen Yi was skeptical. Questioning his reliability, Su Yun clarified, "The seal has yet to be broken. Even if you leap down, you cannot save him." Thus, Shen Yi begrudgingly continued to observe the movements at the bottom of the cliff. Below in the abyss, the light of the formation was waning, as the surging bloodlines flowed almost entirely into the body of Yu Ming. His expression contorted in agony, for the bloodline of the Phoenix God clan was overwhelmingly domineering, and the body he had seized was far too frail to withstand it. Yet he was tantalizingly close, just a tad more, and he would completely absorb the bloodline of the Phoenix God clan. Yu Ming was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity, for once he successfully exchanged the bloodline, he would not only escape this cursed place, but could also infiltrate the divine clan unnoticed that moment. He could seize the body of the divine realm's sovereign, thereby gaining dominion over the entire divine realm, and subsequently conquer the demon realm in this manner. He would become the sole sovereign presiding over both the divine and demon realms. With this thought, Yu Ming struggled to suppress the tumultuous bloodline within him, attempting to forcibly merge it with his own. Outside the cave, the anguished wails of the demons gradually ceased, as their souls had all been sacrificed to the formation, leaving only a few powerful ones to stubbornly resist. However, their endurance would not last long. At the apex of the abyss, a mass of dark souls had gathered, resembling a brooding storm cloud that instilled a profound sense of dread. The entire barrier of the abyss was saturated with the vengeful energy of the souls, and as this energy coalesced, coupled with the peak of the solar eclipse's ominous aura, the barrier emitted a resounding crack as it began to fracture. Although the divine clan quickly repaired it with spiritual energy, the intensifying resentment of the souls continually battered the barrier, causing new fissures to appear as time progressed. The eclipse above gradually shifted, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the denizens of the divine realm. If they could endure until the eclipse concluded, those souls below would remain eternally sealed in the endless abyss. The shaft of scorching sunlight poured down from the obsidian dome, causing the souls exposed to its rays to emit sizzling sounds and anguished cries of torment. In mere moments, those souls disintegrated into nothingness. The souls, sensing the searing heat of the sunlight, crashed against the barrier with renewed fervor. "Your Highness, we can hardly hold on any longer. What should we do?" Some lesser deities had already succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing as their spiritual energy waned. Junlin frowned slightly at this sight. If it came to the worst, they would have no choice but to. "Is it not possible yet?" Shen Yi pressed urgently. Su Yun's expression remained calm, though her voice quivered slightly. Soon, a crack had already formed in the barrier of the endless abyss due to the onslaught of the malevolent souls, and the sunlight from above left them with nowhere to hide. Even so, countless souls surged forth, eager for freedom after being imprisoned for so long. Moreover, remaining at the bottom of the cliff was tantamount to certain death. It was better to take a chance and perhaps seize a glimmer of hope for freedom. Upon witnessing this, the denizens of the divine realm immediately unleashed their spiritual power to scatter the escaping souls. These souls, laden with grave sins in life, would undoubtedly wreak havoc across the three realms should they escape. Thus the gods prioritized eliminating the fleeing souls over fortifying the barrier. However, the sheer number of souls was overwhelming. The seal at the apex had already sustained several fissures, and a torrent of malevolent souls clogged the exit. Undeterred by the prospect of imminent obliteration, Junlin's brow furrowed deeply, observing that the deities were nearing exhaustion while the souls continued to pour forth from the breaches in the barrier. The only course of action left was to sacrifice himself, using his divine essence to seal the breaches, thereby preventing the situation from escalating further. The denizens of the divine realm urged him, "Your Highness, you must not. Your Highness, your status is exalted. You are a prodigious talent that our divine clan has not seen in millennia. How can you sacrifice yourself? You cannot come to harm. Otherwise, how shall we explain it to the sovereign? Your Highness, please reconsider." Once the formation is activated, your soul will be extinguished. Junlin paid no heed to the entreaties of the gods, continuing to cast his spell. He was the prince of the divine realm, having enjoyed the adoration of countless since birth. Now, with calamity befalling the three realms, it was his duty to safeguard the lives of all, even at the cost of his own life. Shen Yi, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine that he wondered if Lou Jin was among them. With that thought, he instinctively tightened his grip. "Can I go down now?" he inquired. At that moment, Shen Yi found himself unafraid of death. All he desired was to rescue Lou Jin as swiftly as possible. "You may," Su Yun replied, but before she could finish her sentence, Shen Yi had already leaped through a breach in the barrier. Su Yun exclaimed, "Did you not say you feared death and disliked others? Why did you leap off the cliff without even closing your eyes?" Moreover, she had not finished her warning. Yet, it was too late for words now. All they could do was pray for his safety. As Junlin's formation neared completion, a sudden shout rang out. "Stop! A mortal has fallen!" Junlin glanced at the speaker, feeling a sense of familiarity. Though he was certain he did not know this person, yet, it seemed there was indeed a mortal who had plummeted. The divine and demonic beings were forbidden from interfering with the fates of mortals. And once the formation was complete, the barrier would be wholly restored, sealing the fallen mortal eternally within the endless abyss, with no chance of reincarnation. Junlin hesitated. The denizens of the divine realm urged him. "Your Highness, do not heed the ramblings of a mere mortal. How could a mortal have fallen?" "Yes, Your Highness, even if a mortal did fall, it would be their fate. Your Highness, the fissures in the barrier are widening. If we do not seal them soon, the souls will surely wreak havoc across the three realms. Please, Your Highness, decide quickly. The three realms are at risk." Su Yun interjected, "For heaven's sake, you are all deities. The three realms are in peril. Why do you not offer yourselves to fill the gaps? Spare us the moral high ground here." Below, in the endless abyss, within the demon lair, the dark red formation had completely dissipated. The silver-haired man within the formation had fallen silent, for Yu Ming had fully absorbed his bloodline. Yu Ming's expression turned to one of ecstatic triumph, without waiting for the bloodline to completely merge with his body. He rushed toward the cave's exit, feeling the barrier had opened. However, as he stepped outside, he was abruptly struck by a mortal. Shen Yi, having recognized Xie, was taken aback. "Have you seen Lou Jin?" he asked. Knowing the barrier above would soon be restored, and that he must find Lou Jin quickly. Not recognizing any other demons, and having inadvertently collided with Xie, he had no choice but to inquire about Lou Jin's whereabouts. "Are you deaf?" Yu Ming retorted. Shen Yi, seeing him remain silent, grew impatient, tightening his grip on Xie's ear. "I'm asking you a question. Where's Lou Jin? Speak quickly, or do you believe I won't thrash you again?" Yu Ming's eyes narrowed dangerously. No one had ever dared to be so insolent before him. Unbeknownst to Shen Yi, Yu Ming was about to strike him down when he felt the turmoil of bloodlines within him, causing his expression to contort in pain. Shen Yi noticed that his eyes had returned to a pale blue hue, igniting his curiosity. Only the divine clan possessed such azure eyes, like Junlin and Lou Jin's left eye. Why did this old demon possess the bloodline of the divine clan? Recalling Lou Jin's fall into the abyss of demons, where his meridians had shattered and his cultivation lost, Shen Yi gripped Xie's hair tightly, demanding, "What have you done to Lou Jin?" Yu Ming, in excruciating pain from the forced merging of bloodlines, grimaced as Shen Yi yanked at his hair. This mortal had to be insane to dare touch the dignified demon lord. Yu Ming attempted to swat Shen Yi away, but his hair was firmly grasped. "Let go, otherwise I will kill you along with him." Yu Ming growled coldly. Shen Yi, taken aback, stammered, "What did you say? You killed Lou Jin?" His grip on Xie's hair tightened. Yu Ming, suffering from the pain radiating through his scalp and the tumultuous bloodline within, struggled to maintain control. The bloodline of the Phoenix God clan was overwhelmingly dominant, and Xie's body was already aged. Forcing the merger could lead to Moreover, the solar eclipse is nearing its end, and the seal of the dome is on the verge of restoration. He possessed no patience to dally with a mere mortal. His sole desire was to escape the endless abyss of demons as swiftly as possible, and then to regulate his bloodline. So what? This esteemed presence not only vanquished him, but also seized his bloodline. "You, a mere mortal, should recognize your place and release me promptly." Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, A dreadful pain surged through him as if his taut scalp were about to be torn away. The faint scent of blood still lingered in the cavern. Shen Yi forcefully tugged at Amosia's hair and ventured deeper, only to be confronted with a harrowing scene. Lou Jin, silver-haired like a cascading waterfall, was bound to the rack of punishment, missing limbs. His entire body bore the marks of savage wounds, with his abdomen grotesquely pierced by a long sword, now utterly rotten, and his chest torn open by vicious claws. Resembling nothing more than an empty husk, his pallid skin was akin to desiccated bones, devoid of blood, and his once vibrant eyes had been devoured, leaving only 2 scabbed streaks of blood at the corners. Shen Yi felt a surge of heat in his eyes. Trembling uncontrollably, he could hardly believe that Lou Jin had perished. How could he die like this? In the original tale, he was a cataclysmic demon lord, impervious even to the protagonist, and the heavenly punishment could not destroy him. How could he succumb so easily? His disbelief clashed with the lifeless figure on the rack. Regret washed over Shen Yi. Had he come sooner to save him? This would not have happened, douc. He is dead. Yomi sneered coldly. His life was granted by me. Now, returning it to me is merely poetic justice. His azure eyes glimmered with disdain. Shen Yi froze momentarily, struggling to comprehend Amosia's words until he saw the lifeless form of Yomi, reduced to a grotesque figure in a vat. His gaze darkened. You are not Amosia? Yomi scoffed. A mere ant dares to compare itself to me? When he chose to betray me and align with that ungrateful child, he should have anticipated this outcome. At once, Shen Yi grasped the truth. You are Yomi. Indeed, since you are aware of my identity, you should release me at once. Otherwise, before he could finish, Shen Yi yanked his hair and unleashed a barrage of blows. Yomi was taken aback. Does this mortal seek death? How dare he strike me? Yet, he found himself unable to retaliate, not due to weakness, but because his bloodline had yet to fully merge, rendering him temporarily incapable of wielding any spells. Otherwise, he would have flayed this mortal alive. You bastard, how could you kill him? Shen Yi did not want Lou Jin to die. Not at all. That if he perished, the world would crumble. That if he perished, Shou Yi and Bao Er would be left without a father. If he perished, Shen Yi would feel an unbearable ache. That in short, he did not wish for his death. You are unworthy to claim his bloodline. Return it to him. After delivering a series of strikes, Shen Yi seized Yomi's hair and dragged him into the formation. He did not care whether it would be effective. He drew forth a dagger he had prepared earlier, plunging it deep into Yomi's heart. The dagger, a gift from Alan before his departure, could slice through iron like mud. Descending unscathed from the demon energy was thanks to the protective mask Alan had given him, but none of that mattered now. He only desired Lou Jin to live. Yomi was caught off guard that a mere mortal could inflict harm upon him. Before he could react, Shen Yi raised the dagger once more. Yomi howled in agony. Shen Yi had gouged out his eyes. Were it not for the life-and-death urgency of the moment, he would not have dared to do such a thing. Yet, upon witnessing Lou Jin's battered body, an overwhelming fury consumed him. He was his biological father. Even a tiger does not consume its cub. What father could be so cruel to his own child? Yomi had already harmed Lou Jin once. Now, in his greed to seize Lou Jin's bloodline, he had struck again. Such a wretched father deserved to die. Shen Yi showed no mercy. Yomi writhed in torment, attempting to forcefully use magic to kill Shen Yi, only to find his blood flowing incessantly from his wounds into the formation. No. Return. Come back. Yomi had painstakingly acquired the bloodline. Gaining a chance to see the light again, he was unwilling to relent and immediately reactivated the formation. His greed had backfired. Instead of absorbing the bloodline, his blood rapidly drained away. No. How could this happen? Before Yomi could finish his thought, his blood was completely siphoned away. His complexion turned ashen as he collapsed, and the surging blood returned to Lou Jin's body. Chapter 71. Do you like me? Shen Yi still bore traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. He stared blankly at the scene before him. It truly could be returned? Although it seemed somewhat hasty, did this not imply that Lou Jin would not die? As he wished, Lou Jin's remaining 2 fingers twitched slightly. Shen Yi, he sniffed. Indeed, he is the great demon lord. It seems he is not so easily extinguished. That of course, Lou Jin's current state was hardly enviable. The barrier was about to close, and Shen Yi felt compelled to extricate him first. However, after much effort, his dagger, sharp as it was, failed to break the dark iron chains binding Lou Jin's wrists. What to do? Shen Yi felt a surge of urgency as the light at the cave's entrance grew ever brighter, signaling the impending end of the solar eclipse. Once the eclipse concluded, the barrier would seal once more to that point. Both he and Lou Jin would be forever trapped at the bottom of the cliff. He gripped his dagger tightly, attempting to sever the chains, but after much effort, he had only managed to leave a few scratches. Fortunately, Lou Jin was gradually regaining his strength at AE. Is that you? Lou Jin, now devoid of eyes, spoke. Seeing him so tormented, Shen Yi's eyes inexplicably grew warm again. Yes, his voice carried a slight rasp. Did you cry for me? Lou Jin attempted to reach out to him, but one hand was gone, and the other was shackled, leaving only 2 fingers. Shen Yi felt a sharp pang in his heart. I did not. Don't move. I'll help you cut these chains, Lou Jin replied. These chains are forged from exceptional materials infused with spiritual energy. A regular dagger cannot sever them. Then what should we do? Shen Yi pondered. He must have a key. Suddenly, he realized. Shen Yi immediately crouched down to search, and indeed, he found a key on Moc's body. He promptly unshackled Lou Jin's wrists. Can you walk? Never mind. I'll carry you. Shen Yi half-squatted before him. Outside the cave, daylight was breaking. Any further delay would render escape impossible. However, Lou Jin replied, have you developed feelings for me? Shen Yi instinctively retorted, I have not. Lou Jin continued, then why would you risk your life to come save me? Shen Yi explained, I merely did not wish to owe you a favor, Lou Jin countered. Yet you cried for me. Shen Yi insisted, I was merely blinded by the wind and sand. Lou Jin remarked, there is no wind and sand here. Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words, wanting to say, brother, is this truly the time for romantic musings? Lou Jin pressed, you called me brother. Is there a difference between that and calling me older brother? Will you leave or not? If you do not leave soon, I shall go without you. Shen Yi was unwilling to be eternally trapped here, especially with Shou Yi and Bao Er waiting for their return at home. Lou Jin did not allow him to carry him, stating that he was covered in blood and would soil him. Shen Yi thought it was merely a matter of pride, but was this truly the time for pride? Clearly not. Moreover, his legs were in such a state. Shen Yi stepped back 2 paces, bent down, and hoisted Lou Jin onto his back, making his way toward the cave's exit. Thankfully, he often worked hard and had considerable strength. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to carry Lou Jin. Upon their emergence, the fissure in the dome's barrier had already sealed shut, evidently reinforced by the divine realm. Shen Yi sighed. Well, now we are trapped here for life. Lou Jin felt that as long as he could be with Shen Yi, he would not mind spending eternity in this place. What about Shou Yi and Bao Er? They are still so young to this moment. Shen Yi was uncertain whether to feel regret or relief. Regretful that he might never see the 2 children again in this lifetime, and relieved that he had come. Otherwise, Lou Jin would have truly died. Lou Jin remarked, breaking the seal is the solution. Shen Yi observed his nonchalant demeanor. The seal has been fortified, and you are currently devoid of power. I am even weaker. Lou Jin embraced him from behind. You are not weak. You saved me. His warm breath lingered near Shen Yi's ear, infusing the previously tense atmosphere with a hint of intimacy. Shen Yi's ears flushed inexplicably that he feigned sternness. This is not the time for flattery. Attempting to distance himself, he found Lou Jin swaying unsteadily, forcing him to allow the embrace. Lou Jin's lips pressed together, his tone turning serious. Do you not trust me? Shen Yi did not doubt him. But at present, he truly appeared incapable of breaking the seal. You wouldn't suggest waiting several hundred years to cultivate again, would you? Lou Jin gazed upward at the demonic souls swirling within the dome. His tone steady. It will not take that long. A few years, a few months, a few days, Lou Jin replied. A cup of tea. Shen Yi. Lou Jin. Do you not believe me? Shen Yi admitted. To be honest, not really. Lou Jin explained. Originally, it would indeed require centuries of cultivation to possibly break this barrier seal, but that is no longer necessary. Shen Yi, observing the confidence radiating from him, inquired. Why? He followed Lou Jin's vacant gaze towards the floating demon souls at the top of the barrier. Although half of the demon souls had perished, many remained trapped within the confines of the barrier. The dome-like barrier had completely sealed off, leaving those souls in utter despair, as it signified their eternal suppression here. Lou Jin bit into one of his remaining fingers, drawing forth blood to inscribe a formation. Shen Yi, witnessing the blood flow, felt a surge of fear and quickly tore a piece from his garment to bind Lou Jin's finger. Although this minor injury was negligible compared to his numerous wounds, Lou Jin permitted the gesture, relishing Shen Yi's concern for him. Shen Yi, sensing his affection, felt inexplicably awkward and stated, "All right. Did you not say you could break this barrier?" Upon hearing this, Lou Jin immediately began to chant a spell, activating the formation. Shen Yi watched as the formation he had drawn expanded outward, gathering the demonic energy from below the abyss. Subsequently, the demon souls at the dome's apex seemed irresistibly drawn to the formation. Converging towards it, Shen Yi, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "Did you not lose all your cultivation?" Lou Jin replied, "Losing my cultivation does not mean I cannot set up formations, and soon I shall regain it." Shen Yi harbored grave doubts. Suspecting he might be employing some sinister sorcery, aware that any dark magic would inevitably bring about backlash, Lou Jin reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to be trapped here for eternity. And besides, the children are waiting for our return." Although Lou Jin had lost his eyesight, when he looked at Shen Yi, it felt as if Shen Yi could see through his hollow gaze into his eyes. Blue like a deity's and red like a demon's. For reasons unknown, Lou Jin's words brought an inexplicable sense of peace to Shen Yi. Chapter 72. You are finished. You have fallen in love. Above the abyss, the Su Yun gazed at the completely sealed barrier, thinking, "This is disastrous." The denizens of the divine realm breathed a heavy sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. The barrier had finally been restored, and that demon had not emerged. Lou Jin, having completely exhausted his powers and missing the day of the solar eclipse, could never hope to escape, even if he survived and sought to break the barrier. It would require centuries, if not millennia, of cultivation to last. They in the divine realm could rest easy. Everyone bore a relaxed smile, even discussing the details of a celebratory feast to last several days and nights. Yet, just as spirits were high and they turned to return to the divine realm, the barrier beneath them emitted a sudden crack. The elder of the divine realm, walking behind, looked down in disbelief at the scene before him. How could there be such intense demonic energy? Could it be that the demon is still alive? This is bad. He intends to gather the strength of the myriad demons to break the seal once more. The deities quickly formed a line, reinforcing the seal, determined to prevent that demon from escaping. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of demonic energy pierced through the already sealed barrier. The overwhelming force of the myriad demons affected many disciples of the divine realm, sending them flying, causing them to cough up blood and perish on the spot. As the others prepared to unite their strength to reseal the barrier, a tall figure flew through the breach above the heads of the deities. To be precise, there were two figures. With Shen Yi firmly held in someone's embrace, a trembling voice cried out, the demon has escaped. He is still alive, and his powers. He has sacrificed the myriad demons. He has refined the demon souls using forbidden techniques, making them his servants." Someone suggested, "Should we flee? What are we afraid of? Using forbidden techniques must bring about backlash after absorbing so many demon souls. Even if he has gained the strength of the myriad demons, the resentment of those souls could very well lead him to madness and death." Koan Su, the divine lord, spoke wisely. "Everyone, let us unite to eradicate this evil." Shen Yi, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, glancing worriedly at Lou Jin. Lou Jin encased him in a protective barrier, then gently pushed him away. "Do not worry." Lou Jin's voice was calm, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Shen Yi, unable to assist, could only watch anxiously. Su Yun rushed to his side, panting, "Can I hide here?" Though he bore the protagonist's halo and could not die, that did not mean he would emerge unscathed. Moreover, a great demon in combat with a pair of deities could unleash chaos, and it was inevitable that he, as a mere mortal, would be caught in the crossfire. Shen Yi reached out, grasping Su Yun's hand, successfully pulling him in. Su Yun said, "Wait until they have fought it out. Remember to tell Lou Jin to cease, lest he truly kills my Junjun." Shen Yi replied, "What if he goes berserk and does not listen to me?" Su Yun retorted, "He is love-struck. If he does not listen to you, who will he listen to?" Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words. Although he gathered from Su Yun's tone that Lou Jin could handle the deities without issue, he could not shake the worry instilled by Koan Su's earlier words. "Demon, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, do not blame us for overwhelming you." Using forbidden techniques to seize another's cultivation defies the natural order. If you wish to avoid succumbing to madness, it would be best to cease your actions now. Those like you, evil incarnates, deserve to be exterminated if you do not wish to be utterly annihilated. It is best to remain beneath the endless abyss of demons. Upon hearing this, Lou Jin simply replied with 2 words, noisy. The deities were at a loss for what to do. This demon seemed even more formidable now. Having absorbed the powers of countless demons, though they were numerous, many had already exhausted their spiritual energy in sealing the barrier and exterminating the escaped demon souls, facing Lou Jin in battle now. With his vengeful and ruthless methods, they risked suffering heavy casualties. Lou Jin, at this moment, was battered and bruised, with scarcely a part of him unscathed. Anyone in his position would seek revenge, some timid disciples of the divine realm. Seizing the chance while Lou Jin had yet to unleash his wrath, attempted to retreat stealthily. They believed that Lou Jin, having lost his sight, would be unable to detect them as long as they refrained from using spiritual power. Yet, before they could retreat a few steps, Lou Jin raised his hand and lightly pointed at them. The demonic energy coiling around his fingertips shot forth like arrows, attacking them. A few disciples, seeing this, were immediately stricken with fear and ran for their lives. But before they could escape, the tendrils of demonic energy ensnared them. The inky demonic energy transformed into ethereal souls, some lunging at victims and biting down hard on their necks until blood flowed freely. Refusing to relent. Others, seductive demons, tightly coiled around their bodies, stripping them of their garments, leaving them humiliated before feasting on their flesh. Still, others plunged their claws directly into their chests, tearing out their still-beating hearts. The denizens of the divine realm trembled at the sight. One audacious soul shouted, "Demon, you are so ruthless. Do you not fear divine retribution?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a tendril of demonic energy constricted tightly around his neck, choking off his remaining words. With a sickening crack, his neck was snapped by the merciless grip of the demonic energy, and his head rolled away, falling into the endless abyss. Divine retribution. When has Lou Jin ever feared such a thing? Moreover, had they not provoked him first, threatening him to leap into the abyss to suffer near death? Why would he stoop to quarreling with them, mere insects? In other words, every wound upon Lou Jin's body was a gift from these self-righteous deities. He was merely repaying them in kind. How could he be deemed ruthless, compared to being coerced into severing his own veins and wasting his cultivation, imprisoned in the dark abyss, tormented daily by demons feasting upon his flesh and soul? Burned by iron, whipped, having his eyes gouged and skin flayed, and the agonizing slow drain of blood over 49 days, their deaths were far too swift and merciful. The esteemed deities present fell silent, casting desperate glances at their prince. Junlin, seeing this, stepped forward. He knew that today's battle was inevitable, yet even with his current strength, he was no match for Lou Jin. Above the abyss, Su Yun watched the scene with mounting tension. He nudged Shen Yi with his elbow. The moment Lou Jin makes a move, you must immediately call for a halt. Understood? Shen Yi replied. Did you not say that injuring Junlin would make it easier for you to pursue him? Besides, does he not possess the protagonist's halo? He should not die easily. Su Yun countered. While that may be true, I still care for him. Shen Yi retorted. It seems you are the one who cares more. I also worry for Lou Jin's injuries. If he cannot vent his anger, I would feel remiss. Su Yun quipped. You are finished. You have fallen in love. Chapter 73. A man who does not heed his wife's words is not worth having. The heavens above were shrouded in dark clouds. The chilling winds whipped Lou Jin's tattered black robe, filling the air with the scent of blood and a murderous aura. Junlin, clad in a moon-white battle robe, stood in stark contrast to Lou Jin's sullied black attire, his presence embodying the purity of a high-ranking deity. The prince of the divine realm, Junlin, approached to challenge him. His voice was cool, and his azure eyes shone with an unblemished clarity, befitting a divine sovereign. Lou Jin was well aware of Junlin's capabilities, yet regrettably, he was still no match for him. The esteemed individual expressed his lack of interest in crushing mere ants, boldly declaring, "Let us proceed together." His words were filled with arrogance. Were he anyone else, he would surely be derided for his excessive pride, yet he was Lou Jin from the moment of his birth. He had been cast into the abyss of demons, enduring countless tortures without succumbing to death. Even through a childhood of torment, He had triumphed over his worthless demon father at a tender age. Displaying profound cultivation, he had single-handedly challenged 100,000 divine soldiers from the celestial realm, and, despite having his meridians severed and his cultivation rendered useless, he had emerged from the abyss. Still alive and defying the odds. Truly, he was a monster. As the gods beheld Lou Jin, they noticed the demonic aura surrounding him intensifying, his previously damaged arms and legs, along with the gaping wound in his abdomen. The cleaved chest, the torn flesh on his back, severed tendons, and devoured eyes began to regenerate. Only his silvery hair flowed like a waterfall in the air, accentuating the starkness of his dark battle robe. Creating an imposing image of one who could unify the three realms, Shou, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, "Demon, do not be so arrogant. You practice forbidden arts to seize the power of evil demons. Such actions defy the heavenly order and will surely invite divine retribution. Even if you do not perish, you shall be plagued by resentment and fall into madness." Before Shou could finish his warning, a strand of black demonic energy coiled around his neck like a dark chain. Just as he prepared to disperse it with his magic, the energy suddenly burrowed into his forehead. That a moment later, he found himself staring into the visage of his senior brother, Su. "Brother," Shou murmured in a daze, "is it really you? Please, do not leave me. I love you." The onlooking gods could only watch in bewilderment. Su knelt on the ground in anguish. "Brother, why can you not turn back to look at me?" He reached out, yearning to grasp the illusion of his brother, yet his hands found only emptiness. His obsession blurred the lines between reality and illusion, his gaze alternating between hollow confusion and fierce determination. As tendrils of demonic energy began to entwine around him, that a voice cautioned him, "Divine Lord, be careful." But it was too late. The demon's soul practiced seductive arts, capable of probing the depths of one's heart and morphing into the image of a cherished one, ultimately leading to their silent demise. Su met his end at the hands of the illusory brother conjured by the demonic energy, suffocated by the tightening grip of darkness. Lou Jin, having harnessed the power of the myriad demons through a sacrificial array, could now wield the techniques of each demon's soul. Though his current cultivation was no longer as pure as before, he had acquired a multitude of sinister arts. In essence, those souls sacrificed now served his will. Lou Jin favored swift resolutions, for he longed to return home to Shen Yi. It had been far too long since he had seen that scoundrel in Bower, and he missed Shen Yi dearly, yearning to marry him and hear him confess his love. With this thought, Lou Jin summoned all the demon souls with the array. "Do you not desire freedom? Today, these gods are yours to slay. Should you possess the capability." Upon hearing this, Junlin's expression tightened as he immediately erected a protective barrier, encasing all the denizens of the celestial realm. The gods quickly reinforced the barrier with their spiritual energy. Previously, they had sealed these demons within the endless abyss, but now they found themselves in need of protection to avoid the wrath of the demon souls. Some attempted to disperse the spirits, but even if they scattered, they would merely regroup. As long as Lou Jin remained unvanquished, these souls would not dissipate, only draining their spiritual energy in a futile struggle. Could it be that this demon intended to unleash a massacre? Was this the cataclysm foretold by the heavenly edict? Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have refrained from provoking him, for he might not have gone so mad. The celestial beings pondered this notion. After Junlin had established the protective barrier, his previous injuries, compounded by the immense expenditure of spiritual energy to mend the abyss's seal, left him teetering on the brink of collapse, blood seeping from his pale lips. It seemed that words were unnecessary. He was already at his limit. Siyun, perched on the cliffs of the abyss, exclaimed, "Do not speak nonsense. His brother is quite capable." Lou Jin, in a rather jovial mood, declared with mock benevolence, "If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall spare your life." Shen Yi internally scoffed, "He is your own brother. If he is a dog, then what does that make you?" Lou Jin recalled Shen Yi's earlier comment that he was a mere lapdog to Siyun. If that individual were Shen Yi, he mused, perhaps being a lapdog wouldn't be so bad. Junlin, stifling the surge of blood rising in his throat, replied, "I will take your 3 strikes, provided you release them." He gestured meaningfully towards the celestial beings encircled by the demon souls. Lou Jin's eyes glimmered with derision. "Do you truly believe you have the standing to negotiate with me?" He raised his hand, gathering a dense mass of demonic energy within his palm. The gods witnessed this spectacle, sensing the dire peril facing their prince. Before Junlin could utter another word, Lou Jin struck swiftly, landing a powerful blow upon his chest. Junlin staggered back several steps, barely maintaining his upright stance with the support of his fated sword, Long Ju. However, the metallic taste of blood surged forth, staining his moon-white robe a deep crimson, reminiscent of red plum blossoms. Suyun, witnessing this scene from the cliffs of the abyss, felt a pang of heartache. Grasping Shen Yi's hand, he urged, "You must make him stop." Shen Yi called out to Lou Jin, "Please, cease your assault." Lou Jin frowned at this, pondering if there remained any lingering affection for the handsome youth. The great demon's heart swelled with fury, and the energy in his palm intensified as he ruthlessly struck Junlin once more. Junlin was sent sprawling backward, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell unconscious. The celestial beings gasped in horror. "It's over, completely over. Our realm's prodigious talent has met his end." Suyun fretted. Will his partner not perish from that blow? Shen Yi, feeling a twinge of guilt, scratched his forehead. "I forgot to mention, it seems the more I plead for Junlin, the harsher Lou Jin's strikes become." Suyun advised, "A man who disregards his wife's counsel is not worth keeping." Shen Yi, Lou Jin, Chapter 74. I have no affection for meat. Lou Jin had initially intended to strike Junlin once more, for brothers held little value in his eyes. But Suyun's words lingered in his mind. Although he did not fully comprehend the concept of a wife, he understood enough to know he ought to heed the words of the Demon Empress. Thus, Lou Jin proclaimed, "For the sake of the Demon Empress, I shall spare you for now." Shen Yi remarked, "It seems this demon is tarnishing my reputation." Suyun sighed in relief. Then, Lou Jin raised his hand and cast Junlin into the endless abyss. Lou Jin declared, "The Empress only forbade me from striking, not from throwing." The barrier surrounding the abyss had been established by Junlin himself and reinforced by the celestial beings that if he wished to return, he would have to rely on his own abilities, as he had ascended through his own merit. Shen Yi noted, Suyun cautioned, "A petty man is not worth keeping." After speaking, he went in search of vines. For he was not as bold as Shen Yi and would not dare to leap without thought that in the present, the endless abyss held no demons, alleviating Shen Yi's concerns for their safety. Otherwise, should the two protagonists meet their demise, the world would similarly collapse. As for the celestial beings, the demon souls continued to batter against the protective barrier, when it would give way, and whether those within could survive depended entirely on their own capabilities. Lou Jin swooped down to Shen Yi's side and lifted him into his arms, exclaiming, "Homeward bound." Shen Yi, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a retort. Outside the thatched cottage, Bauer squatted on the threshold, gazing at the distant sunset. She had been waiting there all day. Shen Yi had prepared dinner and called for her to join him. However, Bauer had little appetite. Consumed with worry, she turned to ask, "Pigeon, will Papa and Father return?" Shen Yi, uncertain, replied, "The demon father seems quite formidable. I believe he will be fine." He comforted his sister, "They will return." Before he could finish, Lou Jin appeared. Cradling Shen Yi in his arms, Bauer, upon seeing them, joyfully dashed forward, exclaiming, "Pigeon did not deceive me. Papa and Father have truly returned." Shen Yi instinctively stepped forward, relieved to see them unharmed. Shen Yi had not anticipated such a swift return. He had feared for his life, yet unexpectedly found himself back safely, having inadvertently rescued Lou Jin and returned together. "Forgive me for worrying you," Shen Yi said, noticing the glimmer of tears in Bauer's eyes and the heavy sigh of relief from Shen Yi. Realizing they had been anxious all day, wiping her eyes, Bauer asked, "Is Papa injured?" Only then did Shen Yi realize he was still in Lou Jin's embrace. Feeling embarrassed, he promptly jumped down, turning in a circle for Bauer and Shen Yi to see. "I am fine." Bauer looked towards Lou Jin. "What of Father? Is he still in pain? I remember he bled a great deal." "Father is unharmed." Lou Jin's lips curled into a paternal smile, starkly contrasting with the ruthless killer he had been moments before. He deliberately crouched down to show Bauer a glimpse of his transformation. With the bloodline of the phoenix, Lou Jin could be reborn from his ashes. The wounds had healed on their own, and he felt no pain. To spare the two children any concern, he even reverted his silver hair to its original color. Bauer gazed at him with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Daddy is so amazing." Shen Yi cast a sidelong glance at him, muttering, "Well, I suppose that's impressive." Shen Yi felt an inexplicable emotion stir within him, sensing that perhaps this situation wasn't so bad after all. Of course, this was contingent upon not sharing a bed with Lou Jin. Dinner was prepared by Shen Yi, albeit without a portion for Lou Jin. He had cooked a plate of scrambled eggs and a dish of greens, along with rice, which was barely enough for the three of them. Perhaps it was because Lou Jin had previously saved him and his sister, or perhaps his perception of Lou Jin had shifted just a tad. But Shen Yi stood up and declared, "I'll go prepare more rice. Let me handle it. Shen Yi can still cook," he offered. "No need. Just have Hanya bring some food over." Lou Jin replied. Yes, Hanya, who was currently playing the role of a son-in-law, soon returned with several delectable dishes. Lou Jin knew Bayer had a fondness for meat, so he had specifically instructed Hanya to procure some. The feast included 8 treasure chicken, saltwater duck, braised pork knuckle, steamed fish, red braised pork, roasted venison, and lamb skewers, among others. Bayer's mouth watered at the sight. The last time she had enjoyed such a lavish meal was during their time in the Demon Palace. Shen Yi also swallowed hard, for he was merely a child. And it was only natural to crave delicious food. Not just the children, even Shen Yi felt a pang of hunger. Since leaving the Demon Palace 5 years ago, he had lived a life of hardship, often going hungry for days on end, with meat being a rare treat, sometimes not even tasting it for half a year. He occasionally set traps in the mountains to catch game, but either the meat was used to nourish the children or sold for grain, leaving him notably thinner than before. Back in the Demon Palace, he had refrained from eating Lou Jin's offerings, fearing it was a ploy to keep him there to go ahead and eat. Lou Jin saw their eager expressions and couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Had he not been so engrossed in his cultivation, he might have found them sooner, sparing Shen Yi and the children such hardships. From now on, if there's anything you wish to eat, just tell Daddy, and I shall procure it for you. He then turned to Shen Yi, his heterochromatic eyes filled with affection. "What do you want to eat? I'll buy that for you too." Shen Yi felt his heart race inexplicably. He reminded himself, "Shen Yi, you have principles and morals. You must not sell yourself out for mere food. Stay vigilant. Lou Jin's kindness is solely to seduce you." Lou Jin, he longed to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. As the truth was, he did indeed wish to share a bed with him. As Shen Yi consumed the scrambled eggs and stir-fried greens prepared by Shou Yi, he quietly engaged in self-affirmation. "I was born not to enjoy meat. What is so appealing about it? It harbors parasites and leads to weight gain. Shou Yi's dishes are delightful. The flavors rival that of meat. I was destined to love vegetables." Lou Jin, Bayer asked him. "Papa, don't you eat meat?" Shen Yi swallowed hard, feigning, "Daddy simply doesn't have a taste for meat." Lou Jin, Bayer recalled how Papa had always given her and her brother the meat, claiming he didn't like it. Yet she still placed a piece of red braised pork in Shen Yi's bowl, saying, "Papa, you must try it. The meat Daddy bought is truly delicious." Shen Yi, "Baby, this is your father's trap." Shen Yi, "I won't fall for it." He swallowed again, then resolutely returned the piece of pork to her plate, declaring, "Daddy was born to love vegetables." Chapter 75. The Green Tea Demon. Lou Jin, he reached for a piece of steamed fish and placed it in Shen Yi's bowl, remarking, "This is light and tastes similar to vegetables." Shen Yi suspected he was attempting to tempt him. This could not continue. The allure of food was proving difficult to resist. Shen Yi felt compelled to clarify matters with Lou Jin. So after dinner and washing up, once the children were asleep, he intended to have a serious discussion. Lou Jin could discern Shen Yi's reluctance to accept him. Shen Yi had initially aimed to be blunt, but fearing Lou Jin might not take it well, he opted for a subtler approach. "Since your cultivation has recovered, your body should be fine now. Yes?" Shen Yi recalled the sight of Lou Jin, battered and broken, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. Thankfully, being a demon allowed him to heal swiftly. Shen Yi had once thought Lou Jin might not survive, which fueled his anger towards Yu Ming. Lou Jin understood. His heterochromatic eyes narrowed slightly, and he pressed a hand to his chest, suppressing a cough that brought forth a mouthful of blood. Are you all right?" Shen Yi asked, concern etched on his face. Lou Jin shook his head, blood trickling from the corner of his lips again. This hardly seemed like a state of well-being. "Just a moment ago you seemed fine." Shen Yi fretted, too anxious to question whether Lou Jin was feigning illness. Recalling the multitude of injuries he had sustained and the forbidden techniques he had employed, Shen Yi pondered. Kung Su had warned that using forbidden techniques could lead to backlash and divine retribution. Could Hanya's ominous words be coming true? This thought only deepened his concern that I didn't want to worry Shen Yi and Bayer, nor did I wish to trouble you. But you don't seem to care for me, so you probably wouldn't be worried. Right? He spoke with a hint of disappointment. Shen Yi, hearing this, internally retorted, that was in the past. It's not the same now. He refrained from voicing this sentiment, for even if he harbored feelings, he had no intention of being with Lou Jin. Don't think too much. Shen Yi shifted the topic. You should lie down and rest for a while. That he reached out to support Lou Jin and helped him onto the couch. Lou Jin, witnessing Shen Yi's concern, felt a warmth wash over him despite Shen Yi's previous denials of affection. That I'm fine. Just a bit of backlash. I can endure it. He coughed lightly again afterward, seeing this. Shen Yi's brow furrowed deeply. What must be done for you to recover? Lou Jin replied. The effects of backlash can only be mitigated gradually. It cannot be rushed. If my presence disturbs you, I shall take my leave. He attempted to rise, but his once lustrous hair began to turn white once more. Shen Yi, observing this, pressed him back onto the couch. Given your condition, why push yourself? You should rest here for a while longer. Lou Jin looked regretful. But will this trouble you? Shen Yi assured him. It's no trouble at all. Besides, Bayer and the others quite like having you around. Lou Jin inquired. And what about you? Shen Yi feigned ignorance. Me? Lou Jin pressed. Do you enjoy my company here? If not, I will leave. After all, in the long life of a demon, no one has ever cared for me or loved me. I have grown accustomed to solitude. As he spoke, his gaze lowered, his tone laced with self-mockery, evoking sympathy for his tragic past, leaving Shen Yi at a loss for harsh words. Ultimately, Shen Yi hesitated and replied, I never said you couldn't stay here to recuperate. Besides, had you not leapt into the endless abyss to save Shen Yi and Bayer, you wouldn't be suffering this fate. And I broke the barrier, using forbidden techniques that led to this backlash. In any case, you should feel free to stay and recover. Lou Jin's eyes brightened with joy. Really? I thought you wanted to send me away. Shen Yi, he had indeed considered sending him away at first. But seeing Lou Jin's pitiful demeanor softened his resolve. All right then, you may stay to recuperate. As long as there is no talk of marriage, everything is negotiable. Lou Jin frowned slightly at this. He could not comprehend why Shen Yi was so averse to marrying him. Once matters were settled, Shen Yi arranged for Lou Jin to stay. This time, he would not have to sleep on the floor, as he had recently crafted a wooden couch in anticipation of marrying Alan. Though there were no spare blankets in the house, Lou Jin suggested, perhaps we could share a bed tonight. Absolutely not. Shen Yi firmly rejected the idea. He had no intention of sharing a bed with Lou Jin. Even if the sun rose in the west, rivers flowed backward, or pigs climbed trees, he would not relent. I'm not cold. This place is quite comfortable. That he spoke, then immediately lay down and closed his eyes. Fearing that Lou Jin might find another reason to invite him to share a bed, Lou Jin, feeling helpless, could only wait for him to fall asleep before carrying him to his own bed. Shen Yi was a deep sleeper, and after days of worrying about Lou Jin's well-being, he finally relaxed, sinking into a particularly profound slumber. Seeing this, Lou Jin couldn't resist leaning down to place a soft kiss on his lips. He missed him dearly, confined within the endless abyss of despair, yearning for him each day. As this thought crossed his mind, his darkened with insatiable desire, devoid of any trace of the pitiable state he had been in due to his injuries. The gentle kiss gradually intensified, teasing and spiraling out of control. The following day, when Shen Yi awoke, he was unsurprisingly in Lou Jin's bed. His mouth felt numb, and when he touched it, he sensed some swelling. Moreover, he found himself wrapped around Lou Jin's waist. Naturally, Lou Jin was equally embracing him. Shen Yi harbored serious doubts that Lou Jin had taken the opportunity to carry him to his bed while he was asleep, and then had brazenly taken advantage of him. Yet, Lou Jin wore an innocent expression, claiming that he had been asleep the night before and was unaware of anything. His implication was that Shen Yi had climbed into his bed on his own in the middle of the night. Shen Yi refused to believe he could be that kind of person. After all, he merely had an awkward sleeping posture and was not a sleepwalker at this rate. He suspected he would eventually be completely devoured by Lou Jin. Yet he had only just agreed to let him stay for recuperation. Sending him away today would clearly be inhumane. Most importantly, Bauer genuinely adored him as her father, and even Shen Yi seemed to have developed a slightly better opinion of Lou Jin. However, he could not simply allow Lou Jin to continue his advances unchecked. Determined, Shen Yi resolved to lie in wait, ready to catch Lou Jin in the act if he dared to take advantage of him again, eager to confront him with evidence. But before that, he needed to head to the market to buy a blanket. After tending to the donkey for 1,000 days, it was time to put it to use. Due to the foolish donkey's previous misadventures, Shen Yi warned it before setting off. If you act stubborn again, I'll stew you to nourish the great demon. As the hour grew late, Shen Yi prepared to depart. Lou Jin expressed his desire to accompany him. Shen Yi replied, "You should stay home and watch the children, Lou Jin. It's not that he doesn't want to watch the children. Rather, he wishes to accompany his wife." Noticing Lou Jin's earnestness, Shen Yi remarked, "But this donkey can only carry one person. Lou Jin, I can walk or use magic." Shen Yi, "But won't using magic backfire on you? Lou Jin, it's not combat. So it should be fine." Looking at Lou Jin's silver hair, Shen Yi thought better of it. What if it exacerbated his injuries? He offered an excuse. "Who will look after the children? Lou Jin, we can have Hanya watch them." At that moment, Hanya, who was busy being a son-in-law, sneezed loudly. Shen Yi, seeing Lou Jin's eagerness, felt a twinge of remorse at the thought of denying him. Shou Yi and Bauer were also standing at the door, looking on with anticipation, clearly wanting to join. Shen Yi recalled having promised them that he would take them to the market next time, but if he didn't bring them along, the two little ones would surely be disappointed. Shen Yi thought back to his own childhood. His father had tragically passed away before he was born, and his mother, unable to care for him, had sent him to an orphanage. He had always been introverted and timid, often bullied, going hungry, and being small and thin with dark skin. Furthermore, he lacked the ability to speak sweetly, leading to rumors of him having autism and hepatitis, which made no one want to adopt him. When he was 8, a couple had promised to come and take him home, but he waited for years without their arrival. That he had pretended to be indifferent, yet the gradual fading of hope was a pain he understood better than anyone. With this in mind, he decided to indulge himself for once and take Shou Yi and Bauer along. Shen Yi returned home, gathering all his belongings, which amounted to just over a couple of taels of silver, savings from the extra copper coins he had thrown into a jar after returning from the market. As for the magical jewel Lou Jin had given him, he had no intention of using it, as he did not plan to stay with Lou Jin and wanted to avoid complications in the future. Since time was still on his side, the ox cart at the village entrance should still be available. "Let us go together," Shen Yi said. Bauer immediately cheered. "Papa is so nice." Although Shou Yi did not show much outward joy, the brightness in his eyes indicated his happiness. With so many people, riding the donkey was clearly out of the question. Shen Yi resolved to take the ox cart instead, considering Lou Jin's status as a formidable demon lord. He might find it shameful to ride in an ox cart, so he preemptively warned, "Are you still willing to go if we take the ox cart?" Lou Jin was unfamiliar with the concept of an ox cart, but as long as he could go out with his wife and children, he was indifferent to the mode of transportation. Seeing Lou Jin's determination, Shen Yi refrained from saying more, but he locked the door, then slung a basket over his back, filled with some dried herbs he could sell for extra money. "That I'll carry it," Lou Jin declared, seizing the basket before Shen Yi could refuse. Lou Jin, towering at 9 feet with broad shoulders, made the basket appear diminutive and somewhat comical against his stature. Yet, he remained unfazed and asked, "Is there anything else we need to take?" Shen Yi shook his head. "You take Shou Yi and Bauer ahead. I'll lock the courtyard door." Bauer obediently offered her small hand to her father, who took it, then extended his other hand toward Shou Yi. Initially hesitant, Shou Yi ultimately reached out, compelled by the fact that it was his father who asked. It was the first time the father and son held hands. Shou Yi's expression was awkward, as if he felt embarrassed. Lou Jin stood at the courtyard gate, holding the little one's hands, waiting for Shen Yi to finish locking the door before they could all set off together. The donkey? Wasn't it supposed to be a lifetime of care for the donkey, only to use it for a moment? Since it wasn't a human, it was left behind, right? Well, then, it would forget all about them. Shen Yi had not even thought to bring the donkey along, which would have allowed Shou Yi and Bauer to ride on its back and save on cart fare. However, even if he had considered it, he wouldn't have dared to let the children ride, given that the foolish donkey occasionally threw tantrums. The mountain path was somewhat rugged. Shen Yi was accustomed to it, and Lou Jin had no trouble either. But the two little ones found it challenging. Just as Shen Yi was about to suggest carrying Bauer down the mountain, he saw Lou Jin crouch down, effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder. When Shen Yi was about to suggest carrying Shou Yi too, Lou Jin swiftly lifted him onto his other shoulder. Shen Yi thought to offer to carry the basket, but he caught Lou Jin's gaze. Shen Yi thought. Surely he wouldn't want to carry me too, would he? On my neck? At his age, he couldn't afford such embarrassment. He quickly stated, I prefer to walk. Lou Jin remarked, it's Baoer's first time sitting so high. Initially apprehensive about falling, she soon realized that her father carried her and Shou Yi with remarkable steadiness, allowing her to relax. Daddy is so tall, Baoer exclaimed joyfully. Shou Yi, on the other hand, remained silent. Not out of fear of falling, but because he still felt awkward. Previously, he had often seen children from the village below being carried this way by their fathers. Now, he had his OWN that it turned out that being carried by one's father felt like this. In the summer, the mountain forest was lush and vibrant. The four of them traversed the winding path down the mountain, the morning light filtering through the clouds, casting a serene glow through the mist, creating a scene of tranquil beauty at the mountain's foot. As the sun began to rise, the old man driving the cart was preparing to set off when Shen Yi called out from afar, Old ox, wait for me. The old man, surnamed Zhang, lived in the village at the mountain's base. He was the only one with an ox cart to go to the market. Everyone referred to him as Old Ox. Although he was elderly, his hearing was still quite sharp, and he called for the ox to stop and wait. The cart was nearly full, but since it was not easy for the villagers to make a trip to the market, they willingly made room to squeeze in. Shen Yi jogged forward with Lou Jin, though it was primarily Shen Yi who was running, as Lou Jin's long legs allowed him to easily keep pace. Lou Jin found Shen Yi's hurried movements endearing, likening him to a rabbit. Shen Yi reached the ox cart first and inquired, Old ox, is there still room for us? Lou Jin was surprised to learn that the ox cart Shen Yi referred to was indeed a real cart, pulled by an ox. Old ox turned to look at Lou Jin and the two children on his shoulders, jokingly saying, if you sit like that, there's definitely room, but it might be a bit hard on my old ox. Given Lou Jin's towering height and sturdy build, he likely weighed as much as two adult men combined. The cart was just about full, but with a bit of squeezing, and with them each holding a child. Along with the lightweight herbs in the basket, they could manage to fit. Quickly, hop on, Old Ox said with a kind smile. Due to Lou Jin's striking appearance, one curious villager couldn't help but ask, Shen Yi, who is this young man to you? Chapter 77. Does you want me to marry someone else? Upon hearing this, Shen Yi turned to Lou Jin, his voice somewhat hesitant as he replied. He is. Before he could finish, Baoer chimed in. He is Baoer and Shou Yi's daddy. The villagers? Isn't Shen Yi the father of Baoer and Shou Yi? Although they do not comprehend why Shen Yi insists on being called father by them. Could it be that this person is truly their father? Otherwise, why wouldn't Shen Yi allow them to call him dad? Moreover, Shou Yi bears an uncanny resemblance to this individual. Yet, how can it be that the twins, Baoer, also resembles Shen Yi? Shen Yi had previously explained that in their region, father and dad are synonymous. So, what precisely is the relationship among the four of them? And why had they never encountered this person before? Does he reside with Shen Yi? The villagers, their minds utterly perplexed, could not fathom this intricate relationship and thus gazed at Shen Yi with curious expressions. Shen Yi, preoccupied with the thought of how the entire family could fit on the ox cart, had overlooked how he would explain the relationship between Lou Jin and the children should anyone inquire. At that moment, feeling the silent yet scrutinizing gazes of the villagers upon him, he could only forcefully declare, He is Baoer and Shou Yi's godfather. Yes, godfather. Although old Nyo was advanced in age, he was neither deaf nor blind. As he drove the ox cart forward, he turned his head to scrutinize the quartet. Shen Yi held Baoer, while Lou Jin cradled Shou Yi. Baoer's features were reminiscent of Shen Yi, with eyes akin to those of the godfather beside him. Shou Yi's features were unmistakably identical to those of the godfather, with eyes that looked even more like Shen Yi's. Scratching his head in confusion, he inquired, Then what is your relationship? Why do Baoer and Shou Yi look just like you both? Shen Yi, seizing the moment before Lou Jin could speak, continued to fabricate. He and I are brothers. Yes, brothers. Therefore, it is only natural that the children bear some resemblance to him and some to me. This explanation seemed somewhat reasonable. Then another villager asked, But how come you two brothers do not resemble each other at all? Shen Yi replied, He takes after our father, and I take after our mother. Villager 2, if you are brothers, shouldn't the children call him uncle? Shen Yi, not by blood. Villager 3, but you just said he resembles your father, and you resemble your mother. Shen Yi, his father and my mother are brothers. Villager 4, Then the children ought to call him cousin. Shen Yi. His family has no children, so he enjoys being called that by the kids. Villager 5. But Bauer just called him dad. Not godfather. Shen Yi. As long as they are happy, let them call him whatever they wish. Villager 6. Is he seeking refuge with you? Shen Yi. Yes, his home was flooded, so he is temporarily staying with me. Villager 7. But doesn't he appear to be dressed like someone fleeing from disaster? Shen Yi. He was worried about thieves taking his belongings on the way south, so he opted to wear this valuable outfit to avoid being robbed. Villager 8. What about his eyes? Could they also be something he was born with, like Bauer? Shen Yi. Yes, indeed. Villager 9. Your cousin is quite handsome. Shen Yi. Yes, indeed. Villager 10. Is your cousin married? Shen Yi. Auntie, you wouldn't be interested in Lou Jin, wishing for him to become your son-in-law, would you? Indeed, the aunt replied. Your family's situation is not great, lacking arable land for crops, and now adding another person would be quite burdensome. Our family is better off, with only a Chun as a child, and her father still young, presenting little burden. Another villager, catching on to her implication, half-jokingly teased, Sister-in-law, you wouldn't be interested in Shen Yi's cousin. Hoping he would marry a Chun, would you? Given how strong and handsome this young man is, he would make a fine match even for the daughter of the town, Li Yuanwei. Bringing such a robust young man into the family is far better than marrying off a daughter to a struggling family in the mountains. The aunt thought this through and cheerfully remarked, Maya Chun will turn 15 in a month. It is time to discuss suitors anyway. With only her as a child, if I could bring a son-in-law to our home, it would be a joyous occasion for all. The villagers nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Zhang Leihan's daughter, Alan, from the village across, has found a decent son-in-law. Speaking of Alan, the villagers could not help but pause the conversation, redirecting their attention to Shen Yi. The marriage between Alan and Shen Yi had been postponed for several years. Known to people across several villages, originally, they were to wed 2 months ago, but on the day of the wedding, a demon intervened, preventing the ceremony from taking place. Wait. Why did they feel that the demon bore some resemblance to Shen Yi's brother? Surely not. Demons can fly. How could they possibly sit on an ox cart like mere mortals? In any case, the two later announced their intention to marry again, only for Zhang Laohan to disrupt the plans once more. Recently, just a few days ago, Shen Yi had carried Alan up the mountain, only for her to be intercepted at home by another man. This man, eager to marry Alan, not only agreed to be a son-in-law, but also treated her with utmost care, handling all sorts of chores diligently. Now, who in the village does not envy Alan for securing such a fine husband? Although Shen Yi is decent-looking and capable of providing for a family, he is still a widower with 2 children, making it no surprise that Alan ultimately chose another. The villagers, reflecting on this, gazed at Shen Yi with a tinge of sympathy. Auntie even remarked, Shen Yi, I know your family is struggling. If your brother is willing, it would be nice for everyone in the village to support one another. The implication being that if Shen Yi agreed to let Lou Jin marry into her family, then they would be able to help him in times of need. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness. He realized he was feeling jealous. Yet was this not a good thing? If the great demon were to marry someone else, he would presumably cease his pursuit of me, right? As Shen Yi's thoughts lingered, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze directed at him. Instinctively, he tensed his body. He need not look to sense the dangerous glint in Lou Jin's eyes if he were to agree outright. The great demon might very well go into a frenzy. That a furious demon is truly terrifying. It is not a matter of forced affection, but rather a cataclysmic destruction. In any case, one cannot afford to offend him. Moreover, how could he dare let such a formidable demon become a mere son-in-law to a mortal woman? Shen Yi thought to himself. Thus he could only respond. He is already so grown. It's not my place to decide for him. Perhaps, Auntie, you should ask him directly. This matter was beyond Shen Yi's authority. Nor did he dare to assume it. Hence he promptly deflected the responsibility. Then, he heard someone ask him, "Yi, do you wish for me to marry someone else?" Chapter 78. Teasing Shen Yi naturally did not wish for him to marry another. But since he had no intention of being with Lou Jin himself, he felt unqualified to demand that Lou Jin refrain from seeking another. Contemplating this, he met Lou Jin's slightly chilling gaze and replied, "If you wish to marry, then marry. If you do not, then do not. That it is of no concern to me. Of no concern to you?" Lou Jin's tone carried a self-mocking amusement. For reasons unknown, Shen Yi's heart twisted painfully once more. He avoided meeting Lou Jin's gaze, merely murmuring, "This is your own affair." However, Lou Jin pressed on, "What if I want you to decide?" Shen Yi remained silent, observing the villagers noticing the tense atmosphere. They quickly interjected, "This matter is not urgent. After all, it concerns a lifelong commitment. Why not discuss it further when you return home?" Yet, how did these two seem to be bickering like a married couple? Although Lou Jin was irked, he did not wish to publicly embarrass Shen Yi. Thus, the once pleasant atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Ultimately, it was Bauer who took the initiative to ease the awkwardness between the two. After dismounting from the ox cart, Bauer took one hand of Papa and the other of Dad, then placed their hands together. Shen Yi instinctively wanted to pull away, but not wishing to quarrel with Lou Jin in front of the children. He allowed his palm to rest against Lou Jin's, unable to withdraw or leave it there. Lou Jin's hand was large enough to firmly grasp Shen Yi's palm. Bauer, in her sweet voice, said, "Shake hands. And make up, okay? Papa and Dad are no longer angry, right?" Shen Yi was not angry. He merely did not want to concede to Lou Jin. Lou Jin could not claim to be angry either. He just did not know how to deal with Shen Yi. The silence between them caused the previously thawed atmosphere to grow cold once again. Shen Yi looked up at the two, his tone as aloof as ever. "Weren't we supposed to buy things? Let us go." With that, he took the initiative to hold his sister's hand and walked ahead. Shen Yi, seeing this, promptly followed. The marketplace was bustling with people, and since Xiao Yi and Bauer were visiting for the first time, he feared they might get lost. Lou Jin followed suit, not loosening his grip on Shen Yi's hand, but rather holding it tightly. Shen Yi, preoccupied with watching the children, did not protest and allowed Lou Jin to hold his hand throughout. Observing this, Lou Jin's frosty demeanor softened slightly. Shen Yi, as usual, first went to the apothecary to sell medicinal herbs. The shopkeeper had dealt with him for several years, offering fair prices for his herbs. However, today, the shopkeeper had reduced the price of the herbs by 10%. Business had been tough lately, and the owner had accumulated a surplus of herbs in the storeroom. Thus, the apothecary was temporarily not accepting goods. Even if they were, only the best would be accepted at that price. Others brought herbs, but he had turned nearly all away if it were not for the long-standing relationship. And the fact that Shen Yi's herbs were of superior quality, even this price would not have been accepted. Shen Yi furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the words. Is it truly impossible to raise the price a bit more? These Huangjing herbs have been prepared using the 9 steaming and 9 sunning method, and they are thoroughly dried, with each piece aged over 15 years, possessing remarkable medicinal properties. The shopkeeper shook his head in resignation. The price is set by the owner. I am merely an employee. Shen Yi found himself in a quandary over whether to sell. The shopkeeper, recalling their years of cooperation, shared some news. Recently, all the pharmacies in town are adjusting their prices. It is said that the city is not lacking in medicinal materials, as the emperor has signed a mutual trade agreement with a neighboring country, exempting tariffs. Consequently, many herbs are being imported at low prices, and the market will no longer face shortages. It is likely that prices will remain at this level, or perhaps even drop further, if you do not sell now or consult other shops. You might find prices even lower than mine. Shen Yi's brows knitted tightly. Relying on herbal gathering to support himself and his 2 children, this news struck him like a bolt from the blue. Previously, the meager prices had barely sufficed to sustain his family, as many in the countryside also depended on herbal gathering for their livelihoods. That if prices were to drop further, just as he was lost in worry. A portly man entered, fanning himself. The shopkeeper immediately approached him. "Young master, what brings you here?" The man was rotund, with a ruddy nose, squinty eyes, thick lips, and an obviously wealthy demeanor. Ignoring the shopkeeper, he fixed his gaze upon Shen Yi. Despite Shen Yi's somewhat tan complexion, his handsome features made him a rare beauty in this rural town, causing the young master's eyes to brighten. The man beside him was strikingly handsome, but he exuded an air of intimidation that made it clear he was not to be trifled with, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, dissuading any lingering looks. The young master quickly dismissed the other man as presence and continued to scrutinize Shen Yi. That physique looks rather promising." Shen Yi, accustomed to carrying burdens up and down the mountains, tied his sleeves and trouser legs, accentuating his slender arms and well-proportioned calves. Even coarse fabric could not conceal his lean form. His waist appeared supple, and his backside was notably pert, Before he could complete his appraisal, a towering figure blocked his view like an immovable wall. Lou Jin seemed intent on extracting Shen Yi's very essence. Sensing the lethal aura emanating from him, Shen Yi instinctively clenched his fist and shook his head, indicating disapproval. This man was the young master of the pharmacy. Offending him would render future dealings impossible. Lou Jin restrained his temper, but his hawk-like gaze, filled with venom, was too intimidating to meet. Shen Yi, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, decided against further haggling and addressed the shopkeeper. Let us proceed with the price you mentioned earlier. One must bow their head when under a roof. When Shen Yi first arrived, he had learned to gather herbs from Alan, only to be swindled or offered pitifully low prices, sometimes facing hostility or ridicule from competitors. Those were trying times. As he had 2 children to feed, he often ventured to the town with herbs, going an entire day without food or subsisting on a single bun. After enduring such erratic meals for over a year, he eventually encountered the kind-hearted shopkeeper who recognized the quality of his herbs and offered a fair price, leading to a slight improvement in his circumstances. Over the years, he had smoothed his rough edges. Even when feeling offended, he refrained from provoking others, lest he sever his own means of survival. All right, the shopkeeper was about to summon the apprentice to weigh the herbs when the young master interjected. Hold on. Chapter 79. Who is Wang Baochuan? Shen Yi's brow furrowed again, anticipating trouble from this man. Indeed, the young master inquired languidly. Who are they? The shopkeeper promptly explained, in response to the young master. This gentleman is here to sell herbs. You may not have encountered him before, having just taken over the pharmacy, but he has been collaborating with us for several years, providing high-quality herbs, which is why we reluctantly accepted a lower price. This man, inheriting his father's business, was a true second-generation heir, lacking the insight to discern quality herbs. The recent drastic price reductions stemmed from his influence. Otherwise, even with the trade agreement in place, prices would not have plummeted so rapidly. In essence, he sought to exploit the herbalists for his own gain, pocketing the profits. Being the owner, he held the power. If he chose to provide a meal, it would be so, and if he chose not to, there was nothing anyone could do. So, you are here to sell, the young master remarked flippantly. Shen Yi furrowed his brow once more, barely managing to restrain Lou Jin. The young master sauntered to the counter, casually rummaging through Shen Yi's herbs, carelessly dropping a couple, which he stepped on with feigned indifference, declaring haughtily, "These herbs appear quite commendable. Offering a lower price would be an injustice to the gentleman." The shopkeeper, astute as he was, recognized the young master's ill intentions and, having heard rumors about his proclivities, decided to defend Shen Yi. Indeed, moreover, he has 2 children to support. It is truly a challenge. However, since other pharmacies have lowered their prices, we should adhere to industry standards and purchase at market value. Hearing that Shen Yi had children, the young master's brow slightly furrowed. Yet, having a wife did not deter him. As long as the background was clean, it mattered little. Shen Yi's refined appearance and slender figure were precisely to his liking. Although he appeared slightly older and was married, he was not averse to occasionally sampling different flavors, perhaps finding it even more satisfying. Contemplating this, the young master's gaze roamed over Shen Yi as if he wished to undress him on the spot. This young master is generally benevolent. Since he needs to support his children, I might as well make an exception for him. However, before he could finish his thought, a shrill scream erupted as Lou Jin violently extracted his eyes. Not only did he remove them, but he also crushed them underfoot, seizing the young master's throat with a swift motion, eliciting a sickening crack as the young master fell lifelessly, unable to struggle. All present were paralyzed in shock, unable to react, let alone intervene, for Lou Jin's speed was astonishingly swift. Even Shen Yi stood there, stunned. He had witnessed Lou Jin's ruthlessness before, and even more brutal acts. But this was against a mere mortal. Practitioners of the arcane arts uphold the principle of cause and effect. He had previously annihilated an entire village of mortals and had been subjected to heavenly retribution for 49 days. Now, this mortal had done him no wrong, yet he had killed so ruthlessly. According to the laws of nature, would he not face retribution once more? The critical point was that he could previously resist the backlash due to his cultivation. However, now, having disrupted the barrier of the endless demon abyss and absorbed countless demonic souls, he had faced backlash and could no longer wield his powers freely. Otherwise, the backlash would be even more severe. Even with his immortal status, it did not mean he was impervious to pain. Shen Yi, realizing this, gripped his hand tightly. Have you lost your mind? Taking a life incurs a debt, even if you can evade mortal laws. You cannot escape heavenly retribution and backlash. Lou Jin felt the tightening grip. Are you worried about me? Shen Yi replied. Help. What kind of top-tier love-struck brain is this? Even Wang Baochuan would bow down in admiration. Lou Jin asked, who is Wang Baochuan? At that moment, others in the shop finally reacted, screaming, murder, murder! Quick, go report to the authorities. The shopkeeper, having witnessed the young master's eyes being gouged out and his neck broken, was so terrified that his legs gave way, collapsing to the floor, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Shen Yi, quick on his feet, covered his sister's eyes, ensuring that Bauer did not witness the gruesome spectacle. Seeing someone about to report to the authorities, Shen Yi immediately urged Lou Jin, you must leave at once. He feared that when the officials arrived, they would apprehend him. Of course, his concern was not for Lou Jin, but for the officials, for with Lou Jin's vengeful nature, it was likely he would unleash a massacre, spilling blood throughout the street. At that point, the backlash would intensify. Not only would the heavens disapprove, but he would as well, for not everyone deserved to die. Lou Jin refused to leave, calmly asking once more, are you worried about me? Shen Yi, exasperated, thought, at this moment, is this really the time for romantic banter? In his frustration, he tried to placate the love-struck fool. Yes, I'm worried about you. Is that enough? Now hurry and go, he urged. Lou Jin still did not budge, maintaining his calm demeanor. Rest assured, Shen Yi exclaimed. What on earth is there to be assured about? You've just committed murder, brother. He was on the verge of directly seizing Lou Jin in the hands of the two children to flee. Noticing his urgency, Lou Jin chose to refrain from further comments. He cast a binding spell, immobilizing everyone present, and subsequently erased their memories with his cultivation power as for the corpse of the young master he had slain. He casually waved his hand, discarding it. Once the binding spell dissipated, everyone returned to normal, oblivious to the events that had just transpired, including Shen Yi. His herbs remained on the counter, and the shopkeeper had unknowingly returned to his original position. After a moment of blankness, he recalled that he had intended to summon the apprentice to weigh the herbs, thus gesturing for the apprentice to come over. Come, weigh these herbs for young Master Shen. The apprentice swiftly complied, while the shopkeeper busily attended to a new customer. The apprentice separated the herbs and weighed them, just as he was about to call the shopkeeper to calculate the cost when Shen Yi interjected, wait. 2 pieces have fallen here. Shen Yi picked up the 2 fallen pieces of Huangjing, instinctively blowing off the dust. While his mind was filled with confusion, he was certain he hadn't dropped them when he took out the herbs. After pondering for a moment, he could not recall. Young master, the apprentice called. Shen Yi came to his senses and handed over the 2 pieces of Huangjing. The apprentice weighed them again, and shortly after, the shopkeeper finished attending to the customer and approached to settle the bill. Everything proceeding as smoothly as usual. Chapter 80. Do I look like a wealthy person to you? Although the shopkeeper had haggled, he had still offered a slight concession on the weight of the herbs. Some herbs totaled 46 won, but he calculated it as 50 won instead. Thus, the final price was roughly comparable to before. Shen Yi assumed the shopkeeper was aware of his need to care for children and, out of kindness, he happily pocketed the silver coins he had earned from selling the herbs. After thanking the shopkeeper, he turned to leave with Lou Jin and the children, intending to purchase supplies on the street. The moment they stepped out of the apothecary, they encountered someone dragging a corpse on a cart towards the shop. The body was covered with a tattered straw mat, preventing Shen Yi from seeing the person's face, but he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a hollow eye where the eyeball appeared to have been gouged out. He felt a sense of familiarity with the figure and wished to look again when Lou Jin suddenly embraced him. Be careful, Lou Jin cautioned. Only then did Shen Yi realize the crowd that had gathered, and he had nearly bumped into someone. Thankfully, Lou Jin had pulled him back just in time. Let us go, Lou Jin urged, sensing Shen Yi's embarrassment. Though Shen Yi enjoyed the spectacle, he acknowledged that it was inconvenient to be dragging along children, and they needed to hurry to buy their goods and return home. Having successfully sold his herbs, Shen Yi was in good spirits. What would you like to eat today? I'll treat you. Bauer perked up at this. I want to eat meat, Shen Yi generously replied. Consider it done. He then asked Shou Yi, what do you want to eat? No saying rice, oil, or noodles. Shou Yi replied. Anything is fine. Shen Yi explained. When shopping at the market, it's best to go either early or late to negotiate prices. In the morning, regardless of the size of the business. They value the opening of trade, making prices more negotiable. Going later is better for bargaining because the goods are mostly picked over, and some sellers, eager to return home, will offer lower prices. This was the wisdom Shen Yi had gleaned from living in the human realm with the children for 5 years. The main reason was that he was poor. Shen Yi resolved to first procure essential supplies for daily living before heading to the market for vegetables. He made his way to the fabric shop, intending to measure several feet of cloth for making a quilt cover. He also selected 2 pieces of brighter fabric to create new garments for Shou Yi and Bauer, as they had not received new clothes in quite some time. Especially Shou Yi, who had grown significantly and could no longer wear her old outfits. After deciding on the measurements, he asked Lou Jin if he wanted a set as well. His primary concern was that Lou Jin had no change of clothes in the human realm. And given Lou Jin's towering height of 9 feet, his garments would not fit. That of course I wouldn't refuse if my wife is buying me clothes for the first time, Lou Jin replied. Shen Yi inquired, what color do you prefer? Lou Jin's garments were all dark, and he had no particular preference regarding attire, so he left the selection to Shen Yi. The fabrics for Shou Yi and Bauer were chosen by Shen Yi's wife. After some deliberation, Shen Yi finally settled on a piece of bright pink fabric adorned with auspicious patterns for Lou Jin. With Lou Jin's chiseled features, deep colors like black or red would accentuate his striking contours, enhancing his already remarkable looks. What do you think of this color? Shen Yi asked. Lou Jin had never worn such a festive hue, yet he was not particular about clothing as long as it pleased his wife. He had no objections. That he nodded. If you like it, then I like it. Shen Yi's lips twitched slightly. Is this fellow experiencing a bout of infatuation? Lou Jin. Shen Yi felt that this couldn't continue as it was. He had intended to clarify things last night, but in the heat of the moment, he had softened and forgotten the matter at hand. Tonight, he must make it clear. Lou Jin. Tonight, I must cling to my wife. After selecting the fabric, Shen Yi prepared to settle the bill. Lou Jin. Aren't you going to pick something for yourself? Shen Yi. Do I look like a wealthy person to you? His silver was already scarce, and although he had earned some from selling herbs, that amount was meant to cover the living expenses of the 3 of them for a month. With the difficulty of selling herbs in the future and an additional mouth to feed, he had to be frugal. Shen Yi needed to consider the family's living expenses. Lou Jin. I have silver. Later, I will have Hanya fetch some from the demon palace that I have clothes to wear. There's no need to buy. Shen Yi knew Lou Jin was wealthy, but he had no intention of using Lou Jin's money, as he did not plan on being with him. Saying this, he turned to the counter to settle the bill. Shopkeeper, can you give me a discount since I bought so much fabric? Shen Yi cheerfully began to haggle with the fabric seller. The shopkeeper looked troubled. Young master, this fabric is already quite cheap, and the prices are fair. That I understand that I am a regular customer at your shop, and purchasing this amount all at once. Can you lower the price a bit more? Reluctantly, the shopkeeper conceded. Fine, since you are a regular customer, I'll reduce it by 1 won per foot. Shen Yi held up 5 fingers. The shopkeeper, upon seeing this, shook his head vigorously. No, no. This fabric is only 15 won per foot. You can't cut it down by that much. Moreover, the fabric chosen by this young master is inherently more expensive. I've already given you a good price, considering your status as a regular customer. Shen Yi smiled. It's sellable, shopkeeper. The last time I bought fabric here, it was 10 won per foot. This time, purchasing so much, I haven't haggled much. The shopkeeper was astonished. Young master, you jest. If this is not haggling, I won't be able to conduct business. The shopkeeper explained. This fabric is usually sold for 20 won per foot. Given you are buying so much and are a regular customer, that's why I didn't quote you the price. The last time you bought it for 10 won per foot was not for this material. Selling this quality to you at 14 won per foot is already at a loss. Shen Yi retorted. How could someone as established as you have a loss? Just consider it a favor for a regular customer and give me a bit more off. The shopkeeper, feeling helpless, relented again. All right, 2 won off per foot is the best I can do. I really can't go lower. Shen Yi patted his not-so-wealthy pocket. Shopkeeper, I didn't bring enough silver today, and I really like your fabric. Could you give me just a little more off? The shopkeeper replied. Young master, it's not that I don't want to sell, but that this price is already the lowest. Plus, the garments for this young master are custom-made. I haven't even charged you for the processing fee. How about you buy a little less today and come back when you have enough silver? Shen Yi insisted. I've already selected the fabric and style. And it's not easy for us to come down from the mountain. Let's do this. I'll add one per foot. Considering my sincerity in buying, please sell it to me. Chapter 81. Haggling. Shen Yi spoke sweetly. The shopkeeper seems very straightforward. I know you won't make much profit this time. Just consider it a gesture for a loyal customer. You might lose a bit this time. But I will bring more customers next time, and you'll make it back. The shopkeeper, feeling cornered. All right. 12 per foot. I truly cannot go lower. Shen Yi thought this was reasonable enough and ceased further negotiation. Not forgetting to flatter. The shopkeeper is very accommodating. Your business will surely flourish. From now on, I will definitely support your shop. The shopkeeper smiled wryly. The customer is quite the haggler. If you continue to support me like this, my business might go under. Shen Yi laughed. Nonsense. With someone as savvy as you, your business will only grow larger. Every businessman loves to hear auspicious words. The shopkeeper, initially reluctant, quickly changed his attitude and immediately had someone take the fabric Shen Yi selected for processing. It will take at least 3 days to complete, the shopkeeper informed. Good. I will return to collect it in 3 days. Shen Yi promptly settled the payment. Next, he needed to purchase quilts and vegetables. Recalling that the rice and oil at home were running low, concerned that Lou Jin might grasp his hand again, he decided to take the initiative and led the 2 children ahead. Lou Jin did not pursue them. Instead, he instructed the shopkeeper to make another garment from the piece of cloth he had just bought. As for the money, he had none. However, he suddenly remembered that the villagers had remarked on the value of his current attire. So he plucked a black scale from it. Shen Yi also haggled while buying vegetables. The pork was priced at 28 per jean, but he managed to reduce it to 25 won. Additionally, persuading the butcher to throw in some bones. In this era, pig bones were not particularly valuable, so the butcher readily offered him 2 pieces of tubular bones. Shen Yi also purchased a block of lard. Here, fatty meat was more expensive than lean meat, selling for 35 won per jean, as lard could be rendered into oil, and the residue could be used in cooking, making it more costly than its lean counterpart. After flattering the butcher with numerous compliments, Shen Yi succeeded in persuading him to sell it to him for 2 won less per jin. Total, he bought 3 jin of pork, 2 jin of ribs, and 12 jin of lard, amounting to precisely 500 won. He then proceeded to buy 2 quilts, half a bag of flour, and some rice. His funds for purchasing medicinal herbs were nearly depleted. On their way back, they passed a pastry shop, where Bauer was unable to resist glancing at the sweet scent of osmanthus cake. Lou Jin halted and walked towards the shop. Shen Yi grasped him. Buy less. I won't eat it. His remaining silver was already scant. With future medicinal supplies likely to be hard to sell, he needed to be frugal. Lou Jin, however, directed the shopkeeper to wrap 3 jin of the cake. Shen Yi felt a pang in his heart. 1 jin of osmanthus cake cost 10 won, making 3 jin 31, enough to buy a jin of pork and half a jin of ribs. Shen Yi thought him extravagant. Since Lou Jin had already instructed the shopkeeper to wrap it up, Shen Yi felt it inappropriate to back out, especially since it was a rare outing with the children to buy food. Just as he was about to extract more coins from his empty purse, he saw Lou Jin tear a black scale from his own garment and offer it to the shopkeeper. What is this? Shen Yi inquired. Lou Jin replied, my scale. Shen Yi nearly forgot that this fellow was a dragon. However, was he really using his own scales to make purchases? Indeed, it seemed to work. The shopkeeper, having never encountered such exquisite scales, held it up to the sunlight, examining it closely with a look of astonishment, though he admitted he could not ascertain its authenticity and had no extra silver to provide as change. Lou Jin took the 3 jin of osmanthus cake and departed. Shen Yi exclaimed, that is the scale of a demon lord. It must be quite valuable. What a spendthrift. He then noticed Lou Jin had stopped beside a stall where an elderly Taoist was selling wares. Shen Yi recognized this old man, having previously purchased a peachwood sword and martial arts manual from him. This time, the Taoist was selling elixirs, claiming they could strengthen bones and unblock meridians. Asserting that they had been passed down from his master's ancestor, Shen Yi harbored serious doubts, suspecting that the old man was merely peddling goods with such grandiose claims. After all, how could his master's ancestor possess so many treasures to sell? Moreover, they were priced so inexpensively. The old Taoist, noticing Shen Yi's skepticism, immediately swore, if this elixir fails to work, You may return to me for a refund." Upon saying this, he turned his gaze towards Shen Yi, standing nearby. This child has had his divine veins sealed. If not unblocked in time, he will live no longer than 100 years like a mere mortal. He then produced his elixir, nervously promoting, "This elixir will alleviate your son's concerns, ensuring he lives for thousands of years and can cultivate." Shen Yi, momentarily swayed by the old man's earnestness, hesitated before asking, "How much for one?" The old man replied, "Today, young sir, encountering this old Taoist is truly fate. You are a valued customer, so I shall not inflate the price. Today, this elixir is not priced at 998, nor 338, nor 188. It is merely 99 won for an exceptional elixir ta. You might as well keep it for yourself," Shen Yi retorted, sensing the merchant's tone reeked of deception. "Wait, we can negotiate the price," the old man pressed on. "If you think it too expensive, I can offer you a discount, considering our past dealings." Shen Yi halted. "By how much?" The old man hesitated, extending his thumb and forefinger. 88. Shen Yi continued walking. "Wait, surely this amount is acceptable." He held up his thumb and pinky. Shen Yi proceeded onward. The old man followed, insisting, "Young sir, this price is already quite low. Unlike the wooden swords and manuals I sold you before, this is a genuine remedy for strengthening bones and unblocking meridians. At this price, take it or leave it." Shen Yi held up 3 fingers. The old man exclaimed, 38 won? Shen Yi clarified, "No, 3 won." The old man protested, "That price is simply not feasible. If not, then so be it." Unbeknownst to Shen Yi, he was unsure if the old man was a fraud. After all, who would sell treasures passed down from their master's ancestor at a street stall? Moreover, there were no production dates or guarantees. Who could know if consuming it would be safe? The old man pouted. "You're willing to spend 30 won on osmanthus cake for your daughter, yet deem the elixir for your son worth only 3 won." Shen Yi was left in doubt, suspecting the old man was employing some form of psychological manipulation. The crucial point was that Lou Jin seemed to genuinely believe him. Is this sufficient? Lou Jin again plucked a scale from his garment. Shen Yi wondered if this fellow had developed a habit of shedding scales. Chapter 82. Does it not hurt? Does it not hurt? Shen Yi instinctively asked. Lou Jin, upon hearing, leaned closer, his gaze warm. "Are you concerned for me?" Shen Yi thought, love-struck fool, hopeless, yet he still wished to inquire. "Does this have any bearing on your pain?" Lou Jin replied, "If you care for me, then I shall not feel pain. In other words, if Shen Yi does not care for him, then he will feel it." Shen Yi mused, "Is this what they call love as a balm for pain? Enough, enough." The old man cradled the scales as though they were treasures. Seeing this, Shen Yi felt a slight ache in his chest and turned to inquire of Lou Jin, "Will this scale grow back?" Lou Jin shook his head. Shen Yi resolved never to bring him along for market trips again. Lou Jin, sensing Shen Yi's reluctance, quickly declared, "I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall depart first." With that, he vanished like a fleeting shadow. Shen Yi lamented inwardly. "Had I known, I would have spent 31 to buy it. After all, money can be earned again, but a scale lost is lost forever." Lou Jin contemplated whether to reveal that, aside from this particular heart-protecting scale, other scales would indeed regrow, albeit with some discomfort during the shedding process. But compared to the years Shen Yi had tirelessly supported himself and their children, this small discomfort seemed trivial. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, their return journey bore even more goods than their outward trip. Lou Jin's basket contained half a bag of rice flour and pork, topped with 2 quilts. Shen Yi was equally busy, carrying a bamboo cage that he had purchased a dozen chicks and several geese, intending to raise them for eggs, as the few hens at home could barely supply enough for the family. The 2 of them, laden with goods and guiding the children, reached the eastern end of the street, where Uncle Nyo's cart awaited, ready to take everyone back after their shopping. The villagers, in addition to selling mountain goods, primarily came to procure daily necessities. Hence, everyone carried a hefty load. The villagers' hands were busy, and the cart was filled to capacity. Shen Yi contemplated whether to walk back, but with so much to carry and 2 children in tow, he doubted they would make it home before midnight. This moment, Shen Yi recalled the foolish donkey at home. Had he brought it along to carry a person or some goods, it would have been so much easier. Uncle Nyo urged him, "Squeeze in. Otherwise, with such a long mountain road ahead, how long will it take you to return home?" Being slightly shorter, Shen Yi found it easier to squeeze in. so he let Lou Jin hold Bauer first, intending to take Shen Yi once he was settled. However, in the confined space, only half of his bottom had room to sit. As Shen Yi pondered how to position himself, he felt Lou Jin's strong arms scoop him up. The grip around his waist made him tense, momentarily forgetting to resist. Shen Yi, observing this, could only sit beside them at his tender age. He fit perfectly into the remaining small space. "Are you settled?" Uncle Nyo inquired from the front. The towering pile of goods on the cart made it difficult for him to turn and see what was happening behind. Just as Shen Yi was about to leap down, someone exclaimed, "All right, let us hurry up and go." With so many people crammed onto the cart, everyone felt uncomfortable, eager to reach home as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Uncle Nyo raised his hand and gave the old ox a whip, and the cart, filled with people and goods, began to move slowly along the path they had come. Shen Yi felt somewhat awkward and attempted to shift away, but the cart was packed so tightly that he had nowhere to move. Fortunately, as everyone was equally cramped, they paid little attention to him, and even if they did, anyone who noticed would only say, "Just squeeze a little. We'll be at the village soon." Shen Yi, it will take at least an hour and more to reach the village. In other words, he must remain seated on Lou Jin's lap for 2 to 3 hours. Shen Yi felt somewhat awkward, do not fidget. Lou Jin's deep voice resonated in his ear. Shen Yi could distinctly sense the warmth of his breath enveloping his ear, causing it to inexplicably flush slightly. Lou Jin noticed the change in Shen Yi's expression, his gaze deepening that he recalled that within his scheme to win back his wife, there was a strategy referred to as the strategy of beautiful men. Although the ox cart was cramped on the return journey, it did not hinder the lively chatter among the passengers. They discussed a myriad of topics. For instance, "What did you purchase today?" "The price of eggs sold quite well today. Tomorrow looks to be another sunny day. Zhongsan's sow is about to give birth. Lic's hen laid double-yolked eggs. Wang Wu's son is set to marry next month."